the championship. Yes! They are your E-League Grand Champions. What a show. How about that? That ball is crushed.
This is Turner Sports.
Winning a major title is nothing bigger.
That's ridiculous. This is crazy. There goes one pop a second, and he's going to go for third, and it's down. That is absurd. They go charging into the blender. Going to wreck the entire team. They are fired up. All of Meister is gone. That should be impossible, and an incredible performance.
another man who's a human cyborg with that haircut. How are you, Henry?
Very well, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. First time we've seen Dust 2 in a major, and we're well into this. This is day 3.
I'm so hyped for Dust 2. It's been a while. It's
not something I normally say.
I know, right? But this means it's always an explosive map, and these big games as well, a lot on the line here. Both teams kind of been a little bit underwhelming, I would say. Fnatic was surprised in that victory on Cobble yesterday. It felt like they were getting crushed by North, and then they came back out of nowhere. You have to say Dennis looked fantastic. He's always good on Dust 2 as well, so that's what I'm looking for. Obviously, that the guys pointed out as well. Nico on Dust 2 can be something that's absolutely amazing. So let's get into it, shall we? The first game of the day, Fnatic versus mousesports. It will be mousesports on the CT side and Fnatic on the T side. 5 sets of armor, a couple of decoys there as well. Suggests something quite simple. Stick together. Most teams like to edge towards long, but it looks like maybe some sort of B split about to be coming in.
Yeah, Crimson Disco going to be going to evaluate long A, which does have a fast stack, a 3-man presence from mousesports. Not uncommon that you'll see a fast rush there, so fast defense to consider it. Nico will slowly back off, cover Cat, CT respectively. And I like what Duncan says about they are a different team on Dust 2. They mentioned Nico, who's going to be the second player. Well, Chris J very much loves to play the A side with the AWP.
Yes.
Which we know is very powerful. Quick decoy out mid. They wanted to go, but didn't.
We've talked about Fnatic and the AWPs as well. Can be an interesting topic, especially on Dust 2. The role's not really defined in terms of who's the main AWP, but that's defining. Nico takes the first shot, and what a scalp to take on the pistol round. Dennis goes down to open things up.
Check behind the door and then sit back through the slightest gap. Nico shows he's ready. He's fired 1 bullet in this game. He's got 1 kill.
That's the best player you can take down on a pistol round. Doesn't get much better.
It's true. Got a little bit of presence on Cat. Olaf wants to redress this. He wants to try and get Nico back if he can. He's the only one watching CT. This will force Dennis. Remember, there's 2 Dennises in this tournament. It's Dennis mousesports this time, but Nico, what is going on? He's got 3 headshots now. Shuts them down entirely. I was going to say the whole point of Olaf going back out middle is if they could take back CT, they could wrap to B quickly with 2 players still out toward long.
Disco's just out of that battle. He said, I'm not going to challenge Nico again. He's hitting absolutely everything right now. 3 headshots so far, 5 on 2. They're just going to try and walk in towards B. The problem is Speedy, back platform, great position for this spot, and he has the incendiary. They're going to have to push through this. It's going to fall apart for Fnatic surely, but Disco does find a shot.
Does, but there's Nico again. He's got 4 of this pistol. Twist is sitting Speedy. He robs him of it before he can walk around the corner, but it doesn't matter in a major. Never mind the ace, get the win, and that's exactly what they do in the pistol.
This is why Dust 2 delivers. It's a high-impact, high-fragging map, and Nico displays an amazing amount of skill there. Let's look how crisp these headshots are. We normally talk about Dennis and the silent USP, but Nico certainly no slouch of it either. He comes in to retake the B site. The incendiary's been dropped. That is disgusting.
Look how close he is to getting a good position too, and Speedy's like, no, I want one.
Wow, well that was very impressive indeed. So Nico, of course, he'll be able to get the rifle out. They have got mainly SMGs though, and it's going to be a force fight from Fnatic overall. Disco dot from the scouts, unable to do any early damage here, but Chris J, renowned as one of the absolute best scout players in the game, so he's going to be dangerous in this round as well. Look out for him. Nothing really given away so far, but the terrorists going to be holding up in a default, mainly focusing towards long by the looks of things. Maybe a retake coming in as Olaf shows some presence towards mid.
And they throw a quick Molotov out from Lowell, and Nico's throwing the box smoke that you throw from quick boost position and pushes Cat. So they smoke out long. He gets position on Cat, and doing so he's able to support and play a whole different position with that rifle. He finds his 5th kill. Good position from Dennis as well. We'll shut down Olaf. Nico bought fully into this, so if this force buy had have won, it would have been massive win for Fnatic and costly for mousesports, but Nico shuts it down. Fast play again on Catwalk.
That was 5 people force buying as well for Fnatic. They don't get a single kill. mousesports running away with it. The scout very effective. Gritche Monroe got all the kills, but he got like 3 tags in there. Made them very squishy for his teammates to actually take them down. Nico pushing off short, looking very confident. That is 1 player on the server. You don't want to let him get in his zone, and he's looking very crisp right now. 7 kills, Matt. 0 deaths. That's when you get super confident. You just feel godlike, and you get the. You want to take these duels. You want to be baiting them and taking them down every single time. Of course, fully can out for Fnatic. Objective, get the bomb down. Haven't managed to do that yet. Haven't really had a chance to even get to a bomb site. Killed before they even get to any sort of the choke points there. So, Glocks, P250s, no nades. It looks like they're going to run out mid doors. Hope to get a refrag, but 2 players waiting for them on the other side.
He's already up on the corner. He's going to have a ball from Dennis that they're trying to push up mid. Dennis with 3 has Nico sneaking up. They're through the door. They'll finally get him, but the timing is there. They might not even need him because Speedy comes down from B, and they shut them down again once more. Inside a mid, bomb not planted for the 3rd time, and you're right, Fnatic's not gotten close enough to even plant one.
That's not the end of the world for mousesports. If you lose a couple of kills, but they upgrade to rifles, they would have potentially kept their SMGs and maybe the Scout as well. Now they're going to be upgrading. Presumably we're going to get to see the AWP. I think the Scout has been redeemed, you know, so that's on the floor. but it's not going to be used. So Chris J has bought the AWP there. So up against
Chris
5
does
AKs.
like to stick with the scouting.
That's what I was expecting, considering they picked it up. I thought he was going to do that. But I guess it's the major. You want to make sure every single round counts. Don't take any risk at this point. And you're going to see 5 AKs for Fnatic. Not the best buy, though. You can see they haven't got the Molotov to work with. Didn't get the bomb down once in those first 3 rounds. Or really any kills to speak of whatsoever. So there's a bit of a problem. So yes, they have the rifles and the head armor, but in terms of actual execution potential, it's a little bit weaker. So the smoke goes down towards Xbox, and they'll be going for some short presence here.
Another odd weapon note, as they do finally get on the catwalk. Quick check inside the smoke. Is that Flusha for a while was using the UMP gun rounds in a bizarre fashion. Chris trying to Kenny S style shot, back wall, different angle, drop down and get away. And Nico used to like to carry that SMG quite frequently as well.
He's great with it. It's scary how some players are so good with that SMG, can actually use it like a rifle and just tap away with it. It's godly sometimes.
Well, they've got cat presence finally. Do Fnatic. I would expect an isolation smoke. Chris J with his AWP, not playing on the ramp this time. It's toward Car. Double smoke out. Further they get, but that's just into crosshairs of Chris J as he covers off the quad. It's Olaf that wants to get around. Dropped awkwardly in behind the barrels.
Wow.
And Chris with the dynamic rotation finds Twist as well at long. Nico comes back in full. Rotations are perfect from mousesports. And a complete obliteration as all 5 stay alive.
If we can, I want to see that kill from Chris's POV. I want to see, was that actually a jump shot from the blue bin there? It looked like he was jumping up. Maybe he's got the vision and did the quick peek. But let's see how he got these kills there. Chris J, obviously the main AWPer now since Oscar departed from the team. And this is the shot I wanted to see.
It was Lowell behind that jump.
Right,
so
okay.
Chris walks out in front. It did look that way, you're dead right,
Yeah.
but...
So 5 players alive once again for mousesports. Fnatic, no one's really had a frag yet. I think we've got 3 frags total after 4 rounds. There we go. That's kind of interesting. No one really turning up at all. And this is a force buy by the looks of things coming in for Fnatic. We have got Dennis and all of Mice on the AKs. No, not all 5 players committing, of course. 3 of them have got Deagles. It's an interesting tactic. If they win this round, they're in a fantastic position. It's a bit of a scary moment for them.
Crazy thing about that last round and not getting any kills either is that it was the first gun, so you'd expect skills to come in, and they had cat presence with 2 smokes out for execution and still got completely shut down.
Yeah, they really haven't arrived whatsoever. But remember, Matt, yesterday we saw this. They went down into a difficult position, but they brought themselves straight back into it on Cobble. So does do a bit of a different beast. It comes down to raw individual skill most of the time. We haven't really seen that from Fnatic at all yet. Couple of AKs though, Dennis and Olafmeister, the guys described on the desk. These 2 can be potentially some of the best braggers in the game, but can they deliver in such an important round?
Good shot from Chris, takes down Twist. An old Fnatic, classic Fnatic, dominant Fnatic roster. You used to see them in these situations all the time. You think back to Katowice in the best of 5 finals against Luminosity, and they were down 3-12 in 2 separate instances and used to be able to bring it back. You never used to rule them out. I'm not sure they still have that much poise, but they're going to try and get toward me. Walking in, though. It's an alley, a tight position. Olaf's got 1. Dennis, smart trigger discipline. Oh, just wait. Just wait. Let them go. He's trying to find more than what he's found already. Spots another one at Closet. He's got 3 lined up. There's the headshots, and Dennis, oh, shut down by Disco, but Nico's on the case as he made all the call, all the information, pulls them over. Now, it does give up the bomb plant, but it's only 22 HP for Olaf, and Chris is there. That is a beautiful play from Dennis.
I was scared for Dennis there for a second, you know, like sometimes they look super intelligent, but when they get a bit too deep and they spread out so thinly across the bomb site like that, you could see he was worrying a little bit about it. He gets to 2 kills required and actually takes the bomb planter down as well, so that's absolutely fine. Could have gone a little bit wrong considering he was low HP, but he did a great job there. Kept calm. This is the play right now. Just as he has to take that kill. He's not sure whether Dennis spotted in there, but he gets the kills required, and the force buy doesn't work out for Fnatic, but they do get the bomb down, so they do manage to get 4 rifles out and an AWP for the first time. Like I said before, Fnatic are an interesting team overall. They don't really have a dedicated AWP. I guess if you're going to put it on anyone, it's Twist, but they do mix it around. Not even per map, it's per game. It seems to change up every single time, which is great to have different players who can feel confident in different roles, but for me, consistency is a little bit of an issue.
I'd even go further than say per game. I'd say per round.
Yeah, right.
Yesterday we saw 4 different people in a double up setup.
Yeah.
On Cobble.
Yep, that's absolutely true, and that's why they were struggling so much on that CT side.
So Nico again wants to play more aggressively on Catwalk, and interestingly enough, this is not something we normally see. We talk about changing meta over toward the A side. Nice shot from Olaf. No one's out toward long. Lowell and Chris J were both behind him to support so they could hold Catwalk no matter what, knowing Fnatic likes to use it for execution, they give up long, but they stay together for a retake. It's actually an interesting thought.
Well, for the first time, we have got an advantage here for Fnatic. It was Nico pushing off towards shore. Like I said, he's got in that zone. He's looking confident, wants to take these duels at the start. The adjustments coming in from mousesports, not going to be pushing aggressively, apart from Chris, though, who looks to be trying to hunt for a frag here. Has an inkling that Olaf Mice is waiting for him, but he gets the drop, and it's going to be a 5-on-3 now to recover.
And he misses the shot, too. This is Olaf he's against. Lovely headshot to return it. But all of them playing very different positions get caught off. Molotov won't slow much because they'll be able to smoke off the cross. They can go wide around that. Bit of a gap in the smoke, so Disco's going to throw yet another. Make sure there's nothing lost in this man advantage as they want to get the bomb onto the site. Fnatic desperately need rounds, so take no chances.
And the bomb we planted, platform planted as well. They have the man advantage. Of course, you go for this retake. EnVyUs, mousesports, even if you don't win the round, you want to be getting as many players down as possible just for that reset potential going forward.
Twist is going to hold from on the site itself, but that means this Molotov.
Oh, quite precise.
It's going to be significant because it'll move him. That brings Disco back into it from on top of Goose, but a good shot from Twist as he backed away early. Tanked up slightly by the Molotov, but that's not going to matter. AWP knows one's dropped down, gets caught in the gun switch. He's sure to fall as this continues to walk around, but Crim's up close, catches him off at the angle. He's got 5 HP against 3, and Fnatic, it's a full reset, but they'll finally get their first round.
Absolutely. So they lose the loss bonus, they build up. If you're unaware as to what we're referencing there, losing 5 rounds in a row means going into the next round, you get a maximum of $3,400. As soon as you win a round, that resets, and you only get $1,400 for rounds lost after that. At this point now, Fnatic win a round, but they did a good job in keeping 3 players alive. That's why mousesports go for that sort of retake. Even though it's very unlucky they win the round, every kill they find is valuable because it dents the economy going forward for the Swedes. But like we said, mousesports, more than enough money to buy this round. Crochet back on the orb. Oh, it looked like that almost hit for that from Twist. Doesn't do any damage initially there. We're using a smoke, which is interesting. A lot of CTs use HE grenades these days to actually cross his mid doors, but if you want to have 100% security, the smoke can be used as well. It's just seen as a little bit costly. It's sometimes worth the risk to keep your smoke for the later stages of the round.
So Dennis gets into the corner of Cat. Double N Dennis. I know that's going to confuse a few people.
I forgot that's happening. It's been a while since we casted this matchup. Dennis versus Dennis.
It's true.
I think you were calling them...
Yeah.
Yep.
Reference to size and the first letter of their name.
Yeah.
But it's going to be smokes out this time again. With the double smoke to allow a further position at quad. Look at this lurk in from Olaf. Nico's not ready for this at all. This is a big kill, but Dennis... mousesports Dennis, that is also waiting on the other side of that corner, so Olaf can't overcommit to this. Nico's going to walk in the open. That's perfect. That's his invitation, and he gets back as well. Now he holds from lower tons. We know this position's very powerful because it controls catwalk. Now anyone rotating can't get there.
These are one of the rounds that you think, okay, is it just worth saving this point? We've lost that early kill. The bomb's down. There's 5 players alive. Our money's not going to be in a great position. Very unlikely to win this round. Dennis, that's a really unfavorable angle for him. I'm not sure I agree with that one. I think they should have probably saved at that point. That retake was just almost impossible, especially when Olaf has that position. He's locked down middle. You don't know where he is. You know he's patrolling that area. And Chris J's low HP as well. I think that the save should have come in at that point. But Chris J, waiting in the pit, see me get some exit frags here.
I'm going to say something right now that's a big statement because it's something that can sway a game heavily. Olaf is looking very smart. He goes down here. All right, they're saving guns. Goes out mid. I don't normally have lurking to his game style.
That was an intelligent one, though, because he just his teammates fully committed and
then rotates back through tunnels, gets out B, so even when they're in CT, he gets them again. That was actually very smart.
Yeah, great play from him. You can see they did commit, though, that retake. That was an interesting one, I guess, at that point. They've managed to save the AWP mousesports. They've got 2,100 on Chris J. They have got enough to buy into this one. Nico on 6. So we'll see whether they do force up into it. I think this is the time to take the pause, work out what's going on. He's lost 2 rounds in a row, and he seems to be getting pulled apart a little bit here by Olaf Meister. You just did reference it before. He had a great round then. In the previous round they won, he opened things up by taking down Nico and getting a 2nd kill on short as well. So we'll see what happens.
As a German real-life CT, at least, I can root for CTs in the first half. That's fair. mousesports also a German org. I'm sure you can get away with rooting for them on the other side. But credit to you for your service.
Well, we do have the force by Matthew. It's going to be the AWP, and 3 M4s in the UMP for Dennis. mousesports Dennis, that is, of course, and Olaf Meister. Decent spawn be given the AWP. Dust 2 is one of those maps that definitely can be spawn-based. He's taking a lot of damage, though, through the Molotov there. He's deciding to see whether the CD decides to face, and assuming he won't be there, but he decides I guess it's the wrong decision to make as he takes so much damage at that point, but he will fall back. And this is what we're talking about. Twist was open before. Now Olofmeister, he's not switching the AWP back. He's definitely proficient with this weapon, but you see what I mean in terms of a lack of consistency. The rounds have been winning. It's Olofmeister opening it up with the frags and the lurks, like you mentioned before. Now it's, okay, Olof, now you're AWPing. It's a little bit strange, that kind of mentality.
He's one of the players that's skilled on all weapons, but you're right, it's hard to build a rhythm if you're constantly switching. He's tagged up to 44 as well. They're going to go long. This is the first time we've seen him try to go for a full-on take. Nice flash. Well timed. But Twist, he can't find it either because he's blinded up. Goes down to 22. Thankfully, he does connect in the end thanks to Dennis because he puts in most of the damage before the final bullet hits. Nico's got to fall back. Double smokes out at pit. That's going to allow them in, but also lets Nico get away.
So at this point, you've lost the man advantage as the CTs have a decision to make, and I can see it right now. You can see Speedy in the top left of your screen. He's pushed into T-spawn. This is a reaction-based map. You need to be getting map control back into your advantage, and Nico finds a kill as well. This is looking very good for mousesports.
That's big for Nico because it's going to slow him down. Gives Speedy a lot more time. Crims, though, top of mid. He'll find Dennis. A smoke off on doors gives him a bit more movement. Speedy's getting closer. He's in T-spawn, but he wants the shot to be perfect. Waits for it. It works. Now they know he's there. They've got to commit to long. This will pull Nico back down. He's rotated himself in closer to Chris so they can hold the second for retakes, but he likes to go to elevator. He wants a tighter position. They're both so low on health on the ramp. 5 HP for Dennis, 22 for Twist, and they jump up. They're going to get caught. Both go down, and that drops the bomb. 10 seconds for Olaf to find 3 players or get a bomb plant, and he's got an AWP. Saving that may not even be an option at this point in time, and if he doesn't die in the next 3 seconds, they can take him down after the round. He's got to save
him, surely. They're
not pushing him. They should. They absolutely should. Get rid of that gun, get rid of his money, and he's going to survive and keep that AWP.
I guess at that point, the money's very weak for mousesports as well. They're trying to make a decision. Do you know what? Like, him keeping the AWP, that's almost going to bait them into a force buy. We kind of discussed our NIP's mentality, allowing them to save a weapon like that, and they might force around it and just wreck their own economy going forward. It's unlikely the AWP is going to be able to carry them through this next round, but they've saved it, so they probably will force buy into this round. So you have to think of it like that. Mousesports, that can actually be a very intelligent decision in terms of the bigger picture, right? So they have force bought into it. You can see it as a weaker buy. UMP, Galil, lack of grenades as well, but they have got the AWP in the hands of Twist now, so that role has changed over once again. It was Olaf to save the weapon, but the rounds they were winning was, and he's opening things up, so I think that's a correct decision to make at this point.
More of a standard setup this time. Chris is going to go for the drop shot on Cat. Nico to support from sight. Can rotate immediately after based on the information gathered. He's also going to be able to flash Chris in. Right now, very standard default from fnatic as well, though. Twist with bomb over toward B tunnels. Disco top mid can hold off Cat and the rest. They're actually going to go silently out mid. So no preset smoke. Look for the pick, as Olaf wants to do, and then Dennis is there to smoke it off immediately after, regardless of whether he gets a kill or not, because then they'll go for the split. Twist is going to more tunnels now, so too is Disco. They've isolated off CT, and Olaf's going to wait for the rotations. That puts 4 players pushing onto his site, but it's a tight point to get into. Dennis slips in behind his counterpart, and Dennis will take down Dennis, but Speedy turns around to catch off the fnatic player, and a better shot on the Twist. Bomb dropped, and Nico gets on the box. He'll catch the late lurking Olaf.
Really difficult situation for a CT side there. You've got 2 players in the B bomb side. You know it's a B split that's been actually very well done as well. Like you said, fnatic got our medal undetected. Quick smoke towards the CT spawn area. That blocks off rotations, and Speedy did a tremendous job there. Dennis finds 1 kill. He gets the information for his teammate, and Speedy, just great awareness there. The timings and what he's actually capable of in that situation. Finds 2 kills, times it to perfection, takes down the AWP as well. And that's actually a really solid round for mousesports. And like we said, that force buy from fnatic, it means now they have to be on a full eco. So that's actually a great position for mousesports to be in. It's 7-2, and I believe this will be a tactical timeout for fnatic. Yes, it is indeed. So the money sits around the $2,000 mark. Can't really do too much with that. In terms of loss bonus, I think we're literally at the 2nd stage right now, so they'll only be getting $1,900 into this round, so not really much to work with. One of you is trying to get the bomb down this round. They can maybe justify a few PT-50s, maybe 2 flashbangs, rush up towards short, see if the bomb goes down. That's the most likely place to get a bomb down in these sort of rounds.
Nico continuing good form.
Indeed, double AWP setup comes out for the first time as well. Very powerful on Dust 2. If you can pick it up and you don't have to invest into it, it can be almost impossible to shut it down sometimes.
Tough part is that, okay, they've slowed it. It was a fast play toward B and a double up setup. They missed shots. You got to retake the site with 2 ops. That can be tough. Olaf again is going to distract. That's going to pull Dennis out of the B site. It's all on his Speedy. Last time he did prevail in this instance, but it's going to bring a rotation back. He's flashed off. They've got a plant potentially coming in as Twist is already crossed, but bomb's dropped. Good shot by Dennis to catch Crims. Twist has to go back by the door, and he's lost the only other player inside of the site with him. He's a sitting duck. Does get the bomb down. Speedy can't push far enough in. There's still a chance. P250s are in headshot range. Twist might be left alone. He's got to watch window. Dennis slips in behind, and they'll be able to get the defuse.
11 HP as well. Dennis had gone down. That had been a very expensive round, all things considered. So Fnatic do get the plant in. 2 kills as well, almost 3. Like we said, if Dennis had dropped, that would have been really problematic for mousesports. The money's still in a decent situation for them going forward, but they pick up the round. That's important. Dust 2. I'd say this is probably the best map mousesports could have hoped for. Players like Nika performing as well. It seems like he's turned up today, and we're going to go into the next gun round here. Now, round number 11, it is 8-2. All up in the hands of Twist once again. We have got a nice full buy for Fnatic this time. All the grenades required apart from Twist. He has got no head armor as well. That's actually a bit of a problem for a terrorist AWPer. That means you're vulnerable to the one-shot potential of the M4 this time. The helmet protects you. Normally needs you to take 2 headshots there, but he's a little bit weaker. Let's see if we can get any damage as the initial cross comes in. Once again, mousesports using the smoke to cross, giving them a bit more of a veil, and it means you're actually not going to take as much damage as you get across to those double doors area.
Krim's looking for the shot up toward Catwalk, but Nico, after being flashed off, immediately puts his head down. They've not yet gone for the corner boost, but they have put Nico here a lot, and I think they're aware of it. It's about the 5th time he's been on that cat corner, and a Molotov to try and keep him out there as well with a jump into the box at lower tons. He could have been spotted, so smartly he gets away. Yeah, got on tunnels as well, so Olaf wants to fire through.
We did have that double AWP setup for mousesports, but that's been put to bed now. It's just going to be the single AWP setup once again for Chris J. And he's currently playing towards short once again. It was Nico pushing off that position at the start, took a lot of damage, had to fall back. Dennis with a different setup towards B now, be baiting him and his teammate Speedy towards B, but it's looking like short presence will be coming in. Krim's to face first, flash comes in, Chris J pulls the trigger as soon as he gets flash, finds that first shot.
Dennis will drop down as well with Twist. They're going to let the AWP lead the way. A man down, they need this pick. Goes there, and he's got him. No one pushed out from B site this time either. So they can't compensate for that. This gives the middle. They're going to smoke off on it now. Oh, that flash timing. Speedy nearly gets caught, but he'll drop back in. Dennis is a sitting duck on top box if they walk in through the double doors right now.
They're adjusting their crossbar quite nicely though, but unfortunately Dennis can't find the shot. At Fnatic, Dennis certainly can. He gets 2 kills. That should be round over. Look at the positional control now the CTs have towards T-spawn. Erase that, it allows dead, just Chris J left now. And you can see what was going on. Once again, Fnatic going for this kind of mid-split, and mousesports can detect it. They feel it coming. We had Dennis watching the tunnels originally on the boost box there, and one player at the back of the site. The idea was to bait him in for any players walking in from the tunnels area. They get the call for the mid-splits coming in. Dennis has to change his positional view now towards the window and the door. There's not really much he can do there. Like he said, it's a vulnerable position. He doesn't got time to rotate. I thought he could get 1 kill there, but unfortunately, no one can at this point. It's just going to be Dennis finding his 3rd frag of the round. Nice stuff from him. It's the replay from his POV. It's an unexpected position, but like I said, Dennis, mousesports Dennis that is, has to watch the window and the doors. This can get confusing. I'm trying to explain tactics in my head.
Double N versus single
One
N.
mine's going a million miles an hour. I've got 2 Dennises to reference as well.
We got Nico, Dennis.
Yeah.
Somebody, no one, nothing. Yeah. Mo, Captain Mo.
Yeah, we've got all sorts. This is the most confusing one. Yeah, that's true.
Henry G and Matty T.
Matty T, yeah, haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, it's all right. He's gone. Gone forever. This one's a technical timeout, just to clarify. And after mousesports did call the last one, remember they lost 2. They went on a 3-round winning spree, so good time to call the timeout. Again, they have 4 per team, 30 seconds each. You can't stack them, so you can only call 1 per round. You looked that up this morning in our rulebook, Henry, but just for clarification. But yeah, you might as well use them early, especially if it's the middle of the half that you feel like you should be winning. Don't let the momentum go away. Then it's too late.
We saw an interesting one yesterday. It's when we won I think it was
it actually cost them. Yeah.
Yes, right. North won a massive round, right? They won a round where they had 4 USPs and a CZ. They won a massive round. It was against Fnatic, in fact, as well. And it was like looking very promising for North at that point. And they take the pause just after winning the round. It was really unconventional, but if you think about it, it's quite smart in the sense that you let the enemy stew over the decisions they just made and the mistakes that cost them that round. I think it's quite a nice way to get them kind of discussing and arguing. I kind of like that, like using one of your pauses just to kind of as a tactic on this instead of just to kind of help yourselves out. That was quite cool. Anyway, we're going to run.
Still doesn't beat my favorite timeout of all time.
Carrigan's
and Columbus.
Against Fnatic?
Yeah, Fnatic. Oh, it'll be an easy win against Astralis.
Yeah.
I just thought we'd call a 2-minute timeout to let them think about that.
Yeah, that's when we had 2 minutes to
this. Best timeout call ever.
That was good. Well then, here we go. Speedy just on a deagle as a UMP for Nico as well. Nico, he certainly has quieted down since those initial few rounds. He's getting picked towards CT spawn, so be a little bit more cautious toward that area. But a depot coming in, some good Long control. This from Nico. Aggressive, of course, but he gets taken down again for the first time. But Christian does reply quickly and takes down Olofmeister. Still, the advantage lies with the terrorist and Speedy trying to do what he can with his Desert Eagle. He is good with his weapon, but that's the shot they had to hit. It has to fall back to this one now.
Disco tries to chase him through that smoke as well. Speedy tagged and then 8 will get him, so they knew they did the damage. That'll follow it up.
Yeah, at that point, right, he's only got a deagle. He might as well take some sort of risk, an unexpected move perhaps, but I'm not sure I agree with Nico's push. He's the one consistently dying at the start of these rounds now. He's only got that UMP. Yes, he's got the surprise factor, but Olofmeister's waiting from the top there. Gets that first kill, and we go into a 4-on-3 situation. At this point, though, Fnatic, they've got over a minute remaining, so they can wait for more mistakes to be made, see if there's any sort of rotations, reactions coming from the CTs. I described it before briefly. It's one of those maps and you have a disadvantage as a CT side. You want to be hunting for map control, retake, and reclaim some of the maps so you have at least information as to where the terrorists may be ending up. And this is what Christian is about to.
Good pickup from Dennis. As you say, they get that kill to equalize. And they had trade potential there with Disco immediately over his shoulder. They'll take over long as a result. Gap in the smoke won't matter. No one's looking. I think Lowell and Dennis, the other Dennis, mousesports Dennis, are looking to save already.
Yeah, can't do anything about this. Like I said, Chris J, he's left there alone on A. His options are, well, he's still on the A bomb side. He has to watch long, short, and CD spawn with 2 teammates are in B. Or he pushes towards long, tries to get some information. Unfortunately, that's the decision he makes, and that's what they're waiting for him. If he gets 1 kill, maybe that's a possible round. It comes out to a 3-on-2 at that point, but once he gets taken down, Dennis and Lau have no choice but to save. That's a correct move. Fnatic now, we'll have a quick look at their money if we can, just bring that up. We'll see whether they've got, okay, so in terms of what they've got left, they're at reset potential here, right? So them hunting mousesports, not really worth it at this point. If they lose any players in actually in the hunt itself, that could actually cost them dearly. I think they'll have a little sniff around the map, maybe towards long, push off short. You can see one player, that's going to be Dennis going towards B, but he does go down. It's going to be very costly going forward. Yeah, he's not overcommitting. He knows running into B is not a wise idea at this point. He has a little spot, but that's a wise decision to make. Let them keep their weapons, that's fine. Their money's on in a great position. Similar mentality. Get them into a force buy situation. Let's save our money and keep it in a strong place.
Ah, that's why Dennis is playing better now. He's got the same glasses as I do now.
Did you recommend them to him?
No.
Ah, just copied you.
No, yeah, he did.
Wow.
Oh, thief.
Well then. Timeout for mousesports. Great start for them, but Matt, you have to say, Nico, he came out of the trap hot, and he certainly has dropped off a little bit now. Still 13 for 4, but it feels like now he's been limited in money. He's had the UMP a couple of times. He tried the double orb setup with Chris J. He got taken down there. He's been dwelling towards CT spawn or pushing short. He's yet to really show us quite a default setup on the CT side.
Yeah, 13 and 4, he leads the way, but it's misleading because he had 7 kills after the first 3 rounds.
Yes. Pistol, of course, he got 4 kills, looked great, and he got some good anti-eco kills as well. Okay, anti-force buy kills. But yeah, he certainly has dropped off in the gun rounds, but still, dust too, and it's still quite early days on the map. We'll see what he can do here. 2 and 4 is about all for mousesports. Not going to force around it. I think Fnatic would have loved it had they have done that, but not going to be the case this time. I've done Dennis and Lau to try and see what they can do. I'd say if you're going to be mousesports, maybe give the M4 over to Nico, just in case. He could do something monstrous, but...
Olaf got very quickly to pit as well. And he's not on the op this time. Nico's going to play plat, gets pushed back. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, trying to get the gun onto him, but he's going to get taken down immediately. Dennis with the headshot. Smoke down towards CT. Not up high. They know they've got the weapons to their advantage, but Lowell's got one of the rifles, and he's got to kill back. He's also stayed alive in this on 22 HP. The problem is that other Dennis, mousesports, is down below. He's got to rotate around. That's where Olaf's waiting. Down goes 1 F4. He's got 2 players spotted up already. Mid plant the bomb. I know where they are. Hold still. We've got this. Olaf with a lovely shot on his speedy. He's still got to take down this M4 and Dennis, and that doesn't prove to be all too well off, but he's not going to go hunting for anything further and get away.
Let's keep the AK in Olaf's hands. He's looking incredibly sharp right now. Keep twisting the AWP. Seems to be working out quite nicely for them. 3 players surviving. Of course, mousesports did save 2 weapons into that, but didn't invest around them. So going forward, they should have enough to work with here. They're a 3rd stage loss bonus, so that's going to be $2,400 on top of about the 2K they have just above. And yeah, they should be able to get a buy out of this, especially if Dennis can save the M4. That'd be very beneficial. If he can do that, he can actually drop a weapon over and actually balance out the books a little bit in that fashion. And looks like he will save this here. He's in towards T-spawn right now, so he will successfully survive. So good work from him. That wasn't going to be a round where they really had a chance of winning, but they got a couple of kills, kept the M4 up, and like we said, a bit of vintage Olofmeister here, managing to pop off the heads of the rotating CTs.
Yeah, the 2nd shot, there it is, and Speedy, quite
if he
good.
got the 3rd, that would have been it for me. He's arrived, he's back, but couldn't quite hit him.
Yeah, he's playing intelligently. I will say that. I called that very early on. Twist, oddly enough, leads the scoreboard for them based on bomb plants, so at least they're getting those, but He sits on 11 kills right now. It's Dennis on the other side that seems to be adding up. And speaking of Dennis, it's going to be fnatic very quickly toward B. Gets shut down by a Molotov. He would have beat them, actually, to the mouth of the tunnel. They would have been just getting through the door in the boxes. Respectively, he's already there. Missed shot coming through. Dennis is going to take him down, but that's going to be a response from Crimson Olaf, who have the trade, and they'll go into the B site. Nico again waiting on Cat. Can't find anything gifted to him.
He's pushed up once again. This is a big kill. Managed to take down the AWP as well. Crim's a very low HP, but the B bombs that has been obtained by the terrorists.
Smartly, they get 2 kills back, though. However, like you say, B bomb site taken. A low HP on Crims. He's being clever because he wants to get all the way back toward T-spawn. This way he's not going to be considered and he can get potentially a free kill. He needs it because 3-on-3 before the bomb went down was a good job by mousesports, all things considered. They themselves run low HP on Chris J, but he's got an AWP. He's going to let the rifles go first as he tries to spam through smoke. Surprised they don't go for the boost on him, but yeah, you're right. They're out. They're gone.
Another round, they just have to bite the bullet here. And they managed to pick up a secondary AWP as well. That was the Fallen Twist. So that's decent. Taking 2 AWPs into the next round, that's fine. They still have the lead at this point. It's difficult to say whether Dust 2 is a T or CT sided map. It really depends on the matchup and play styles. I would say mousesports winning so far. They've won the half. I think they're feeling quite confident. They're looking to the future here. That retake was very unlikely. Their money's not in a great position. Let's save these AWPs. Let's look for round number 9 and get 9-6. That'll be a really decent half on them. If they go for that retake and lose those weapons, they're in a real difficult place and can actually make it almost certainly 8-7. So that's the right move to make. And the auto sniper comes out and 2 AWPs for fnatic. This is a very common strategy. We've seen plenty of majors before. If you have the money, you can do some serious damage here. Like I said, though, mousesports have been using the smokes to cross. It'll be a little bit more difficult to inflict damage. Let's see whether it works out for them.
They got one minor... Yeah, they did hit Chris J. Okay, so through the door, I think you get legged by the auto.
Yeah,
to go to 74.
That's what the smoke's so beneficial there. Because if they use HE grenades like a lot of teams do, you definitely do more damage at one tag there. But fortunately for mousesports, only 1 hit. And Chris J still confident to go towards B tunnels here and challenge Twist to work out.
Oh, that's brilliant. As the flash hits, he plays the tightest angle possible. It usually does catch people off, but I've never seen anyone hit that well blind. And he'll back away 22 now. Second time he's tagged up, but they've got the opening pick. More importantly, and Nico's going to add to that, the double up setup. Finally paying off on a CT side. 9-6. They almost need that considering the half they had at 8-3 previously.
Yeah, well, that's a fantastic start. That double orb setup, like we said, it picked up from Twist previous round, saved the weaponry, and it's worked out perfectly so far. It's round number 15. 5-on-3, Chris J low HP, but fnatic going to be taking their attention towards short. Olaf might have just showing some presence in the B bomb side itself, as his teammates do get the short control. We do have, though, Nico towards that car position. He'll be pivotal here. He just needs to make 1 kill. Even if he dies afterwards, pretty much round secured. If he goes down without a frag, that makes things a little bit more interesting.
Smoke blower. Molotov on the site itself, and Olaf once again is going to try and push out mid to complement this flash around, though. This could be B, and it's going to be because they're going to go fast on that, but better pick from Speedy, and up goes Speedy with 3. I thought as much up goes Dennis to get the last one, but he just mows them down as they walk up toward the site. This shot, though, look at this flash. 1, 2, flash, click, boom.
Doesn't even wait. We've seen this quite a lot in this tournament. Just pulling the trigger as soon as the flashbang hits you, and it seems to be working out quite nicely. Nico with a nice shot towards long there, and Speedy with the 3-man from the outside B position. He hasn't been playing there at all, really. They've left middle open, so that's a nice adjustment from him. Mows 3 of them down. You're absolutely right. Mousesports Dennis was in a great position there to actually get one in the back, but not required.
Well, if you got a second, download Team Stream. It's the free app from Bleacher Report, and I'm not joking. Everything on the esports stream, you're going to want to follow that. It has all the latest news on ELEAGUE, along with much, much more, so go check that out. It's a pretty cool little app, actually, I have to say. There's lots of them showing up, but this one's very organized. We've got to bring up a specific head-to-head. It's Dennis versus Dennis.
Of course. What else? Dennis, actually, okay, it's not going to work. fnatic Dennis, very low ADR. That's considered very poor. For someone like his caliber and someone who's considered a superstar player, 57, not great. To be fair, and the other Dennis, he's performing above expectations, I would say. He's definitely kind of the support rifler within the team, not known for high fragging potential. He's doing very well so far, playing that difficult B position as well. 105 ADR. That's a very decent, above average performance from him. So that's looking decent in that position. But we did get the 9-6 from mousesports. Looking good right now. And Nico, he performed amazingly in the first half pistol round. Problem is, though, Dennis, silent USP. He's been quiet so far. If ever there was a time to step up, CT side Dust 2 pistol round. Let's hope we get some fireworks like we did on Cobble yesterday. He's absolutely electric with this weapon.
Just to note as well, because we're seeing a lot of 100 ADR performances. Those are very good, but to note, I think in this particular major, there's been a few team games, but mostly we're seeing good individual performances marred by someone on the team who's kind of dead weight, I have to say, in various games. Nitro's been struggling for Liquid. Tarek, right now, lowest statistical player in the major, which is perhaps testament to why Optic's sitting on an elimination match today. Lowell right now is at 4, even though Nico is on 15. So there's lots of those performances. Crims as well, only on 5, with Olaf on 12. There's a bunch of those going on. Now that said, fnatic, no one's really got a bunch of kills on that side, so he's not far behind the rest of the team. Fast play from Nico. He goes down suicide. He's already at cat corner, and they are going to be running him on armor. There's no one gone for the full Superman. Christian, actually, I take that back, has Tech 9 with armor, so they drop that over. They're going to go for the fast split. Smoke off on CT. Player inside of that smoke is going to be Twist, but he's not willing to go through it. He's not willing to cut them off. That puts players in the site, and Twist, he steps up. Olaf and Twist finally getting through. Will shut down everybody inside mid. Nico does eventually get Disco, and Speedy's actually got Olaf. So this comes back to a 2 versus 2. There's still a chance in this, but the bomb is dropped inside of B side, and that's a fortified position to try and grab it back from.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right there. The bomb is in very treacherous waters. It's going to be Dennis though remaining. We haven't seen a kill from him just yet. He was playing towards that A bomb site, looking to take off the head of Speedy. I like this commitment. If they push him together, that's a 2-on-1 situation, but they're going to be holding back. Twist nails the shot though. He takes down Speedy. Now it's just up to Nico. He's only got 19 HP. Has to really go for it. Not really much he can do. Hope he lands the first headshot. Definitely capable of doing it. He spots Twist, but doesn't really need to overcommit. This can work with his teammate. Get a crossfire setup. Even allow him to go for the plant here at this point. Let's see what they decide to do.
He goes so low on HP, but he's got the silenced USP picked up.
Yeah, he's just hoping that someone walks into his crosshair. It would be a high-risk maneuver right now for fnatic to split up and go one-on-one and give him 2 separate situations. You want to be sticking together like they are right now. They've got a good crossfire. Dennis spotted, but Nico...
Okay. What a shot on Twist. He's got a chance at this 5 HP, but Dennis, he might have been quieter in that pistol round than normal, but gets the final kill, and that's the one that's going to matter.
Look at this kill from Twist. Jumps up above the smoke.
I thought he pushed through.
He got 2 kills like that. That's so sick. Do you see the way he jumped up? He worked out exactly where the window is. Spams it down, 2 kills, no problem.
That's nuts. I thought he pushed through because I said that he was behind the smoke. I was waiting for him to man up and go. Olaf hits one from inside of the site, and then he just spams through with a pistol. That's pretty ridiculous.
Well, there it is. fnatic, they lose the first half pistol, but they pick up the second. And Dennis, he didn't really play a very instrumental part in that. He actually was the one who was quite quiet. So interesting, there it is, 9-7, and we're not going to see a full commitment in terms of the force buy from mousesports. Didn't get the bomb down. It's quite common to see most teams force buy in the second. The bomb is not planted, but they're just going to have Nico and Lau on deagles and armor. The other guys have got upgraded pistols, apart from Chris J, of course. He's the AWPer. He hasn't purchased a single thing this round. Out towards middle they go. They have got a smoke with CT spawn if they want to use it. That's in the hands of Speedy right now, so they'll be actually joining them towards mid. Some heavy nade damage taken towards mousesports. Dennis, 16 HP.
He's got Nico in front of him, though. They're going to work this together and try and set a crossfire, potentially get a trade. Nico's shoulder shown, and that's going to push him back and bring fnatic Dennis into the equation, who takes down the low HP on the other side. Tagged up, though. Yeah, 53. He's got to back away. This will pull a rotation out of B, though, and there's Olaf, just when you need him.
Yeah, Christian was trying to pick up that deagle that his teammate dropped. We did say, and he had a Glock, and here's Twist trying to do some damage on towards Nico. He's got under 33. The round should be tied up at this point. No one needs to overcommit. You can even allow him to try and go for the plant, shut them down together. Nico does find a shot with the deagle. He can be very dangerous with his weapon. Needs to be careful here. The CTs do, though, manage to recover, and they only drop 1 player. Olaf Meister finding 3 kills, having a great game so far. And there it is. Not really a force buy from mousesports. A little bit of commitment from Nico and Lau, I believe it was. But overall, trying to keep the money a bit healthier. Chris J still has $3,400, so certainly going to be getting the AWP on the T side. That's where he can be his most impactful as well. Having a look at the buy for fnatic this round, they still have their 3 Famuses, a UMP, and an M4 for Olaf Meister.
And if you want to think that the Swiss system perhaps need to use the animation across isn't as stressful to start things off, because you know you've got 3 losses or 3 wins, there's lots of time. Even when you're on the bottom, you can get to the top. It starts to get stressful today because one of these teams goes 1-2. When you look at Optic, you look at North, obviously Flipside and Hellraisers have every bit of chance to beat them based on the way they've been playing, but you'd expect them to show up at some point. One of these guys could face them, and that could be a problem, because these 2 teams, for me, were not teams that I would have thought would make it to the playoffs. They had an outside chance, for sure, but it's not someone I would have ruled in. And yet they're so close and so far with this system.
We'll see what happens. It's going to be a very close game, this one. Both the teams are 1-on-1 for now. We do have an elimination game coming up, number 3 today, I believe. It's going to be North versus Hellraisers, and we'll be casting that one. So that's going to be the first team we say goodbye to. But Back to this one it is. We're pretty much full eco here for mousesports. And a Deagle and P250 available towards him. That's short. It's Nico once again. We did mention previously, he is very proficient with this weapon indeed, looking for that opening kill.
And he gets spotted up though early, but still hits the shot. Crosshair placement. Usually you see them pop up over that box. It's pretty promising for a Deagle. Nico shows why. And they'll get into position on the site. I expect a cat plant out of this, but the problem is they've actually given up a lot of ground on Catwalk. And Chris is going to go for exactly that. Crims takes down Dennis, was waiting for rotations to pop in, hoped he could get one with the pistol close up, but that doesn't work. And Olaf taking Nico down. There's a lot of pressure on this play. They've got to find a kill now, and Olaf finding two. Twist closing it out. Their only hope was to hold Catwalk.
Yeah, and unfortunately they get the opening kill. That's great. The bomb down, perfect. But when you've only got Glocks and P250s and fnatic staying as a unit there, that's perfect for them to sort of retake. You want to make sure you can refrag every sort of bit of danger there. So Dennis goes down. Lovely shot from Nico, to be fair. Not much you can do about that. Bomb gets planted, and we'll see what kind of buy comes in now.
Big for Chris as well, getting that bomb down, that extra $800. Not only does he get full armor, because against M4s and FAMASs, as they have, important to have the helmet, but he gets full utility as well.
Yeah, he gets the Molotov, the smoke, the flashbangs, everything to work with here. It's mousesports, not fully committing that second and third round, so they're going to have tons of money to work with a couple of plants going in as well. So Chris J, that's what I'm talking about. The difference. fnatic opting to use the HE grenades across those mid doors. It's a little bit more risky, but it means you save a smoke for later stages of the round, which can be very beneficial indeed. But still, no damage inflicted as of yet. And we've got Lau working towards long, showing some presence there. The bomb will be left outside his position as well. No real heavy commitment from either side. Quite a default position from fnatic. You see two players in towards B. Most of these top teams will leave mid open and just play towards that window area and try and focus on one towards tunnels or towards the doors, depending on what kind of split comes in.
Noel goes to grab bomb. Very intentionally placed top of mid now by him. He still wants to watch long and get it closer to his teammates. Disco in behind the smoke though. No one's been playing in that position throughout the entirety of the first half, and certainly not in this one. We're just getting into it, but could easily catch off a player if they want to try and go for a 3-2 split onto the A site. So thankfully for Lowell's sake, if he's going to be the one that has to take long, making it much harder for the CTs to hold position, he's got Speedy coming back toward him to go for trade potential, because if he walks in alone and loses that battle, they have to win from Catwalk.
This should be an A split. You can see Dennis is landing that smoke off a CT spawn. We've got three players outside long in the moment. The perfect thing is, like you said, Disco.London by himself with the fam. It's a lot of pressure on the youngster's head here. Let's see whether he can do anything.
Oh, that flash timing, and he sprays it, hoping to hit them. If he had stayed silent, they might have walked by him, you know. But not to be. Lovely shot from Dennis and Goose. Olaf's going to compliment that. He gets a second as well on the AWP. Again, in another set of hands on this fnatic side.
Yeah, right.
Lowell will cross with smoke. There's still a chance that they can get this bomb recovered. It's over toward Goose, now picked up by Lowell. And he's going to go for the safest plant possible, which says to me, forget the fact they have an op and they could go for long. They don't know what's out there. They've gone so far away. They've got no information. They're going to stay on the site. They're going to play this as close together as possible. Very peculiar position from Chris J. Smoke to give him a little bit more movement. Get away from those barrel positioning vulnerability from Catwalk. He'll now play off the information that Lowell gets him, but look at the sneaking player in behind Chris. Does look the right way as he spots Olaf. Crims, I thought, might have been able to sneak up and catch them off with Lowell still looking at Catwalk. Now it's just him remaining to find two. And that's a tougher task as he gets around the corner, spots up one immediately. Chris goes down. That's the alt player. Swap to the AK, though. This is promising because a quick headshot in the box. It could work out for him, and he's got it. Exactly that. With the defuse time, I think he's got it as well.
Lau did not.
Big play from Crims, just barely.
Lau did not need to commit to that at all. He could have just stayed hidden the whole time, make him come around the whole box, and he would have been absolutely fine. He actually takes the challenge, and he thinks the round's secure, but it's Crims in an impossible situation almost. I thought they had done it. I don't want to see the reaction here from Nico. Yeah, he is not going to be happy about that. Very emotional player. And I have to say, Lau's had a very poor game so far. That was a bad decision. Like, you can just hide in that corner at that point, allow him to even go for the full commitment to jump over the box, at least give yourself a fighting chance at it to make it impossible for him to win. But goes to the duel. Crims comes out on top of about a second to spare there, maybe even less.
6 kills for Lowell. Disco.London with only 4. Both those guys struggling now.
This is a force buy as well from mousesports. This could get from bad to worse. And a huge nade comes in. Look at the HP on Dennis and Lau. B-split coming in quickly here. 4 players towards middle.
Oh my goodness, Olaf is definitely getting confidence. You don't want that. Doesn't find the 4th on the pistol, but Twist is there. His job more than done. Hat trick in the round, and Nico. 1 versus 4. I don't think it's the Nico of old. Maybe 6 months ago I would have said, yeah, there's always a chance when he's alive, but I don't think so. Not today.
This was a questionable buy regardless. I think they didn't fully commit to this one. They still have some money left over. I think they've got like 3K on Chris J, who had an expendable cash. So there still is a buy with the maximum loss bonus going to the next round. But mousesports, when they lose those kind of rounds, that's kind of dangerous territory for them out. Famously, after they have those kind of blunders, they do start arguing. We've seen it in this very studio, famously, a lot of clips of Nico. Very vocal about his thoughts and feelings about some of the performances sometimes in very key situations with his team. And that one, I have to say, that was a great recovery. That 2-on-2, Chris J did such good work to find the pick, but Crims never should have won that situation. It does make things a little bit problematic there. Olofmeister with 3 kills towards mid, spraying them down just after Nico now with 30 seconds remaining. No bomb. And absolutely right. Yes, he is considered one of the best mechanically gifted players in the game right now, but it's a little bit of a tall order there. Here's the replay from Olofmeister. Good work from him. Decent flashbang. And he sprays them all down there. I'm not quite nicely for him as well. So like I said, I think there is money available for mousesports at its maximum loss bonus. Yet to post a round in the second half. 11-9 fnatic with a firm lead at the moment. The buy comes in. Chris J certainly can buy the AWP. But I think maybe this is a chance to take a pause, and I'm going to assume it's from mousesports at this point. Let's calm down a little bit. Like I said, can be known to fall apart the argument sometimes, so the coach is trying to calm everyone down. Lau, he's speaking to right now. Like I said, he's having a very poor game. He seems to be focusing his attention towards him and just say, okay, let's just get you back in this game and get your head in the right zone.
There we go. 2 generation of gamers watching Eleague with my son, and I'm guessing you could probably beat your son in a one-on-one. Calling it. I want to see it happen. You two play it, record it. I'll bet Dad wins.
Why do you think Dad wins?
Because old man strength.
Yeah, fair enough.
Don't ask me for logic, Henry. Yep. I never have it.
Well, here we go then. fnatic with the interesting buy there. Olofmeister goes to the MP9. He keeps it and pushes through middle, and he gets punished for it. I think that's a misread on his behalf. I think he thinks the economy is going to be too low for an AWP. Taking down at the start of the round. Great start for for mousesports. Bad start for Olof. Not great.
Yeah, remember they had 2 bomb plants leading up to a maximum loss round bonus. It was questionable if they would have had the op or not, but that is a big risk on an MP9.
Yeah.
Even if they have AKs at that range, he's got no chance to push. If he gets in there, great. If he can beat them to tunnels, great. But it's risk reward. Sure. Obviously, this time gets punished. Twist's going to hold off CT as a result of it. They'll give up Catwalk in doing so. But Disco's gotten into an interesting position, not only behind door this time, all the way up into the long cave. Smoked off, he has to back it. If he could have stayed there, remember, it's one of the most advantageous shadow positions in the entire game.
Yep, that's right. Well, we have got the 5-on-4 from mousesports this time. Olofmeister, huge scalp to take. Gives this frag away early, and we have one player waiting towards B. That's Crims. Normally great in these sort of situations. Can he deliver now?
He's there. Cyborg finds one. Patience pays off, but he's got problems because not only the tunnels are coming in window, stays behind the big box, it works. He's isolated everyone down. A 3rd kill. Deagle, the swap from Chris J, is going to find that as well. That is massive from Crims.
mousesports are going to be tilting off the face of the planet right now. That's a situation where he's got 2 players coming from the window and doors area, 2 players in tunnels. How has he been... How is he allowed to stay alive for so long? You can see Nico, he's just holding the flank there. He's hoping his teammates can deliver here. Lau having a bit of a stinker of a game overall. Just can't hit his shots, and it's 1 by 1. Not the way you want to be approaching those situations. Crims there, he should be getting 1 kill, like, total. There. Maybe 2, all things considered. But the fact he gets 4, mousesports is just going to start dropping off at this point. You feel like these are the sort of situations where they can calm recover. And this time gets into towards lower B mat, and he manages the first kill as well. Going to take some damage from Dennis, and he does manage to get the kill there, but only 1 weapon now available for mousesports in total. Oh, it's difficult to watch that Crims situation. Great work from them. Doesn't take anything away from that, but he shouldn't be allowed to get 4 frags in that position with no grenades used at all. It's pretty shocking to see that happen.
And Chris, walking in, leaves his teammate alone and gets caught swapping. Speaking of Crims again, he'll save Twist because he goes down to 6 HP. That keeps him alive to catch off Speedy, pushing through the doorway as well. Nico and Lowell, the last 2 remaining. Lowell still sitting on those 6 kills. Crims is going to cover cross. Smoke goes down. No pre-fire, but does hear them. Tries to echo-locate exactly where Lowell's gone. As it's going to be his teammate Twist getting in toward the window. Molotov, whoa, that hit him for, I think, 2 damage. I think he was on 6. Goes down to 4, backs away smartly. And that means that they'll just sit and wait for the rest of the rotations to go toward tunnel. They've got a 2-man advantage, but bomb plant inside of the site. Twist is going to probably sit back on this. He's got an AWP, 4 HP, so leave that alive. The problem is with Crims going down, Nico getting the headshot. There's still smokes to push through. Lowell's got another. They've got a chance in this. He's back down to the site. He's got an AK pick, or excuse me, an M4 picked up, but Dennis with a lovely shot. Had armor as well. That could have been promising.
Had he picked up that round, all would have been forgiven, and I think they'd have been the hero of mousesports. But it's a decent round overall for Mouse. They managed to get 3 kills, the bomb down. Let's get the money in a slightly better position, but fnatic looking incredibly sharp right now. 13th round obtained, and you feel like mousesports now, with these horrible situations, is going against them time and time again. I'm not sure they're going to be able to recover. This is pretty much last chance to win with this buy. After this one, 14-9, I'm not sure they'll be able to stay alive and keep their head above water, but we do have the Chris J AWP once again. As we go into round number 23, I think it's of course going to be the double AWP setup this time. Dennis and Olof Meister. Normally on the CT side, this is more common. It's a bit twist we see on the terrorist side. Like we said, lots of different roles in this team, and it seems to change per round, per game, per event. You name it. This time Olof pushing up towards short, almost in a perfect position, but the flashbang's decent. He'll have to pull back at this point.
Oh, with smoke in front at long, just throws a nade through to try and catch off Disco, who has been aggressive in that position, but he's going to sit inside pit this time. Standard headshot position. Meanwhile, mid, that's where most of the activity is, as Crim's close to door. He can back away from this position unless he gets a kill, does exactly that on Nico.
That's considered one of the least favourable angles with the CTs and Dust 2, and he manages to pick up a kill for free almost. Nico getting towards short, no refrag coming in at all, no teammates is not with him. There should be someone close to the door, presumably you've got 4 people in the middle just ready to get that refrag. Crims gets away for free. This is a bit of a problem for mousesports. You can see the teamwork is starting to fall apart a little bit here. A 5-on-4 double AWP set up, all off in a perfect position to shut this down. It looks like they will commit here potentially as well. If he gets 1 kill, round over.
Yeah, they won't care about that first smoke because they'll double it up and go for the quad push. There's the isolation. That's what fnatic wasn't throwing, and look how much that changes because Olaf gets pushed back on the op already. He does get one. That tag, I would have thought from the molly there, they hear twist, and they do turn back in time. If that tick had been heard, could have been costly. He still manages to get damage if he can't land the shots, and Olaf can't find the headshot and turns toward quad on Speedy, but never the mind because Crims walks around from ramp and gets both.
Yeah, that's a big round for fnatic, and once again, opening pick going in favour of Crims there. This towards those mid doors. You see what I mean? When he gets that first kill though, the refrag should be there, the awareness. If you're going to be taking a little bit of risk there, no smoke towards the mid doors at all, he should be kind of ready for those situations, and here's the retake. I didn't think there was any chance mousesports could really do anything about this. The bomb's not planted as well. That puts the money in still a place where they get maximum loss bonus, but I think there's no Chris J AWP available. That's to be dropped over to him. They can get 4 rifles for sure. And, well, they can get 5 rifles to be Christian and AK, but no nades for him available. So another timeout by the looks of things, and it's going to be tactical for mousesports, and I can see some drops going on. I think the AWP has been dropped over to Nico, actually, here. Chris J actually known to be one of those players who can be affected by confidence. Yes, he is the main AWPer, but Nico's certainly proficient in that weapon as well. If he's got an opportunity like this to spawn, he wants to go take it towards long. Bit of a Hail Mary play, but certainly one that can play off quite tremendously. Best spawn you can possibly have. Go for that first kill. If he gets it, they can slow things down and go back into a default.
Nico, fast play, gets caught by Dennis.
It's actually a really nice money off from Nico as well.
That was super quick to get there.
Bit of speed extra, just didn't nail the shot. Dennis punishes him for it, 5-on-4.
He did. We know what would have been said in chat non-stop. Yes, just straight fooning. Disco wants back into this position, but it's already covered by Lowell. There's no need for the push. This puts them back to 4 versus 4. And Dennis is there waiting. There's Disco. I don't get why he pushes through. If they're both there, Dennis can't do anything to trade that. If he gets in the position, maybe they can anchor it off, but they have no information. He goes in blindly. Missed shot from Dennis now on AWP with 3 players pushing in. That's 2 men down.
Finally, a bit of luck there for mousesports as they lost that first kill, and could have been really problematic, but Lau managing to deliver 2 kills from this round. Very quiet performance from him so far. This could be big, though. I completely agree with you there. No reason for Disco dropping the push in that at all. They've got the man advantage. Just hold the bomb sites. You don't need to react. If you have the advantage, that's the best position you can be in the CT side of Dust 2. You don't want to be taking risks at that point. You're supposed to be holding up, getting crossfire set up. He could just hide at the corner. Dennis could bait him in. Anything but just pushing him blindly and hoping for the best there. But he wanted the big plays, Matt. He wanted to see if he can get towards top and middle, find him in the back after Dennis has scared them off. That's the idea there. He's hoping that all presence is enough to negate them from that area. He can get a nice backstab going. It's certainly not the worst decision in the world, but it's just not one that's required, you know? It's just not needed. But there it is. Mousesports do pick up a round. Pretty much thanks to allow that. Gifted a couple of kills towards long doors as they walked in. They're still going to go for sort of a retake here. Looks like fnatic obviously can't win the round at this point. They're hoping if Twist shows some presence now towards short, maybe take some players down with him who will be rotating. He's just going to see if anyone's staying around, but not going to be the case. And he'll just fall back now himself. 4 players surviving from mousesports to hit double digits here. 14-10.
Well, it's about time they picked up their first round
Of the second half.
of the second half. It's been in a row, including the end of the last half, 9 rounds for fnatic.
Well, they managed to recover. That's the opening pick there from Dennis, but Lau gifted a couple of kills here. Disco Doppler walks into his crosshair first and then takes down the AWPer as well. So good work from him to get them back into this game. Like we said, he's had a rough time so far, but here we go, round number 25. Money certainly available for fnatic after winning so many rounds in a row. Single AWP set up this time in the hands of Dennis, and a fast long take once more.
Speedy tagged up. Molotov's going to push him in against the dumpster, but right now it's Catwalk. They want to try and get it. Dennis has to back away quickly. Olaf tries to give supporting fire from mid, suppressing fire.
Yeah, that's
if we can use the army term on that.
That's actually almost perfect. He's suppressing him. He's just taking all the attention away, covering fire as he's falling back. You know, that's actually pretty accurate.
That works out because now they swap Dennis for Twist, bring another rifle. Close range, better than the AWP in this situation with the smoke down in front, but they've already got the isolation smoke out. Speedy, perfect shot to hit Disco as he plays wide at Twist. He's going to be tagged by that Molotov. They know he's here, flash out, dead to right. Nico walks around corner and Dennis is there as well. Now they're getting some execution in.
Yes.
And I said it was 9 rounds in a row, 8 specifically in this half, but with close exchanges, they have to save already.
Yeah, this is looking much better for mousesports. That's actually how you should be playing Counter-Strike as a unit, refragging together. As soon as one of your teammates goes down, you're ready to take the shot, and the flashbangs are on point as well. You can see the Molotov usage, the flush CTs out of their positions. Very, very nice run from mousesports. That's much better. And they keep 5 players alive as well. And you're absolutely right. The plan isn't perfect. There have been a lot of close rounds and tight clutches. The mousesports should have been winning. It came down to like 2 versus 1s and stuff. So the money's on a fantastic position for fnatic. So saving these 2 weapons has to be the main objective at this point. As Olafmeister waits towards city spawn, hoping that some of the retreating mousesports players run into his crosshair at this point. I don't think it's going to happen. Looks like they'll be turtling up towards long together. They're saving the AWP on Chris J as well, so nice work from them overall. They're going to just start stringing some rounds together now. Only 2, but it's getting more promising.
Stringing 2 rounds together.
Yeah, but it's better than 0, you know? That's good. Like like we said, they're a very emotional team. As soon as they start having those blunders, those clutches that go against them that really shouldn't be happening, that's when this team falls apart. They're recovering. That's what we wanted to see. This was very well played. Molotov to eradicate risk, decent flashbang, and actually working together to find the frags. Look at that split. That timing is very well done.
The other aspect of that is that we watched the flurry of action toward Catwalk and the jostle for position. Silently going about their business was, I believe, Crimson Disco Doppler, who walked up long during all of that. They just took advantage quietly of all the work going on elsewhere and took the map control they had. And you saw the second shot after Nico hit the one on Catwalk. That helped them a lot.
So we have a tactical timeout from fnatic. We're changing things up again, Matt. Twist is going on the AWP this time. But we have a little tweet here. Here's our last hope. Sweden, Eleague Major.
You know, I have to say, it seems very bizarre because Sweden is one of the absolute, no questions asked, dominant forces of Counter-Strike. NIP, in the most peculiar way, not here. And fnatic and Godsent going back and forth with rosters all year have never really settled in. So yeah, this could be their weakest major showing ever.
It's true. We still have Godsent here.
It's true. They are here as well, but what do we expect? We're still in group stages. Neither of them are looking 100% on.
We have got an interesting setup here. This box isn't used as much as it was. In Source, this was a really favorable angle. Boosting AWPer up here, find the shot, but it's not as strong in CSGO, but we'll see whether it works out for them here. The short setup coming in. Looks like a B attack there. You can see long control coming in from Lau. That's a perfect time to bring up the minimap. So Lau, he's showing presence towards long. The CDs don't have vision of it as well, but they have got control of short. That's their reaction. They've given up long, but they've got short control. Crim's alone towards B. But to be fair, has there been a problem before? They seem to give him 4 one-on-one situations, and Nico's gone down early, and they're going to have to commit towards B at this point. Crim's out. I think this is almost a perfect situation to be in. They're not going to be checking this. He'll get 1 kill, fall back, and we'll call for rotations.
Slows down, drops as well, hits the shot. No trade from the second player in the tunnels, but Dennis does manage to turn around, catch him off. Olaf gets to corner, and that Molotov doesn't spread far enough, so he's actually got good position if they think they're cleaned across. Thankfully, they smoke it off as well. The second Molotov, as always, will cover window. I thought he was just going to shoot. Why not? Timing, just take a chance. The crosshair placement was there. Bomb goes down, though. And they get the op to the window. Twist will watch backside. Molotov's going to clear that corner, so he knows anyone that's there would have shuffled out by now. Instead, goes for his up shot, and he hits it! No, it was Disco! I thought for sure he hit that on the way through. It wouldn't have quite been the simple op throw over the wall, but it would have been flashy nonetheless. And fnatic, they pull back in. They're going to get map point. And mousesports, they may have gotten 2 in a row. But thankfully, they've got money left because they've got a problem. They've got to win out now 4 just to force overtime.
I'm sure we're going to see this from Disco's point of view, but his Twist just jumps in. I'd got that shot here as well, but it is Disco that mows them all down. Here's it from his POV. So he's just backing them up. Nice work for him, to be fair. Like Chris J, questionable position from him considering the smoke's down, and Lau smoked out. I'm going to assume the CT's through that smoke from outside the B tunnels as well, from outside the B bomb site. Can be a very effective smoke lockout, and ETs are for sure in that area. Loud has no choice but to run through, and now we do get down as match points here. 15-11. Fnatic looking strong. We do have money available from mousesports. A fast go towards shore, but Olaf's waiting for them. But he's eviscerated at the start. Lau rips his head off, and now it is a 5-4. They will commit towards shore.
Oh, that's big. 4 HP for Lowell. Interestingly enough, it almost equals the skill total. Actually, I take that back. He's up to 12, so he stepped up tremendously. In those 2 rounds they did pick up, but bomb does go down, and it's Nico drop. Dennis is still inside of middle, which can be a pestering problem for them, especially with Twist. Look at that nade! With Twist at the top of middle. Disco! He can dance at the disco because he's got 2 kills with a nade, and it's going to be Chris to pull back on Dennis, but it's Chris versus 3 for the game. He's got to pull this back. It's JDM-esque just to try and keep this alive.
They've taken their headsets off, Matt, and they've given up.
Headsets off.
I think they're believing.
Disbelief.
I think they're believing too much right now.
Chris is still holding the angle. Flames in front. He goes hunting, but I think he's spotted. Tries to fire through the wall to get any damage that he can. That's going to leave him susceptible and vulnerable to Crims. Peeks out, and it gets the 16th round. Fnatic will go 2-1. So the Swedish team we haven't seen much from. We didn't know what to expect. Disco coming in late. They're in the winner's side of things on this bracket.
Yeah, that was actually a really strong performance from them overall, it's considered. It was a bit of a rough start overall, but they managed to pull it back the first half. 5-0 for mousesports, get things off like that. Really tremendous showing from Nico. We thought he got in the zone. We thought he was going to be that like a godlike kind of setup there, but he sort of dropped off. Lau, very quiet game. He sorted things out towards the end, but overall, Fnatic, great teamwork and looking very strong overall.
Absolutely. The Cyborg wins. We'll take a short break. Join back in with the desk. We're just getting started for day 3, and we've got some teams going home today. We got some teams moving on. We'll be right back.
Yes, welcome back to the G Fuel Eleague Arena, and Fnatic are laboring, but they're getting it done. They've got another win to their name, and we're going to break it down here. A couple of things happened in the break. First thing, Moses did tell me that the kids don't say it's lit anymore, so I apologize for that. He also told me you can't be a human cyborg. That's a bit of an oxymoron, Mitchell, because a cyborg is half human, half machine anyway.
Sick banter, classic.
Yeah. No, this is things that you did say.
yeah, obviously. Well, I mean, the crazy thing is that the first half started out really well for mousesports. I mean, some of the aggression they were doing worked out very, very well. They caught Fnatic off guard until some of the adjustments that were made later on. You can see there, Olaf just starts waiting. And then the crazy stuff starts happening. This is where Crims is looking very, very good. I said that in this tournament he has been effective. Well, I mean, every time mousesports had a chance to really, really widen the gap in the scoreboard, Crims just steps up and shuts down their dreams. And and that's got to be so frustrating to experience. First, it's the 1-on-2 earlier on, then it's that defense in the B bomb site, and you can see from there, it's just classic mousesports where they just seem broken. They just kind of turn into a shell of themselves and can't really get anything done from there on.
And I gotta say, Duncan, it did look good for mousesports at one point, but I think this is how far mousesports have fallen. They're playing a Fnatic team that have all sorts of issues themselves. Probably not going to be a lineup after the major. And they get the map. I mean, it's a terrible veto for Fnatic, and yet they've still conspired to lose.
This game looks like we've just wound the clock back like 9 or 10 months, because, I mean, the Fnatic players who were in the team back then, Olofmeister, Dennis, Crims, all playing really well again. Olofmeister actually had a pretty good game. But as a result, they actually have the firepower advantage. Then you go over to the mousesports side of things, and actually, Nico's playing a carry role again. He's doing really well early on. But in the end, it's still a reasonably cushioned win for Fnatic. So you really wonder for the mousesports team, like, where do they think they're going at this point in time? You know, it feels like they're never getting out of that rut.
Yeah, it's been very, very strange.
This was their best chance, you know, getting Dust 2.
Oh, yeah.
This is a great opportunity.
This is absolutely perfect, especially, as I said, given the situation with Fnatic. There's absolutely no excuse here.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. I don't want to harp too much on the map veto, because obviously this is one of the better maps for mousesports, but also when you look at Fnatic, a team who prefers to play an individual style, they're also going to like Dust 2. And while mousesports is the better team on it, it's still going to lend itself to some good strengths for Fnatic.
Yeah, I agree, but let's be honest. All you have to do to shut down mousesports is take out Cash, take out Dust 2, and then you're home free, honestly.
You know, it's a bummer for mousesports is they actually got a pretty decent game, at least in the first half, from Speedy. And which hasn't happened a whole lot in this event.
Ah, that old stopped clock being right again. Anyway, we've been following Nico's facial expressions over the course of this tournament. And,
Facials with Nico.
Well, now his just look at this. Again, back to being frustrated when the chips are down. This is what you get from him. It must be. What's it like to play with somebody like this, Moses? Because
it's demoralizing. I mean, if you're his teammates, you obviously don't notice the facial expressions that we're seeing, but you can tell it's the attitude, it's the communication in the game that goes along with it that's just demoralizing, and definitely over a long period of time, it hurts the role players more. It's not really going to matter so much for someone like Chris. You know, Nico obviously struggles sometimes when he's in that kind of a mood, but it's more the guys like the Dennis, like the Lowell, like the Speedies who are going to really feel kind of the strain of that kind of a negative environment in the team, because they're the ones who their game, you know, not being the superstars, not being the highly talented players, their game is predicated on feeling comfortable, of feeling confident. Yeah. And they just don't, that's not a kind of bottle language that will improve that.
And I'll give you the last word. You'd only crowbar it in anyway if I didn't. So, final thoughts?
I actually think this was a game where, to me, it didn't really matter who wins it, in as much as, like, I mean, Fnatic, it's still going to be tough to get through to the playoffs. Like, they've got the 2 wins, but as we saw from the major qualifier, there isn't really a momentum in this format, because remember, the more you win, the better the opponents you get paired up with. So actually, the next games they're going to have will be the toughest they've had in the tournament, probably. I mean, they're going to be going up against someone who's 2-1 now. This will be quite tough. So I still think it's a tough order for them to get through. They've impressed me so far. Actually, they've been better than I thought they would be. I thought they might fall apart completely. mousesports actually haven't been terrible. I mean, there were signs of life in this game here. I just feel like if you're Mouse and you're 1-2 after you've had Cash, after you've had Dust 2, I mean, this should be your chance if you were ever going to be able to get out. So I think, unfortunately, mousesports aren't really going anywhere.
Yeah, missed the window. Right, there you have it. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get into the next game. It's going to be Godsent versus EnVyUs. Apparently, this one won't be lit according to Moses, but come watch it anyway.
There's only one word that would describe winning a major for me, and that's just pure joy.
Winning the major for me would be huge because it would mean that all my progress, all my playing for years would finally pay off.
It would mean a lot for my team, for my teammates, for my family, parents who believed in me all this time. I'm fighting not only for me, I'm fighting for everyone.
The whole legacy I have built around CSGO will just become legendary for me and will be in the history books forever.
Yes, so we're going to talk a little bit about Godsent. Their logo might look like they're part of the Illuminati, but their play style makes it anything but, Jason.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of the crazy thing, because Pronax, I mean, the big question with this team is he has that reputation of having such good reads in the mid-round. Well, when this team first came together, this lineup, I mean, Crim's mentioned it, they just didn't work very well together for whatever reason, and Pronax, he doesn't seem to have that legendary knack for calling something great in the mid-round, and rather, I mean, they've had a couple matches where you've seen some of the struggles, you've seen some of the things that are going to plague them, but they still have these players. They still have guys like JW, Flusha, these guys have been incredible. Flusha has been amazingly consistent in this team despite some of their struggles through the various lineups they've used. And this is obviously still going to be a squad that you just can't count out, much like Fnatic, despite all the issues we say in them. So these ex-Fnatic players and these Swedish players, it's just uncanny how they're able to still win some of these matches despite looking like they're down and out of the fight.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting here is, Duncan, there's a lot of parallels between the team they're going to play, EnVyUs.
Yeah, obviously another team filled with people who've won majors, filled with players where you look at them on paper and it still doesn't make sense that they don't perform better, that they don't have those big wins. Funnily enough, WESG really came out of nowhere for them in that sense in terms of taking down so much prize money. But they are a team that, kind of like Godsent, still have some reliable parts. So in Godsent, obviously, you've got Flashy, you've got JW. In this team, you've got Apex, you've got Kenny S. These players in general, you kind of know what you're going to get from them. And I think actually they do really live and die by Kenny S nowadays because they put the AWP in his hands all the time, and he tends to deliver, actually. So then the question always is, who's going to join him at that point in time? And I have to say, considering all the rumors surrounding him that he won't be involved in the French shuffle and all the problems he's obviously had as a leader, Happy actually has kind of revitalized his individual game a bit over the last few months. It seems like he is fitting in a little bit more. So I think EnVyUs is actually the one where, if you look at Godsent and you say they sometimes perform a little bit better than you expect, EnVyUs is the one where the last few months they've been a little bit under par for me. And I actually wonder at the major now if they can put together a little run. I don't think they're going to go deep, but a little run would be interesting.
Well, let's see what map's going to come out in this veto then.
I mean, obviously something interesting for EnVyUs is they want to get towards Cash, they want to get towards Cobblestone. I mean, Godsent's going to allow a couple of these maps too. I'm wondering what's going to happen. Overpass ban's pretty obvious at that point in time. EnVyUs never really liked it. EnVyUs obviously doesn't particularly like Mirage, so let's see if they're going to wait and see what happens to that. So we've got the nuke ban from Godsent.
Train better come out.
Is this an EnVyUs ban? Train, yeah. They don't want to play that in general. Now, Cobblestone is actually taken up by Godsent, so we're actually going to get to Cash, and this is a classic one for EnVyUs, because obviously they've always loved it, but this is one that all the Fnatic lineups like throughout history.
Yeah, and of course, obviously, lots of Fnatic players in this Godsent lineup. Is that going to be a factor, Jason?
Yeah, I think so, because, I mean, if you look at some of the, I mean, obviously, on a map like this that lends itself to so much aggression from the CT side where you can be, I mean, this is where someone like JW is going to have his pick of the litter of where he wants to go with that AWP. Mobile operators on this map are just generally effective because you can put them in so many different positions on the map where they can have big impact. So I think that's going to be something, that JW versus Kenny kind of idea. It'll be interesting to see if that duel that we always like to talk about between operators ever actually comes to pass, because, I mean, with so many options available, they could just miss each other every single round, and it's all going to be who finds the impact.
So what's your prediction, Jace?
You know, I'm going to stick with the Swedes again on this one. I like this Godsent lineup at times.
Okay, at times.
Now being one of those times, obviously.
I'm going to take EnVyUs to win this one.
I like it.
All right, okay, keep that desk divided. Anyway, we're going to throw you back over to our commentators, Henry G and Sadakist.
It's a good thing they don't have our chemistry.
Why?
Because they just never agree, like, ever. Like, it's ridiculous.
It's a good thing, though, right?
I think
keep the storyline going, keep the
fun.
score lines.
Yeah. I'm starting to think it's actually all on purpose at this point. Like, it's planned ahead of time. The whole thing's rigged. They just want the desk to seem divided for entertainment value. Those guys are selling out.
They love each other, really. In the green room, all they can do is say nice things about each other, and that's why they're getting married. Anyway, we're going to be seeing Godsent versus EnVyUs.
Eleague wedding,
exactly.
Way, if you want to get involved in that.
We're going to see Godsent versus EnVy. I actually love the map. I think this is perfect. I've always said I think Kenny S' best map is Cash. I think EnVyUs are going to have the edge in this one, but this is these are two teams that got a lot of rumors surrounding them after this major. Both of them in disarray. I'd say it's a lot of interesting moves that are going to be made after this event, but regardless, let's stay with the present and we'll have a look at this game. So we got Godsent on the T side here. They have 4 sets of armor and Pronax with the 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs. And so that opens up options towards A, and it looks like it's going to be the old 4-door, as we call it. And 1 smoke towards highway, flashed them out, gonna get the bomb down.
Really minor note. I know you love the 4-door strat, that's your favorite, but really minor note. We didn't see it on our camera. Apex blocked both players going to B. If there was a B rush, they actually would have been in trouble because of that. But they're going to go 4-door, like you said, 1 on highway. It's going to be MBK that actually spots them up as soon as that door opens. Schneider goes down, and Electro follows. Bomb's not planted just yet, but Pronax will do the deed. So retake game on A with a 2-man advantage before the bomb even gets planted, and a kit on Apex. This could work out very well, and they want to go fast as a result of that advantage wraparound quad. MBK has to hit the shots, though he doesn't, and flush it with 2. They pulled this back. Happy has to do it all, and he does it through the smoke.
Why not? Okay, then. It looked interesting for a second there. Godsent finding some frags in return. Mostly down to the handiwork there of Flusher. But yeah, Team EnVyUs there holding the retake position. That 4-door setup, it's really viable when the CD's actually playing on the bomb side itself, as you're actually segregating with that single smoke. But MBK finding a shot through that smoke there, there's actually a little bit of luck involved there as well. And Happy finding this kill. I'm not sure if he spots him at all. No, he definitely doesn't. But he gets information from his teammate, probably he's on the site. But they hold it off. The 4-door tactic almost guarantees you a bomb most of the time. You're going to be trading frags in that situation. The smoke goes down to take away the vision from highway. But EnVyUs pick up the pistol there on the CT half, and we go into the second round. And interesting, Matt, the bomb went down. We've got the force buy. This is a classic kind of 1.6 strategy. We haven't seen it too much in CSGO until about 2016. More teams started to do it. So it's 2 AKs. The players have got the kills, have to drop the weapons over, then you buy up armor. And he's surrounded by deagles. And it's something EnVyUs used to do, but they used to win these rounds all the time, especially on cash. But we'll see whether this works out for Godsent. It's an interesting move. The Flusher goes down first, as he is smoked out as well. Apex with a lot of information here. He's pushing towards A main and actually can upgrade a pistol, hold them off a little bit longer, trying to do some damage. Actually tickles the toes of Pronax there as well.
So he sees a deagle, but a deagle doesn't indicate how much force there really is in this. Exactly. They don't know there's AKs, and JW is able to get down 6er as a result. Schneider's also got white box covered. They need to make sure they consider Z, because there is going to be a redress from Happy. Good positioning from Schneider to spot him up. Still haven't gone through the vents. Pronax will lead the way now. Gets in. Deagle misses shots on Kenny, but that gives information. JW can't land at 13 HP. He'll swap with Happy, who now goes aggressive against the low HP on JW. Finds 1. Flash is perfectly timed. Happy gets 2. Yeah. They said individually he'd stepped up as of late. Well, great start to this game and this particular round as well. Very important kills. Last round as well, through the smoke. It's on to Electro for the deagle. The crosshair placement might have been there for that shot, and somehow they line up. He gets 2. Kenny's low enough inside of the site. There's still a rotation coming around from MBK. And he's not electing to go vents just yet. Now he will. The vents are already blown out though, remember, so there's no indication until he drops in for Electro. And the flash timing, if he'd gone, might have worked. Spots the head of Kenny, but can't land at 5 HP. Has to do so, and Kenny responds. That got very close.
Yeah, Electro has been having some absolutely crazy deagle plays at this tournament. But this one, had it led to a round victory, would have been something very special indeed. Lovely work from him. Breakout player 2016, but not enough to pick that round up. So EnVyUs managed to negate the force buy there. An interesting force buy. It's quite rare to actually see that kind of buy coming in the second round once the bomb's planted. Most teams, they'll wait to the third round. Means they have extra money. They can get the AKs out in the third and have to drop on the CT to have the advantage in that manner. The idea of that AK buy is a surprise to teams. You're absolutely right. Them finding that deagle in A main was actually almost working in their favor. They didn't expect the AKs to be coming up, so there was a chance to work with there. But this should be a full eco now for Godsent. So PD50s, deagles, and more aggression from Apex, of course. Wants to look for that first kill and could actually find it here as well. Nice little angle to hold. Timing not really working in his favor though.
Yeah, spotted up. Missed throw on the nade, backs away.
Full ban now. It's gone wrong.
Yeah, pitching arm's not working. Threw it at a joint. JW's already got outside of mid behind the white box, but this time with them only truly being on pistols. It's not like they have the range game to work with. It's not like they have the AK to get that pick. So he'll sit stationary and hold position, give them information where he can. Bomb plant would be ideal, especially with that first round force.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're going to need the money.
Yep, you're absolutely right there. It's going to be difficult though. Cash is famously one of the maps where utility is so required on these situations. You need to be smoking off highway towards quad, molotoving out the CTs. MB don't have to work too hard. They don't even have to challenge towards mid. That's not a bomb site. Hold up, MBK. This is his position. This is his territory. It's going to take a lot to get him out of it, but let's see whether Godsent can trade the frag here.
Love his mustache in that photo.
Did that for us.
Did that for us. Lekro, good shot onto Happy again, but the deagle, JW, he slips up highway undetected. You said it'd be hard to move MBK from that position. Well, I guess you're right, because I thought he was going to go down. He manages to get 2 kills, survives, and get some help from Apex in doing so. It leaves it to Flush at 13 HP, bomb down inside of the site, and he's inside of the doorway, which he shall not pass, and it goes to 3-0.
Bit of a small error there for EnVyUs, allowing players to come up towards highway undetected, it seemed. You can see like they're actually struggling a bit. MBK should have died. You're absolutely right there. He should not be surviving there, but he did very good work. It's called MBK position for a reason, and it will be 3-0. I don't think there's an AWP available for Godsent, but they're not necessarily a team. It's not yes, they have JW in the team, but it's not like a Kenny S. Like, he's not as renowned on the AWP as he used to be a couple of years ago or even 1 year ago. So he's more than happy to play the AK. Kenny S, though, he does have the AWP. It's more of a bonus round mentality for EnVyUs. You can see they've got a couple of SMGs. Can go a bit aggressive here, especially Kenny will be looking for that first frag, all things considered. And he'll hold up for the smoke and take his vision away, but still going to be hunting here a little bit.
Kenny has an angle, but only if they walk forward. Schneider, remember, if he does go into the corner to throw smokes, he can be spotted there, but he's just holding position at this point. There you go. Yeah, that's the crosshair placement. Kenny just showed it. If he goes for a smoke, that's where you'd hit the head.
Yeah, you'd be nuts to go for that smoke there. Like, it's a mistake, I always call it. If you go for that one when there's no smoke down, like, it's so risky.
Yeah, you've got to smoke off checker, exactly.
Yeah.
And there's got to be other play. Obviously, he's not going to do it right now. He's literally the only one there. Pronax is just joining in, but
well then,
just as a note, that angle, that's why Kenny gets there, because you can see so much in toward that position. And he's still got actually a good lineup for them to cross over. Pronax and Flush are getting closer. They need to smoke this, and I think they've thrown one. No, they haven't. JW hits a shot on Apex, but that Kenny S missing forces him back deeper in the site, and they get away with one there, I have to say, Godsent.
That's intel as well. They know where Kenny S is the AWP. That's signaling, let's get the hell out of here. Let's go towards the A-bomb site. He'll be on a long rotation at this point. Sixer and MBK waiting for them. Lekro at the squeaky door. They're not committing as fast as they thought they would. I think we've got Schneider on the other side of the map. Keep your eye out for him. He'll be showing his hand towards B any moment now, trying to get the rotation kill on towards Kenny S, and his teammates will strike towards him. This is a nice reaction. MBK can't find the frag, though.
Lekro.
Schneider coming in the back. Ready to go.
He's got Lekro flashed off in the door. Sixers waiting by NBK's spot this time. But like you say, Schneider's still working in through CT. Kenny's looking that direction though when he reads it. Down he goes. It's all up to Lekro in the site to hold off the plant. He's done so successfully by getting Happy, and it's Kenny versus 3. It's not the tight angle we normally see, but a nade to start it off certainly helps. Flush has gone far to his left, though, over toward the truck. That's a hard angle for Kenny to find. I think he's got some awareness, but with him backing it as far as he has, it's not likely. That was a fast 180.
That would fall. He's gonna hit it.
Who was it? I think it was Rush. Maybe it was XP3.
Yeah.
There was, maybe it was Roka. I can't remember. There was a North American player that used to have a bind on their keyboard that when they hit would speed their mouse acceleration, and they could actually 180 for shots like that.
Okay.
I can't remember who it was. It's a name that should stick out to me, but maybe it was that Mospec guy who crashed on every single LAN he ever went to, but there was someone that did it.
Well, that was a nice round from Godsent overall. They managed to get the first pick. As Apex, to be fair, only had an SMG, so he was probably going aggressive once again, trying to find that first pick. But I like Schneider's positioning, getting the backstep in there, just pulling the CT spot a little bit. This is a fast play. MBK does have the AWP. This time, though, he's in the quad position. They've mixed things up a little bit. He gets the first kill, looking for the second, nails the shot as well. 5-on-3, looking for wallbang damage here. He's down to 1 HP himself.
Apparently it was Roka. Everyone in chat saying Roka. I knew it was a more known name. 1 HP, though, for MBK. That last one was close. That nade is closer. Bye-bye, NBK. I don't know if he pulled a device and left the map entirely, but he's left this round, certainly. As Apex will pick up the AWP, though, takes down Schneider back in the same position. Redresses a flash out in front of the site. Lets Happy get repositioned, and they still have a decent advantage. Good tag onto JW as well. Sixer gets Lekro, and JW has to get the hybrid style. Can't quite land it.
Those are the kind of shots he's known for, right?
Lovely little one-hop.
Yeah.
Hit it, get out. Yeah, absolutely.
Well then, it's going to be a 4-on-1, and a nice split comes over JW. Can't land the shot there. It's going to be Happy. Picking up a secondary AWP here, definitely viable on cash, and that's actually quite a harsh reset for Godsent as well. They only get $1,400 going into this round. So here's MBK getting blown up by the grenade. You're absolutely right. He's not going to the stars, but he did his job already at that point, I think. He got the 2 AWP kills. It's kind of interesting they mix things up. Kenny's known as the B-side player, but the AWP goes in the hands of MBK. It's the right call to make. He gets 2 kills on quad. Nails it, and we have got a force buy from Godsent. So, force buy, they would have been double eco, I think, regardless. So they're just thinking, okay, let's get the Tech 9s out. 2 players can get AKs. We'll try a B-rush, see what happens. Double AWP setup, Kenny S could be waiting for them. Jump around the corner, presumably. Got to use a smoke too. Oh, it's a poor smoke, though.
Slight gap.
Yeah, that's not going to be
Can he see it from that angle, or does he have to push further forward?
You can see bottom left, you can see feet crossing over.
Good call. And it's dissolving as well. Flash dodges, nails it, hits Pronax, but they wrapped over to his left. Second shot from Kenny. They're not going fast enough. Wrapped through that second door, put pressure on. He goes to a pistol and gets two. Kenny with a better hat trick than Taco when he's allowed to wear his, because Apex comes in to pick up the last and final kill. It's 5-1. And they respond very swiftly.
Yeah, Kenny, as soon as you saw that smoke, I could feel it as well. Like, he is just loving that little angle. He can dodge a flashbang because the poor smoke, and this lines up for him. And is this, I thought after his teammate went down there, I thought, okay, we got a chance of Godsent. Close range, no way Kenny has to get more than maybe one kill with his PD50, proves us wrong, finds 2 headshots there, and he's celebrating. Like I said, Cash is one of his absolute best maps, and he's suddenly delivering so far. 5-1 has to be an eager now for Godsent. Only $1,900 coming in after that commitment in the previous round. So almost certainly going to be 6-1 here in terms of their buy. P250s, no nades. Schneider, interesting enough. I would say wasting money at this point. Why do you need the body armor? It's really going to be that beneficial for him. Teammates fall apart. Yeah, this is a relevant round. That's why I'm interested why Schneider would waste $650 like that. Doesn't make sense.
It's a major think ahead, guys.
Yeah.
It's all on the line, especially.
Now he's only. Can you just bring his money up again for me?
I absolutely can, Henry. So
he's got $3,500 now. So that's $650 minus. He can't even get an AK and head armor. So that's an insane decision to make on his behalf, I'm afraid. This is just not calculated at all. If you're going to buy a body armor, at least have more money. You're kind of stabilizing that. And now you can see no head armor on him or Pronax. Pronax has to go for nades, but Schneider hasn't even got those. So that's actually one of the subtle things a lot of people might not notice in this game, but that's how important economy is going forward. You need to be very calculated and controlled with the decisions you make like that, because it can actually be a massive blunder. Now, execution is going to be limited, and then his head unarmored can be taken off with 1 bullet of an M4.
Pronax holding position inside of A main for anyone that wants to push the smoke. Apex and Happy. Inside middle, they'll re-smoke off the garage so they can hold position. JW's desperate to hear someone try and go for a reverse boost. I dare you. Give me the sound cue. Give me something.
It's a full default for now from Godsent. They haven't really got that much to work with. In terms of Molotovs, really key on this map. Molotoving sandbags towards middle, or even the position Apex is holding right now. Really useful for actually getting control of middle. They don't have those available to them. They want to execute, has to be by smokes. They need to walk out towards middle with just flashbangs, but Happy, we have got that double setup still working for them, and that's a really nice shot from Happy. Known as the secondary AWP at 1 point for EnVyUs. They don't really go to it that often unless they actually get gifted it like they have been so far, but he's back in form and seems to be hitting that first shot. Apex, so, ooh, that's a pullback.
Yeah, and I think that came in from his,
okay,
had to come in from Happy. You can't go through red trace, so that
what's
came
going
behind
on there?
him. So there it is. Happy gets the assist. Apex gets tagged up. Thank you very much, Happy, for that.
We get a replay of that.
I don't know how much damage it did. I didn't catch it before he went down. Either way, it was enough to get an assist, so it was significant. Sixer's going to drop out of the vents. Poor timing, because he's got a flash out. Gets caught by that. Kenny has to relocate as a result. He can't sit headshot without support, but does have a shot nonetheless. A headshot on Schneider, and he's still inside of the site. He's so good at these tight angles. He's already aware now that Lekro's made his way into headshot, but he outthinks him, goes back the other direction. It's not intuitive, and it leaves him open to MBK.
So, that was a strange round, I have to say. This is from the Happy's POV. I've called for this. I just wanted to see how this one went down.
Panic shot.
Just, yeah, okay. We thought some crazy wallbang had gone down there, but literally, he's pulled the trigger and actually got the assist on his teammate there. So that's kind of interesting. That's why I wanted to pull that up and see exactly what happened. But Kenny S delivering once again. That could have actually been really key there. But Lekro had 3 HP. He finds a kill on Kenny, but MBK saving the day.
There's a couple of reasons why that could happen. One is nerves. You just see something funny and you click. Or the second is
tight angle.
Yeah, well, and you're looking away. Let's say you're looking at either your teammate screen or your radar, and you just see something pop up in front of you.
That's bad comms. He should be saying, "I'm pushing main entrance now," or mid main. Like he should be saying
B,
that.
exiting B.
Yeah, right. Good reference.
Yeah, well, it's been a while, but it'll never die. What is dead may never die.
Well, here we go. 7-1, another rekill. I guess you could call it just a partial buy from Godsent. That's when we have the upgraded pistols and some body armor as well. Pronax doesn't have as much money available. He'll just have the PD50, no armor. No nades. Very difficult to actually get anywhere. But okay then. That's Duop gone down. Lovely stuff from JW. Looking for a second as well. He nails it. Oh my god, what a round to kick things off.
Good pick from Apex. Sixer though. This is the thing that will foil all. He's got 2. Drops down on for position to be in now, but with pistol out, he distracts long enough for Apex to show up. The fact that they were able to hunt down JW before he retreated was actually significant enough. Sixer, excellent work, but if they get away with a 5 versus 3, there's still a chance they can pull it off. It's on to Lekro. Sixer's 1 HP, by the way. Just barely survives. 6 HP now for Electro, and this round will go the way of EnVyUs. It's going to go to 8-1.
Do you see that? It bounced off the little air duct up there, so it didn't kill him. It would have been a perfect nade to land on him and finish it off. Just a little note for you there. If Electro does manage to find another kill, which he does. So that's actually massive. It bounced off. The missed nade somehow has actually given a kill away. And now Electro so deadly with this Deagle. 6 is 1 HP as well. This is possible.
It's entirely possible. Especially the game he's had with this gun. But Sixer, the man with 1 HP, goes off the back of a good flash from his teammate, MBK. And they'll pick up number 8. 8-1 for Envy. CT side of Cash. Now, I know way back in the day, or if you're a matchmaker, a home-style heroic, it is sometimes a CT to map. Not normally in pro matches, and especially not at majors. It's normally 9-6 T side.
That nade, that's kind of funny. That is perfectly thrown. Just bounced off the little air duct there and actually
so then it wasn't perfect, was it?
Well, no, in sense of like, you just don't expect that to be part of the map. You just forget it's there, right? You've never interacted with it before.
In some games, well, in some Counter-Strike maps as well, but in other games, a lot of things that like textures like that don't actually have hitboxes.
Yeah.
So nades can go through.
The opening things up once again, did it with the Deagle before, this time with the AK. It's going to be quickly replied in Kenny S. This time a bit more dynamic, going for those first kills in the squeaky door area. Manages to retreat, he's on 14 HP, but they have got the man advantage. So good work from him, and they managed to take JW down to 20 HP as well. So they're going to go hold up here. One thing we love about Cash, and Dust too as well, to be fair, the reasons we described in the previous encounter as well, it gives you lots of options to go for that first pick at the start of the round to actually take some of the aggression towards the attacking side and managing to get those first picks. Kenny S very good at that. And now 4 versus 3. 1 minute remaining though, so still a couple of nades here and there, but in a rough road so far for Godsent, only picking up 1 round and another disadvantage.
JW with this position needs to get the kill, but Happy was patient.
Yeah, 20 HP as well, so 1 bullet would have done it from the M4.
It's one of those situations as well where a Molotov off that post behind.
That's what's been a problem for Godsent. The money just hasn't recovered. We haven't really seen an AWP. They seem to be force buying a lot. They're going into gun rounds without the full array of utility. Molotovs are huge on this map. Definitely worth the investment and waiting to get those out so you can actually flush positions in.
Back over to B, they'll go. It's only NBK in the side. Now he needs to find kills. He hasn't. Happy though, very quick to get through the vents. He'll get 1, but importantly, it's the bomb, which pulls Pronex back away from the platform and gives them a chance in this. He goes for that bomb without even considering the fact that Sixer could have been in the vents. And it adds to number 9. Godsent looking quite out of this one, I have to say. This is...
Well, to be fair, they got to force buy again with little. So they get their maximum loss bonus. We've lost 6 in a row now. So it means you get $3,400, which is enough for a buy at this sort of stage of the game. But you can't see it right now, but I can. So I'm going to give you a little sneak preview.
Do it.
It's going to be a Galil for Schneider. His money management has been poor this game. I'm going to put that out there. Questionable decisions when he hasn't got big money on the big rounds going forward. He has no nades, there's no head armor. He has a Galil now, so you can see that that's affected him. This is a tactical timeout for Godsent. I think it's the first one they've used, and maybe a little bit too late at this point. 9-1 down. Your money management's been awful. Your execution's not really there. They're running defaults, getting pushed. They're not really expecting the aggression coming in. It's been pretty devastating so far. But Matt, there's a cat. Why don't you tell us about him?
I can't tell you much about cats. I can tell you that it's just him and Sophie. Gizmo and Sophie watching the major. Good company. It's probably better than most people
is
watch
that a
the
cat
major with.
With his own Twitter account? Is that what the
No, I
idea
think it
was?
was he and his cat. That's a good idea, though. I'm going to make Jaden a Twitter account.
Oh,
he just
God.
came up with $1 million idea.
Yeah, that's what the world's been waiting for.
That's what I thought. Don't worry, she'll probably be more intelligent than me and probably have more followers. Sixer in with a flash, but can't find the shots this time. He did so in the ego situation, and Kenny goes aggressive to follow that up, only finds 1. Pronax, who was looking very frustrated during that timeout, as Moses said at the start of this, hasn't had his legendary calling status in Godsent as he did in fnatic. He manages to get that refrag, but look at Apex, his position. Apex on this map, by the way, is extremely good at rotating with a rifle out of mid toward the truck position and vice versa. He shows it there. Good timing, finds 2, and it leaves Schneider with 4 HP against both MBK and Happy.
Yeah, just a good as well. He's got the Molotov this time. He wants to upgrade to an AK, surely, but it's very unlikely he can do anything with this round. It's going to be interesting as he finds a kill, but it's good teamwork there coming in from EnVyUs. This comes down to Apex. What a rotation. I have to say, Godsent look a little bit disjointed. When you're coming out towards highway like that, you want to have smokes coming down, set piece smokes, set towards that truck position to actually stop that being a potential. Apex given a lot of space and time to work with. Very deadly player, seems to be incredibly good form right now. 10-1 for Godsent. Another force by Matt. They've got to the point in no return now. They need to start posting rounds, and they can't get the orbs out. This time they've got 4 AKs of the Tech 9. No grenades to work with. 1 smoke, man. This is just horrible from them so far. It's been a really poor game. Haven't really sunk their teeth into it whatsoever, and just haven't been able to control the economic situation either.
Big boost from Snyder. Happy wants to play the same position for a fast peek. Smoke out. Molotov to push Snyder back down. He gets to sneak up. It's a good communication that time, so he knows where he can go, and he'll sit close, then blown out. Now that might be to make them think he's inside of it. Continue to play this angle.
To be fair, JW has been performing well. He's been opening up the map for them, giving them the potential to win rounds even when they've only got deagles and such, but he doesn't just push through that. I thought he was going to commit through the smoke, trying to spam any players and might be boosted up on the garage door there, but still waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and then he'll presumably be going up towards highway where his teammates are setting up for not much of an execution towards A. All they can really do is Molotov quad, smoke off towards short Apex. I love this position, one of my favorite on the map. You wait for the execution to come in, jump up, and just rain down on them when you get flashbangs for your teammates. There's the smoke, and here comes the molly.
Good flash off the side of the catwalk. On top of it, the opposite side of the site. Can't get the shot when he jumps up, but he does enough damage and distraction for MBK to find 3. Nearly gets another. It's Pronax that'll get him down, but JW's fallen to Happy inside of middle, and Pronax is left to his own devices.
Yeah, and he can't plant either. It's a really nice Molotov thrown in from EnVyUs. Pronax, not known to be the high fragging player, the superstar. He's the brains of the operation. He's the intelligent in-game leader, but certainly a tall order. I'm standing in the open. Kenny's going to hit that all day long. Not much you can do about it, to be fair. Couldn't plant. That would be an ideal to get the bomb down in that situation, but the money continues to be a massive problem here. We either take another eco him out, another partial buy, or they force again and keep having this mix of Tech 9, Galils, AKs, no nades. I would think, let's just take another partial buy, get the Tech 9s out, and let's at least try and finish this 12-3. Otherwise, it's going to be 14-1, and they're forcing into it again. So, UMPs, Galils, Tech 9s, I would think, let's go for 12-3 at this point. We're not getting anything on the board. We don't have anything to work with. But let's see if they can prove me wrong and make this buy work for them. 2 AKs, a Galil, Tech 9, and a UMP. Kenny S. Maybe towards B. Once he gets set up with no smoke against him. Oh, okay, it's actually going to be a P commitment from Godsent here. 5 players in the storage area, and he plays his position. Good flashbang, and he misses the first shot. Something to work with here.
Sixer in behind the box. Does answer back in time, but Apex there to take down Pronax. Something to work with is slowly dissolving because Happy rotates in quickly. And again, it's onto a 1 versus 2. It's Flusha this time. We always talk about his performances in majors. He's going to go for the fast plant so that he has something to work with before they can deny it. But that Molotov gets close. He has to smoke it off. They know he's there. Counter Molotov to make sure they can't push, but he's tagged down to 52 through the smoke. He can't move. That is nuts. He actually could slip back to this position, but there's a slight gap, and he didn't quite know it. Gets there now. He can control his peak. He can control the angle. They continue to spray him down. Another 17 damage dealt, but there's the first headshot. Now it's his advantage, but he goes early, and MBK's ready. Another round for Envy.
About as close as it's come in about 9 rounds or so, but MBK 1v1 playing very well this major. Picks up the AWP as well. Went for the B commitment there. Luckily, Kenny S misses that first shot. That's a window of opportunity. That's why they strike at that point, and they're actually refragging. They're getting themselves in a situation that's winnable. It's Flusha, one of the highest performing players that historically at majors in a 2 versus 1. A chance there, but once again, he's limited. He only has the Galil. No nades to work with after he's Molotov out. So, very tall order. MBK comes out, trumps there, and it's going to be 12-1. Good news is that we get the bomb down finally, so that maximum loss bonus actually gives them something to work with here. They actually have grenades this time to get the $3,400 and $800 on top once the bomb's planted as well. So a bit more to work with, and they get the AWP on the hands of Schneider, but no head armor again. It's a weak buy still, but better than it was before.
Schneider,
here we go.
Good position, gets the op shot. To preemptively strike on the second player toward Checkers as well. He won't succeed in doing so, and Happy's actually gone reverse boost. We haven't seen him go here yet. We've seen him get aggressive in mid. Speaking of aggressive, Kenny he's pulled back the situation, stuck in the corner, has to fight his way out. He's good in these situations. Nearly finds the flick foot eventually. Overstays his welcome, and desperation gets the best of him because Flusha now has the site to work with. They'll get the plant in, and a rotation's going to be coming around Happy on the flank, but Pronax, a very good push in through tree. We'll catch MBK before he can even get set for the retake.
Yeah.
Godsent, Henry, they might get their second round.
No, they should do at this point. They want to keep the players alive as well and want to make sure they have enough of that full reinvestment. So there we go. After the bomb goes down, they get the AWP in the hands of Schneider, and that they know that EnVyUs being very aggressive almost every single round. They're looking for the first picks. Schneider posts himself in Sunroom, gets the first kill on Sixer, and that's a really good start for them. They commit, managing to have the grenades, which he spoke of the choke points as well. Kenny S, low HP. It's a real nice round there. Good move from Pronax to take down Kenny S, though.
It's almost like if Schneider saved his money at the start of the game and had it not more commonly.
Yeah, well, that's, for me, that was a massive problem. The economy management in this sort of high-pressure game, it can run away from you. But to be fair, 12-3 is what I was kind of hoping for here for Godsent, all things considered. And look at the buy now for EnVyUs. That goes to show you how many close rounds there have been. It's been a little bit unlucky for Godsent. They have had a lot of close situations, but should be able to get this now. There's going to be 4 pistols and Apex on that M4, but MBK, lovely stuff from the CZ there, takes down Pronax.
Schneider's going to try and hold station and let him get inside of middle.
He gets a headshot on Flusher as well, takes it down to 5 HP, so still a chance here.
You've got to convert this round. You've got to go minimum 12-3, especially when they only have the one M4 still to work with.
Yeah, but now they've lost control of the B storage area.
Yeah, that's a big push from Sixer. Schneider knows it. He looked for it, tried to fire him, but there was a smoke still down, and Sixer's going to back away to Sunroom. This will allow Kenny to rotate.
He wants to be flushing them towards A. That's the only place they've got the rifle. That's in the hands of Apex. If he's done that job and they come towards him, unfortunately Happy goes down at the same time, that's the best chance they've got to win in this round.
Could still head to B. Schneider's still evaluating what's going on at Vents, but it looks like it is going to be A. JW's out the door.
Here we go.
Has to check this position. Doesn't. Down goes the EWP. Rifle finds 2. That's bomb dropped as well. 51 seconds. Apex. He might do this on his own, but he's so low on HP. And Kenny gone. He's got to relocate. 8 HP to do so. He's in the open. And the problem is that Flush is out toward Truck. He knows he's there. Oh, does he though? Oh. He saw him. He realizes that his teammate must have called for him. And then it gets very awkward. Goes to the Molotov. Thinks, wait, I can get the kill. And then it's too late. Getting Flush, who now sits with 1 HP after that nade. Would have put this in a 2 versus 1. Even if he gets traded, it's a 1 versus 1. The Sixers' chances improve. Runs out of ammo on 1 CZ, grabs another 11 bullets to work with. Pop flash into the site. Flush low, can't peek. He just needs to give information to Sixer, but now he just walks into his crosshair, and they do find the 3rd round.
Classic crossfire there to find the 3rd round, Matt. We said 12-3. That had to be achieved. 13-2 wouldn't have been good enough. And like I said, if they do funnel him towards the A site, Apex can go big here. He certainly does. He gets really unlucky at that last point. He's towards Forklift. He spots the players there. But he can hear the other one coming, and he can't find the frag there. That's the important one there. Schneider taking him down to Tech 9. Lovely work from him. Still possible to win this one. Believe it or not, they win the pistol, get 12-6. You're straight back into it. So as long as they get the pistol, I'm still believing there's a glimmer of hope. What kind of pistol are we expecting from EnVyUs? We saw the 4-door approach from Godsent before, shut down by EnVyUs on the retake. Options are to go towards B as well. A lot of teams like to rush towards B, maybe a delayed rush, trying to bait out the CT USP shots at the start, then overwhelm them after that. We'll see what kind of buy they've got. They've actually got 4 Glocks at the moment, 1 upgrade in the hands of Apex. He's got a P250, the smoke and the flashbang. 2 players yet to buy still, so they're still deciding here. This is not necessarily a set piece. You can see Kenny S at $800, so does MBK. They're still working out the approach here. Do they drop a Tech 9 for a teammate? Do they go for some more utility? We'll see. Maybe they keep the $800. That would be kind of nuts. No, they go for armor in the end. So another similar approach, I would imagine, from EnVyUs at this point. 1 smoke and a key choke point, maybe towards quad or towards highway, and stick together with the flashbang. Apex throws for them. We've got 1 player holding the flank. That's going to be Sixer, who's looking towards B storage.
Kenny will wait for push. Allow MBK to get in position. Look to dodge the flash.
Just to note as well, we haven't got a retake from the CTs here. We've got an actual commitment to the A-bomb side. That's JW and Lecro working together. Most teams these days will play the full retake on the A-bomb side. It's much easier to retake than B.
That is interesting to point out as well, because the kit is B, so they stay closer to the site. But yeah, you say it correctly. Schneider tagged to 10. A little bit of contact over toward B, though. Might funnel them in toward A. Massive damage already. Lecro goes to 14, then 4. Brings JW to try and find picks, and through the smoke, NBK takes his head clean off. This has to pull Flusha over. Lecro needs headshots, has to get headshots, and can't find them. Flusha now with it all to do, has to back away, wait for a rotation, but he's committed to this first fight, this initial exchange with NBK. He actually will win that. In middle, thankfully, for the sake of Team EnVy is going to take down Pronax. Gets the kit going all the way out toward mid. Bomb has been ticking a while, and Kenny closes it out with 2.
So quite a default setup there from Godsent. Like I said, actually playing on the A bombs. I quite rare to see that these days. MBK, so he did spot a play. I thought it was just a straight up shot for the smoke. Just before it bloomed, he did spot the CT there, so it wasn't as crazy as it may have looked from the POV of the receiving player there, JW. But yeah, lots of damage inflicted early on. 2 headshots before they even committed to the A site. Not much Lekro could do from the back of the side there, quad. And it's going to be EnVyUs picking up a very lucrative pistol there. Godsent have to force buy into this round. Problem is, Matt, they lose this round, it will be 14-3, and they'll have no money, and they pretty much go back and force buy hell, which is what they spend most of this game in already. They haven't really arrived here. So you can see EnVyUs adjusting for this. They know a force buy is coming in. They get the 3 rifles set up here. Don't want to risk anything. Some teams may get 4 SMGs at this point, but when you have this sort of lead, you want to solidify it. Get the rifles out. Use the utility. Treat it like a gun round. Let's get this one and knock them off any sort of economy.
J-Dub. Spot store open. Deagle in hand. Needs to get that crosshair placement dead on. Doesn't quite. Kenny will get him with the AK-47. And door open. Apex could try and run in with that SMG. But he's caught by Lekro, who again finds it. Kill on the Deagle lineup play. And MBK thankfully hits it because Flusha got 6er before that. This would have been very awkward for the rifles on the EnVy side. It could have gone to a 2 versus 2. They prevail in the end. They'll go to 14. 2 to go. And Godsent with a tough decision to make.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's been made for them.
Pick your poison. Do you...
Oh, they're going.
Do you force buy and potentially throw the game right here, right now, or do you take an eco and allow EnVyUs to get to map point and a match point, and you try and get 12 rounds in a row? It looks like they will go for the force buy. I think at this point, Matt, you can't really allow them to have 12 match points. So, yeah, let's go all in. The chips are down, and it's CZs, Desert Eagles, and a few nades, no kits to work with. 4 rifles EnVyUs. They'll know the force buy is potentially going to be waiting on the other side. It's happy to go first with the UMP. Interesting. I would have said, even regardless of spawn, you want an AK up there. But he gets up there uncontested. First kill comes in for MBK, and a decent Molotov. I think Schneider, he's in the other corner. It's a little bit misleading there, the X-ray, but he's in a dangerous position still, but should be able to get away with it.
Back over toward mid, and Happy's done good work to take down Lekro. GW's waiting close to the A main position, but he's spotted, tagged, and Schneider trying to push back around from B. Gets caught by Happy as well. Inside sight, more damage dealt, not enough. All 5 stay alive, and we have map point all ready for the French side.
And no money available.
Money's overrated, Henry. All you need is love, and money can't buy you love.
I don't even know where to go with that, because it really does matter in this game, specifically.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's all about hope and belief.
Wow. Okay. Well, let's talk about hope and believe. You're on the Godsent side.
I don't hope or believe because they have no money, Henry.
They've got the Scout, a Max 7, and a CZ. A couple of Deagles here. It's 15-3. I think you just need to put them out of the misery at this point because they've got nothing to work with and they need 12 in a row. They haven't shown up at all. No one's really stood up. I guess Flushers, all things considered, got 3 rounds. He's got 15 kills, Matt. JW can't be far behind, to be fair. He's only got 6. The kills he had were quite high impactful ones, but hasn't really had a lot of them. Lekro on 10 frags. He's had some interesting moments as well. Schneider, like we said, poor game overall for him. His economy management especially wasn't great. And yeah, that's going to be this tale of this game, I think. The first half has been limited on grenades. Orbs not really having execution potential. Just had to rely on their big stars who weren't really fragging. So flushing out the scouts on the CT side. And EnVyUs know the money's poor. They can just stick together and just rush somewhere if they wanted to. A bit risky, but let's see if it works out.
Double Molotov. Stacked toward Forklift. But I see 2. Doesn't matter. I see 2 kills for fnatic. That's important until Kenny shows up because he's got 2 of his own to pull it back to the advantage of Team EnVy, who will get another bomb plant. And Kenny's going hunting for more spots. Flush and jumping. Another 3 kills for him. Solid game for Kenny overall. In fact, leads the way at 24. That's how it will end. 16-3, our most dominant scoreline thus far in the major.
Yeah, really nice performance there from EnVyUs, but to be fair, it looked a little bit too easy for them. I pointed out many times. It just looked a little bit uninspiring from Godsent overall. The money management was poor. There's no real set pieces. We talk about Pronax being this amazing in-game leader. I didn't see any of that this game. They looked very static and didn't really deliver on any fronts. The star players weren't really fragging either, so the whole package kind of fell apart.
Well, thankfully, Godsent got a win earlier because they're not done yet. They'll go into the lower bracket. EnVy move up. We'll take a break, talk about it, and then we've got an elimination match coming up.
Yes, so welcome back to the G Fuel E-League Arena. That G Fuel's working. There you can see it certainly fueled EnVyUs to a convincing win over Godsent. And I gotta say, you know, when I looked at this game when it came up, I thought this was going to be close because these are two teams that kind of have similar issues and a similar ability, a similar baseline. Didn't turn out that way at all. I mean, Godsent, an absolute embarrassment.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is also the EnVyUs that makes you really frustrated that you can't see this more frequently, that it doesn't show up to play this way. But I mean, everything worked. The first impression when you're watching this is, okay, this is just Kenny S. This is one of those games where it just feels unfair that one team is able to have Kenny S on his team. But then you realize all this aggression that he's doing. He got some early kills. There was some decent trading for Godsent in the early portions of rounds. But then there's just, you know, Envy has everything set up for when Kenny falls or when he has to fall back. They have everything. They had the man advantages. They had the good reads. They had players in positions to come back from any deficit that they got put in. And that's the crazy thing, is Godsent did get some advantages early on, and this is where you're supposed to see kind of that calling from Pronax. You're supposed to see them have good positioning, and it just wasn't there. And I mean, classic NBK, classic Apex, everyone played well on the Envy side.
Yes, come on then, Duncan. I'm waiting.
The thing is, I mean, you have to remember, EnVyUs was a team that was 0-2 in the major qualifier. They were one game from being not even a part of this major themselves. Now they're one game from actually legend status again, which is, I mean, remember, this is a team that the last couple of majors, they've had last place exits. So something is working in EnVyUs now. They don't look like they're going to be able to hit this kind of form against the other teams, you know. It's kind of the middling opponents that they're going to be able to feast on like this, but they do still have enough pieces within the team and enough maps, actually. They have a few that are pretty good. Cobblestone, Cash obviously being the standouts, where they can get some good wins here.
Just got to bring up there as well, you saw the footage of JW. You know, I don't know if he's rubbing his eyes with tiredness there or if he's very emotional or whatever, but definitely looks like there's something not quite right there, and I imagine he's feeling a little bit personal.
I mean, these are the last games he's going to be playing in Godsent, so he wants to cherish them and really enjoy them, you know.
No, but I mean, just look here. I don't know what's going on there, but I mean, you know, does he feel perhaps personally responsible? He had the one good game and then he's been poor in the next ones.
I mean, I just don't think he's used to being in this kind of a situation where, you know, feels like that he doesn't know the solution. You know, in fnatic, you know, no matter what it looked like, they kind of always had something that could bring them forward. Not used to being in a situation where they could be eliminated very, very soon from this major. I mean, this is a guy who's won 3 majors, so I mean, this is all new. So the emotions are definitely going to be new.
Yeah, and Duncan, I want to ask you your thoughts about Godsent's in-game leader, Pronax. Obviously, one of the most kind of decorated in-game leaders in CS:GO terms. But you did do a video recently where, you know, you criticized Happy about his in-game leader style. Do we now need to maybe point some of that criticism at Pronax?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, one of the things I famously caught a lot of flack for was when Fnatic was in the prime of winning all those majors and all those tournaments. Obviously, they're a team I lauded as an incredible team, you know. It was one of the best of all time. But one thing I always pointed out was I always felt like Pronax was unfairly stated then as like, well, he must be the best leader as well then. Whereas I thought he was the leader that fit that unit very well. I thought that's the great thing. In fact, actually, I think when he left the team or was kicked, whatever the situation was, I think it was the right move for both parties. You know, they'd run their course at that point in time. They weren't winning anymore. So the problem is, I think he really needs to have some very, very good pieces to be able to make that style work. And he's never had them in Godsent, actually. Like, you look, and their biggest weakness the whole time they've had the different lineups in Godsent has been the terrorist side. He's never had a really, really strong terrorist side. Some of the old Fnatic teams didn't have a fantastically strong terrorist side. So I feel as though he's always been... Here's the one of the areas I think people go a little bit too far with him, is they think the mid-round calls all come on the T side. One of the things actually his old teams were really good at was rotations on CT side, which came from his calls and telling someone when to overload the other side. Now, you can do that to some degree when you've got decent players, but you still need to have those star players to make the call have the impact. You know, you can have all the great calls in the world. You're not going to win the round if you don't have the players to kill people.
And I suppose just before we do go to the break, slight positive in the sense that Lekro is looking decent here. It looks like this is his level.
Yeah, he's been playing well in this event, I think, and that's a bright spot for Godsent. How long is he going to have in a team that's going to be able to allow him to flourish in this way? But yeah, I mean, I still think it comes down to the game plan. You know, Pronax, the strategic game plan he comes in with. Godsent didn't really ever establish any kind of mid control on Cash, and I mean that you have to do that on Cash, or else you're just going to get punished. And that's exactly what EnVyUs used to have those kind of fast rotations, the good reads on the CT side that can be so effective.
Yeah, it's a lot of problems going on over at Godsent. EnVyUs won't care about it. We're going to go to a commercial break now. When we come back, we're going to get to another great game. It's going to be North versus Hellraisers. One of these teams is going home, so make sure you join us.
first goal was making it to a major. I didn't even think that would ever even happen. My all-time goal now is to win a major.
There is nothing bigger than winning a major. It means everything for us as a school player. It means achieving a dream. It means conquering the world.
Winning a major would certainly mean that you're going to be a legend forever. Everybody's going to remember your name and you're going to be respected by the whole community.
Winning a major will be epic.
Right, so you can see North are in the huddle there. This is one of the key games. This would be an absolute disaster if North were to lose here because they would be out of the major in the Swiss stage. Duncan, tell us why that would be a disaster.
I mean, this is a team where it's understandable why they're paid the most in the world, allegedly, because this is a team that has all the pieces to be a potential major champion. And they have the leadership, they have the star players, and even better, they have young star players where you could maybe get a few years out of them at this franchise. They have veteran players like KGB taking up sometimes a star role, sometimes more of a middling role in the team. They have a great support player in Rubino. The problem they've had is they've been playing their maps and they have not been playing like they did 2-3 months ago when they really were a dynamic team, were one of the forces in the game. So they came into this major saying all the right things, you know, they had the boot camp, they're feeling confident. MSL, one of the most notorious whiners in the game, saying no excuses. This is everything you want to hear if you think this is where North's going to get it together. And funnily enough, they haven't had the big performance that, you know, like a Navi's come out of the boot camp with. And at the moment, they rightfully are on the brink of possibly being eliminated with no wins.
Yeah, and it would be an absolute disaster. Meanwhile, Jason, opposite story kind of for Hellraisers, did so well to get here, and then just a failure to launch at the major.
Yeah, well, I think they were a little bit of a surprise to get here. They did go 2-0 in the group in the Swiss system at the qualifier, and then had to really fight for it in the last match. But I mean, here's the issue: you have Zero, you have Bondic, and you have Dead Fox. They're the 4th, 5th, and 6th worst players statistically at this event. They're all down there at the bottom of the scoreboard statistically. So when you have 3 players that are that far down in terms of production, you're obviously not going to win many, and some of them have just looked ugly. And it's not necessarily the ideas, not necessarily the tactics, but I mean, they just don't have the firepower at the moment. No one's really clicking in any sort of degree to make those tactics, to make those kind of strategic ideas work. So they need to find someone. There needs to be some kind of inspiration. And for me, the guy I've always looked forward to do that on this team is Bondic.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he's able to get it done. And the good news is for everybody at home, you'll be able to see it if that's what you want. You can see anything because it's going to be on Eleague's game command, live.eleague.com. You get to be the director of this match and choose how you experience it. Wonderful feature. Right then, Duncan, let's get into these map vetoes. Crucial for both teams.
Yeah, and especially because so far, North have allowed teams to get good maps against them, but they've been maps that at least North could play. Hellraisers so far have been terrible in the map pick ban. Now, we know North's going to ban out Cash and Train at some point. Train was definitely going to happen anyway because it's Hellraisers' specialty. But here's an interesting thing. Hellraisers love a bit of cobblestone. North have shown they're willing to let it through, but they ban it at the last second. So I think that's actually a good ban by them. And here's the key detail here. When Hellraisers played Mirage before, you thought to yourself, they must have something prepped here. Why are you going to play this against SK? But when you're in the world where North go, this is actually North's favorite map in many ways. You know, this is the one that they tend to play against most people because in the middle of a lot of teams' map pool. So I think this is a good map for North in as much as if they go out on Mirage, they just play terrible themselves. It's not even just about the opponent at this point in time.
Yeah, I agree with that. Jason, your reaction?
I mean, I'm not even sure there's a possibility of an upset here because North, they do a lot of cool things in this map. They're going to have solid mid control. This is also a map where you're going to see MSL push those B tunnels. You're going to see Magus being aggressive towards A ramp or Palace. You're going to see them be aggressive on the extremities. And Hellraisers, that's when underdogs really kind of get crushed. That's where this map really starts to shrink for you on the terror side. If they can't punish those pushes, I don't think there's any kind of hope.
So you're in the North camp?
Yeah, absolutely.
Duncan in the North camp?
Yeah, I think North's going to win this one.
All right, then. Well, thanks very much. We'll see if it's going to go south for North. And commentating on this game, we're going to have Henry G and Sadakit. That was a good throw.
It wasn't bad, but I used that one yesterday, so I can't give him full credit. However, they have to win this. There's no questions. You get that sponsorship. You've had the year you have. You win Epicenter, and rightfully said by Richard, they've fallen off since then.
Absolutely. It's been disappointing since they won Epicenter. And this matchup, if they can't win this one, I'm sorry. You have to kind of think maybe they overachieved a little bit this year. This has been a poor run for them so far. Same story for Hellraisers, who were great in the qualifier. Everyone's surprised they always seem to get here. That name always seems to pop up. But the big names like Dead Fox, for example, great at the qualifier. Absolutely nothing here so far. So I want to see him step up. I want to see this be a good game. But you have to say North are the heavy favorites, surely.
Absolutely. And interestingly enough for Hellraisers, how many different rosters do they keep showing up with? They were the ones that beat Cloud9. They were the
That's
ones
true,
that
yeah.
beat them in the last minute in a game that it looked like they were out of in the qualifier to get here. And that, beating Cloud9 after a Pro League win, after some improvement from them, you thought, okay, there's something here. But like you say, neither of these teams have shown up. Deadfox going to start off holding window, double drop down to hold the underpass. First time you and I have seen Mirage this weekend.
It's true, and we have got a decent utility buy for North as well. 2 smokes, flashbangs, 8 cheese as well. That would suggest you're smoking towards a step. That's what MSL's has done right there. And maybe smoking over the bomb site or towards jungle. It's going to be jungle, and they're going to be flashing over, trying to plant the bomb, and normally you try and swarm CT spawn and overwhelm the player, which will be Bondic this time.
Quick check from Deadfox back toward middle because they can't go up from connectors, so they just want to make sure they hold the perimeter. But Config, far forward, 3 of them in fact. That's a very hard retake, and especially if MSL can get down Sticko, because that means they can stay there comfortably. Now they've got to be a little bit curious as to what's going on behind them. They go aggressive instead. Good kills, good trades. Gives them a position to still play the post plant. And Rubino, he stayed inside of the site. This gives more information, but they're finding kills. The smoke's down as well, back towards CT. They've got to find an angle. Cajun B manages to get Deadfox. Sticko fights forward. It's a 1 versus 2. They're both trying to find shots, but they're running out of ammo. Sticko with the shot. He's got to hold this. Is there a kit beside it? There is. He's picked it up. That changes everything, but he still has very little time to work with as he tries to find Cajun. But I don't think he's got time. He's going to run. It's going to go the way of North, just barely.
A little bit tense there. Good work from Sticko overall to find 3 kills in the round. Very back and forth. You could see the retake mentality the CTs were going for there. And the interesting approach you saw for North. They had 3 players waiting on the CT steps there, waiting for the flashbang. It's an equal exchange up until that point. They get smoked out. But Config, he jumps up and towards the ticket booth, finds a kill required, but very close indeed. Like you said, he picks up that kill. I thought it was going to fall apart for North at that point, but they pick up the pistol here, 1-0, and the force spike comes in. Scouts very effective on this map indeed. They can go towards B and towards mid as well. Deadfox and Angel. Like we said, we're waiting for Deadfox to really arrive at this major. Great performance in the major qualifier, but let's see what he can do here as we go to round number 2, and the force spike certainly prevailing here. We'll see whether they can actually get rolling here. The problem I've got with this force spike particularly, they've got the AWPer who's gone all in. If they lose this round, you're not getting an AWP on that first gun round, so that could be a bit of a rut to kick things off. Bit of a Hail Mary moment here for the Hellraisers.
Cajun's going to wait with bomb at Horseshoe. Config to watch to make sure nothing's lost inside of middle. By way of the underpass, and without getting much information over toward B, they're going to group on A. It's Bondic and Sticko that are inside of the site. Sticko being over toward the top of the connector, and he has one of the rifles jumping for information. There's no one spotting out toward mid. Deadfox is timid, but he hasn't spotted anything yet. The only place he can't see is underpass, which is why Sticko stays close to that position at connector. If he gets aggressive right now and plays with Bondic, they could catch them off for trades on entry.
There should be some sort of execution here. You can see 2 players in Palace, 3 outside 8. Same smokes as the pistol, I would assume at this point. They're starting to fly over. Yep, exactly that. So they'll be coming in, take that vision away. This will be very difficult for the city to do anything about this point. They stick together and refrag. Should be an easy round for North.
Counter flashing, but his teammate Bondic calls for no because he can't peek it with a pistol from far, and Rubino's got the shot on him. Now Sticko sees vision though. MSL down at bench, tries to get aggressive, hold an off angle for when the retake comes through, but look at Magisk. Again, they want to go hunting. North is not settling for just having a bomb site and post plants. They want everything.
I thought he's just a whole city spawn, but he's actually going to be coming for the backstab here, and it looks like a save call coming in from Hellraisers. Magisk actually guaranteed a kill almost here. Deadfox might even get knifed. I would probably go for that one, but gets the headshot, wants to make it nice and safe, you know. Don't give anything away. Don't give him a chance to take a teammate down when you're trying to mess around with noise.
Player in window. Lovely shot from Magisk. If him and Config can show up like they did at Epicenter, they could actually go through this whole tournament still.
That's what they've been saying. Like even MSL said, no excuses, we're just not playing very well right now. And we saw them yesterday. We thought this would be a game they actually get 10 rounds in a row against Fnatic, and then all started to crumble. They would look good at one point, 10 rounds in a row. They were looking fantastic. I thought, okay, this is the team we've expected to see. But 0-2 here at the major, the biggest event, the most prestigious event you can play in, they haven't arrived. That's a big problem, but not over yet. 0-2, obviously quite bleak. One of these teams will be going home. One of the first teams, actually, at this entire event to go home. Looking likely to be Hellraiser. I think most analysts would go in that favor, but we'll see what happens here. One weapon saved. That's Sticko. He saves a Famas from the previous round, the previous force buy. And Zero, he must have survived as well. He's got head armor. I guess 2 players did manage to get out alive.
Yeah, they definitely kept 2 alive because they had 4. Yeah, so 2 kills from Magisk after plant. Sticko, Zero, Bondic, all inside of the B site. Sticko.
Ooh,
It's Angel that starts it off. Good shot on MSL, and Magisk will pull it back over toward B. Zero's got to be careful. Better shot again from Magisk.
Here he is, starting to arrive. This is what we wanted to see. One of the most talented young players in the game right now.
Bondic still has reasonable position. Tries to pop out. He's got to hold an angle. They're down below and in front. Smokes to cover off the window. Magisk doesn't want to go into the site yet, but now he has. This has to be a kill. Unfortunately, it comes late, so the AK slips away, but there's more guns down the hall. Bondic might just want to run down the hall with that gun and get away.
Yeah, it's a shame if the AK lands on his feet. He might fancy his chance to get one more kill, 2-on-1, who knows. But he'll be falling back, and the bomb's actually heading back towards A, and that's where he's heading. He wants to save, really, but he doesn't know this could actually be quite advantageous for him. Maybe he is going to have a little face here. He heard the bomb go down. He'll hear the bomb beeping at this point. He thinks, you know what? They're not going to assume I'm here.
He has a kid. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a smoke.
Do you reckon you go
no,
full ninja?
Turned.
No, he goes with the full ninja at this point. He's going to wait. He might as well. He's going to buy up next shot anyway. Got a kit. Let's go.
Right.
Let's go for the full ninja.
I think he goes. The last time we saw this in a major was Kierby when he was playing for Dignitas on Inferno.
He's going to have to wait till he has to time this to perfection. He's going to have to make Config think he's safe. The round's over. This could be massive.
Config spots him. He thinks about it.
Good
and
work.
they left B thinking he was still inside of the apartments. He was, as you say, going to A to save. That could have been huge. It's one of those plays we all want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, that would have been really exciting. With Config, that's actually really good discipline. Before I get into that, this is what we've been wanting to see. Majors, famously in the last few months, has been using the Krieg. And it's actually a really super viable weapon.
Best gun in the game, Henry? Actually, I like Bison.
In previous iterations, right, for people who are unaware, it's got a scope on it. It's pretty much the same as an AK, but it's slower fire rate, slightly more accurate, more armor penetration. But
it's 100% first bullet accuracy from range. The fall-off's not the same as the AK.
I can't remember exactly all the stats, but yes, that is one of them. In previous iterations, Counter-Strike, it cost $3,700. And this one, it's actually $3,000. I don't think people have experimented enough with this weapon. So it's actually really cool to see players now actually go into 2017. This could be a trend. They're just known to be very good with this weapon. He's brought it out for the first gun round.
Get the cash for it. Give it a shot. There's that mini scope. ACOG, if you will. Advantage of it, but Rubino's going to get Angel. To compensate for that, Sticko goes wide. Tries to re-peek into connector, and Rubino's ready for that. It's followed up by Config onto Dead Fox. Who is a Dead Fox, as they have to back away. Zero's sitting on 0 kills as well, so lots of punny names because they're living into their apt lineages. Zero does change that, though. He'll get Config down. It's 2 still remaining, and they've got weapons to go for. Bomb just planted.
Bomb this is with that orb in front of him. Get that. Let's get out.
And the problem is, though, is this. MSL sneaks in behind him yet again. This time, you can see a knife. Yep, there it is. And the crowd goes wild. We're not in the arena yet, but they would have.
They would have gone wild.
Zero's got MSL.
Those are the crowd pleasers. Get that orb, Zero. Let's get the hell out of Dodge. But,
robbed. He just keeps firing.
Yeah. It is a really interesting weapon. I do hope we see it more in 2017. I do think some players can show us. Chris J experimented with it and the AUG a little bit more as well.
Yeah. Do you remember there was, I forget what patch it was, like it was like early, maybe even late 2015, when the AUG and the Krieg were nuts.
It was for a week. There was like that update that kind of made them godlike. It was kind of an interesting one, just when Nuke came out as well. So like Nuke, CT, hold, you could just go outside and fully spray them all down. It was a pretty cool week. But 4-0 now for North, and another eco for the Hellraisers. Not really much I can do about this. A few PT50s, and we want to see Majors come to life here. He has got quite a few kills and that kind of, I guess, alternative weapon. Bit of a hipster, you know?
Hipster.
No one else using that.
He was Krieg before it was
cool.
it's
gonna. I'm gonna call right now. I think some teams and some players are gonna start experimenting with
dust long. Like when you have that much range in certain situations, if you get to pit, or even if you're playing on platform, like you have that headshot potential to hit the guy who's playing headshot and pit on the ramp. There are situations when I could see it being viable. Even here by Van at B, firing down in toward the apartment. I mean, yeah, it's definitely one of those investments you got to pay off.
The objective of the CSGO devs, and they made this game to make all the guns viable. This gun wasn't viable in Source 1.6, and now it certainly is. It's got some benefits, and it's the same sort of price range. I'll talk over this round because it's not really that interesting if I'm being completely honest. Some damage there. Okay, now it's started to heat up a little bit, Matt, so maybe you should take over while I
do what I do.
Yeah.
It's a good distraction, actually, to get that kill with Dead Fox slipping down. And what's he grabbed? He's just got a UMP. So he may hold on to that because the rest are gone. There's your headshot from Magisk. I think that's his first kill on the weapon, to be fair.
Yeah, it is.
He's got 6 in the game.
But yeah, that was the main objective with CSGO as a whole, to make all the guns viable instead of this the stuff we're used to, the M4s, the AKs, and the AWPs.
So that's why jump scouts were there.
That's why jump scout was brought in.
Reason.
Yeah, that's exactly why. To make the scout actually viable. You never saw that in 1.6 either. The scout and source as well. Scout never purchased.
Just
oh, but that's exactly right.
I know.
But
and SMGs obviously with the kill
SMGs,
rewards.
like you only ever used to see the MP5 used in source, like the MP9 very occasionally. It was called the TMP back then.
That's right. That's what it was called in 1.6 as well.
Yeah. But yeah, now all the shotguns are much more viable now. So it's kind of cool to see that. They set themselves up that kind of.
Could have done some damage to the weaponry of North. Unfortunately, he does not.
Well then, 5-0. That was a brief history of Counter-Strike there. Wasn't a video, but you got an idea.
Brought to you by Hank G.
Yep. Just what that round would have been a little bit boring, but here we go. The first real gun right now.
So what's the advantage of the Negev?
That's one of the weapons still that needs to be looked at. If you want to make that viable, that needs to be brought down.
MBK thinks an ace is possible with it.
Yeah, well, we have to be seen. Maybe he can step up the next game and bring it out. But we have got the AWP back out for Deadfox, and he'll be going straight towards middle. Cajun B, the AWP, of course, for North. It'll be not necessarily challenging. The smoke goes down. They'll be looking for that mid control. Deadfox will be flashing in. He can continue to challenge at this point.
Jisk is trying at one of the aforementioned positions with that weapon. Gets up on the couch as well to give him a slightly more advantageous angle toward the headshot with that mini scope. Meanwhile, Rubino going for some pre-fired one-taps and toward connector that's smoked off accurately. Look at Angel. He snuck through underpass. They didn't even know he was there. Walks up, takes down Magisk, and he's actually going to get away from this. Or is he? Smarter still, he'll stick around. That's so much map control gained. Now, as a result of him being pushed up into the apartments, they're going to expect one less player in B, and they're right about it, but Zero, he steps up and takes down MSL. This is a smart counter read from North, but it doesn't quite pay off, and they're down a man and a half, I guess you could say, with Zero's health, but it's a 5-on-3, no less. And Cajun still with this AWP is trying to find room. Config's got to go hunting to get that map control back from Angel, but he's already retreated to the site.
We have got the 5-on-3, the first real advantage we've had for Hellraisers so far. Still some work to do, though. Some deadly players alive, Config and Cajun B especially. Will be down to Cajun to really open up the map here if he can find a B pick. That's a decent Molotov to flush out Angel. Zero low HP as well. This is definitely the right place to go. Molotov's good, but Angel finds the next kill.
Good shot come through. Angel, great rounds. That starting kill was massive, but Rubino's got him back. It's not done yet. Zero's low HP still. This could seal the deal, though. Bondic shows up. Config going down with bomb inside of apartments. Rubino can't even get there in time. And I know they've got a substantial lead. Keep in mind, all right, 10 seconds. He made them force the issue to kill him. If he had gone down after time, I have to mention it, wouldn't have gotten any money. Injection at the end of the round, they've still got lots to work with.
Yeah, they keep a decent amount of players alive there, but they find the first round. It's Hellraisers to post 5-1. Here's Angel with the backstab. Like you said, no one anticipating that at all. And May just brings out the Creek once again. We yet to see it really have any heavy impact, but he's sticking with it. He wants to show it's a viable weapon. I guess the only real point of concern is if your money's a little bit weaker, it does cost $300 more than the AK, but that's the same as an HE grenade, right? So it's not a huge deal. But here we go then. Reset potential for Hellraisers, but like I said, they kept a healthy amount of players alive, so not a massive deal. I think they can just about squeeze out a bye if they lose this round. We'll see what happens. Looking to go aggressive towards A ramp here, potentially. Smoking off the apartments, give them some retreat potential there. The flash will go in. They're going to go for the first kill.
Flash over, across the window. Angel, though, getting pushed up inside of A main is good position. Cajun's there, flashed off. Oh, this could be a problem now. He's going to hear them all coming back. Reset gets caught in the air. Angel again finds an opening aggressive pick, and they're going to fall back to the site, but Rubino slipped in. Palace only hits one. It looked like he wasn't even going to get that for a moment. It's important, though, because it causes chaos. And inside the smoke, though, Stinko could try and foil all plans. Does so perfectly. M4 with 2. He's got to just find Magisk, who's gone commando, and he's going to try and stay inside of the connector. Manages to get the 1 kill with it. 17 bullets left. He's got a nade that'll bounce toward the jungle position, but he's got to get out of dodge here. And the bomb down inside of the site. They don't need to pinch him off from mid. Good headshot. Couldn't reset in time, and a better shot from the AWP on Deadfox.
Be careful there, Bondic. They did have the bomb, but lovely work from Sticko here. Great read. He can hear footsteps, the sound cues around him. Pulls the trigger at the right time and pretty much secures the round at that point. We did see aggressive play from the start. Mirage is another map, one of the few we have in the map on the CD side. We have options at the start of the round. You can push up towards middle, hunt for those first frags, or you can do that, what we saw Hellraisers do. You smoke off the apartment, like I said, that's the retreat path if it has to come in. You're flashing over and you're trying to shut down any solo players. Cajun B known to actually lurk on the A ramp quite a lot for his team. Maybe with the orb, sometimes with the AK, he's going for backstabs, just trying to show presence there. He did it in Dignitas before as well. And Astralis, he actually has played in that position, so he is no stranger to it whatsoever. But 5-2 now. We managed to get a couple in a row for Hellraisers. We just buys the Krieg once again. 4 AKs around him, no AWP for Occasion B this time. It's still a single AWP set up for Hellraisers here. Definitely have the option to go for double AWPs if you want to on Mirage, but right now, Deadfox really yet to arrive at that weapon. He's a 1 for 5, but I guess he hasn't really been challenged as of yet. We'll see what happens as we go into round of 8. This looks like a heavy commitment from North. A full A execution, and you can see they have no presence on the map whatsoever. No mid control, no one in B apartment. That means you can't really decide to fall back here. You're committed at the start of the round. You're going to use all your smokes, your molotovs, your flashbangs. North, one of the teams that sometimes run in before the smokes even bloom. They're not going to be doing it this time. Smokes come in, they take quite a lot of nade damage. So let's see what the reaction is.
Smoke and Molotov. So when they get their smokes out, they're going to lose duration on that. Bondic as well. Playing triple is going to try and peek this perfectly. Doesn't have anyone else inside the site directly, but he's got 2 people supporting from the wing. Sticko on stairs and back down toward T-spawn. See T-spawn on an Angel. Bondic goes down, Sticko steps up. He's dropped down into sandwich. This is a tight position to play, but he reads it well. And he'll get config down with the M4, smokes himself off. Molotov at Palace, all as well, but bomb still planted. Means the post plant's important for Magisk. He goes down, Cage, and he's gone for a long rotation. And the bomb's not going to be directly in front of them. They read it anyway.
Sticko with 4 kills there, and was that execution. So North, before this organization, they were called Dignitas, right? And the Dignitas execution was known to, when you throw the smokes over, you're actually committing to the bomb site before the smokes even bloom. It was like a thing they were known for, and they almost kind of orchestrated. The idea behind that is the smokes going over, you're waiting for the CT reaction to come in, and then at that point, you're catching their nades out, right? And you're getting those kills just before they have a chance to even know what's going on. North did not do that this time. They waited quite a long time for all the smokes to go up, and you could see the reaction coming from Hellraisers. They dropped the incendiaries, dropped their smokes. Their HGs are very good, and Sticko looked quite easy for him overall. Like, it was very impressive in terms of individual skill, but their players were running into his crosshair at that point. They looked quite disjointed. He picks up 4 kills, shuts it down, and now we're getting to the latter stages of the money remaining for North. You can see there's only 4 AKs now. There's only no Krieg, a Galil in the hands of Rubino, and Deadfox getting aggressive now. Takes a bit of damage, but can't find that first shot.
Angel as well is pushed up onto Cat, so they've got an aggressive stance at B and Cat respectively, which can cover off mid in turn with Angel's position, so a bit of support for Sticko to potentially rotate over to Bondic, who therefore is alone in the A site, but it's still a triple presence at top mid. And on the mini-map, it's kind of funny because they literally went in tandem as they crossed over to the box. Cajun's going to get into the keyhole. Wrong time to have a flash out as he gets peeked from Angel once more, but there's a lot around that corner, and Config's going to do it solo by taking him down.
Hello.
And he's got more than that. Sticko falls as well. That was the window player. That cuts off a rotation, but Deadfox, he steps up to get one. Remember, he's been low in this tournament so far, but now he's looking alive. Wants the pot flash rather than the repeak. The nade instead, though, does massive damage, and Magisk, back on the AK, will find the kill. And they may have the man advantage, but look at the HP. 19, 22, 34. Bondic, he's going to get config down. That changes everything because Bomb has no free access toward A.
That was what I was going to say. It was massive. Config holding off towards CD spawn. The bomb's gone T spawn. So that was actually really, really strong. He's actually in a great position now. I would love to see that kill from the POV of Bondic there. He picked up that frag. Was he aware, or was it like a little flick shot? But it looked great either way. It's going to be a 2-on-2 now. Challenging for North, considering the HP situation. Both of the City players on full health, and they've got some nades to work with as well.
Big pick again for Config, or rather, excuse me, for Bondic, because Cajun, watching for those rotations on top of the fence, gets found. Bondic just plays above the smoke, nearly gets that first kill. 15 HP, but they spot where he throws the flash from and spay through. He's got nothing left. It's enough for Hellraisers to get a 4th in a row, so a great response. It brings the loss round bonus a little bit higher with the bomb plant, so expect them to force into this, but they'd have to go glass cannon if they even want the AWP, and that means Config's got to drop it, so I don't imagine we'll see it.
That's a 5-on-3 situation going against North there. Config did great work to actually pick up those first couple of frags there. But Deadfox, like we said, quiet tournament so far, quiet game. But he finds some very important frags towards that position. And then it was Bondic holding that CD spawn. That was the really vital frag. Takes down Config, who's holding the flanks, just as the bomb's rotating through T-spawn as well. If Config holds that position and stays alive, that's perfect. And it means he can lock out any CTs rotating in. They've got an open bomb site. But unfortunately, Config has low HP, got taken down. And we have a tactical timeout now for North. You're dead right. 4 in a row now. Hellraisers, certainly the team that's going to be the underdogs going into this one, but as we saw the major qualifier, they can be a very impressive team, especially if Deadfox starts to arrive. Let us remind you as well, whoever loses this game is out of the major. And North, I would say, it's possible, to some people would say they were like considered maybe a top 4 team.
I was going to say top 4 is where
I was maybe going to push out too far and say contenders with the title. I would say top 4 is realistic, right?
I think right now with the unpredictability of CSGO, though, if you're in the top 4, you are a contender for the title.
It's true.
I don't think there's any clear-cut favorite. I know a lot of people said Astralis, but as always, you call Astralis a favorite, and they don't show. Nice nade, followed by a spray, and Angel gets the opening pick against these pistols, which do have armor. So I said they were going to go force. They didn't fully force, and there was an AK in this round, though. That's been found, dropped, found again, dropped again, and it's on to Magisk versus 4. Tech9 in hand. And I'd say, Henry, we've got a tie game. And you just said it. Loser of this is gone, and you can't sleep on Hellraisers. They may not have shown up in this tournament. They may not be a name that you synonymously would put in with success, especially on a major stage, but they got here with a win that was unlikely against Cloud9.
You remember as well.
And they could do it against North.
North had that big run yesterday when they got like 10 rounds in a row. Started off kind of similar here. 5 in a row. Everyone's looking strong. It's looking great. A couple of rounds go against them. The force fires start coming in. That Krieg hasn't really had any sort of impact here, but still may just in with a shout with this one. 32 HP. It's not a great situation, but he certainly has been one of the star players. I think he's ranked number 14 in the world this year. Didn't go to as many tournaments as other players. Was it number 14? I think it was. Around that.
Yeah.
It was like 14 or 16. But
you're outside the top 20.
He was in the top 20 at least.
No,
but,
for sure.
The first tournament we saw him in was ranked by Masters in 2015 in December. And he's just gone from strength to strength, and now one of the most prolific players in the scene right now. So it's kind of an exciting journey for him. Let's see if he can find any more excitement here in round number 10, as he actually is going to be going for this one.
He's got the AK picked up. First enemy spotted. Knows that bomb is down. Which means positions are likely to be triangled around it. He's got the second shot. Oh, the lineup. You would have thought maybe if he hit that, there was a chance. Not much time, though, to work with either way. It's 5-5. Make it now a dead tie with a full lost round bonus, meaning they can force again, hence why they went for it last time, and they get an op this time. So Cajun will be T-side opping.
There it is. Things tied up at 5-5. An interesting proposition, all things considered, but that is maximum loss bonus for North now. So 4 AKs and Cajun back on the AWP. I'm not sure how much impact Cajun's had so far. It feels like it's been a quiet game for him. Yeah, he's on 4 for 6. MSL, 3 for 10. He's died every single round so far. And I love this adjustment. This is the perfect time to do this, Hellraisers. Push up middle. Let's get aggressive and see if we can find control. They don't actually go all in there. I think it's 2 players towards the underpass. And it is indeed. Mages flashed off. Can actually hold off here. He finds one of the kills. That's fine, but it's no refrag potential there at all. Sticko delivers once again. And now Deadfox can back with his teammates as they retreat back towards A.
Has to be a bit careful, though, because flashed off. They've got position to watch that underpass, so it's a boost up. This is clever, but a better shot. Cajun B. He'll pull this back. Now, he has to know that was a boost. Surely. And they've let Angel slip by, surprisingly, because then Deadfox peeks back out to get MSL as the Molotovs come through.
Yes.
I would have expected them to be watching for the escape of the second player.
Yeah, this is getting really tense now. This is a big round for either team. If Hellraisers can get the lead here, we know North is made up of veterans and inexperienced players. They can crumble under this sort of pressure, and it doesn't get more, I guess, volatile than this. 1 game away from going out of the major. The first major for a lot of these guys as well. And now a 4-on-3. Big round, going to be walking towards that A side. They have got the open hands occasion, but he's found 1 kill so far.
Bondic sits ready inside of A. He's had success from CT spawn, shoulder spotted, but I think he saw them in turn because he doesn't want to re-peek to the same degree. So he'll sit in safety and allow rotations. Flash off on Deadfox means the AWP can't spot inside of the site. Smoke down means he can't see it, but Bondic, there it is, steps up as always, and Rubino's now trapped, locked down against 4 players. And I think Hellraisers, Henry, they've done it. They've got the lead 6 in a row. Bondic's position given up. Down he goes.
Another pause required, I think, for North. It's getting a bit scary now, losing 6 rounds in a row. Nice adjustments over from Hellraisers. You can see they've turned out the play. That was actually a really sick shot from Cajun. Fair play. You can see they're adjusting their gameplay. They're being dynamic, not just sitting back in a standard setup every single time, pushing 2 players into underpass. I thought they were going to go towards middle. That's the more orthodox play. But 2 towards underpass, they get the kill on Mages. That's actually really beneficial for them. Still, we have maximum loss bonus, of course, for North, but as we saw in the previous game, that's not necessarily beneficial all the time. You can see they've got a Galil, 4 AKs, 2 players without any grenades whatsoever. And Deadfox now, he's got a high chance of having more impact of all things considered. And Angel changing things up once again. Like I said, it's normally Cajun who's by himself, and it's going to be Rubino this time in the apartments area towards A. So lots of information gathered here for the CTs. They could push all the way around if they wanted to, but more importantly, they're going to retreat, if maybe leave 1 towards A, stack on towards the B side.
Jisk sits with the Galil ready for a push potentially this time, but it's a rotation going back away from the A site. There was 3 there originally. It's going to put Angel.
Yeah, this is
bust out the vent, running back over to B.
Shows you how important the intelligence on this map can be. Once you have something like that, bit of information, no one can actually come from A ramp. Why not stack towards B? Might not be 100% guarantee, but that kill certainly is. Config walks through the smoke, finds Sticker, who's had a great game so far. Mages just that Galil. 5-on-4 once again, make it a 5-on-3 as Angel strikes towards Cajun B.
This is going from bad to worse from North. Config through the smoke blindly, hoping for the best by getting position. You know what I haven't seen a lot of from North? Is the ability to get ladder room, to get catwalk, because ladder room is the easier way to control window room, and therefore you've got some map control to play with. MSL, good pick to pull that back, but Angel still babysitting, now goes down. Now they've got mid to work with.
A little bit sloppy there from the CTs. When you have that 5-on-3, you don't need to play those one-on-one situations. You can just hold back on the bomb sites. You know North are weak on money as well, but they've allowed themselves to come back to a 3-on-3. Still the advantage for Hellraisers, I would say, with the kits and everything, but we'll see what happens.
Bomb plant coming in. Chance to try and spam through it. They try and take advantage, but instead it's Zero that pops out. Fires through connector. Planter down, but that doesn't account for 2 people in post plants. That flash doesn't quite go far enough. Does this one do better? Not a chance.
Zero's jump in though. Perfect.
That could catch them off. It's a Galil as well. Accuracy not quite there. It's on to Rubino again. And they're going to expect this. A main, post plant, you've already killed 2.
All the nades as well. Okay, Molotovs, smokes. There's no way of doing it. They played this correctly. Oh, God, they almost didn't. Lord.
They're getting pumped up.
Get all
now.
those nades to work with, just use them. Throw one at least, but they don't drop a kill, so no harm, no foul. But there it is, Matt. That's going to be 7 in a row now for the Hellraisers. And
they're getting pumped.
Getting a bit scary now for North. They haven't taken a pause. They get the bomb down, still maximum loss bonus, but that does mean no AWP. You have a few more grenades. But that hype, that initial 5 rounds, felt like North. Okay, they've arrived. They're back. This is the team we come to expect, but Sticko is destroying them right now. And Dead Fox is arriving, and as a whole unit, Hellraisers is looking strongest. Ever since they kind of stabilized their money when they got to maximum loss bonus. Been a very one-sided affair indeed. And look at the buy for North. Yes, 5 AKs, but the grenades I'm more interested in. 2 Molotovs, 4 smokes, lack of flashbangs, huge deal on Mirage, especially pushing in those tighter angles. And Sticko with another adjustment here, looking above that smoke on top of the fence, trying to see if he can get that first pick. But Convicts will be waiting for any aggression coming in here. So you'll have to fall back once that smoke dissipates. Can't really commit to that fence position, but Sticko still is towards shore. All that timing.
Sticko. Fall to Rubino. He's missing a shot, though. That's an opportunity because Cajun B will take him down, but are they going to account for the fact that Bonding is in shadow? No Molotov through, but a good trade. That'll do. Opportunity because Cajun B will take him down, but are they going to account for the fact that Bondic is in shadow? No Molotov through, but a good trade. That'll do for now, Donkey, because you've still got to get a bomb down. You've got a man advantage, and the rotations are coming around from middle. It's Zero and Angel. Fast Molotov. That goes to default, and they didn't elect to plant on this. Still a minute to work with.
Yeah, so well, at least that denies the plant for now. Angel has hunting, and you can see North don't want to give anything away. They're trying to maybe suggest they're not there, but Cajun B spots, and MSL nails the shot. So it's going to be a 3-on-1, but Zero has been playing well so far. Still the shadow in this situation.
Slides out, gets one. The reaction was there to catch MSL, but he can't spin in a full 360 in time because Rubino is there, thankfully. It's what it
This round, double eco coming in.
Call the half.
Oh, I guess it's round number 14. You're going to have to probably force by anyway the next round, to be fair. But yeah, you're right. I get carried away sometimes, Matt.
It's all right. We're into it. We're emotionally invested, as they should be with this elimination match. Cajun also has no utility, going for the AK. So they go for the 2 UMPs to bring out some utility. He elects to go for the firepower. And MSL's already tagged down to 51. Rubino, he's got bomb at top mid. Config MSL have made it to the boxes, and they're going to advance ever so slightly with smokes down on both catwalk and in the window itself. Again, I reiterate, though, they need to get late mid control. They seem to put a pressure and presence there, but never really capitalize. Maybe Config will. Again, though, he's on an SMG, not a rifle. It's not like he's got the range game to work with, and Deadbox spots him.
I want to see that from Deadbox POV. That looks pretty crispy, but it's going to be a kill for KGB, getting one in return.
This could be good, though, because finally MSL gets in window without getting countered off. They need to be careful, though. Fabino's looking the wrong direction. And the peek comes through from Connector. He could easily go down. He's getting ever closer. Good shot from Rubino. They're not ready for it. MSL finally secures a little bit of map control. Zero alone inside of B, though. Bomb's heading that direction. If they don't account for this, okay, they'll spot him. Could still get the kills, though. And he's going to slide out. Low HP. Goes for Rubino instead. If he hit the high HP player, real chance at it.
Well, good recovery overall from North. This is a difficult round for them. And it looks like Dead Fox will be saving the AWP at this point. 3 players alive for North. He's nowhere near it. And all this considered as 3 AKs and 2 UMPs. They did well there. Hellraisers losing focus maybe slightly there, pushing into angles by themselves once again. And MSL doing a good job with the UMP, managing to just be a little bit patient there. I think we have a pause for Hellraisers going to the next round. Could you just pull the money up for me? Let's have a look where they sit. I don't think it'll be in a fantastic situation. That's why Deadfox wants to save the orb. They got to get $1,400 into this next round. So yeah, they're going to be really weak. They're going to have a mixture of like SMGs, pistols, and the AWP. That's if he saves it, which is looking pretty likely right now.
So North doing just enough to stay in contention.
Yeah, this has been a big couple of rounds for them. So 7-7, they can actually win the half still at this point.
I was wondering where you're going.
I was because the scoreboard doesn't update on my side. I wanted to make sure I was actually at 7-7 before I finish the sentence. Yeah, 7-7, they can still win the half. It's looked pretty bleak at times, but remember they were 5-0 up, allowed 7 rounds to go against them. But these last 2 have been very important indeed, and this one actually means they can actually win the half here because, like I said, the money is in the bin. Kind of a harsh reset for Hellraisers now. They did save the AWP, but like I said, a mixture of UMPs, pistols here. I think we've got a couple of M4s in there as well. So they've opted to go against the head armor. Of course, against the AK is not a big deal. And we'll see what happens in round number 15 here. This is the tactical timeout here for Hellraisers. They want to get this last round. Want to see what they can do with Dead Fox. Maybe they need to send him towards B. Locked out the position down by himself. Maybe he pushes off towards short. I would say he needs to get aggressive here. A lot of pressure on his shoulders to deliver and try and find that first pick.
Molotov for MSL. As with all the Magisk on the team, and he's going to go fast toward Connector with that. So smoke off, try and execute control, but Angel's going to watch down mid with the M4. It's Dead Fox on the AWP this time over at the B apartments, and he's pushing with that op. Magisk is here, as he has been so many times. But he's not had the highest success rate of holding off this position because Hellraisers seem to be sneaky at getting down through the underpass. So thankfully this time they've got that covered off on the north side. Flash again for Rubino to check, and I think they'll go for the boost. It's looking more and more like they will. I take that back. They smoke it off instead. So straight to Connector. Cajun getting over toward A main. And 2 players pushing up Catwalk. If they don't go fast enough through Connector, if MSL gets caught right now, this could be a problem. And he's going to get caught, but manages to react in time. Traded by 0. That's Magisk's Q. Spot to the AWP. He's spraying a lot, though, and that AWP could be promising. Good relocation, change of angle, no zeros on Cat. Great picks from Magisk. Yep. Because Bomb is rotating back through middle. Rubino's got it in the vents, and Magisk has held off the B site.
Yeah, he's pretty much secured the round at that point. The bomb plants towards B, and Bondek, he's in the A site. He knows KGB, as usual, lurking towards that A ramp, and he'll just try to delay him at this point. Gaging can now strike. Even if he dies, that's fine. He's cool. He's so far removed from the situation. He's absolutely fine. Bonnet has no kit, no nades. Round over. North will be winning this half, 8-7. And to be fair, that's well brought back. They weren't seeing dire straits at one point. You can see them actually really struggling to find rounds on the board there, but managed to hold it together, win the half in the end. Not 100% guaranteed just yet. Bondic is absolutely wild here, but there it is. They just manages to finish things off. Good half from him. Didn't really deliver too much with that unorthodox rifle, but with the AK, seemed to be doing very well indeed. This kill was so crucial. If he doesn't find it in Dead Box, the round goes in favor of Hellraisers, but he gets it, nails his shot on 0 as well. Very nice work. Unorthodox rifle, but with the AK, seemed to be doing very well indeed. This kill was so crucial. If he doesn't find it in Dead They actually went all in a bit too much there, and unfortunately, they went down that 5-0. But still, very winnable game for either side here. Win this pistol, you're in a great position, and you do get 5 minutes now at half-time at the majors to kind of discuss and work out where you're going with the pistol run. I think that's going to be very valuable for both of these teams. It's a very, very big game. If you are just joining us, the loser of this is going home. The first team of this major to go home, and no one expected it to be North to be in this position so early on, and to even be in a position where they could potentially lose this game. Certainly the team expected to win in this matchup, but it's not black and white just yet.
Certainly not. 8-7 on Mirage. Or as Chad would say, Miragi.
Yep. Does he say that?
So it would be possible to go anyway. This isn't the only game of significant importance for the rest of the tournament. 2 teams will go home, 2 teams will move on. North Hellraisers, obviously we're there right now. One of those 2 going home. The other 2 that could be going home, Optic Gaming, much like North, down where no one expected them against Flipside, and then SK Na'Vi, Gambit, and Virtus.Pro are playing for the flawless 3-0 performances, and Gambit's been a surprise.
It's crazy how up and down the CSGO scene is. We're in the ELEAGUE studio right now, and the current ELEAGUE champions, Optic, are facing elimination in the group stages. It just kind of shows you how it's crazy CSGO is. There's no clear winner. Anyone within the top 30 right now can beat each other at any given time. It's kind of nuts. And this major, I've been looking really forward to. I can't wait to get to playoff stages as well. It's going to be super exciting. But anyway, here we go then. Hellraisers on the T-side pistol. 4 sets of armor. Dead Fox has got the smoke and 1 flashbang. So it won't be as much of a technical execution as what we saw from North. 1 smoke going in towards the A side of the map. Looks like towards Connector. And we'll see whether it's some sort of B split coming out here. That smoke will be potentially to allow his teammates to get it towards short. And they've got players waiting in the B apartments as well.
Rubino jumping for that information. Zero's going to post up in the kitchen. Missile will back out of B right now to go to support on mid because there is pressure being applied. Angel's already got to the corner. KJB knows it but can't get a read on it. This puts so much pressure on Missile. Bonding and stick out together, take them down. Not only that, Angel's got a kill. It's KJB in the window. This forces a full rotation. They don't have to commit yet either because Angel's still toward Connector, but the bomb drops. That's a big kill for Rubino. That could sway the round alone. Angel's got to get on his horse and move. He's got to get toward that B site. He's going to try and go for the flank through the vents. Thankfully, Dead Fox will pick up config. That means the flank becomes promising because Magisk might have his attention turned elsewhere. And Angel's elected not to go for it. Instead, he'll commit to the catwalk. More traditional approach to get bombed directly on. Better shot from Zero still as Rubino goes down. That could save the round in its entirety.
Well, we still have this man on the screen right now, Magisk, up against 3. Certainly capable of winning these sort of rounds. He has a smoke but no kit. But this is quite nice from Hellraisers. They've got 30 seconds, getting a bit scary now. Want to make sure they don't allow themselves to lose the bomb once again. It needs to be recovered, planted safely. This is the moment that matters. Angel's got to cross to the bomb site here. Been very tentative about it. Could all fall apart still.
They want to push him behind. They don't want to go alone. No, he's going to pop out. They almost don't see him. Still gets a chance to reset. That's a good shot. 15 seconds. Stay alive. He's just got to play time. They want to push, though, and they'll do it correctly. That'll bring it back to 8-8.
So then you could see what Magisk was thinking at that point. It's a 3-on-1. If I stop the bomb crossing, I know where the bomb is. I'm in a great chance of winning this one. He does do the first objective there, but he thinks he's going to be flying straight away, so he doesn't reload the P2000. Instead, quite an intelligent decision from the Hellraisers. Instead of going for the bomb, let's take him down together. We've got that run and gun potential of the Glock. We've got high HP here, and that's absolutely fine. And so Magisk low, doesn't reload, has to hit the 1 bullet shot there. Doesn't happen. 2-on-1 goes in favor, and Dead Fox actually picks up the pistol with that. Makes things really interesting now. 8-8. Hellraisers do pick up the pistol. This is the kind of force buy that's more traditional. We didn't see this from Hellraisers. 3 sets of armor. The AWP, Cajun B. He just buys a PT50, keeps his money a bit stronger than everyone else.
Dead Fox and Sticko together will now backpedal slightly, and they've got a lot of pressure over toward B. 2 players inside the apartment, Zero being one of them. He'll take down a missile. Angel forces config out by way of Molotov, catches him with a UMP. 8 toward the window. All of the utility. All of it. Rubino, the only one in this side is a CZ. Don't spot him because he wraps in late after Zero already considered checking that angle, but doesn't quite get the kill. Takes him low enough onto 16, but it's Cajun B, Magisk together. Magisk now alone because Cajun gets found by Bondic. He's in a peculiar position to try and catch a kill and get a gun. Get money on that pistol. There's one behind him though. Grab the UMP, turn around, and get greeted by Angel.
Ooh. Okay. How many frags I put him out right now?
I'm not going to comment.
19 kills, Major C. Doing very well indeed, and
20.
finding more. Yep, 20, why not? Let's farm some cash while we're at it. Gets an AK as well. Now Hellraisers, after having a really clean round. 5 players were alive about 2 seconds ago. 3 die, and they're going to win the round, sure, but Majors, if he saves an AK, this could make things interesting. If he saves an AK to the next round, they can upgrade some 5.7s, an AK. The way he's hitting shots right now, they actually fall apart for Hellraisers a little bit here. With for his 4th kill, I reckon he's going to get him.
Sees the shadow on the jump, too. Got Bondic. That's big as well, not only because he keeps the AK, builds money for himself, but forces big reinvestment from Hellraisers.
If they wanted to go nuts here,
drop it.
Take a pause.
Yeah,
that's great.
Oh, this is Hellraisers, though.
Okay,
but it gives them a chance to think about it.
The Hellraisers, okay, so sorry, North could drop an M4 now, upgrade to 5.7s, and have 2 rifles, AK, Majors in that kind of form, feeling it. Good chance them to kind of feel about it. I think that's why Hellraisers take the pause right now, saying, okay, they're doing it. They're doing it, Matt. The force spike comes in the CT. I've called it. You could feel it coming.
You feel so happy with
I called it. I knew. I just love the fact it's actually going to happen. This is going to be a super exciting round.
The other aspect of this is there's justification in doing it.
Definitely.
Even though you're going to have a weaker buy,
no, this is
you can break them.
This is how you win these kind of games. You make these sort of calls. Definitely a Hail Mary. It's high risk, high reward, but it's going to make for a really fantastic round here. Hellraisers might have some sort of idea with the pause, but we'll work it out.
You want to emphasis that high risk point. This is an elimination match in a major.
Yep.
This could set them back 2 to 3 rounds. Hellraisers could go up to 11 to 8, and North would be playing from behind on the CT side, which, as we know, it's more expensive for economy. Molotov off from Deadfox at mid, but Config's going to get inside the smoke connector to try and spot this.
That's given away. The force spike comes in. They know an M4 wasn't present before. Config's fired a lot of shots there, so they know, okay, we need to treat this like a gun round. They've changed their approach. You can see they've left middle open, go back to a default, find a pick, and then we'll actually slow things right down. That's a good call from them. Damage inflicted towards Config as well.
Nearly gets his head taken off. That's an AK firing through a very thin wall.
This is a big decision to make for North. So far, not paying off. They wanted to get that early frag, give them a little bit of a confidence boost. It's a lot of pressure in round number 18 here.
Angel going to back up with 0. Wants the bounce smoke out the window. It's a tough one to land. It bounces off the sill. Actually, it's going to be the flash instead, so that just pops inside of the site. Counter nade from Rubino, expecting a rush on top of it, but MSL's going to get baited in. Rubino needs to do more, or MSL goes alone. And the aggression pays off. He gets one, but now it's on A, and Sticko gets 2 on the way through. Bondic will come out now from Palace, and it's a long rotation from Config. This is where you've got to think, okay, risk-reward, we forced in. Yeah. Do we save? Do we keep the 3 rifles and try it again in the next round with a better start?
I think you have to.
Problem is that Config's going to get locked in toward CT spawn. He's only at 21 HP. That flash is going to give away the position. Bondic pre-fires and he's low enough. He gets caught. Config as well. This is massive for Hellraisers.
Such a big round. And Angel, you think he gives this kill away for free, but it's Sticko who actually gets set up. Another 4K from him. What an absolutely unbelievable performance. It's such a big round as well. He delivers. Look how good those headshots are. He's been lights out so far, and we said that was a big risk for North, and now they have to take an eco. 10 to 8, looking like to be 11. This game has just got very exciting indeed.
And very, very tense if you're a North fan.
Yep, that was a crazy call to make. Obviously, with Magisk saving that AK and finding those 4 kills, he seems like he's in incredible form right now. You think, okay, this makes sense. We've damaged their economy. Let's force buy around this. This will get us pumped up. They're doing super hyped that they won that round. But unfortunately, Angel, a little distraction towards B there, set Sticko up there, who's been amazing so far in this game. Another 4K for him. Full eco pretty much for North, and towards B we go. Angel's found the positional control. Gets the first headshot, looking for a second as well. Nails the kill.
Money. Get all of those on the UMP, I was about to say AK, but SMG. Thanks very much. I tried to stack up on A with a late rotation. That puts Angel with those kills. He was the lowest amount of money starting the round. He's on 2450, plus they're going to win the round. They're all going to be with almost a round in hand if they stay alive.
Yeah, by staying alive here. We do get 4th stage loss bonus after this though, so there's going to be $2,900 on top of the money considering score now, so definitely enough for a buy. Won't be the best of buys. You can see Cajun B, he could afford an AWP, but he'll have to sacrifice either utility or head armor, probably the latter. And we'll see whether Majors can find a little bit more exit frag glory. Angel, though, he farmed a lot of money in that UMP. So George Kitchen, 4 kills at $600 apiece. Upgrades himself to an AK as well. Gives the UMP over to a teammate. So there's the money quickly on screen. We'll just bring it up on my side. Let's see who's got the most. It surely will be Angel at this point. He's only got 6K. He must have taken a couple more kills. 8K on 0. A similar story for Sticko as well. Big round. These are the kind of rounds that are most interesting. You've saved the UMP over, you've got a ton of cash available, a decent spawn for B, and you know the CTs are weak right now. They've actually made some blunders with that economic control, so you can throw in a little bit of a curveball. Maybe a B rush, maybe something that's pretty fast and unexpected, just to find those first few kills when they're going to be a little bit weaker than usual.
Pending kills, the highest amount of money they could have in the next round. Again, kills aside, kill bonus aside. It's Config on 38, and Angel and Zero, they're taking them down low. This would be another save situation. We could be on 13-8 if they can't claw this back. It's a 4 versus 2.
How's this falling apart like this? North just don't look like they're the team we're used to seeing. It was Rubino on the AWP this time. We normally have that with the hands of Cajun. Rubino's certainly the backup AWP, but seems like the plan's falling apart a little bit here. It's up to Cajun. Can deliver. Here we go. A good headshot.
Gun barrel spotted as well. Bonding thought he was clever in the corner. MSL. He's got sprayed through. This is pulling it back. They've got it down to just Zero. He spots out Cajun B. Missed shots, and Cajun saves it. And North, a sigh and a cheer of relief.
Finally, something working in their favor. They lose the first 3 frags, but MSL saves the day there from shore, finds 2 kills, and I have to say that could have been one of the most influential rounds of the game so far. It's MSL who certainly saves it there. You can see him getting those 2 high-impact frags, and I think that's Hellraisers maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves, facing every angle, trying to shut it down as quickly as possible after finding those first 3 kills. They'll be frustrated, but that's actually knocked out the loss bonus, going in favor of North, and you see they've got an MP7 in the hands of Conflict. Quite an unorthodox SMG to bring out. Most people go to the UMP for good reason. Maybe a miss, but I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. Cajun B takes down Dead Fox, the AWPer as well. Great frag to find.
Yeah, nade plus M4 spray through. I think we saw Sticko do that. Maybe it was Dead Fox in the opening half. Like you said, the AWP player going down as well.
It's big.
Bombs dropped intentionally back by B Apartments, the entrance to B Apartments, so they're looking for picks to try and make up this deficit. It is an interesting buy, you're right, from Config, because that gun does not have good armor penetration. He's only got 250 left in the bank.
It's got a higher firing rate. It's about as much as it's got going above the UMP, really. But you very rarely see any competitive play anymore.
Cajun's going to rotate back over toward B. This is the right call. Bomb has been grabbed by Sticko. They're heading that direction, and MSL needs to be efficient, needs to stay alive. Angel's got Rubino. That causes problems at middle. They have to get kills now inside this B site. Cajun, he's looking for an angle. He'll trade back one, but only one Config's there. He'll return into Zero. It's down to a 2 versus 2, but Angel's still coming in from Cat, and they haven't spotted him yet. Thankfully, they've got Bomb down. It's the AK that brings it to a 1 versus 1. Mages Boy versus Angel, and the magic prevails this time. It's going to be down to a 1-round deficit.
So tense. Every round means so much. Yeah, another 1v1. North managed to string 2 rounds together now. I think they've just about broken the economy. It will be a force buy though from Hellraiser, but North holding on just about. Every situation feels so tense, but they've won the last couple of clutches. Come down to really last moment decisions to actually get those rounds in the bag. It was Config there, upgrading from his MP7 to the M4, finds a couple of kills, and at least leaves it in a winnable situation for Mages, who delivers. They're still not out of the woods just yet. 10-11. And lose this round, money's still going to be in the bin for them, not having convincing round victories here. Need to keep more players alive. You can see UMP out of Famus. Money still is a problem for the CT side. Hellraisers know it, that's why they forced ball into this one.
Nade lands close enough to Zero to take him down to 76. Oh, the hip's shown. He saw him. MSL gets away with that.
Yeah, the hips don't lie this time.
All right, Shakira, calm down.
Well, that's pretty good.
That was all right. Angel's going to back away. Dead Fox still trying to find a shot with a Deagle in mid-break situation. They lose this, Hellraisers. It's back to not. Same for North. Whoever loses this goes on to a save.
Yeah, this is
saying that as well. A bomb plant for Hellraisers is huge.
Whoever loses this round is going to be Eco, and it's either tying things up of your North and getting the lead after that, or Hellraisers extending their victory to like potentially 13-10.
Split onto A. Bondix can go Palace, Dead Fox, Zero, A main, Angel, Sticko. They're already inside of the connection point. Cajun's the one to spot that because Magisk playing close and Sandwich has to watch Palace, but he can't stick around on Ticket Booth to spot it because he's got to watch A main as well. So it brings Config out a window to take that over. They're all working it together. Who's going to find the first pick? Lots of noise made. Lovely shot. Config did find Sticko before Angel gets the response, but now they've got to figure out where Magisk is, and he knows there's one to his right. He's got to be ready for it. Spots it on the entrance. Takes down one, only one. Zero's there for the response, but Cajun, he'll draw a level as he gets 0. 11 seconds remaining, and MSL trying to do it through connector once more. Smokes out. They're going for the plant inside of it. Dead Fox has to hold. He gets it down, but he's got a 1 versus 2, and Cajun is there.
That's going to break Hellraisers and draw us to 11-11.
They're starting to arrive now, winning every single clutch. Hellraisers bringing it to the very last few seconds there to get the bomb down there. Deadfox suddenly with a shout to winning the round, but Cajun B, he finds the last frag there, and that's going to bring some stability at least. I think they've finally broken the money and forced an eco out here, but exciting game so far. This is the first elimination game, and every single round is tense. The money's not secure for either side, but I think now North have bought themselves a cushion at least. They have got the money to the Hellraisers point. I think they're at about the 3.5k mark, and Major certainly has delivered this game. He is currently on 23 frags map, and you can see a time for pause for thought with Hellraisers. They're going to have to maybe take an eco here. They can go partial buy in terms of loss bonus. They're currently at the stage 3, so after losing this round, they're going to have $2,900 going into the bank, so a partial buy is fine. They take some Tech 9, some armor, some nades perhaps, but that was the big one. If Hellraisers win that, it's definitely an eco for North, and like I said, it would have been 13-10 potentially, but North have brought it back. Now we have a really, really good game on our hands.
Split system from spawn, as always. Default play. Config this time staying on the MP7. Could pay dividends. They do have armor on 4, but they've only got Tech 9s too. I say only Tech 9s. We know what they're like.
Oh, they've force bought this fully. Angel has got an AK. So yeah, he's got all in. That's fine. That means like you have 4 AKs and 1 Tech 9 in the next round. That's not a huge deal.
Well, he's going to get... What are we on? 3 rounds? So he's going to get 2,900. Yeah, he's going to be a little light for a full.
Yeah, so they get the bomb down to be okay.
I'm waiting outside B. This push up middle and not seeing anything could be a problem, but MSL burns 0 alive.
Yep, straight up roasted him from 100 HP. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, I think he thought he was going to die regardless, so he was hoping the flames didn't spread that far, but... Well, it's a nice start from MSL. Bit of a shocker from Hellraisers. I think they missed the smoke there as well. It sounded like it bounced a bit too early, but we'll see. They were back towards A with the bomb. It's all a ruse.
But look at Config. He's there. Do they hear it? Sticko's got to have heard him. It's going to be the exchange. It's going down in B, but the bomb, it's got the kill on Config, which means it can rotate back. Angel's already inside of the site. And Bondic in Palace. It's up to Magiska to hit these kills. Angel, that's huge. Rubino's forced back away. Better shot still in return, but still they've got room inside of it. And Bondic's got an AK and gotten away. MSL knows he's there. He couldn't find the angle just yet. They've got the damage now from Cajun. It's all on to Sticko. He still has bomb to work with. Long range on the MP7. Switches to Tech 9 instead, but can't get the headshot, and it's North in the lead.
Still a tense round, and you can feel that kill once it was made towards Config. Like he said, that's a chance to get towards A, but good rotations. Nice communication overall from North. Gives them the round victory and the lead here for the first time in a while. 12-11, and like we said, one player investing heavily into that round. He'll have to potentially be on a pistol. That's Angel. So yes, he's got on Desert Eagle and head armor here. He's only got 1 smoke, but they have got the Dead Fox orb. Now we're starting to find some stability for North. Even though they lose the round, they should. To be fair, the rounds are getting quite tight. The money's still not great for either side. They're not ahead by any massive margin. But Angel just in that pistol, he's paying the price. He's going to get a previous round. We'll see what happens here as we go to number 24. To be fair, we haven't seen any real aggression or kind of dynamic changes from North. They're just kind of holding on and relying on the star players to deliver.
Although last round they did start with a push-up mid, which almost led to a missed call, because they rotated it to B as the bomb went back to A. Comes out again, Dead Fox on op. He's got bomb top middle with Sticko pushing up in the wing and 0 down below. Config wants to see above this smoke. This is good position. If 0 takes 3 steps more, thinks better of it.
Nice smoke, but the flashbang, does he commit? He's be falling back at this point. Sticko decides to phase, lots of flashes and nades, and the full A commitment.
Oh, he spotted. He's gone in the smoke, and he's got the shot as well. A little bit of luck, but he gets Config. Good shot from Cajun in return. In the open, though, nowhere to hide. Bondic chases him down. I mean, he's got to retreat away from the site by going through A main. Rubino, though, that's his invitation. Gotta watch with the nades. Molotov's going to be out a little bit late. Dead Fox is already in, and are they going to read this? AWP sneaking up. Rubino. He better hope he's still prepared and has the angle locked out. That was very close. Bomb gets planted by Bondic, but he's left in a 1 versus 3. And although it'll be a max round bonus with a bomb plant, they'll have to force it in the next. You've got to when it goes 13-11 your T side. They've got to go for it. Either way, it's not done yet. Bondic with a chance still. He's going to play a tight corner on A main, so Nate's going to go beyond him. He's got the lineup. Good shot. Second one nearly there. 5 HP from Disc.
Oh, every single round is a clutch, and it's North taking the lion's share of them every single time. My God, they're starting to hit the shots now, and they're winning all the clutches. You can hear them getting fired up behind us. It's not over yet, though. They know it. I think we just hit maximum loss bonus for Hellraisers, so they get the bomb down here. There's definitely a chance to buy, and they're making it very close every time. And oh, I can see so close every single clutch now. Rubino's been great, to be fair. That was very intelligent play. He drops the Incendiary and still has the awareness that someone could sneak past and try and go for the pick. He holds up towards the window room and nails the shot. So we do have the buy coming in. It's a little bit lighter than usual. You can see they've got the 5 AKs, but not having all the grenades available to them is not ideal, but they send in a distraction again. It's 0 towards B, show presence, and then they'll just commit towards A. If he finds a kill opener, then that's great. They'll just charge in. Let's see what he can do.
This double mid presence again, though, leaves so much space in A. I mean, just that's going to be there alone. And I think the information's been relayed. The noise has been called because Cajun rotates back, but he's smoked off. Whoa, that's an oversight. Sticko walking back to bench to get position for rotations without checking behind triple. Angel's there to trade it. Watch the flash. That goes both directions. Config was through and the flash hits him just as badly as Bondic, and he gets the kill in return. It's going to leave it down, though, because Rubino with the spot onto Angel, has position at stairs. Doesn't give him much angle control, but they want to get a rotation towards CT.
Molotov.
Could force him slightly. Smoke as well in front. Rubino just wants to protect his position. As he goes back to mid, though, he's not ready for Zero, who will catch him off. MSL found a kill beforehand, leaves us with 2 aside. And there's no smoke down in the site right now, as far as I can see it, for Dead Fox to plant inside of. So Zero's got to go aggressive to keep him a position at default. He's successful in it. Missed shot, Cajun. Tag up. This is MSL's invitation to go 1 versus 1 in the site. Hits the shot. This pulls Zero back. But Cajun's outside of the vent. He can't leave his teammate alone. Zero's got a chance. That bomb ticking. There's no kid on Cajun. I think there's one down inside the site. There is. It's just to the left side of the box, and Zero, he knows he's coming. It's an AWP for Cajun. He's got to go to the pistol, and Zero finally clutches one for Hellraisers.
So many clutches, Matt. Every round feels like a 1v1. This time, Hellraisers get something going for them, and it's broken the money of North as well. That just goes to show you how close these previous rounds have been. This game just got another step deeper because, oh, Zero, that's really nice play from him. Because they knew where he was originally. He gets that first frag. You said it. There's a long rotation for Cajun to come in. He takes a risk. He goes up on the steps, gets himself into a sandwich. Cajun B's not expecting it, and we do have an eco indeed major down on $2,000 as well. They're only going to get a 1900 into the next round. This might be a double eco. They're going for the full B stack here. All 5 players on this side of the map. Maybe push off towards short, but Hellraiser's going to tie things up at 13-13. Very likely that's going to happen.
I actually don't mind the call from MSL to be disciplined and go for a full, complete save by absolutely nothing because, as you say, they're facing potential double eco. They let it go 13-13, but if they force and lose, they let it go potentially 14-13. So at least they'll be able to force up in the next round with a better buy than what they would have had here.
My God, what a game this has turned out to be. And it's the first elimination one as well, and no one expected North to be up against the ropes against Hellraisers. This should be a guaranteed win. They haven't bought a single thing, but they are walking into the Lions Den at the full B stack, but they're doing a good job so far. 3 kills obtained for the Hellraisers, and it just poured Rubino now. He's had a great game so far, but this is a bit of a stretch. 5 players to buy and bomb down as well. So this is nice work from Hellraisers, keeping all 5 players alive, boost the money further, and they managed to keep a clean sheet there. So let's have a look at the North cash as we get into the next round. So they can buy into this. It won't be the prettiest, but you're absolutely right. Keeping that full eco there, not purchasing a single thing, is beneficial. So it's 4 M4s, 1 UMP. Some highlights here for you of the anti-eco frags. But Rubino, I think he might have dropped an AWP. He spent 5 grand this round. So is that down? It's not. Okay, so he had to drop a few. He had to get the armor, the UMP to his teammate, and the nade to himself.
This is even more important in this round, though, even still, because they won't get a buy in the next, and then you potentially, pending eco, go 15 rounds. So saving it, I agree with the call, but it puts pressure on this round. And Angel, I can't quite see it. Is he pushed? Okay, he's underpass. I thought he already pushed up toward the ladder room. I was going to say that's very audacious, but he's down below to control middle.
The pressure mounting every single round here. 1 kit available, no AWP. And a lack of grenades as well. SMG in the hands of Magus, who's been arguably the best player for North so far. He'll be posted by the apartments area as well. Stifled almost without the rifle in hand, but damage being exchanged here. Actually, 0 damage. It looked like they were hitting each other, but they're staying on 100 HP for now.
Tracers were there too. You would have thought someone would have figured that out. Bondic, Sticko, Dead Fox, all rotating back over toward the A side of the map as Angel's going to try and contain and control middle for them. MSL and Rubino that are still in the B site and no rotation in play just yet from them. So config is the key to this. His read from the window room has to be perfect. Cajun B still with his attention on the top of connector, while config's attention is on the window for the boost coming through from Angel. He wants to jump in late. It's Magisk up close. It's a different position for them. And config, he's done big work to find the first. Cajun B pops out. All three inside A, pick up kills. That's big, because on the way through, they had to. With the long rotations from B, they had no choice. Bomb down, 13 seconds. Save the op, save the AK. It's 14 rounds for North.
Absolutely safe. Nice work from config there. Everyone chiming in. They adjusted their crossfires as well, and the UMP prevails also. So they keep 5 players alive here. They'll be able to upgrade to a couple of AKs, and that's actually really solid stuff there from North. The 2 remaining players, the Hellraisers get no money into the next round, but they have saved the AWP. Angel goes down first. Great position from config there. Well read. Not overcommitting to the site. And you can see what a dry entrance that was to the bomb site from Hellraisers. No nades used whatsoever. We kind of call that a contact play when you're trying to surprise the enemy. We're going as slowly as possible, and as soon as you get contact, you push in together as a team. Didn't really work out for the North were expecting it. They had the crossfires established. There's still money available. No one really running away with this one. There is an advantage for North, 14-13, but still lose this round. Could mean another Rico going forward.
Zero and Angel fast toward lower and apartments. Rubino gets to the corner of Cat. Bomb dropped at the start of the apartments, and the first pick goes that direction. That's going to sway things heavily, because now they have to split the defense up, and there's lots of time to work with for Hellraisers.
Zero has been a nuisance there, just showing presence time and time again, keeping players to that side of the map. This time he finds a nice early kill as well. Takes down the in-game leaver, MSL, 5 on 4, and he's looking for more as well. Going to be pushing in further. There are 2 more players towards the B side of the map. If he can keep them there and distract them without dying for long enough, that would be great. He can hear footsteps, can probably feel they're going to be pushing into this position as well. He can find a double kill. They're going to line up for him, but he can't do it. config takes him down and neutralizes everything.
config does neutralize, but they still, in a 4 versus 4, have to play the defense correctly, because execution and strength in numbers favors the take on the site, and therefore favors Hellraisers. Bondix makes that ball in 51 seconds. And Cajun steps up. That's one down at ladder. First time we've really seen ladder come into the picture, but Cajun gets caught by Angel.
Headshot him.
He's got a lot of damage done, you're right. But Angel's still hunting. Config hears him coming, waits correctly. And Bondik's going to try and sneak in late with bomb to B. May just needs to call right now that he's not seen a single thing on A. Because Rubino's reasonably low on 24 HP.
That's so
and he's
smart.
caught out.
You see Bondik has fired his weapon randomly there to take the attention away from short. His teammate comes out of the ladder room just as he do it. That worked so nicely. Now it's a 2-on-2. Bomb down, advantage Hellraisers.
And Bondik with bomb planted is going to watch off toward the window. It leaves Dead Fox way out toward Cat to watch the door. That's where config comes in. They now have the information. He's in the site. Where's his teammate to play off of him? Bondik has one. Trades there from Magisk. Gets down to another 1 versus 1. Shoulders shown from Dead Fox. The same on the other side, but trigger discipline from Magisk. It doesn't matter. Dead Fox has it. 14-14. And how's the money? It's very close on both sides.
It's thin. My God. Did you see how smart that was, though? Bondik, it's a 2-on-2. His teammate's stuck in the ladder room. He knows the CD's waiting on the other side. He fires 2 shots from his AK. He's coming out the apartment. And as soon as he does that, the CD player waiting turns around. Dead Fox coming on the corner. They just obliterate him at that point. What a well-played clutch that was. And it's going to be a full reset. What do North do? Do they buy into this round? They will take a pause at this point to work out. It looks like they will indeed be forcing. So, 2 UMPs, 3 M4s, no kits, lacking grenades as well. They do get 1 kill on Rubino, but still, oh, this is getting exciting now. The clutches finally starting to work out for Hellraisers. So many going in favor of North. And here you go, the stats on your screen. North lost against fnatic. Hellraisers against mousesports. Both of these teams on 0-2 right now. Loser of this map, this best of 1, is going home.
Both of these teams as well coming in with some inexperienced players in majors. Well, you want to break them in? You want trial by fire? This is it. You get through this game, and I'll bet you they all step up.
Yep.
After this amount of pressure.
I agree.
But no signs on who's going to get through this game, because both teams are still strapped for cash, and it's 14-14. Win this round, then it could be the game.
Well, as far as the buys go, you have to edge it towards Hellraisers. They don't have the AWP, but they have got the 4 AKs compared to the 3 rifles on the north side. If bomb goes down, that's a problem as well. They've only got 1 kit, lack of grenades, so I would say a narrow advantage to Hellraisers. It looks like a big execution coming in. 5 players, MSL, a lot of pressure now, need to deliver.
Flashes are well timed, all of them blind, and Rubino gets taken down as well. They were both caught, 2 pops through the window. And you have to say Hellraisers now, although there's flames down, have full control. They're gone.
Match point.
That's nuts.
Oh my God, what a play from Hellraisers, going for the set piece there. on such a pivotal part of the game. They've got themselves match point. I would say Hunt, if you can get at least one kill down, let's put them in such a horrible position in terms of the money. One kill would do it right now. You can sacrifice 2 players, I would say, in terms of the Hellraisers money. Let's go hunting. If we get a couple of them down, we're doing great. But Majors, as usual, hitting shots. He must be homing in on the 30 bomb right now. 29 frags for him. But yeah, I would say the Hunt's definitely worth at this point. They're going to be sticking together. Make sure you watch the bomb. No ninja potential here just yet, but North made the correct decision. I got a quite good view of North guys here. They look very stressed out right now, especially when MSL lost that first frag. You can see the look on his face. He needed to get one there at least to make it a possibility, but they have saved the 3 rifles. Some good news at least to work with that. Did anyone go down?
No, they got them all.
Yeah, some shots at the end.
The hard part with this is that they're successful on the B takes when they go fast, which means as a defensive side, as North, you've got to consider that early, but at the same time, they've been putting good pressure on the middle as well. So you just have to win your duels.
Yeah.
You can't gamble at this point. It's 14-15. You have to win your duels.
Okay then, Matt. The final rounds at number 30. We've gone the full distance here. The pressure firmly applied towards North. 2 UMPs once again. 1 round separates them from going down or going into overtime. And it's 5 AKs for Hellraisers. Huge advantage going into this round. No real adjustment for North. Not going aggressive. Going to be playing the default. And we'll see what happens going forward as we enter a really scary position here for Config and Co. You can see him using that one-way smoke once again. You're looking to underpass, and a bit of aggression here. Rubino has to bait in MSL. You can both the SMG play as well. They get the first frag and the second.
Good trade from Rubino. This, I'm not surprised to see them going to B, and that's a better still trade because Rubino, he takes Dead Fox. Bomb's still over on that B side, but look at the flank coming in from Magisk. Again, he gets aggressive off the A site. That's going to lock them in. That'll contain them pending Config's position at window, because if they can bust out from underpass, it's their only chance of getting to a free A site. And that's past. Angel's inside though. That's big. Rubino left alone. Magisk has to hurry up, but Rubino, this is the best round he's had all game, and what a better time to have it. 4 kills for him, and we go to overtime in an elimination match between North and Hellraisers.
What a call that is to make. The crossfire with the SMGs. Rubino, he's been solid throughout this match overall, but what a time to deliver. You're absolutely right. This kill decides if he goes down there 2-on-2, another clutch, probably going to lose it. He finds the really important one. 3 versus 1. Angel can't do anything about it. We're going to overtime, and I'm really glad. I want to see how this can develop further. We are going to be fully reset at this point. If you're unaware as to how overtime works, it's basically going to be 1st to 19 at the top of your scoreboard. You get $10,000 per player, and it's going to be 3 rounds per half. We do not switch over. North stay on the CT side, same story for Hellraisers on the T side. And in terms of how the narrative works, it's a little bit more difficult controlling the money on the CT side here. Lose that first round when you've bought AWPs and bigger weaponry like that, then you can find yourself with pistols towards the end.
And Pimp, former Dignitas, team that is now North player, says we got a game. Magisk is turning up. North need that little monster to pull through right now. I completely agree, and he has been dynamite. 29 kills for him. Angel leads the way on 30. The one thing I haven't seen a lot of, although Cajun B is mid the field with 20 kills, is AWP play. That's really hasn't been as impactful in all situations as you might expect on a map like Mirage.
Well, we've got Config on the AWP. So I guess at this point, it's just accepting. This is a big game.
And it's not like he has a spawn for it. It's just a call.
I think it's just like Cajun saying, I'm not hitting the shots right now. I don't feel comfortable. Config, I'll step up. I'll go to this. Oh, what is this?
So many chickens.
They're your friends. You collect them, don't you?
I do collect chickens.
Whenever you play Counter-Strike, you know it's to do.
E on all of them.
Yeah, you know it's Matt playing because he's running around with 5 chickens behind him.
It's true. Absolutely true. You know, I was playing The Witcher the other day.
Okay.
And you can, like, with your crossbow, you can slaughter animals. I know that sounds terrible. I'm sorry, PETA, but you can get food from it to heal you. The hitboxes are as broken in that game on chickens as they are in CSGO.
Okay.
You can't kill chickens. It's the only thing.
Wow. There you go. I didn't know that. I only play this game. Well, overtime comes in. Once again, you do have a little bit of time to discuss your approach. Like we said, Config at the AWP right now, which is interesting. Cajun B certainly the most prolific AWPer in the team. But sometimes you need to accept it's not your day. You're not hitting your shots. Let someone else have a go. Config, certainly a confident player. Another one of those names that kind of wasn't really so apparent in 2015, but 2016, another massive year for him, especially with this team. And Dignitas started to find success towards the end of the year with the Epicenter victory as well. He's kind of that tag team duo, him and Majors Boy, showing as they are a force to be reckoned with. And just to note as well, another little nuance of overtime, the CTs won't be buying head armor here. They don't need it against the AKs. No one's going to be buying an SMG on the other side, so you want to save your money as much as possible. So occasions will head armor, but most of the players will not. That saves you $350.
Config getting aggressive with the op as well. Out window, back to connector. I think he wanted to hit the catwalk jump. I'm not sure. He didn't quite make it onto the fence. Would have been a great position. We haven't seen anyone do anything aggressive like that. You mentioned it, especially on the north side, on their CT side. They haven't done anything unorthodox. You get to that fence position, you see above the smoke, they cross, don't know you're there, you have an op.
It's normally when you're doing very well, you chuck those in. When the rounds are so tight and the economy is running out, you don't really want to take that risk. You want to allow your big players just to hit their shots. And I would say on paper, North do go toe-to-toe pretty nicely against Hellraisers in terms of skill, but it's got them to overtime. That last round was scary, but here we go. Everything reset now. First to 19 in the top of your scoreboards.
And it's looking like B potentially again. Zero's the only one that's committed that far. Sticko has bomb, and I think he's slipping underpass. No, he's not. He's still up there. Smoke out. MSL wants to play the edge of it. Misses his opportunity, but still recovers and gets caught. Sticko there will get him with the headshot as he retreats back down the hallway.
Very beneficial for the terrorists. 4-on-4 situation, especially on a map like Mirage. Very long rotations there. Spreads the CT defense a lot thinner, and it means the advantage goes towards Hellraisers at this point, regardless of it being a neutral situation. So, Majors should get a free kill here. Angel doesn't see it coming. Nice work by him.
Very good work by Magisk again to control. He's been aggressive on that A ramp a number of times and it hasn't paid off in each attempt. He's got rotation back to Tetris as well, but Bondix found that coming out from Palace. Good tag to 30 HP on Bondix. That could be detrimental to them in the end, especially with Dead Fox now down to 17. Bunny hops around, but caught on the other side by a pistol of Config.
So far away. Bondi did well. He found that kill on Major on the other side of the map, but Rubino solid again. Only gets one kill, but he stays alive. He delays him for so long. As his teammates are rotating, they had no idea towards that bench position as well. Rubino's been really solid this game for me. May not be the highest fragger, but in terms of finding the really key kills and making intelligent decisions to win rounds, he's done a great job so far, and that's another example of that just there. North take the first round in overtime. Certainly wasn't a clean-cut affair, though. Into round number 2 here. That's the big round for win, as I mentioned before, in the kind of break period. Losing that first gun round as the CT side can make things a little bit more problematic. Great spawn for Zero, though. They wanted to get an AWP on him. That's the best spawn to do it, but it looks like they'll be committing with AKs. Bonded yet to buy. They're still deciding. There it goes. He's got dropped an AK, I think. But on the default round here, no one giving anything away. I think we have a slight adjustment. They look towards Palace for the CTs. We have got Magisk and Cajun pushing in aggressively. We have a look at that, we can see they've actually found nothing at all. So, Cajun falls out of the apartments.
Interesting thing about this, though, is that it leaves 3 in the A site with a 3-man underpass rotation, which leads me to think this will be an A take via connector and only Angel approaching at the front of the site. Config's back down CT. He might go ticket and peek now. He's going to. He's got information. He's got a shot as well in Config. He's got 2. Cajun's complimented that. Angel comes in to catch him off in the open, and Cajun falls down as well. But it's only a man advantage. They've got to be careful. Magisk is underneath of Shadow, and there's no rotation in full from MSL and Rubino. Rubino wants to stay passive so he can come in with information, and MSL wants to get the shot through connector. Magisk does well to find one in that situation. It leaves Angel 54 seconds, bomb in hand.
Yeah, well, who better for the job than Angel? He's got 2 frags so far. He'll take 4 in total to win this round. He has a lot of time to work with, though. The mind games begin. North have to decide, do we stick together, which is the right thing to do, by the way, or they can separate and stick those separate bomb sites there. The idea behind that is, okay, so we could stay together and you can go to the other bomb site, but at least you've got a 2-on-1 situation instead of having 2 separate 1-on-1s, which gives the terrorists a higher chance of winning.
Angel's going to sneak in silently as he can.
They'll hear the bomb go down. So you can see Edge in now.
Yeah, they've gotten closer. Nade as well. Smart read by him to get away from that. Maybe he was just checking it and happened to be the right time, but it leaves him unscathed from the damage. Molotov to force him out. MSL's got the shot. It's going to be 2 straight rounds for North in overtime. And Henry, that is significant for money.
Yeah, when he gets the bomb down, so it does provide an extra $800 on top of the win bonus, the loss bonus as well. The Dead Fox, the AWP, of course, they only have 2,800, but we have got 75 on Bondix, so he can drop, so they will have 5 AK.
This is the cool thing about Bondix being ultimately forced to save.
What a shot that was.
That was very nice from Config. Being forced to save because in the first round he was so far removed from the action. He knew 1 versus 3, bomb down B site. I can't even get there. Sit here, keep it. By him keeping that 1 AK, you're right. They get a full buy out of it. So just saving the 1 gun, but look what's been bought by MSL.
This, we always see it come out in these sort of situations, the auto sniper. It's similar to the AWP, but it can fire very quickly indeed. It can be very deadly in the right hands, but it can also be disastrous for a team as well. When you miss a couple of shots, and it's very easy to punish that weapon. We'll see whether MSL can do anything with it. I actually kind of like this buy. It hasn't been done before yet. They won't be expecting it. Zero's been a bit of a nuisance towards these B apartments. Maybe he's trying to shut him down and go toe-to-toe right now. Does a lot of damage and has a lot of spam potential as well.
Dodging flashes from his teammate. He's trying to get in a better position. Molotov goes down. They're fully blinded, both he and Bondic, as they peek. Bondic's just trying to spray into that corner above the ladder. Angel's going to get up inside of the smoke. Dead Fox behind. They want this A site. 2 in connector as well, trying to push through. It's Sticko and Zero, and Config spots them. Hits them as well, up close with AWP. Jisk hits one, 3 sprays, nearly sprays down both. But Dead Fox is there. Sticko, he'll get Config. If this goes 3 straight rounds for North, it might be enough for them to push it over the finish line. 18-15, we swap over. 19's the magic number.
So another 3-0 required now from Hellraisers. They need to do the exact same performance that North just gave us to take us to double overtime. 1 round from North on the T side secures the victory. The end of what's been a fantastic game. This matchup on paper, Matt, didn't seem that exciting. We thought North would run away from it, but so far it's delivered. Every single round's been close. It's been down to really key clutches as well. North certainly being tested here by Hellraisers, but still heavy advantage towards the Danes at this point. 1 round required to not proceed, but get themselves away from elimination.
So teams, we mentioned this in regulation at halftime, are allowed 5 minutes. For this halftime, they're going to take the 2 minutes that they have. You might as well catch your breath.
And make sure you make the correct decisions, I guess. This is interesting. Hellraisers are going for a double AWP setup. So that's when it becomes really expensive. You lose that first, well, to be fair, you can't even lose the round.
It's gone.
That's the point I was going to make. Yeah, it's gone anyway. So you might as well go all in, yeah. So it's fine, I guess. But you lose 1 round, that's when it's a problem. But double AWP setup, you lose 1 anyway, it's over. So let's go all in. Angel and Dead Fox on the AWPs. And there will be North now. Huge advantage. 1 round required. Big cushion, could go for some kind of more avant-garde stuff, rushing in together, kind of unexpected plays, but we'll see what happens as we go into the first round of the second half of overtime now.
Boost up for Angel as well on one of these ops. He wants to find Magisk. Has the lineup, but a shot from Hell will take down Angel.
Good night.
Hell might be raised, but they got nothing to play back with. Rubino, he takes Sticko. It's only 3 kills to go. Rubino as well is going to sit down in the underpass. Zero fights forward to get that AWP with a smoke off so he can grab it. And Dead Fox on the other AWP will get Rubino back. That's at underpass. Nearly gets another at the top of middle, but he has to back away. They know he's there. And 2 at top mid, 1 coming from underpass. He's got no choice but to back away, but just gone Bondic. It's falling apart for Hellraisers. And it's going to get worse because Config has Dead Fox bombs heading to A. Zero's got a clutch against 4. AWP smoke off inside a connector. No chance for Vision. Does get 1 on Cajun. Lineup as well toward that default. It's that shot. Gets it to a 1 versus 2. I wouldn't rule it done just yet.
It's going to take the clutch from Hell to actually pull this one off. A 3 versus 1 now. And a must-win round. Can't save this weapon. Lose it. It's over. Bomb ticking away. And North are being disciplined. They know this is the victory. They can touch it now. It's so close. Zero knows this is over, I think. He can't do anything about this. He's got a kit, but upgrading, time ticking away. Can't find any kills. It's over. They will be going home. Unfortunately, should be ended at this point.
It's done anyway. He can't even get there. There's too much time gone on the bomb. North. They'll survive. Hell might have been raised. Magnetic field's upside down, but North, the compass pointing the wrong way, will find their way forward in the end. They survive just barely against Hellraisers, who both teams put up their best performances yet, but unfortunately it comes too late in the tournament for Hellraisers.
Well, there it is. A really exciting game. I have to say, one of my favorite recasts. It's so in terms of being back and forth and exciting and tense rounds, no one really running away with it. Interesting decisions being made with the money as well. Just a really exciting one, and Hellraisers just can't be too gutted of that. They gave it their absolute best effort. One of the better teams here in North. Took them to overtime, and unfortunately they will be the first team to go home, but still, you've got to admire that game and what the kind of show they put on for us.
And I said it would be trial by fire. They're inexperienced youth. Well, they've just got adapted to major conditions. It's Hellraisers gone, it's North moving on. We've got another big match coming up. We'll take a break. Join the desk.
So, North have clung on to their tournament life by the skin of their teeth. To tell us more about how they did it, it's the in-game leader, MSL. He's over with Sue.
Thank you very much, Richard. First of all, that was such an intense game, so congratulations on staying at this major. There's so much to talk about with that game, so just walk us through it as the in-game leader. What do you think that your team did better?
At the end, we did a really good job just keeping composure and believe in ourselves and have a good communication, and Rubinho really stepped up at the end. But in general, throughout the match, we got caught off guard on stupid aggro peaks they did as CT, which we shouldn't have got caught off. But in the end, we got the 3 last rounds as T, and we had a pretty good T half 8-7, and as CT, we got a bad start and came back good. So I think overall we played okay, but we are still not at the level we want to be.
And speaking of not being at the level you want to be, first 2 days were very rough for you guys. So just tell us, what do you think the biggest problems have been? Because a lot of people had a lot of high expectations, but the first 2 days just didn't look good at all.
No, it didn't look good at all. Our biggest problem have been our CT couple at this tournament, and honestly in practice we never got less than 11 rounds. So it's individual plays right now. We don't have the confidence in ourselves, and we really need to get that up. And I hope this win gave us that back, and people can start to frag more.
Well, this major has been very crazy, a lot of unexpected results. From your perspective, has there been any teams that have surprised you?
Gambit have surprised me really much. They are playing really solid CS, and yeah, I just think they have a good combination of players.
All right, well, congratulations again. And with that, it'll be North that stays alive, and the first team to be eliminated from the Eleague major will be the Hellraisers.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Sue. We're going to talk about Hellraisers in just a bit, but let's start about North. I've got images in my mind of an accountant somewhere over at FC Copenhagen saying, "We did what?"
Wait a minute, that's... I think you've... There's some more points too far over. We're not really paying them that, are we? I thought it was 2,000 a month.
Because it's pretty crazy. I mean... appalling major.
Yeah, I mean, the Hellraisers have not looked good, and that's why you have to really initially start with North and say how terrible they were in this match. They had nothing going for them. This is a perfect map for them. This isn't even a strong map for the Hellraisers guys. We already saw them lose earlier in the tournament on it.
Yep.
And you just look at the performance overall. Where was Config? This guy's usually the dynamo of the team, as he goes, so the team goes. This whole game for me was Magix and Rubinho saved North's asses.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very fair. And actually, I mean, I even think going into the second half, I thought Hellraisers played better. I think you look at some of the magic that was pulled out by North to just keep them in this game just barely by their fingertips. I mean, they had to win a 2-on-4 very early. A bunch of rounds came down to 2-on-2s, 1-on-1s, and most of them early on in that second half were won by North. And that's the thing. It's interesting hearing MSL say that he thought that they kept their composure down the stretch of this match. Because
I didn't see that at all.
I actually thought it shattered and they lost it. The only time they regained it was in overtime. So if that's what he's alluding to, fair play.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the end of regulation, it felt like it was all Hellraisers going on a decent run there. But I mean, also, you talk about some of the disappointment we saw in this tournament from Dead Fox, from Bondic. This is a game. Zero also has had a bad opening 2 matches, but coming into this, even just with one of those 3 showing up, because Zero had a good game here on Mirage against North, even just one of them, they almost make the upset happen.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit about Hellraisers, because I'm sure we'll pontificate more about North's problems and what's going on there, because it's such a crazy story from epicenter to this. But let's talk about Hellraisers. Obviously eliminated, going home. Not for want of trying, if you're Angel, who I think has had a very good major and is still kind of a standout player for them, alongside Dead Fox, who just didn't turn up to the major at all. Was that a temporary flash of form? Because it was quite a sustained one. Is it over? Has he peaked? Is it pressure?
I mean, it's
What's
always
going
hard
on?
to know. The majors are a different level. It is a step up the competitive rung. I think it was good enough, in my opinion, for Hellraisers just to make the major. I didn't have them making out the qualifying. I think they had a pretty good run of form there. Cloud9, NIP beating tournament champions to get here. So very good.
Yeah.
he started the year out playing in the minor system. Yeah. So to even be at a major, you can't necessarily expect people to play at their peak form there. With that said, very, very disappointing. He didn't show any of it at this tournament.
Yeah, not at all. Jason?
Yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to see it sustain, but certainly they can't just, live and breathe by Angel's success. They have to have those younger guys kind of find their form. But it's also, I mean, even looking at North, they also had their younger guys struggle in this. So, as much as North has looked, in my opinion, awful at this event so far, I don't think it's things that they can't necessarily bounce back from. I still think they can make it out of these groups. They need to find a way to get those younger players, the Magis and the Configs, back on board. They need to find a way to get this system to work, because at the moment, one of the strengths has always been MSL, like how he has this team playing, how he has them working together, and you don't see it at the moment.
Yeah, and just to give you at home an inkling into how disturbed Anders actually is, he came into the green room just before doing his cast and he went, "How much for the North Astralis final?" like he does. So, Danish CS, I don't know what it does to people's brains. Anyway, do you think North is actually going to progress?
The problem I have
based
with
on what we've
this
seen
is actually I didn't like the demeanor of MSL in that interview, because his demeanor, in fact, if you look at all the players, anytime they went around in this garbage game that they almost lost, they were like, "Oh, yeah, great, we're doing really well." I don't understand what they're so excited about. Like, it's all well and good saying, in practice we're doing amazing on these maps, like we're always getting 11 rounds on CT side of Cobble. That all sounds great, but you can't say, "Oh, we're just playing bad." No, there's not just about it. That's a massive element of the game.
Yeah.
And so if you sit around...
Some say the most important one, right?
If you sit around like North are at the moment thinking, right, well, any minute now we'll turn the championship, you'll be out of the tournament, Things have to change. Luckily, the format of the tournament means you have that day reset every time, A day comes along, it's a new day. In theory, you can go back to your old level, but they can't just expect it to happen. Something has to change inside this team.
Well, that's one of the key matchups out of the way, but there's others to come. As we said, there's going to be Heartbreak and Legends coming in. You see, Gambit versus Virtus.Pro is going to be the next one that we have. SK Gaming versus Na'Vi a little bit later in the day, and then to end it, Flipside versus Optic, which, that would be a heartbreaker for North American, the North American CS there. So
and
just
we're not
thoughts
used to
about
those.
that, guys.
We're not used to those at all.
Yeah, not used to heartbreak. I mean, what? Any final thoughts about these fixtures here, then?
I mean, I'm just looking forward to SK Na'Vi. Like, I think that has the potential to be really, really good. Not least because Na'Vi at the moment, they're starting to show flashes again of when we first got this lineup together, of maybe they are like a potential champion. So I think SK is a great test for them, because SK has the routine and they're never going to give up an easy win,
All right, well, thanks, gentlemen. We are going to find out after this short commercial break whether Gambit are the real deal or pretenders. They're going to take on Virtus.Pro. This should be awesome. Make sure you tune in.
The Major is special because it is the biggest event of the year. It has the most popularity, the most notoriety. It means the most to all of the players.
You know, I'm excited. I'm sure everyone else is excited to watch it.
It brings together the whole community in a way that no other tournament does.
You may win another tournament, you may win a few tournaments, but if you win the Major, everyone's going to remember your name.
Fans come out more to Majors than any other event. The prize money is usually the biggest out of any tournament. Winning a Major is the biggest thing you can possibly do.
Yep, so about to get into a cracking match. One of these teams will be Legends. Gambit Gaming with the surprise winners of DreamHack Winter. People have been saying not to underestimate them, and here they are at 2-0 on the precipice of being the first legendary team. Tell us about them, Duncan.
Yeah, and a big part of it, actually, I think, believe it or not, come down to the older guys in the team. Like, it's the younger guys who are the flashy players, Mo, Hobbit, they're the guys who maybe look like the MVPs. But I think you look at it, obviously the in-game leadership of Zeus has taken this team to another level. They already had upset potential before, but that's all they had. They could do an upset and they were never going to go much further. Now they actually have stability, they have a... the responsibilities. Now you can win some games, and now you can really get it head-to-head with some of these top teams. With that said, big challenge when you go head-to-head with Virtus.Pro at a Major.
Yeah, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I think you posed the question before the break, you know, do we think they're the real deal? I don't even think it's a question. I think they are the real deal. They look very, very solid at the moment. And yeah, I mean, a great mixture of the veterans, a great mixture of these young rising stars. We know CIS region has some phenomenal players coming up.
So staying with you then, Jason, let's talk about Virtus.Pro.
Yeah, the crazy thing about this team, and we always know it's possible, have always been one of the toughest teams to beat, and despite some struggles, for other pro teams and pro players, they always say if they're scared of any team to play, it's always Virtus.Pro, because you never know if they're going to turn up and just be unbeatable. But the crazy thing about their tournament so far, you know, I mentioned this in both their matches, they look like they've been outplayed in the majority of in these two games that they open up with, and they still win them. And that's the scary part, because as much as you want to say Gambit is the real deal, if G2 is outplaying Virtus.Pro, if Optic's outplaying Virtus.Pro in a lot of different aspects, and they're still winning these matches, how can you possibly, you know, if you're Gambit, how do you think you're going to be able to outplay them even more than those guys? So that's going to be the test, because these individual plays, we know Snacks can do it. We know the sneaky plays that he comes up with. They have Neo. They have all these old veteran stars that don't give up in any kind of a situation and always somehow know how to position themselves to make magic happen.
Yeah, so for this upcoming map veto, Duncan, obviously there's a little bit of overlap, but I think Virtus.Pro have the deepest map pool of any team here at the Major, so I think it's going to be hard for Gambit to get on a preferential map.
Yeah, especially because we know Virtus.Pro always has Nuke. I mean, against the majority of teams in this tournament, that's a map that they can really float that. And as a result, Gambit has to ban it, which, I mean, they're banning it anyway because it's a Zeus team. So the equation here I want to see is, will Virtus.Pro use the other ban for something like Cash? That would be the one that I think would be an interesting takeaway. Mirage taken away, Virtus.Pro classic map, obviously. Not really a Gambit map at the moment as it is. I think something like Cobblestone is a real potential here. And for everything that everyone said, Virtus.Pro is good enough on Cobblestone. They probably can play Gambit on it. Yeah. So at the moment, there's no way Gambit's going to ban it, so it's going to be in there. Train and Cobblestone, it's going to be Train, actually. This is obviously a classic Virtus.Pro map. I mean, this is a map where last year, this is the map, for my money, that got them back into the equation as a top-level team. I think they have dodged a bullet in as much as Cobblestone would have been more dangerous, giving Gambit a good chance, but you have to favor Virtus.Pro here.
Yeah, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I think you do have to favor them. I've actually lost some confidence in Virtus.Pro's train when I've seen it the last few times they've played. It hasn't been as impressive. It seems like you know the recent in-game leadership, the recent like tactical ideas they have gone away from some of those more explosive styles that we've always known and loved from VP on train. So in that sense, I think it's going to be nice for Gambit that they might not have to face that unless Virtus.Pro's put it kind of back into the playbook for train. But still, just from everything I've seen at this event so far, Virtus.Pro definitely the favorite.
And Duncan, give us an idea of where Gambit are on train right now as a team.
It's not a bad map for them. It's decent enough. I mean, this is one of the ones that's exciting to see at an elite level, because one of the other things we can obviously say is that Zeus's teams were always fantastic on this rework of train. He really, really was one of the guys early on, along with Virtus.Pro, who figured out how you play the T side of that map. People were thinking it was still going to be a CT-sided map. It is in terms of the overall stats. If you look at all pro games, there's a reason why the best teams in the world win that T half, though, why they're so unstoppable. So I want to see in this game, like, the big question for me in terms of the Gambit guys is you think of some of the players they have, like Dosi is a big example, some of the younger guys. one of the keys, I think, to this map is on CT side, you have to be really, really willing to instantly rotate as soon as you get a read. And a player like Dosia, he's a bit static, you know, so I want to see how they can adapt to that Virtus.Pro.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him run in a game
I didn't mean in real life, but yes, he is also very slow-moving.
Yeah. Jason, what's your thoughts about Gambit and their approach to trying?
I mean, it's going to be interesting because, you know, as Duncan just said, with Zeus and his former, like an Navi, like very slow pace on the T side. We've seen in other maps in this tournament, Gambit, they can be very slow paced on the T side. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to, if they're going to switch up that style, because if Virtus.Pro ever. Slow pace on the T side. We've seen in other maps in this tournament, Gambit, they can be very slow paced on the T side. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to, if they're going to switch up that style, because if Virtus.Pro ever. Roger.
Definitely. I'm really excited about this matchup. Before coming to this tournament, if you had told me that these two teams would play in the group stage, that might not be like the greatest game. I think maybe Virtus.Pro will just run them over, but I actually think the Gambit are a really cool team to watch now. I'm so excited to see how far Zeus can push these players. I want to know what he can do with them, because so far it's been nothing short of a miracle, and he's really shown how good of a leader and how good of a tactician he actually is. So I just want to see more now. I just want to see more out of Gambit. I do obviously think that Virtus.Pro is the favorite team going into this. I think you'd have to be slightly crazy to say otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. And it is true. I mean, considering how he left Na'Vi, how he was replaced as the in-game leader by Starks for quite some time, and how he seemed to be struggling so much on Na'Vi, the fact that Zeus has come back to life on Gambit, I think it's a similar situation to what we experienced with Kerrigan and Astralis, right? You know, you go long enough with the in-game leading where your team starts to doubt your calls, and it kind of just degrades. It falls apart from there. Now he's got a fresh roster, and they're doing incredible things together.
They have done a very good job. And look at the setup that they've got. There is, and you'll take a note of this, one smoke on Virtus.Pro and two Molotovs on Gambit. Keep that in mind. Well, Asher, what a headshot, followed up by another one, and then trying a third one. Asher, somebody stop this man. He's looking for it. He can't get the final one. It would have nearly been a quad kill. Whatever they had planned, it's done. Asher has torn them limb from limb, and that will be the pistol round set off.
Well, that's problematic.
Ridiculous way to get started.
That's an unfortunate start here for Gambit Gaming. Pretty quiet over here for Gambit as well, but I think when it goes like that in a pistol round, you kind of just have to shake it off. That pistol round never happened if you're Gambit. You just... You forget about it as quickly as possible, because you can't count on Pasha just hitting headshots like this. 3 headshots, nearly 4 versus Zeus as well. Feels like in those sorts of situations, if you had just a couple more bullets in the mag, you would have got the kill against Zeus as well.
Yeah, it does feel that way. And obviously the end game for Gambit there was to stay on the high ground with that cheeky Molotov and try and throw it down on whenever it was diffusing. And none of that obviously mattered when they just got shot down on the ramp.
Bodied, basically. And that's sick. If it's Pasha, I mean, he is one of those key players for Virtus.Pro that VP as a team look to lead the way. If Pasha's hitting shots, that's going to make life easier for Bialy and for Snacks to follow up with him. And, well, you're going to have that winning combination for Virtus.Pro of those star players really, coming through for the roster. So it's up to Gambit now to kind of keep their cool here. They are definitely the underdogs in this match.
Adrian looking comfortable by his own spray. So it's a good job there. All right.
The sprays are pretty sick. I'm so happy that finally we have like these team logo sprays going on.
It
Sprays it all in the game.
It does look incredible, I agree. People don't use them nearly enough, the teams. They should do it more. It's great advertising and, you know, they're on the terrorist side, so who's going to stop them?
I think we need to watch more like clutch rounds from Happy because he still seems to have that tick where he jerks down to the ground, right? His crosshair down to the ground again, that old habit.
And maybe that could become a new thing. Pasha and Taz are inside the B-bomb site. Shouldn't have trouble holding on to this. There's one smoke on Zeus, so right now, just looking for a bomb plant. That would be great. Get a bit of a money bonus so they can buy even more stuff in the next round. Grenade gonna land right at the feet. Oh my god! Pasha! A nuclear bomb exploding Dosha, Hobbit, and Mo, and that's gonna be the end of the round. What is the matter with Pasha?
What?
It actually got stuck under his feet. It was a literal claymore mine.
Can we actually see that again? Please? Because it's not every day you actually get to see an HE get 3 kills like this. They all had full HP as well. How?
Yeah.
How did they take so much damage?
This is a 1 in 1,000.
Oh, it was a double HE at exactly the same time. It went off together.
I mean, that's still a 1 in 1,000. That almost never happens.
That timing is unreal. That actually kind of tilts you if you're Gambit. You know, it's fair enough you're getting headshots, you know, in the pistol, you know, but it's like getting double HE'd flawlessly in the second round when you have no Kevlar to mitigate the damage. Not that it would have saved you if both HEs are on the money like that. That's just brutal. And now while going into this, no buys, getting wall banged as well, Hobbit. Down to 88 already. But no bomb plants means no bonus money, means look at the grenades that they have. They actually have 2 decoys. They have nothing.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal, but I think Gambit should still be fairly focused on just winning this round, because if they can do that, then all of the nonsense in the first 2 rounds is completely forgotten by both teams, I think, and then they just need to move on. So it's good that they at least got the bomb plant in the first round. That really made a big difference here. And so far, it's only Pasha and Taz that are doing anything on Virtus.Pro. Everyone else is at 0 kills, assists, and deaths. So, you know, still really early days. Too early to panic, at least.
This is when you're really happy as a B player. In general, B, you know, you're playing B side as a CT, you know, it just sucks. You're not getting that much action. It's always on A that, you know, everybody seems to be doing their executes, etc. That's a feel-good start for Pasha and Taz, who usually, you know, get to fall asleep over here on the B side.
Oh, Optic goes down early on. That was over by Pop Dog. That's a real shame, because now this 3-pronged attack that they're going to go for on the A-bomb side will be much less effective. Oh, Neo and Pasha go down. What a great kill coming in, and Mo taking down Snacks as well. I think that we're going to have a great suitable drop the alley. It's looking fantastic right now for Gambit. They just need this 1 kill on Taz, who's got a double, looking for the triple, trying to dink away Mo, who's got the health advantage. A big one, in fact. Now Taz in a lot of trouble here, looking for the spray. He almost gets it, but it will be Gambit winning the round. Great job on Gambit.
He got the headshot. He got the headshot as well. He takes them down to 12 HP. If he had an AK, that was it. It was over. And well, no way. What do we have here going on here? Because we already have a pause coming through. This looks like a technical timeout as well, so.
Yeah, it probably is. Maybe Taz punching his monitor or something. Just that he saw the dink, obviously. He must have known that that was very close, but not happening this time. Great execution coming out of Gambit Gaming. It was sort of very default, obviously. You go 2 Ivy, 2 main, 1 Pop Dog, and sadly they lost the Pop Dog sort of flank of that. Otherwise, it would have been even more convincing, I think, but the rest of it still worked.
It just feels like the initial kill was there for VP, but after that, the duels that followed, apart from Snacks spraying down, spraying and praying with the UMP over by A main, there really wasn't much there for VP. So it's time for the A players basically to start warming up here to get awake. So it can't always be Taz and Pasha, you know, showing up, trumpets blaring to the rescue. Snacks, seems like it was Snacks who had a bit of a technical issue. We're seeing here, like, look, is it FPS? Maybe it's FPS that's the issue. I doubt it.
No, it shouldn't be. I'm not sure. Well, I guess we'll find out in a second here. Again, pretty early on in the round, so I don't think anyone's going to be too frustrated at taking a breather now. I think it's always worse when you have these tech timeouts very late in the game, when, you know, one team is either winning or losing, and suddenly it really changes the momentum a lot. But Gambit, they're just feeling happy. Like I said, I think the headshots from the pistol round, the grenade in that second round, they will have been forgotten now by both teams. Like Gambit don't care that happened now. They're just happy that they won the 3rd round. And they should be. Look, the money on Virtus.Pro is so weird, it's all over the place. Technically, 2 of them could buy, but then the other 3 couldn't, and I don't think it's worth it. I think I would save. If I had players like Snacks and Pasha, and you're playing on train, I would want them to get at least 1 ult, maybe 2.
Maybe 2. Yeah.
Because it doesn't have to be Pasha either, it could be Neo.
Yeah, you can get Neo involved, you can get Pasha involved. Pasha has definitely taken a turn away from the AWP. He used to be the primary opera quite a long time ago now. Back in, like, what, 2014, where he was, like, consistently the primary opera for VP, and then he kind of went away from it. He lost confidence in the gun, started going back to the rifle. That's where you started to see... VP had that sort of situation similar to Nip, where nobody wanted to op. And that's just like, Fiflaren had it because he had to, Forrest as well because he had to, because somebody had to op. It was never a case of like, you are the primary opera, like with an Alu or a Kenny or somebody who's just going to go for the op every round, every chance they get. So VP have actually had that similar problem. Snacks for a long time was using the AWP as well for them. Still is.
Yeah,
basically the primary opera, I think, for VP.
I mean, they do have a lot of people who can easily pick it up if they do need to. So it's an interesting scenario. There definitely was a point in the metagame where it was inconceivable that you wouldn't have a dedicated opera, and I think at different points in Global Offensive, people have proved that you can do all right without them.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
There were teams that built their strategies around it. I believe like MSL with Dignitas for a while. They just ran AKs. They didn't run. They were just like, well, we feel better without the AWP. We can be more dynamic. We can just run all over the place, go for quick executes, right, without having to give the opera time to work with it. Because that's the other thing that you're trying to do with the AWP is if you're going to consistently run the op, you have to give the opera time to work with. You're going to have to set up strategies around getting him into angles, flashing him into angles, and allowing him to look for the pick. He has to have time to work the map. And so if you want to play a slow style, great. But if you want to play a very quick, explosive style, sometimes you see these operas. That was when Nip was on Alu, for example. They just weren't using him. They were constantly trying to go for explosive styles, and then Alu was just like, well, okay, I'm not getting any time at all to use the op.
Yeah.
And so it was a bit of an awkward situation there.
Now, here's something interesting as we do resume the game. It's the fact that Virtus.Pro have actually bought. You see from the buying here that this is not exactly fantastic. They don't have... Well, we're back on Zeus. I think maybe he has a problem now. But regardless, we'll just go through the buy anyway. They don't have a defuse kit, and they have a FAMAS, a UMP, a Deagle on Pasha, and then an M4 on Snacks and Taz. And Snacks has the AWP. I guess that's a big weapon. I would say I think this is too early to force up in the game. I'm not exactly on board with this. I'd rather play it safe.
This is a little bit of a throwback to the Envy kind of style, where it's like, you know what, force no matter what.
Yeah, but when Envy did it, at least it was on the T side, right? So there was some measure of sanity to that part of it, where you sort of said, well, if we keep getting into 2-on-2s, we'll just keep forcing forever because eventually they'll run out of money and one round one and that's it. I feel like if you do it early on the CT side, it's a big risk, but
I want to see more of that right there. Neo smiling. See that grin? How happy he was. And Pasha just looks like he's about to eat your firstborn. Oh. Yeah, I know. Pasha's pretty much made it his life ambition to pretty much destroy the idea that gamers are all basement dweller, Dorito eating, Mountain Dew chugging nerds.
Yeah, it's pretty inspirational, isn't it? He's some amount of hours have probably gone into that.
Guy pretty much lives off of sushi.
He does.
Yeah.
I've never had sushi.
I think last year he had a bet going with Snacks, and I'm pretty sure he won it, where it was like the bet was Snacks loses weight or Pasha gets a 6-pack, and I'm pretty sure Pasha got the 6-pack.
All right, we'll get the confirmation on that at some point. Similar setup. It's interesting. It's curious to see that Virtus.Pro putting 2 people in B right away. That is not really how people normally do it. Normally you'd just have 4 in A in case there's a rush, then 4 back to B if anything happens. But they are maybe worried that Gambit are going to get in there really quickly. Although, to be honest, they obviously know how Zeus likes to play as well. They should expect a slow style coming out of the T side here. And already this is much faster than you'd normally see out of Zeus. And Taz, he's got the angle on one. Behind him is Pasha. Now they're going to go for it on the T side. If they win this round, they're going to completely reset Virtus.Pro's economy. Taz, oh, they line up. He gets a headshot looking for a third, but can't get it. And it's a great double trade. Neo coming in with a kill, but this is still very winnable for Gambit. They can absolutely do this all the way long range. Neo tapping away with the FAMAS. Such a hard weapon to use, but he makes it perfect. And now Zeus is going to be going down. And the risk, and I do want to really stipulate, it was a massive risk from Virtus.Pro to buy in this round. pays off.
It does, and that's all due to Taz with the double spray, I think, because Pasha, they were looking at the same angle, so miscommunication there perhaps on VP, not really sure about their setup, but both of them were looking towards lower ramp, and Pasha was just getting shot from the top, so maybe there wasn't enough communication from Taz saying, you know, there's one passed already, but Pasha basically did 0 in that round, so if Taz doesn't get that double kill, Gambit have got the man advantage, and they can push aggressively towards Connector and take over everything from there on the B site. So key that the old man Taz is actually able to come through for his team there in that round. It looks like we actually have the first tactical timeout being used here by Gambit. So the difference here, just in case you're wondering, technical timeouts, the players are not allowed to talk. They aren't allowed to, unless they're being spoken to by an admin, that's it. They aren't allowed to, you know, basically talk about tactics, get the coach involved, and try and figure out what they're doing in game. They have 4 30-second timeouts where they can actually discuss amongst themselves going into the next round.
I'm not a fan of it being this early. I realize they have 4 of them, but for one, they're taking a tactical timeout into a round where they have pistols and armor and some grenades, so, you know, how much can you get out of it?
Yeah.
And if the tactical timeout is for the upcoming round, well, it can't even be, because then you'll be ecoing if you don't win this one. So maybe, I mean, okay, I will accept this tactical timeout if they pull out some great strategy here. They have the grenades for it, but if they really have sort of an ace up their sleeve that says, you know, we've tried this, we know this can work, and we're now, you know, we're going to pull it out here at the major, then I think it'd be cool. But otherwise, I would rather they use it when they have the rifles to actually do something with it.
Yeah, how fast Hobbit is. That looked like, that was weird. He looked really quick there for some reason. It was like a run boost. That was weird. Okay, whatever. Point being, you're right. This is well, Gambit basically in a double eco scenario. So they're telling themselves, we're gonna eco in the next round unless we can get the bomb plant or make something magical happen in this one. And so go for the buy, get the grenades, and see if you can actually get a bomb plant out on the A side, it looks like, because they've hit B quite a bit so far this first half. So it's time for Gambit to try and change things up. They've gone for a default approach here, spread out across the map. They've cleared out Brown Hall, so they have that part of the map control, and now it looks like they're going to set their sights here on the A site. So VP, about to get some action over here. Snacks and Neo, they're going to be rubbing their hands together.
Neo crouching along, spraying through the smokes, 10 bullets left. Not worried that someone might run through as he's reloading, which I definitely would be. Another grenade goes in, Doja's ready. That first one is going to go away really soon, and Neo could be exposed. Su's taking some damage, but there's Neo going down. Nice shot for Doja. He picks up the AK, and Snacks is waiting for him. This could definitely go bad for Virtus.Pro. 30 seconds left, and Snack's gonna turn his back for a second, goes for the fight, and he flicks right on Doja. That's a great shot. Viali taking down 2, and now it's crumbling. Hobbit will get a kill. Adrian will get a kill, going for a headshot on Taz. And now with 19 seconds, is a one-on-one. He could get the bomb plant, or he could just go straight for the fight. He knows Snacks is somewhere back here with the AWP. They have that confirmation from the kill on Doja. 10 seconds left, and Adren, he's gonna go for it, and he will be successful. Already a great round coming out of Gambit. Now it's down to the one-on-one.
Wow, the risk as well. If he's thinking that Snacks is back there in back line, openly planting for back line, that's just Adrian just being like, right, Hail Mary time. Let's hope that he's not actually going to look this angle while I'm going for the bomb plant. At least they get the bomb plant. But I got to say, I'm pretty surprised at Neo taking such a massive risk, considering when you spray and you start to run out of bullets, that gun makes a sound once you get to 5-6 bullets left in the mag. And so if you're on the other side, if you're Doja, I thought Doja was going to go charging through the smoke the first time he heard Neo spray like that, because when he knows that Neo's reloading, there's your opportunity to just run through and with guns blazing and run him over. Just doesn't really work out for Neo that time, but definitely taking a few risks there, Neo. Luckily, his teammates are able to stabilize for him.
Great shot of Doja. You see his eyes, just the focus going into that. Pretty impressive. Yeah, look at that.
X-God doesn't get distracted, Anders. He's got one job to do. Just get headshots.
Yeah, apparently not. Well, so, I mean, I still got to give it up to Gambit. That was a really big round for them. Really important round. They get 4 kills. They get the bomb down. Can't really complain about that. Now, they're going to have some upgraded pistols, but it's really the next round that's the important one. So, we'll see. I mean, that was almost a round 1, so credit to them.
Very close. Now, they actually managed to do a little bit of damage, but it was still a force buy, so they get the bomb plant. It should set them up nicely here for the next round, the 7th round, after this additional round of eco. Everybody's got Deegs, it looks like. 2 Deegs here for Hobbit and Adrian. Mo on the Glock, but he's going to be obviously prioritizing the AWP for the next round. And well, yeah, Gambit, this is just Zeus. Slow and steady. No need to rush things. I mean, that is something that VP can take into account. If Zeus is going to play this kind of style, this kind of style is old as sin when it comes to Zeus and Na'Vi. VP have played against this for days, so they should This is something they should be comfortable with, right? Knowing like, right, okay, we're dealing with Zeus kind of style here. Just hold our angles and be patient.
See, I always want to apply that logic, but remember when he was in Na'Vi, even then we said it, and none of the teams learned how to play against it. They still got caught by the 15-second push, and like it's just because they're the only. Well, he's very nearly the only captain that does it. So it's so hard. Even if you know it's coming, you're still thinking. Your whole sort of mind has been trained to do something else, and it just takes one misstep, and suddenly you've given them just the opening they needed at 20 seconds, and then they go for it. This round, though, not going to be any kind of magic coming out of Gambit here. It's going to be 5-1 for sure, and that's a good start for Virtus.Pro, even though it's been sort of a rocky road to get there. They can't complain too much about the current situation, and also Taz, 10-3-3 at the moment, and everybody's starting to sort of, get on the scoreboard here for Virtus.Pro. And on the other team, I feel like it's too early. I'm not really concerned about either team right now, but I want to see Gambit pull some of that style. I'm not just interested in the slow style of Gambit. I'm interested in the style where they take map control and then wait for so long that the other team sort of has to go and say, but they were just here, surely, and then you walk forward to check if they're still there, and then they are, and they get the kills on you. That's what I want to see if they can apply to Train, because we've seen it on Cobblestone and we've seen it yesterday as well, and it's interesting to find out exactly how they play that style on Train.
Let's go. The angles. Pasha just going full aggro, stomping his way up, and Hobbit still loses the duel. He had an early warning there. He heard the footsteps. That's not good enough. 3 players here pushed into Brown Halls for VP, and they all get out scot-free. That's ridiculous. How do Gambit allow them to get out and not actually trade 1 kill there?
It's so hard for Mo, because if he goes forward to take the shot down the railing, then they can walk up the stairs behind him and shoot, so he sort of has to stay passive almost. Great push from Virtus.Pro. And that plays directly against Gambit. Ooh, did he make the jump fully over? I don't think he spotted them.
Snacks saw it. Snacks definitely. He saw the gun barrel as well from Zeus on the. So he knew somebody was there. He just didn't react quick enough for the shot on Doji. He was expecting somebody to peek behind it. If Mo has the op, right? That's usually the classic setup where you throw somebody across to the other side of alley. This is to allow for your opper to peek behind him. That's what Snacks was countering, and well, nobody was there. So Snacks is kind of left scratching his head at that point, being like, huh, okay. So somebody's on the right side now, great.
But it's also really good if you can jump someone to the right side without if the guy's scoped in too far and he doesn't see it.
Yep.
Then suddenly you're the other side and they don't know, they haven't seen anyone cross, so that could also work out pretty well. Mo gonna be taking down the alley. That's a nice way to get back in around 29 seconds. Here comes the push. Doja gonna be taking down Neo. Taz on the bomb side. He needs some form of backup on the side itself. Otherwise, it's not gonna work out well. He's gonna get flanked eventually. And Dren, how did he get the shot? Pasha, 19 health, has to fall back. It's not looking good for Virtus.Pro in this round. Gambit, slow again, incredibly slow, and it still works.
And again, it works. You're right. This is unbelievable. Snacks, he's gonna get greedy. If you're gonna save your gun, Snacks. Don't hang around too long and risk throwing away that AWP. And your economy isn't fantastic. You definitely want to keep building from here. Exactly. I mean, they don't even really have enough for a full buy apart from Snacks, but then that's gonna be him like with a rifle and nades, not with that AWP. So calm down, pace yourselves, and just hold angles and save those guns. For Gambit, though, that's unreal. The fact that Doja, but then the jumping headshot from Adrian, like, okay, then Adrian.
Right, and you would have to say in terms of replaying the round, that's one of the things you really can't count on. But I am still kind of in awe. When you get this kind of a start, this is going to tilt much of the team. You're not quite sure what's happening on that side of the map, and you still have to try and execute. It's really a bit ridiculous, isn't it? But I mean, Zeus must just have such good control of this team, of his troops, essentially. I wish we could have a listen-in and someone to translate what they're saying, because I bet what you would find out is that Zeus is almost micromanaging a lot of these players. Not in terms of, everything they have to do, but in terms of sort of the morale of the team, because they seem to be very focused.
Used to be his, that used to be his calling card, micromanagement. But this is how you can change things up if you want. Pasha's now got the AWP. We've got a double AWP set up here for Virtus.Pro. Just gonna be risking it all at this point. This is all of their money spent in this round. So now, double HEs on Taz holding upper. And Pasha unscoped just as they go past. He had the angle perfect as well. Taz gets baited into it. Hobbit with the headshot. And Pasha now has to just back off.
Good shot from Hobbit, and nice to see him get a kill, because I think that's the second of the game for him. So it's always it's always bad, and especially if you're a young and inexperienced player, if you just have a terrible start. So getting a kill every once in a while makes you feel like you're still in it, and you're not just playing this godlike team that's Virtus.Pro, this legendary team, you know? You have to stop thinking like that, and you gotta just think, no, it's easy, I can do this, it's no problem, so...
Oh, there we go, Pasha, nice. Hobbit getting a little ahead of himself there. I mean, you know, for young and unexperienced players, sure, but for the vets as well, Astralis themselves saying, you know, we really struggle if we have a slow start. And those guys are veterans. They've been around for ages.
It's definitely true. We'll see. The bomb is making its way up to... Oh, they're actually going to move it back, put it on in what seems like A main here. So that means Snax, look at this forward position that he has. He's all the way up by the train, and he catches Adren as he drops by. Such a good kill. Second one coming in. Snax, just a very aggressive hold there at main, and it works out beautifully. He's going to turn around for the potential triple here, and it will be taking down Doja. Yeah, one-man army Snax.
Dude, they're making some noise over there on VP's side. They're sitting on the other side of the studio from us, and I can still hear them shouting clear.
Yeah, and we should obviously... That's just such a good flick. We should obviously remind everyone, this is a game between two teams that are 2-0. So whoever wins here is through the group. It's going to be right into the quarterfinals, and that's exciting. I mean, I don't think anyone would have thought it would be Gambit, but imagine the break that Virtus.Pro can have suddenly, you know.
What's fun about this matchup as well is that both of these teams are legends. Gambit, they got murdered by fnatic in the quarterfinals at Cologne, and Virtus.Pro made it to the semis. So, I mean, these are two legend teams basically battling to hold on to that legend status.
Hobbit running gun with a Tech 9, and Dren also charging into the bomb site. Snax in some trouble, in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down, and suddenly they just steal the whole round. What happened, Virtus.Pro? And it's going to be a flawless one. A Dren with a triple kill. Wow, out of nowhere. How does that even happen?
Just speed. When you get used to it, this is what you can do basically when you're training your opponent to expect slow, steady play, and you're like, actually, no. Go straight rush, just change up the tactic completely, change up the pace, and you just catch VP. Exactly, Pasha, you can, man, they're so frustrated where it's just like, well, definitely shouldn't have got caught by that, but...
Look at them. I think everyone who's ever played Counter-Strike who's watching now can relate to that facial expression, like, why? Why were they on the A-bomb side?
Look at what it does to VP's economy, though. I mean, just 2 rounds ago, they were forcing, I mean, just spending everything. They won the last round with 3 players alive. That's not good enough. Now they're here with an eco, a hard eco, though, so they're banking on buying again in the next round here for his pro. But, nice work from Bialy, and Neo tagging it up.
Hobbit getting a bit worried in that corner, but he's going to be careful as well that Taz doesn't sneak up behind him, although I think he's got Adren there to help him out. Yeah, that's going to be a nice save. Otherwise, who knows? This should not be a problem for Gambit to win this round.
No, the one thing is that Snax has got the M4, but Doja's already lurked his way all the way into connector here. You can see that's the B side wide open for business. And that leaves Snax and Pasha alone. Snax wants to stay alive at all costs with this M4. That's why you see him coming up here to sniper. Just stay put. Don't even risk the gun. Let Pasha go and see if he can find an exit kill somewhere. But this round is cashed already. This is done. So now we get into it where it's going to be 6-4.
Technically, both Mo and Doja could go. I mean, maybe Mo with EW would be a bit silly, but Doja could go and hunt. He's got the money to lose this AK. So maybe it'd be worth it to try and find another kill. But instead, it's going to be Pasha giving up the M4.
That's perfect. Now you just run. You save the guns. This is perfect. When you're going for an eco round and you manage to secure 2 kills, save 2 rifles, Hobbit, Mo, and Adrian don't want to have anything to do with this. They need to save their guns. They still don't have that massive economy to fall back on, so they're definitely trying to manage it. You don't want to just go and run and throw away 2 ops needlessly. Definitely don't want to be donating one of those to VP. So both of these teams, they've just agreed. They've got a truce. Back off, save the guns, and focus on the next round.
Truce is only going to last into the 10th round that's coming up here. With the 11th, sorry. It's 6-4 as the scoreline here. And I'm wondering... I feel like Virtus.Pro are slowing down a bit too much. I liked it when they were pushing into the white holes. I liked it when Snax was holding aggressive in main, but over at Ivy they haven't tried too much, and now it seems like they're falling into the trap, I think, of letting Gambit set the pace of the game, and that's what they want.
Now it's time to take a bit of control back here. It's not out of control yet for VP. They can still definitely get this locked down. 5 rounds left in this half, and Mo's got the angle. Looking for the aggression early in connector, not going to find it. Nicely timed flash. They're going to force him off the angle, and that can allow Snax to get into position a bit closer here. And so some early aggression coming out here from Virtus.Pro, making use of the nades, but look at how many nades they have left. We're a minute 30. They're down to 2 smoke grenades, 3 flashes, and an HE. And one of those smokes just got used by Pasha. So Gambit now, they have a huge nade superiority to work with going into the remainder of this round.
Yeah, that will become evident in just a few seconds here for Gambit. When you're playing against the CT side and suddenly, 30 seconds go by and no one's put down a smoke, you sort of know they probably don't have one, so should be able to figure that out eventually. And they have 3 Molotovs still left. If this is going to be some sort of B attack, it's going to be very hard for Pasha and Taz to hold on to it. Let's see if they can. Taz at a pretty big off angle, I think, down at B. Just waiting. Yeah, this is sort of a common spot, but it's still it's so hard to check for. It's really hard when you're coming in from the C ramp.
And they just aren't getting the reads accurately here. Having 2 players in Pop Dog like this for Gambit, that's a change. And so Snacks got caught. He was holding aggro. Bialy will be able to spray down 1. Trades it to 2, 3. Bialy just saved the round here for Virtus.Pro. Man advantage now for the CT side until Pasha steps in to save his teammate. Adrian trying to do the best that he can, but he's in a 1v2. He needs to go and pick up that bomb. He's only got 20 seconds left here to get the bomb plant.
He's done it before, and what Duncan was saying is clutching is just what this guy does, but with 10 seconds, you have to imagine it's just not possible. He's going to jump up and taken out by Taz, so a bit of a shame. I feel like that could have definitely been, but still a really impressive round from Adren and a 4-7 scoreline. Gambit can't be too unhappy with this. Obviously, it's a bit of a shame they all get destroyed by Bialy, who, by the way, could hear the scoping that Adren was doing in Pop Dog. He knew that there were people coming there.
So sick from Bialy. That's the hero play right there. That just made all the difference for VP. And that's what they're capable of, this roster. Anybody can just come alive and have monster rounds like that. Triple kill for Bialy. 7th round on the board now for Virtus.Pro. Gambit on 4 rounds, but a full buy for them. All the nades, and it's looking like at least 3 smoke grenades going to be heading over towards that A site, so they can set up a split here fairly quickly.
See how it goes. It's not quite the wall, and I think some of the smokes might have also been a little bit incorrect, in fact, for Gambit, so they failed. Some of them slightly. Snacks will be up on the side of the train, and in fact, it's Neo that did the kill on Adren. Not necessarily the best start here. 4 versus 5. They are bringing the bomb over to the B bomb site. Taz needs to stay alive. A Hobbit, very important kill coming in. Now Pasha coming in. The headshot on Mo, making it a 4 versus 3. The bomb is only now just down to Pasha. He'll fall as well.
I gotta say, this is Hobbit's round now. He's like, Bialy, I'll do you one better. I'll get 3 kills and get that bomb planted for my team. And now Neo and Snacks, they're in that awkward situation where what can they really hope to do? Snacks with the long lurk is going to get caught by Doja. And Neo's left in a 1v3, just hoping to save the M4. And here I was shaking my head that Doja didn't actually get the refrag for Adrian as well. Just kind of sat there, didn't attempt to go for the spray through the smoke, didn't try to get the trade back onto Snacks. So if I was Adrian there, I would have been pretty frustrated with Doja, actually. That's kind of the situation where you expect your teammate to at least try.
Think of what a big commitment it is for throwing a fake, that you commit at least 3 smokes and maybe even 4 to get into the A bomb site, and then obviously you end up in B. But that means if you get slowed down in B at all, or if they're going for a retake, you don't have those smokes anymore to try and sort of buy time. So there's obviously a trade-off in risk, but it worked out really well. Again, another piece of evidence that Zeus really knows what he's doing here. Now they're going to try and see if they can rush into the brown holes. I think this is going to be an absolute massacre, and I can hear Gambit now calling it out. They realize they're coming.
Wow, that's Doja going ham right there. There's the nade. Dunked on Neo. Doja not going to win the duel versus Taz. Instead, he gets picked by that CZ75. So back into a 4-on-4, and Gambit want nothing to do with this, but they've already rotated an extra man over to the A side. Snacks is in position. He only has the USP, though. Not the best gun. But he is going to be a bit of a thorn here in Gambit's side. Mo's going to miss the shot, gets instantly headshot, but Zeus is there to trade it up. And Bialy with the double spray again! He comes through! This is unreal. This is a hard eco for Virtus.Pro, and they're in a 3-on-1 situation versus Adrian now.
Well, he certainly got the advantage with the AK, but they looked panicked to Gambit. They realized they were about to be rushed down, and then they managed to reset that situation. They all calmed down, but yet you could tell the team was still in full panic mode. And as they ran into the A bomb side, they just didn't manage to actually check all the corners and lost a couple of players. Now it's a 1-on-2 for Adren here. If they lose this round, I mean, again, in terms of the team morale, it's going to be at an all-time low, I think, if they lose the USPs. They don't have a diffuse kit currently picked up, and Adren is in a really good position. He's got 13 kills. He's currently carrying this team to see if he can actually win it. He's got the 1 kill already in the 1v3. Now just 2 left. And he's going to hear the bomb being tapped, and oh my lord, that's a straight headshot coming in from Bialy. Third kill, again he does it for Virtus.Pro, and it will be enough time for the defuse here. So 8-5 the scoreline. Virtus.Pro stealing this round from Gambit.
Unbelievable. Bialy. This is his round. We're going to get to see it here from his perspective. The season 75, he's had 2 monster rounds. Catches them lined up. It doesn't get any better than that. And then this headshot here, unreal. Boom, instant. Adrian had the angle and still loses the duel versus Bialy. 2 big rounds here for VP. Thanks to that man right there on your screen. Bialy, the hero. But they're still spread. I mean, 3 guys, 12 kills right now each. Bialy, Pasha, and Taz.
A round that really illustrates what happens when fear strikes in the ranks, you know, when people just abandon everything and just say, no, let's just go. We gotta run, we gotta run. And they only have pistols as well, but Taz gets that kill in return, and then they suddenly feel like, oh no, you know, we might lose this round, let's just go quick into A. Obviously they had a guy in A who had sort of checked it out and said, well, there's not that many people here, but still, it's just a rough way to lose a round. At least they got a buy in this round. If they lose this round though, then they won't be able to buy, and it will probably be 10-5 in favor of VP.
Yeah, they'll be in the doghouse. The same could be said for VP. Both of these teams are struggling. This is just on a knife's edge right now. No money. And it makes a big difference. 10-5, sure, VP will be happy. If it ends 8-7 with Gambit nearly tying it, that's going to be a real problem going into the second half for Virtus.Pro. So this is the round that everything rides on here for this first half.
Yes.
Both teams, again, more still play here from Zeus.
Oh, smoke goes up in front of Neo. Feels pretty safe with the silencer putting the shots through since they can't see the traces going in, so maybe just hoping for the best. Now he's going to get flashed in, Doja with the deagle, but I got to be careful he doesn't get shot in the back. Go in the front by Snacks with that AWP. Bialy going down next now. It's a 4-on-4. And there's 29 seconds left. Again, classic Zeus coming out here in slightly tagged in the back. It will be Neo going down next, and now they need to get that bomb down with 20 seconds here. It's dropped in the middle of the train. That's a big problem. Now someone has to go up and get it. Snacks is in a 1-on-3, but he can win this because of the bomb plant or the bomb position. They actually just steal it away. I'm surprised Snacks didn't try and use that a bit more. He's going to miss the shot now. They know where he is. He's going to get a quick flick on one, and he can't follow it up. Hobbit with the quad kill instead, and that was 6-8. When the bomb goes down in a situation where you have to jump up to get it, that's always going to be a super risky situation.
But how did this collapse happen on the defense? How does Hobbit walk in and get a quad kill? I mean, VP is nobody calling where this guy is shooting you from? How is he still alive? Unreal.
Speaking of Hobbit, you remember a good 6 or 7 rounds in, he had 1 or 2 kills. Now he's at 11, right behind Adren, who's at 14. So he's certainly made up for the slow start that he had, and they needed Gambit. Now going into the 15th round.
And now it's definitely Gambit's half here. 6 rounds on the board, primed to take 7. We're in the 15th round, and well, it's not looking good. Bialy, what? He gets right around the corner just in time.
Yeah, it bounced one time too many and went the other way, I feel like. Unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate, but now Snacks is going to be able to sneak his way back, and they've taken over Brown Halls here, Virtus.Pro. This is the trap. Taz, point blank, takes the shotgun to Hobbit. Pasha's going to take down Zeus. That's the bomb lost now for Gambit. And well, perhaps we will have that 9-6 sort of scenario here, the complete flip.
This is ridiculous. We've had so many weird rounds in this first half that I can't even believe it. It's going to be another kill coming in from Taz. He gets that double, and with a refrag from Doja, spraying through the smoke, not going to connect with anything. It's a 1-on-1, but Taz is controlling the bomb all the way back there, whereas he's actually going to walk out and down the ladder. I'm surprised that he didn't stick by it.
Taz,
pretty deep mind game.
Con, right? Yeah. The long con. Little does he know. Well, I mean, Doja's obviously got to work his way over towards the bomb. So there was the 50 seconds when this duel began. We're down to 26. And while this is the issue, Taz having to go so slow, Doja is just working his way away from Taz. But if Doja decides to go for the bomb plant, well, he's not going to have an option now. He's only got 15 seconds left, so he's going to have to plant B. Taz is going to just walk up right behind him, and Doja may never expect him to come from this angle.
I think that's the backup plan here, is the fact that when Doja does get the bomb plant down, it's unlikely he'll think he's going to come up from behind. But actually, Taz is going down the ladder over by Pop Dog, and now he's going to go and check the A-bomb side. Oh my God, he's managed to go so deep on the mind games that he's actually fooled himself. Now instead, gonna pop a flash on the other side of it. Soon he has to start running because he doesn't have a defuse kit, and he also has just another grenade left. So it's really just make a run for it here. Doja's somewhere on that bomb side. He's already got the double kill. He's turning his back though. That's dangerous, and Taz nearly takes him down. Smoke goes up, pistols out for Taz. He needs a shot, and it's a headshot as well. Even without the kit, he should have enough time here. What a scary, scary 1 versus 1. He went all over the map. And I'm sort of wondering, oh no, is it not going to happen? Taz! 1 more second, a couple of more seconds, and it would have been. He went too deep, Samla. He tried too much. And that will finish it at 8-7. Gambit Gaming. That's a terrific first half for them.
And that's them going for the 1v1, basically. The 1v1 clutch has been a lot of rounds of 2, 3 very decisive round wins, basically, coming through. But Gambit, they are actually the team to pick up both 1v1 clutches this half so far, so this is just painful for Taz. He even had the very clever flash that he threw back towards the halls. You saw Doja instantly whip around towards Brown Halls. He clearly thought Taz was coming from up there.
Did you see Doja's face? Because he looked like someone who had also lost the round. He was like, oh, damn, you know.
If Taz has a kit, that's it. The round is lost.
Very interesting. We do have Adren and Bayali here, the head-to-head. ADR is pretty good. I mean, Adren did so much work in the beginning of this half. He sort of cooled off a bit later. Helped out by Hobbit. So overall, I mean, it was just a very, very impressive performance of Gambit Gaming. You see, Zeus is only at 6 kills, but obviously we know he's done so much work for this team to keep going. Dren's still playing with that camera, Semla.
Dude, he's one of the best. Wow, even going for the Dr. Evil. He knows how much work he's doing, except that this doctor, this evil overlord, is effective. You know, no sharks with laser beams attached to their heads here.
None of that, not taking any hostages or anything, just going for it every time. Second half coming up, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 3 here, the E-League Major. We're still in the group stage, and both these teams are 2-0. So no one's going home from this game, but they are going to the quarterfinals if they win it. So there's a lot on the line. You get a day where you can relax a little bit and just chill out. And Adren gonna go right into Taz Glock. That's not the best way to get started. Now they're on the B-bomb side and they're pushing up while the bomb is being planted. Doja, we're gonna refrag on Pasha, not bad at all. Now 4-on-4. Snacks gets 1, keeps firing. 9 bullets left. It's dancing and it never ends. Finally, he's going to have to fall back, and then Taz comes in with 2 big headshots, leaves Hobbit in a 1-on-4, and Taz, even more kills coming through, a quad kill at the end of it, and Virtus.Pro with 9-7. God, it looked like that battle with Snacks was never going to stop.
That was the second pistol round now picked up for Virtus.Pro, and that's, I mean, I feel like we're at a similar situation to what we had last night with Nuke from G2, where it's just like, it's 9-7, Anders. Could you tell that VP won the first half pistol?
Definitely not.
Like, that's the scoreline is so close, and VP again picking up the pistols, but they need to actually figure this out here. How are they going to get the lockdown going? Because yesterday it was an incredibly shaky game for Virtus.Pro on Nuke versus G2. It was way too close, and so that plow, it's they need to figure out, you know, like let it warm up for a bit. It is winter after all. You leave the plow outside, gets cold, engine doesn't turn over, battery is flat.
Anything that they need right now, whatever it takes, because if you lose a game to Gambit here, there is a chance the next team you're going to be playing is going to be even tougher, so gotta be careful. Neo, nice flick, but still gets overwhelmed. Great push from Gambit, just 3 people committed to doing that. Very worthwhile trade. Can't steal the UMP, I'm surprised.
Doesn't dare.
Yeah, they don't realize that there's someone else. Oh, there's no one else there, but there was only Taz nearby, and he fell back pretty quick.
It looks like this is going to be that A hit. 50 seconds left, and already Pasha taking point with the Mac-10. If he runs into Doja or Zeus, he's going to be very happy, and it just so happens that Doja's waiting around the corner. It looks like Bialy's going to find that kill, however, so no bonus money for Pasha. That's unfortunate. But Mo is still close, so he might be able to find something in the end. And no, Bialy doesn't believe in sharing.
No.
There we go.
Finally. A bit of a bonus. Now, if you could find Hobbit, who does have armor, so this Mac 10 going to be slightly ineffective, and actually he's going to lose that fight. Close range, he's at 75. I'd probably prefer that to the Mac 10 as well. That puts us in a 1 versus 3. Obviously, no chance to win the round, but, you know, stealing a Mac 10, not bad at all, and they're going to be saving next round anyway, we have to assume, so... Let's see, Doja has got 1600. Why is he the one saving? That's interesting.
That is interesting.
Did he just feel like it? Maybe he did.
Did he get a knife kill that we didn't see?
I'm
pretty sure he didn't get a knife kill that we didn't see.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Where did the money come from, Anders?
Guess he just must have not bought very much. It's not bad. I mean, it still means he can just have more grenades and everything in the next round. But or he's gonna drop for Adren. Who knows?
That's
not for Mo. Just
right.
Drop the AWP for him.
I was maybe thinking that, right, where Doja's going to take the hit economically for his team and actually be a team player, drop an AWP for Mo. That'd be a pretty big commitment from him, and he is hard ecoing. He's got the USP here. Does he actually go for anything more? No. Hard eco from him, so perhaps that's the play. Mo drops him a rifle in the next round, and Doja's got that AWP for Mo.
Yeah, it's not normally the way we see it, but it's unheard of, so that probably just is what they're going for. Hobbit, nice tapping away, going back to the C-set 75 and taking out Pasha. Mo is going to fall in the round, and Bialy casually clicking away with the AWP. He knows Hobbit is somewhere on that side, so they're going to be able to flank around and get the kill on him. Snacks with the UMP. A much more calm and collective round here coming out of Virtus.Pro, looking a lot better. And Dren, he's going to get one, in fact, with the Mac 10, so a little bit at the end. I mean, I wouldn't be too sad if I was Gambit having a round like this. Now it gets really interesting, though. This is what I'm looking for to see. And Doja will indeed drop the AWP for Mo, and we'll see if that's going to be worth it. If it's going to be the investment that they're hoping for.
The deciding factor. I mean, Mo needs to definitely step up his game right now. He's at 7 kills going into the 19th round, and he is one of those young stars, one of the not so recent additions, obviously. He's been on the team for a little bit now, but you really do. He's not got that pedigree, that experience that the likes of Adrian, Doja, and Zeus have got, right? Between him and Hobbit, they are kind of the new additions in the CSGO, competing in the international scene. So now we need to see some of that dynamic opping that he is known for when he does get his blood pumping. Snacks and Pasha going for the double AWP on T side, however. Well, okay then.
See if it's going to pay off. Pasha. Crab walking in. This is something you do if you're expecting for there to be an AWP on the other side. Because very often, sort of counterintuitively, the guy who's crab walking is actually the one who wins the fight. It can be sort of difficult to get the shot on a guy who does that, even though it seems like it shouldn't be. Oh, spray comes through. Zeus almost getting caught, has to fall back. He doesn't have any Molotov or anything he can put up to stop them. Instead, it's going to be Mo crab walking on the other side, and Pasha just too quick. Gets the kill. Sush will go down as well. What a great opening from Virtus.Pro. Now, they're very close to winning this game. If they can win this round and just put Gambit out of the money again, and that's looking likely, I think, in fact, Doja and Hobbit just going to have to try and save it if they can.
I'm very impressed with the trust that Bialy's putting in his teammates. Repeatedly on the CT side, he was actually putting himself in positions where he's covered by his teammates, Snacks with the AWP, for example, and right there in that sort of scenario, he's just trusting in Pasha to hit the shot because he is so vulnerable to Mo. Mo gets an extra step out there, Bialy's dead. But Bialy's trusting in Pasha to hold that angle and hit the shot if Mo shows himself, so some good teamwork there.
Look at the great mid-round decision coming out of Virtus.Pro. Neo had already checked out the B-bomb side, so instead of going and fighting Hobbit on A, they just decide, you know, let's rotate back through Pop. So pretty good job, Neo. Also going to pick up a kill there, and that will be Hobbit now. Running and trying to see, maybe, can he find an AWP somewhere, maybe down at Ivy? Neo's here to catch him, in fact. That's a bit unfortunate. It would be great if he could steal that away for the next round, and he's going to get a great headshot in there.
That is what you do, though. That is actually exactly. If you've got a primary opper, you have to always be thinking, where are the ops on the map so that I can go ahead and try and save that op for him. Hobbit going to hit the shot versus Taz easily enough, and this is where you back off. Essentially, if you're Virtus.Pro, your Snacks, you're not hunting for the gun.
No, especially because they can't really easily. I mean, they could maybe rebound. Snacks could, but it would essentially clear out all his money. So there's not really any point in throwing away almost $5,000 just do that. Well, above 5,000 if you count the Kevlar vest and the grenade. So really wouldn't do that. 12-7, and we're seeing another timeout, a tactical timeout being called here from Gambit Gaming. They are 5 rounds behind. It's a gap that they can close, but they don't have the economy for it. They've lost 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah. I mean, unless it would be a massive risk to go for a force buy behind this. When you've got 3 guys who are at 3,000, Zeus is at 1,700 after spending 1,000. You just don't have the money for a big buy, so you're going to go for a half buy in this round and count on the next one to carry you through to start getting something rolling here on the CT side. VP, all they have to do is just keep calm and carry on. And what is this?
All right.
Nice. But it's all the same game, though.
Yeah, but I still kind of appreciate it. And he's hogging all of the school Wi-Fi, so no one could do anything.
You're that guy. I want that guy to experience the pain of having to share a hotel with 16 teams worth of CSGO players. The hotel Wi-Fi just gets murdered.
Yeah, because Semler is downloading the latest World of Warcraft patch.
Stop!
That's how it works. I'm on to you, Semler. I know what you're up to. I know what you do in your room. Also, when you're not playing World of Warcraft, it's the 20th round, and
we have shared rooms too many times.
So that is true. That is true. The memories. Zeus and Adren down at Ivy both, and then yeah, a more regular stack up like we were expecting the Virtus.Pro would do, where you have 4 more or less in the A bomb side early on, and then now they're going to rotate Adren back to B to help out Doja. So pretty standard stuff coming out of Gambit gaming, even if they don't have the weaponry for it. They're just playing it like a default. Zeus is going to get the kill, in fact, but doesn't realize Pasha is there. Still a pretty good result out of him. If only Mo could... I wish that they would go aggressive with this AWP on Mo. I wish he would have gone hunting for kills.
Do something.
Yeah, take 2 people with you so that if the ult goes down, maybe you can try and run away with it and save it anyway. But this idea of waiting and hoping that they just happen to show up where you are, I don't know. I'm not a fan of it.
Snack spot him in connector as well. And still, he finds the kill on Neo. That's an impressive shot there coming through. Double op still is in play here for Virtus.Pro, however. And Snacks had the info on Mo, so somewhat limited, especially now that Adrian gets picked off. Snacks is going to find Mo in the end. And so, no AWP save here unless Doja can somehow magic it away from Virtus.Pro, but I highly doubt that. Angle should be covered at this point, although as I say that, Snacks going to have to whip around, misses the shot, and Taz is there just in time to save him. 13 to 7 now for VP, however. On T side, they're just running away with this.
That was a bit close. It definitely was, but they managed to recover and get the train back on the tracks. Taz with 22 kills, Bialy 18, and Snacks at 16. This is the sort of scoreboard I really love seeing out of Virtus.Pro.
You got to give it to Taz as well. I mean, every day so far this tournament, he has not disappointed. He has actually led the way most of the time for Virtus.Pro in these maps. That's unreal. Yes. His level, his performance here on the highest stage.
And who could have known that Virtus.Pro would start off the second half winning 5 rounds in a row? They just, I mean...
I think what's even nuts, what's even more crazy is that Paz he just had a kid over the holidays as well. So it's not like he's getting any sleep at home. Still.
Tell me about it.
This is probably like the first full night's rest he's got here at the Major.
Yeah, I remember from my point of view, dude, that was my vacation. You're like, oh, I'm gonna go walk in an event. That means I can sleep at night. Grenade on Mo, Molotov to follow it up. He's gonna get an even better one in return. Look at that, Bialy and Pasha very low on health, but is he gonna realize they've got a boost going on the other side? When he peeks this corner, you do sometimes peek it, but you've got to be very, very aware of what's happening. Now they're going to cancel the boost instead. Pasha going to go for the fight. He's been so effective down at Ivy. Every single round he's down there picking up kills, and it's a 4-on-4 Gambit gaming. If they can't win this round, I'm not sure if they can actually find a way back in the game. Virtus.Pro trying to take over this B bomb side, but the bomb is all the way back at Whitehall, so even if they win this fight, they still have to do something afterwards to clear up for it. Bialy's down, and Zeus will get the kill on Pasha as well. Great stuff from Gambit, and finally something is working in the second half.
Yeah, excellent work. Good controlled spray there from Zeus. Just with the bursts. And Neo now, well, we have seen him go for huge plays in the past, but this time it's not meant to be. Hobbit, the young buck, the young gun, is going to be able to pick up that kill there versus Neo, and it is going to be 13 to 8. Gambit's 1 round. Now can they start chaining him? That's going to be the question here. As Pasha, I am impressed. For a long time, it felt like Pasha was just not able to really get anything going for himself at Alley. Watching him on train play on train in the past, it was always very frustrating to watch Pasha play because it just felt like he was disconnected. He wasn't quite getting everything to gel. This game definitely figured it out. 3 rounds in a row, 3 kills. That's the least you can do. That's what you can ask of Pasha in that sort of scenario, right? If you're getting a kill at Alley every round,
this is the first tactical timeout for Virtus.Pro, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, so I think, I mean, obviously, there aren't that many rounds left to play with, but it's really good timing for them to take it, I feel like. Even if they don't have that much money, and I say that as they are forcing into the round, so I still think it's quite a good idea. You know, you might as well use them when you've got the chance here. And what's the play going to be? I feel like they might realize by now that Gambit aren't really pushing brown holes over by B almost at all. So that should make it easier for them to try and set up for a B execute, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's always more difficult if you have to fight for it, if you have to be, you know, afraid of running into a max 7 or something like that, you know, that's going to be right there on the ramp. But Doja, he's always at this corner, it seems, so... Yeah, clear it out, take it over, and then execute B. Why not?
Well, now they've got the Molotov down to block off upper. Doja's holding close. He does have Adrian there to back him up. So 2 players holding solid on B side here for Gambit. And Zeus should be able to rotate fairly quickly over towards CT. They are already rotating. I mean, there's got to be some kind of sixth sense kicking in here for Gambit at this point because they've got a third man waiting in connector. Now they're going to be able to effect a very quick rotation over towards the B site when Virtus.Pro decide to go for this push because this is going to be a B push coming in here from VP.
Yeah, they're setting up for it. I think it's a good idea. I think they're on to something with this one. Bit over a minute left, and now the push is gonna get on the way in the bomb side. Doja right at the corner, but it will be a Dren to pick up the first kill there on Taz. That's a good way to get started with the defense now. Looking for long-range spray. He takes down by Andy with a headshot as well. Not bad at all. Doja dropping snacks, and Virtus.Pro is sure they get in and get the bomb down, but it doesn't really matter. They're out of players soon. Doja will get a kill close range there against Pasha, who was trying to line up the no-scope, but that's a clean, very clean retake coming in from Gambit.
What an excellent round from Gambit. Every step of the way. Bit surprised, but we've seen a little bit of a drop-off here from Bialy in the second half. Would expect him to hit that headshot versus Adrian given that much time, right? But he just completely whiffs it. Adrian picks up a second kill, and from that point forward, it's pretty much lights out for VP. Like, you're not going to be able to battle back from that position, especially if Doja's getting kills through smoke. So this is, we're starting to get into grind time here, Anders, where we're going to have to start seeing, you know, which team has got the chops to carry through and maintain that legend spot. Something to note is that both of these teams are legend teams, playoff teams from the last major in Cologne. So they're both 2-0 right now, fighting to maintain that that level.
A bit of an interesting buy from Virtus.Pro in this particular round. No armor on anybody, but the amount of smokes suggests that they have a plan anyway. Now see if they can, I mean, if they can get the bomb down.
Taz has probably got the best pair of gloves.
Oh yeah?
I think so. So far from all the gloves that I've seen, those are actually pretty sick. Just saying.
I'm not convinced. They look like racing gloves or something, you know, look like...
Oh, you expect to hear that from Seda?
Yeah, sure. It's true, it's true. I'm gonna get a lecture in that. I obviously don't know anything about racing, so... I just feel like it. Looking for the wall of smokes out here. Classic play. I feel like Gambit should know how to deal with this, and one good way of dealing with it is to not fight too much. If they get the bomb plant down, so what? As long as you win the round without too much of a hassle. Oh, Taz, that could have been a headshot close range there with the P250, but doesn't go through. Neo gets the bomb plant down anyway. He gets one kill. It looked like they didn't know where he was. That's a great round. 2 kills and a bomb plant.
Yeah, 2 kills and a bomb plant and plenty of money going into the next round now for Virtus.Pro. But how does Neo just sneak his way onto that site and in that confusion get that bomb plant? At that point, that's unreal. So Pasha gets denied. That's fair enough. Hobbit is full spraying on him. I believe Adrian was as well, so no surprise there. But Neo just comes out of nowhere, right in this, just as the smoke clears. And that's actually one of the things, sometimes it differs what you see in GoTV and what a player perspective looks like. And so didn't realize that Neo still had that smoke to take advantage of there. Thought it had cleared up. But
we got 4 AWPs in play here in the server. 2 on T, 2 on CT. That's very interesting. It's worked out so far for Virtus.Pro to try and go for it, so maybe they should do it again. Similar setup. Gambit are really not... They're so confident in their setup, they just keep running... Not exactly the same, but very similar configuration. They don't feel like they're... You know, they have to go for crazy and try and push anywhere. Mo being forward like this is a definite change in the setup. They're usually a bit more defensive, but no one's pushing Ivy, no one's pushing brown holes. There's no craziness coming in here from the CT side.
No, they're just, both of these teams are actually content to sit and wait. It's Pasha kind of fishing over here towards Zali, but there's nobody there to greet him. Zeus just now moving over, but he's got such a passive angle. Agent's taking a little bit of damage, but that was over by Brown Halls. And they still have very little information to go off of here, Gambit. What is actually going to come at them?
Yeah, I like this position for Hobbit, though. I think that's interesting. It might be down at Ivy that the fight is actually going to happen, but I think this is such a clever way to shut down, because if it is going to be a 3-pronged attack, if you're that close to main to shut it down, and there's the bomb drop, it can't get snacks. That would have been the ultimate play if he could have got both. Doja takes some damage from the grenade. Neo's going to be able to shut down Mo, and it's not looking good here. Gambit, they can't give up this round, and Dren going to get a kill. That's very important on Neo, but the bomb making its way closer. Snacks is right next to the site, and he's going to make the cross for the plant very early on, and doesn't want to waste too much time. 3-on-3 here.
This is the longest smoke of Doja's life. It must have been re-smoked at some point. This guy has been so out of the fight. He hasn't seen anybody. He's just stuck over here. Zeus. And if any does, it's for a split second before Pasha just wipes him off the face of the planet. Zeus is going to get caught out in the open by Snacks as well. And this is Adrian alone backing off to save this AWP. Virtus.Pro about to collect 14 rounds.
Smoke is still there, Semler.
That's unreal.
Maybe it's bugged. It just doesn't go away. They didn't re-smoke it. It's just the eternal smoke.
Look at it. Just now clearing up? I don't know. I feel like we need to get like that third camera zoom over there. Can we please go verify that this smoke is actually gone and that it is not eternal?
Definitely gone. Yeah, there we go. No smoke.
No smoke.
But that should tell you something about the strategy that goes into it for Virtus.Pro, because obviously that doesn't just happen by accident. You know, someone says, yeah, just keep smoking it off, keep doing it. And you're right, Doja is waiting forever and ever down there. Pasha is the first one to put one down, but they just keep going after it.
The culprit. There's the follow-up smoke. Yeah. X-God definitely frustrated with that turn of events, and we're getting back into the game now. 25th round, 14-10. VP in the lead on the T side here of Train. And well, it's going to be the big buy here from Gambit. 2 AWPs in play. Zeus once again with the Swag 7 and 2 M4s. Whereas VP again putting some pressure over here towards Brown Halls. I like it. I mean, this is very tough for Gambit to pick up some kind of pattern here, because if VP keep going for this every round, and VP are fans of this, right? You see them do the same thing over on Nuke towards A main, shooting out the windows above A site, right? They could throw the nades through, or they couldn't. You're always going to be left guessing, are they actually going to hit A or not, even if they're showing some of the signs that they would go towards that site. So again, VP making noise over in Brown Halls, but they haven't gone B, so Gambit are left wondering, is this the round where they actually come towards the B site?
Well, Gambit, for them, the game is hanging in a thread right now. They don't have the money. They're at 14-10. If they lose now, they probably lose this game. Zeus in the corner, and it worked last time. This time it doesn't, and now they're going to smoke off the other side this time. Got to be careful of Mo. He's up on top of the train, and he can look over that smoke if they go too far behind. Got to be a little bit worried about that. Pasha taking no damage from the grenade. 4 versus 5, with 40 seconds left, and I think they're going to go and pick up the bomb there and probably head towards this A bomb site.
Yeah, 35 seconds left. Come on, boys, time to go. You're actually running out of time here. You don't really have time to go and check angles anymore. 28 seconds, the clock is ticking. Hobbit's going to rotate back over, get eyes on Ali, and the meantime move from Connector. He just lets them by, he unscopes and dies. Snacks takes the shot. Hobbit holding close electric. He might be the hero here, but Snacks seems to sense it. He realizes somebody is holding close. Doja spraying his own teammate. It's just chaos.
Oh, what? Did Adren also shoot Hobbit? Might everyone have to get Hobbit? Adren is going to be going down as well, and Virtus.Pro will win what has to be considered a completely ridiculous round. That was chaos all over the place. 15-10 match point for Virtus.Pro. Gambit, this second half has been so rough. They won 3 rounds in a row, and that's it. That's all they've got out of the second half yet.
Can we get a camera shot? There we go, Hobbit.
Poor Hobbit.
Poor Hobbit. Just look at him. He's just so sad. He's like, why? I thought we were a team. I thought we looked out for each other. The fellowship is dead already, Anders. All right, let's go.
Talk about tough love. I mean, that's...
I mean, the guy shares a hotel room with Zeus.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna have some sort of talk when they get back there, saying, please, it's already difficult enough to play the major. I don't need this. All the equipment, all the rifles, all on Virtus.Pro's side. We've seen some crazy rounds in this game already that have been won by both Gambit and VP with just pistols, so I'm not going to count anything out here, but again, I definitely prefer that if you're the team that has the sort of the worst equipment. Well, he wouldn't get the shot anyway, but it looked like he had the angle for it. You can, however, shoot right through that wall. That wall is, especially in the middle of it, not that thick, so that's perfectly possible. Oh, toying with them. But yeah, like I said, I think if you have the worst equipment, I prefer if you try and play reactively or actively rather than just wait around. I'd rather you go and look for the fight.
Where are the shots? They're just spread out now. 45 seconds. Again, VP, they're toying with us, Anders. They're toying with Gambit too, but most importantly, us, the viewers. Again, it's going to be another clinch round here. 35 seconds. And are they going to have time? They haven't found anybody yet. Adrian point blank slays Neo. And Zeus is holding close with the CZ. This is perfect with this pistol. He can spray down Bialy when Bialy comes around the corner. There it is. Bialy down. 2-man advantage now, and they're down to 20 seconds, VP. You're cutting it way too close.
Pasha catching Susan Lorino. Probably going to be going down now. 3 versus 3. A dragon jumps right in. That might have been an over peak and an easy shot for Pasha, and that should secure the round. Even at 10 seconds, Mo, I don't think he can do anything. He goes down, and that's 16-10 in favor of Virtus.Pro. As many people did see coming, I feel like Gambit, because they lost the first 5 rounds, their second half was just off to such a weird beginning that they couldn't really recover from it. I still think this game really shows how much of a powerful team they are. 22 kills on Adren, 21 kills on Hobbit, and then there's the rest. But yeah, I would still say a lot of credit to Gambit. They're playing one of the best teams in the world. But ultimately, Virtus.Pro, they're out of the groups. 3-0 style. They're going to be the quarterfinals here of the first major at 2017. Stay with us, and we will be right back for the full breakdown of this match. But ultimately, Virtus.Pro, they're out of the groups. 3-0 style. They're going to be the quarterfinals here of the first major at 2017. Stay with us, and we will be right back for the full breakdown of this match.
Yes, welcome back. They've done it. Virtus.Pro are fittingly the first Legends team from this major. They made it out of the Swiss stage. And to tell you more about how they did it, it's one of the legends of the game. Of course, it is Neo. He's over there with Sue.
Thank you, Richard. Congratulations, Neo. VP is now reaching legend status for the 9th time in a row. So amazing, especially for the longest standing 5-man roster in CSGO. You and your team must be so proud.
Yeah, it feels great. We always feel confident on majors. We know it's like really prestigious to advance from the group stage in here, so we're just trying our best, as always.
Now, with this game versus Gambit, it did feel close, despite winning both pistols, especially in the first half. So can you just walk us through that half?
Like you said, we won pistols, both, so we started really well. But we switched positions with Pasha because Ali seems to be like a crucial point on the map. I wanted to have more control over that, and it didn't really work pretty well this game. But overall, I think it's not that much of a CT-sided map anymore, so I think we did good.
Now, I was talking to Taz yesterday about what it's been like under your leadership as in-game leader. Now, from your perspective, how do you think that VP is doing overall at this major?
Well, we didn't really play that well. I mean, we won 3-0, but the scores weren't that great. But we had tough opponents. Everyone is great in here. Every team is so strong. So, and so far, so good. We just have been playing pretty well, I guess.
You have a few days left before you play at the big stage at the Fox Theater. So how do you and the boys plan to spend that time?
Eat some good food, relax, practice maybe a bit, talk through what went wrong, maybe what's coming for us. So just relax, probably.
Well, congratulations again, Neo. Absolutely amazing. And with that, VP will be the first team reaching legend status here at the Eleague Major.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Always great to hear from Neo, and he's hit the nail on the head for me. They haven't really got into that high gear. Hasn't been vintage Virtus.Pro, but when you look at the teams they beat, they've beaten solid opposition without even really having to, get into that high gear.
Which has got to be scary for other teams considering that, and also, I mean, you never want to peak too early and then have like a 2-day break and then have to all of a sudden come right back into that gear in the quarterfinals. So, yeah, the big plan is always, making the bracket play is one thing, and from there, that's when you really want to kick things up. And this was, yeah, he said it was a good start. Again, in this first half, I think VP, I mean, fair play. Neo says it's not as much of a CT set map to them, so they probably weren't worried too much about the scoreline. But I mean, this looked like Gambit might have a good chance of having a very, very good T-half. But again, there's just another miraculous round that VP wins out of nowhere with just pistols. In the name of the game for both T sides seemed to be, I mean, Neo alluded to it, didn't have great ally control for Virtus.Pro, and then you switch over sides, and VP was just as punishing in their ally control. So you can tell when he gives that interview and he says, ally seems to be, an important portion, a crucial portion of the map, and I wanted to have more control on it. So that's where they're going to focus when they switch over to their T side. So you can kind of see a little bit of the game plan of Virtus.Pro on trade.
Yeah, and Duncan, another really solid performance from Taz and Snacks. These have been the bedrock of Virtus.Pro here.
Yeah, I mean, Snacks especially, these last couple of months, he's elevated himself back to the superstar of the team, and he's just such a well-rounded player, so consistent. The thing is, I know some people, like Moses, maybe don't think that they're trained as good at the moment, but the style's still there. Like, they still know, as long as they get enough rounds on CT, they can win that T-half every time. So you noticed they didn't feel like they were kind of rattled after that first half, even though Gambit got some rounds on them. Because that T-side is just so strong, so I don't think many teams are going to be willing to play them on Train this tournament.
It's interesting to see him switching to a double op setup on the T side of Train. I mean, that's where I said, yeah, I lost a little bit of confidence in their Train because it wasn't as explosive, but I mean, naturally when you use two ops, it's going to slow everything down. It's just interesting to see how well they were able to make it work in this matchup.
Yeah, it is interesting. Always of interest to me, Moses.
And I got to say just a few words about Gambit as well. I mean, they haven't played terribly here against top-tier opposition on a map that is very much one of their opponent's stronger maps. So.
No, this team is legit. Dren is I think at the moment is one of the best players in terms of his performance in this major. I think Hobbit has really established a good foundation to build upon to be a star in the future.
Some thoughts about Gambit?
I actually feel a bit sorry for Gambit in as much as if this had been a world where teams banned all the way down, I'm pretty sure we would have played on Cobblestone here. So I actually think they would have had a better shot on Cobblestone. Train wasn't necessarily the best map for them. They still made a good effort, did what they could, exploited in theory the bad CT side of Virtus.Pro to some degree, but it was always going to be a tall ask to ask them to win this one. I mean, they've already won a bunch of other games where they were upsets and they've really performed well. Still looking very good for them to get out, though, at the moment.
Yeah. And Virtus.Pro had that X factor today as they became the first team to go 3-0. And you're going to tell us what that is, the X factor presented by HyperX.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is just a beautiful example of a Virtus.Pro takeover towards Ivy. This is Pasha and Bialy working together perfectly. Part of this is also the fact Gambit, they don't have a lot of utility, so you'll see Bialy take complete advantage of it. Normally, this is where like a Molotov or a smoke will come out to slow things down, but it doesn't come, so Bialy gets aggressive. Meanwhile, Pasha watching his other angle, and they get 2 kills right there. And as the mini-map comes up, you'll see Neo and Taz almost want to rotate back outside to hit it, and Neo tells everyone to slow things down, while Bialy continues forward. Once they get this kill kill, they kind of realize Neo's going to start probing towards the inner bomb site. They just swing the bomb all the way around because they know the rotations are going away from that B site to try and fill the gaps that Bialy and Pasha created over towards Ivy. And that's I mean, they just exposed the defense of Gambit, I mean, beautifully, because even going forward, they did another round similar to that, and then Gambit has to play very passively off Ivy, and they've given up too much ground, and just over and over, you're able to punish off that one area of success.
Yeah, just a really good sort of understanding that comes from, you know, playing a lot together. So Duncan, I've got to ask you, Virtus.Pro, are they legit contenders for the major? And by that, I don't mean, obviously everyone says Virtus.Pro can win any tournament they go to. I mean legitimate contenders for this major.
Yeah, I actually think this
Thank you very much, Richard. Definitely appreciate that. I'm so ready for this game. I think it's going to be super exciting. You know, I do agree with the desk. I think Astralis is going to win this one. But what worries me is every once in a while there is a game sort of at random, like every 4th or 5th game, where Shoxy shows up, and it's exactly this sort of game. It's exactly this type of game. So I would say the redeeming factor here, the one thing that could change the outcome, I think, could be Shoxy. One of those star performances, and that would be incredibly. It's so much fun to watch. I still think he is one of the best players in the world, so we'll see if he can do it this time. And already they're going to take some control here, walking down Ivy, and he's actually going to continue around the corner. All he hears is that decoy. The rest of Astralis, the whole team, all the way over by the B side. But now Shoxy knows it. He's realized this is such great information. Another couple of seconds and they're going to start the rotation into B, and this is tough for Astralis.
You already see it. RPK is about to get into CT. He's going to be there on the lower ramp. Smiths is now there to back up Body, who is the usual anchor player here on the B side for G2. Body holding up close. And well, the rush begins here for Astralis, and now can Body hit some headshots. He's doing the best he can to stay alive. That's excellent. Finds one. Gets overwhelmed by Sipnix, but he's done his job. And in the meantime, RPK takes down Glaive. So this is now G2's round to lose, and it's looking pretty good here for them. Dupree is now alive in a 1v3.
Almost no chance. Bomb is down on the site as well. He can't even swap out and go back to A and try and play into mind games. Great start here for the French. RPK gonna pick up the kill, making it a triple. That has to be one of the worst feelings, because for Astralis' point of view, they're thinking, right, at the most there's 2 people here, so let's get in and get the bomb plant down, and then we take it from there. We have the Molotovs for the after plant. Everything is great. And as soon as they walk in, they realize, damn, there's 4 people here, and we're getting destroyed.
So far, G2 have actually shown us a stronger group stage than Astralis, I gotta say. There were 2 rounds yesterday from going into that 2-0 bracket versus Virtus.Pro. They played them on Nuke. They lost 16-14 G2. And well, they played Fnatic first, G2. So that's how they wound up with their 1-1, right? They beat Fnatic. Astralis got blown out by Godsent on Train in their first map in round 1. But in round 2, went ahead and picked it up handily on Train again. Astralis have actually only played Train.
Yeah.
So Astralis beat Optic yesterday to get this deep in the 1-1 bracket, but this is a very even match between 2 very even teams, I think, right now, from what we've seen and from the opponents that they faced.
I mean, given what the desk was talking about, that might also have been the reason why G2 picked this match. They said, well, we've got 2 demos we can look at from this tournament that shows what works against them and what doesn't. So maybe they will have done the homework between yesterday and today. I would say that's still a fairly big gamble, but maybe it'll pay off. Dupree in a bit of a weird fight there. Took a long time. Devices crept up, and he's going to get the kill on RPK. Can't get much more. He's very low on health. Eleague, though, did take a kill, and he's looking for a second. It'd be great if they could take one more rifle away here. Kiebi also somewhere with the bomb. He's actually making his way out finally towards the bomb side. If he'd been a bit quicker, they would have had a definite bomb plan. Now they've got to worry about someone sneaking through, but actually G2 got to play it safe.
Just barely makes it there in time. If that smoke isn't there, G2 rush him down. But with that smoke being up, Kiebi gets a freebie, and they get the bomb plant in the second round of Astralis. So a little bit of a feather in their cap there. Kiebi with the blind shot onto Shoxy. Smith gets the flank on Glaive, not going to be able to pick up the kill, and it's down to Scream, and he's low on HP. He's versus a Tech 9 with a P250, and the bomb is ticking down. He does have a kit, but it's not going to be good enough, and Astralis will pick up the force buy win in the second round. Doesn't matter if G2 picked up the CT pistol. Astralis right back into the fight.
And that absolutely fired it up. I can even hear the coach from Astralis, Frederick. He's here sitting and watching. I can hear him screaming in the back line. You see Sonic exploding. That's definitely such a great way to get going.
I know this is a lot to ask, but can we please get a shot of Fred up in the rafters pretty soon? Because he's always got the power ties on, and they're always like Astralis colors as well. So gotta give it credit where credit is due. Gotta see Fred in a moment here.
He's looking fired up right now. Third round is coming up, and maybe G2 can just steal it right back. Look at the equipment they got. This is not to be underestimated. 3 Deagles, and especially because Shox has one there, but also RPK with the FAMAS and Scream with the C-Set 75. You've got to be worried about this kind of a buy when it's G2. They can steal this round back very quickly.
And when it comes to who's actually picking up the kills, RPK starting off strong. And well, everybody's got action so far on Astralis. And this is so important that they pick up the second round, right? Because they've said it multiple times in interviews. We've seen it multiple times in tournaments. If Astralis get a slow start, they struggle mightily to get their heads back into the game. And that's where they lose control. That's what happened versus Godsent. Never got into the fight, just got wiped out luckily for Astralis, they're able to make that second round force work, and so they're still in this mentally, right? It's one of the win conditions for Astralis. They're still in this fight because they did get a fairly strong start here.
Look like they're gonna go for the A-bomb side. 3 people down Ivy. I like this group because even if they lose a rifle here, chances are they can get the refrag. It's fairly safe. Device and Sip, bit more concerned about those two. They could definitely give up a rifle early on, so now they're making their way all the way in the back. Device is gonna win the fight against Scream. That's a good way to get started. Now, RPK not that far away. He's gonna actually take down Device, but he can't give that rifle to anyone, so even though he's sort of secured that one, he's still going to stick with the FAMAS running back out. 20 seconds now left. Where's that bomb plan at? Glaive finally going to be able to put it down, and RPK, he could have maybe stopped there, but you see he's being blocked by Sipnix, who's over at Pop Dog, and Smith's not going to connect with the Deagle shot. Shox is out of the round, and it is looking better for Astralis here. Kirby, 100% kill here coming in on RPK.
No knife. I'm actually a bit disappointed, Kirby. You had him dead to rights. Not even a single knife.
Semler, I would have been so angry if you tried to knife. Astralis are not playing comfortably enough in this tournament yet that they can afford to have that kind of fun.
Astralis just don't have it in them, really. They aren't that kind of team. They aren't as simple, you know, who just thrives.
You say that, and then you see Dupree shooting the corpse of the last player in G2.
Yeah, but like that corpse can't fight back. What's that corpse gonna do? There we go. But we can't. Yeah. All right, the tie. Stand up, Fred. Lean back. Give us the tie shot.
Nicholas and Frederick. Yeah.
The two, basically the two. Well, guys, Nicholas from Refresh, both of them, in fact, who are working with Heroic, working with Godsent, working with Astralis. Fred has been with Astralis since the start. He's the guy who actually got behind the team, got behind the players, and put together this player-owned organization. So, big props to Fred.
Yeah, he's emotionally absolutely invested into this game to hope we get a chance. So hear him again. Let's see, 3-man stack. Oh, shots down at Brown Holes. Wish he had a Deagle, but not this time. So slow start here for G2 in spite of winning the pistol round. Don't think it's a reason to panic yet, but it's always frustrating.
Yeah, you do. Especially CT. I think you're feeling a little tilted because you got that CT pistol. You're thinking, great, now's our time to shine. We're on CT side train. We got the strong start. Let's go. And then you get blindsided by a force buy, right? That's just nightmare sort of situation. But we'll see. Astralis making very good use of their utility here. That nade advantage, putting it to full use with the fake towards A because, hey, it's about to be action B.
And Kiebu can just flank them if things start to go south in the B-bomb side. Actually, they're going to take the bomb back instead. They say, wait a minute, Kiebu heard them running out, so let's just rotate on back. Device can stick over here and maybe shoot them in the back a bit. There's one thing that concerns me so much, and actually, I think this has been a career-long problem for Shoxy as a player. It seems like he can sort of be in 2 modes. He can be the guy who's trying to lead his team and sort of help out everybody else playing the game, but then his performance takes a really big loss and he's not nearly as effective as he could be. Or it could be superstar Shox and then he's, you know, one of the most terrifying players in the world, but then the rest of the team sort of falls apart. It seems like there are only those 2 options for him. You can sort of give and take on either side. And obviously I prefer the superstar model, but I'm worried. I think we've seen that actually already in this qualifier there, or in this in the group stage here, that sometimes Shox has some pretty poor performances, and I think it's down to him picking up so much on the tactical side and just sort of trying to lead the team. He's 0-0-4 right now. It's too early to really call that a disaster, but we need to see him really. He has to be part of this equation.
Oh, that's basically for the longest time. Well, back in June, essentially, that was the last time where we really saw that G2 who are capable of winning tournaments until the disaster of Group D, the group of death at Cologne, where they were in the same group as SK and fnatic, and they got battered when they were in peak form, right? You're expecting them to make it out of any group, but unfortunately for them, they run into 2 of the top 8, well, basically top 8 teams in the world, the better teams in the world, and the wallbang works, takes down Shox to 45 HP. But ever since, it's been a struggle for G2. Like, we just really haven't seen that same level from them from the summer of last year. And that was so reliant on Shox and Scream. That 1-2 combination punch, it had to be them hitting the shots for G2 to stand a chance of winning.
Man, I hope we can see that wallbang from Device, and I'm really curious because there's a very common wallbang that people do, that Guardian sort of popularized, that actually hits C connector. But there's another one that people really almost never use that could hit the electric box. And I'm wondering if that was what Device, I couldn't really guess the angle. I'm not a robot like that, so maybe we can get the replay at some point. I'd be interested to see how that looked from Device's point of view. RPK, Smith, Shocks, and Scream. 4 people in the A-bomb side, and we're under a minute here for Astralis, and they're putting 4 people down Ivy. This can either be great or horribly wrong. The one thing they have working for them is that there's not very many more grenades. Flashbang comes in, but the Pre's ready. He doesn't get flashed, and RPK's out of the round. That's such a big return, and now Smith's up on the train. Going to be very careful up here. They don't have any more grenades left on G2. Shocks going to be able to kill Dupree and has to run back and try and help out his teammates in the bomb side here. 29 seconds. Time to move for Astralis, and they got the bomb here. Shocks looking for the first kill of the round. He's going to get the headshot as well. 7 bullets, gets a chance to reload. And Glaive now in a 1-on-2, but Shoxy already done so much in this round. And Glaive not welcome up that ladder, is he?
He might go for it anyways. YOLO. No, he's stomping around, and he's going to get caught out in the open here. Shoxy's going to find the angle. Wouldn't be bad for Shoxy to get that quad kill, and there you go. So that should put him at 4-4 now as far as the kills are concerned for Shoxy. Just like that in 1 round.
Alright, that actually looks a lot more random.
Yeah, that's actually just Shoxy in the wrong place at the wrong time.
You could see on the wall that the first shot that device had put in was for the C connector, but the next one is, as far as I know, not a sort of an intentional lineup. That's just a shot that comes out. But you can intentionally line up for the electric box. That's possible.
Well, Shox is in the fight now, boys. And when he gets cooking, I mean, so far it really has been between him and Device for G2. Although he did have a slow start versus Virtus.Pro on Nuke yesterday as well. So Shoxy is a bit of a hit or a miss, but then look at that, no fear at all. Leaps into the angle. He had the UMP. He didn't care if he went down, so long as his teammates traded him. You know what? He doesn't need your help. He's gonna get the kill anyway. Smith's with a leg on the Dupree as well.
That's so great, but the oh, he takes down Kerry Smith. That's amazing, and now the bomb is down, yes, and G2, they've had to run a really long time to get back where they can retake this bomb site. There are no more grenades left on Astralis, so they're going to holding the bomb site is not going to be easy. Maybe it's going to be up to Device all the way in the back here with the AWP. Gets a quick flick, and Glaive takes 3 kills in a row. Shocks coming up, and Glaive with a quad kill, shutting down G2. How does that work? Glaive is at 10-2-2. It's captain versus captain right now. Glaive versus Shocks. Man, I can't believe they don't win the round. The leg shot, the early kill from Shocks, and then that from Smith, and that's not enough. Oh, wow, they line up for him.
Oh, they line up for him. Ah, if you're G2, you're so pissed right there. That's just nightmarish. Sick round from Glaive, though. He's been under fire. He is the in-game leader for Astralis. He's revolutionized that team as far as anybody else is concerned. I mean, they were in a funk when Kerrigan was on the roster. Finally, they decided to bite the bullet, change up. Glaive came in, and it just refreshed everything. But he hasn't. You're not looking to him to lead the score. You know, you're looking at Device. You're looking at Dupree. So for Glaive to be up into double digits already 7 rounds into this map.
Yeah, but
good
actually,
on him.
I think specifically on Train, Glaive has really shown that that's sort of a personal map of his that he plays pretty well, just as a player, just as a fragger. He does a pretty good job at playing Train. I think if it was a different map, probably we'd see him lower at the scoreboard and it'd be everybody else, but he sort of has a knack for playing it. Smith has the AWP there. Maybe they could build something.
The hero op, making noise, and then rotating back over here towards the stack. They're trying to set a trap here, G2. Astralis, they've got Zipnix. That's his usual spot up in Brown Halls. So he'll be clearing this out. And Zipnix definitely one of the wily players in CS, one of the cerebral players, and he's actually going to be working his way back over here towards A. So it looks like Astralis are going to settle on this A site when it all comes down to it.
Yeah, but I kind of like this from G2. I think this is not a bad idea. For one thing, you're much more likely to save the AWP if you got everyone in the same spot. But also, what if they did go B, you know?
Then you got a chance. Yeah, you're right. Then you got a chance.
So
but here, it's just going to be saved. It's good because they still have the gear as well. Kevlar, pistols, Smith's with the off. Save all 4 players. Keep everybody alive for the next round if you're G2. Very smart.
It's fun to see Astralis throwing all of the auxiliary grenades, even though they don't encounter any resistance. Almost, you know, really sort of robotic timing. You know, just like keep going. Well, no one's shooting back now. Just keep throwing the grenades anyway. It doesn't matter. Just, you know, this is how this execute's supposed to work, essentially. From RPK, can he get the second one here against Sip? Guys could drop fairly low. The really important point is that Smith has to live through this round, and he really has to.
Well, yeah, I'm wondering why he's here right now. Just because this is definitely going to be a point that they're going to challenge again. Now Device has got the angle. He's screwed. He can't go anywhere. And so it's on RPK, and sure enough, Kerry's going to get the headshot, and Kerry with both kills. So that actually completely backfires on G2. That's some great teamwork, some communication there between Zipnix and Device to set up so that Device has the angle afterwards. Just very small details here, but that make all the difference. 5-2 for Astralis, taking off here on the T side of Train. And just to remind you all, this is a tied situation between both of these teams. They're 1-1 in the groups. You need 3 wins to go on to the playoffs, become a legend team. 3 wins and you're 3 losses and you're going home. So this isn't tournament life on the line yet, but there's definitely a big difference between having 2-1 and 1-2.
Yeah, a monumental difference. I don't think it can even really be explained to player what that difference is. Sidney's going to get a kill. Dupree will take down Shox. Not at all a bad start to this round. RPK again will pick up a kill. Nice for him to just get, it seems, one every once in a while, even when just pistols there. And body will be dropped. So, not really, I mean, you couldn't expect much else from G2 here. And a very explosive and fast round coming out of Astralis. Even though they knew they were up against pistols, they just still run right into the A side. So 6-2. It's a very good beginning on the T side of Train. I mean, our analysts, both Thorn and Moses, were saying that was the randomizer sort of worked against G2 here. You know, it should have been Dust2 that would have been better for them at least.
Absolutely. Dust2, I mean, G2 are a team to be feared on Dust2. On Train, definitely not the case, and you can kind of see why here. There is that argument to be made, you know, oh, but there's 2 demos, right, that G2 could have watched. They could have done their homework versus Astralis and actually been prepared, but at the same time, Astralis have had 2 maps to work out the kinks and to really just streamline their play here on this map. They have no reason, they know it, they have no reason to fear G2 on this map, and right now we're seeing more of that, 6-2. And Astralis on the T side of Train are just, well, pounding G2 into the ground right now.
Also on a tactical level, if you watch one demo and you discover, wait a minute, when it's, you know, 1 minute and 37 seconds they execute these smokes, then, you know, we kind of know what push is coming. Great, but no team will do that every time at 1 minute and 37 seconds. So it's very hard, you know, to just watch a single game and pick up some great tell that's coming in. Shox with another kill, and Smith's going to get run over. No scope coming in, and Body's there to help out. Otherwise, Dupree maybe could have got the refrag there, but now it's just Device and Glaive left. 2 versus 4. Shoxy standing his ground. Maybe you get a third one in here. Device baiting out the shot, and he'll get the refrag as well. Looking for another one. He's just shoulder peeking to find out exactly where they are. Now he's going to swap it for the AK-47. 2 versus 4. They should not win this.
They definitely shouldn't. And bodies wise, he's dropped off of upper as well. But Scream is exposed now. It's time to timing. It's down to timing. Exactly. RPK is going to get caught. Takes a little bit of damage, just a smattering. Glaive, however, is going to be the long lurk. He's the insurance policy here. So long as Device stays alive, they still have a chance in this round, Astralis, because Glaive is still here looking for the flank. And if he takes on RPK, that's going to sandwich G2. If Device is in position to take advantage of that moment of confusion, this is where Astralis can break this round open. Oh, this is fantastic from Glaive. RPK's never going to expect this. Oh, does he go for Scream? No, don't take the risk. There we go. Perfect. Unbelievable.
Oh, he wants everything right now. It's the lurk of a lifetime. Glaive takes one, tries to adjust, but he falls off the train out. Still a 2-on-2. Device coming in, 30 seconds left. Scream. He's got a cover from the back as well. Oh no, the 2-on-4. It might be slipping out of their hands. Scream has to do this. 9 bullets left and 25 seconds for Astralis. They got the bomb, but I think they should just try and find Scream right now. Otherwise, during the bomb plant, he could bring this round back. He's creeping around. He still has to reload it. 9 bullets is such a big risk. He goes for the fight. He misses it. 5 bullets left. 10 health as well. He goes down. The 4 versus 2 being won by Astralis. Device with the triple and Glaive with the lurk of a lifetime flanking into that B bomb side.
Unreal. Yeah, you can see it all. That grin there, that says it all. But Glaive, this is so unbelievably sick. The patience. Scream, though, you got to give credit to Scream. He didn't hesitate. He just throws himself off that train.
Yeah.
He knows that the only way RPK dies is if it's from CT. That was sick reactions there from Scream, but just not possible. So sick. What great team play coming in from Astralis.
I look at Sonic. Fired up. Glaive has got 15, 3, and 3, and he's a big part of the reason why they're doing so well. I mean, I thought for sure that the individual performance that was going to make a big difference was going to come out of Shox in this game, but you can't account for something like this. 7-2 is the scoreline. G2, I'm not sure if it's them, but there is a timeout here anyway. Oh, a bit short one. I think it's just maybe a technical issue.
There is a big difference when it comes to Glaive, though. He is that in-game leader who will just sit there and prep and work and grind and just be so prepared going into a match where he's going to know all the little tells, all the little details, and that's clearly, you know, benefiting him massively because he's just winning all of these duels, just picking them apart one round at a time. G2 just looks lost. 7-2. Astralis with a terrific lead now in the first half. And while we do have the aggression coming out here from G2, you got to give him that, but Device is going to obliterate Smiths, and Scream is looking for the refrag. Is he going to get it? No. Device with the pre-fire. Device lays low 3 of them. It's Body and Shocks, the last two alive.
Shoxy gets one. Would have been great if it could have been a double stolen an AK. Maybe there was something to work off of there. Nice shot from Body. He instantly destroys Sipnix. That's good news. They're doing a bit of damage to the economy here, but it's, you know, we're sort of grasping for the silver lining. 8-2 is the scoreline. We're moving into the 11th round. The bank is out of control for Astralis. They've got so much money to work with. G2, they have a double op setup, and maybe that will be the difference. Maybe that's what they need to work on.
Smith, as we saw, he can hit some shots. He had that nutty no-scope earlier in the half. And Shoxy always able to put the op into play. So time to dig deep here, G2. And they're gonna be stretching. Double op, decent nade count on the rest of the team, pretty much a full nade count on the rest of the team. So they do have the utility, they have the gear. This is G2's big chance. Their opportunity to make it happen. I thought that was Device for a second. I was like, no way.
How can it be? Yeah, no. Sipnix instead on the other side, or at least on the A-bomb side, going to be picking up a kill on Smith. That's one of the ops already gone. Not exactly the stun that they were hoping for. That leaves 3 in the A-bomb side and Body over at B. He has still a Molotov grenade, Body. I think it's really critical he holds on to that exactly to the right moment, which is not so easy. It's always a temptation to throw it down as soon as the first grenades rain in, or just, you gotta get it perfect. But if he gets it down so that it breaks up the push and he can get the first kill on the guy coming through, that's all that really matters. Body looking the wrong way at the moment. Now he's gonna go for the re-peek and the way. Oh, he gets a headshot on the back, gets a second one on Kirby. Great work from Body. Finally, he's gonna get shot down, but that was critical. That leaves them in a 2-on-2 as RPK picks up the kill on Sipnix.
Oh, but that's not gonna happen now. It's the 1-on-2 for RPK rotating in. Shoxy trying to get that kill early to give them plenty of time to work with. And well, you're gonna get a barbecued RPK in the end. Dupree, no mercy. There we go. Look at that handsome devil.
Yeah. They are they're definitely fired up. This guy's got all the Astralis swag. He's ready to follow them right to the stars, it seems. I'm actually really sad they didn't win that round, because Body did way more than you could expect. As soon as he goes off that angle and then goes back again, you think he's dead immediately, because Device has certainly got that with the scope. Hits the headshot, he gets the follow-up as well. Just really great play from Body. That should have probably been G2's round after that kind of defense.
I agree. This is, I mean, it has been Body. You can count on him. It seems for G2, like his level has definitely risen since he's joined the team. But it's not enough. You need the rest of the team to start waking up. And, well, Shoxy, again, he's going to open things up with that UMP. It's almost like just throw away the rifle, Shoxy. Although, as I say that, he obviously gets the great headshot versus Dupree. So, you know what? Just use everything, Shoxy.
They have the bomb. G2 has actually just gone and taken the bomb.
Well, that's unfortunate.
You could say that. I think that would be an accurate description. Going to go for a fight here. Device and Sip get a couple of kills in return, so now we're back into a 3-on-3 somehow. Shox is slowly discovering that if he wants anything done right on this team, he's going to have to do it himself, it seems. It's down to 22 health for him. And at the moment, 45 seconds on the clock here. Astralis shouldn't be able. I mean, once you lose 2 players, oh, he almost sees it. Molotov is out as well. They're going to go try a bit more. Glaive gets a kill on Smith. Keeps playing. Glaive, can he get another one? I think he's up to 18-2 as a scoreline right now. Seems to be unstoppable. Finally, they're going to get a kill on Sip and a follow-up on Device. And there should be no way Glaive can save this.
How do they lose control of this situation now? Shoxy's not even close anymore. He's backed off. The bomb is going to get picked up. Oh! RPK shot in the back. The timing is impeccable. 16 seconds left, and Glaive, he just has to hightail it, but Shoxy knows this. Obviously, he's hanging around on the site itself. Glaive is going to run right into the death trap here. Shoxy's ready to pounce.
Smoke is down, boxing, planted Shox, but Glaive walks the other way, and he gets a shot! Oh no! A triple kill for Glaive. 23-3 is his ratio right now. Unstoppable.
Yeah, this KDA is nuts for Glaive, but more importantly, that is incredible. Shoxy had everything going for him. And somehow Glaive finds the headshot, turns around just in time. Unbelievable. Yeah, no, Glaive is... Wow, this is just a blowout. This is just a blowout. Double digits, T-side train now for Astralis, 10-2. And well, G2, you're kind of left gasping at this point. What are you going to do? Shoxy, blind, is still going to hit the shot on Kirby. Holding that angle, though, all you had to do is hit mouse 1, but the timing works out. Well, now...
Who could have seen it coming that Glaive would have this sort of performance? I mean, G2, they've got to be in agony right now. Not only are they playing Astralis on a really strong map for them, but also they're having to deal with this individual performance. One player that's just completely taken off. They get the early kill on Kirby, that's a start.
Body's got a clever spot, though. Unless they flash over it, he should be totally safe, totally immune from the flashes. Yep, he's going to be able to spot them coming down. Easy kill for him on Dupree. Gets the follow-up and gets all 3. Beautiful work from Body, and Glaive left wondering what the hell happened to the rest of my team.
For a bit more of a shot, but we'll get taken out by Shocks. And finally something works for G2 after they lose 7 rounds in a row. They're back to winning a tiny bit here at the end of the half. 10-3 the scoreline, and moving into the 14th round. If they can win the last 2 rounds, make it 10-5, and win the pistol on the second half and make it 10-8, then technically we have a game on our hands, but that's quite a long path, quite a long road ahead of them.
Yeah. Man, I'm just blown away. Scream is completely absent on this map right now. Like, Smith's, okay, we don't expect him to top the scoreboard, but Scream? Like, he needs to wake up. 2 kills, 14 rounds into the half. That's unbelievable.
I mean, it's got to be somebody. Somebody has to help out at the top. Shocks is 12, RBK 11, but yeah, Scream and Smiths, they need to do something collectively. Couple of more kills per round, and maybe they would have something. They have the double up setup. They've got all the grenades. They've got everything going for them in this round. Astralis, their economy is so good as well that even losing that round, they can still continue to buy. And even if they lost this one, they wouldn't have a half bad buy at the end of the game, so... Or at the end of the half at least.
Oh, like that. Smith's pre-aiming an angle that Device likes to use. This time around, Device isn't going to come and greet you. Instead, they're working their way towards White Halls. Astralis, and this is looking like it's going to wind up over on this B site. There are 2 players here, however, set up for G2. Body and Shoxy. Shoxy's got the AWP, so Body's going to be watching that lower ramp, and exactly, he's going to be trusting Shoxy to watch his back. And Zipnik's going to get caught again here by Shoxy. Or is Body, what is Body doing? Body, he's trying to bait it. Are you kidding? That actually works. That is obscene.
I mean, he's 1 bullet from death, but yeah, not a bad mind game at all. Now, though, he's going to get burned out by Glaive, who does get taken out, so it's beyond the grave there. Shocks will get a kill on Kirby. 2 versus 4. Another one. They've already given up one of these G2. Surely not again. Dupree is being tagged down very low over at the sidewalk, and Device AWP in the middle of it. Scream with a headshot. No problem there. That's going to be a great retake. And G2 finding a 4th round. Slowly, 1 round, 1 step at a time here, Semler.
I'm still kind of in shock that Body actually made that work. The mind game. Instead of just sitting there waiting for Shocks to just take that peek when Xipnix was about to come around the corner, Body instead baits him in with the Molotov. That is silly. Nice shot from Scream. There we go. The 1-taps.
Yeah, they've been absent for a while. They need to come back in a big way here. Going into the 15th round, the last of the half. Another double op and more buys coming out for Astralis. The bomb plant plus the money they already had definitely helping out here. Device with the orb on the other side, and they actually don't get the kill there. It looked like Device was on it. He gets tagged a bit, but still not quite enough, I think. It looked like Smiths was dead.
Yeah, it did look like he managed to pick that, but Scream is breathing a sigh of relief. He needs Smiths to stay alive if he's going to be playing this position up by Electric. And so now Smiths looking for that angle, actually making use of flash grenades, and he's going to get the shot on Device. No! Not going to get it. Instead, trying to change it up once again. And well, it's just a waiting game between both of these teams now. 1:13 left on the clock in the 15th round, and this is a big difference here for G2. If they can get 5 rounds, that would be huge, because if it's 11-4 at the end of the half for Astralis, that's where you start to get a little disgusted if you're a G2 fan.
Under a minute on the clock, and Bomb shuffling back and forth here. Astralis showing some signs that they're not really sure where they want to go. They haven't got much information about what the defense looks like. And Body and Shox are having a similar setup over here. I kind of like it. I think it's not a bad idea to have two on the high ground, in fact. Body just again taking a risk, and Device just walking in, caught sleeping, in fact.
Yeah, unreal, actually, the timing, and it works out better. Even Body, he's still alive. He's just stalled 3 players for Astralis, cost valuable time. With 25 seconds left, this is actually baiting a response from Astralis. They're going to rotate over towards A. Oh, catch that undefended. RPK, however, is still alive, and Scream from Connector takes down 1. Traded.
I think G2 may have slightly over-rotated in that scenario, and that could cost them here. 10 seconds though, RPK, if he drops the bomb, that's pretty much it. Can he find the angle? He gets 1 kill. Kirby will succeed in getting the bomb and the kill on RPK with just 3 health left. He makes that work, and now they're retaking with 2 AWPs. I'm not surprised Smith has the C-set 75 out. Definitely preferable at this point in time. Free and Kirby. Can they steal it away from G2 once again? Kirby finding another kill with just 3 health. That's a triple for him, and now it's on Smith. 1 versus 2, and he walks right in. Kirby with a quad kill. 3 of them on 3 health. He's been very absent this first half, but that was definitely a big round for him. 11-4 at the end of it. Astralis, I mean, an overwhelming win for them here on Train for the first half.
One of those rounds was a pistol round win for G2 as well. They got 4 spot, they got beat in the second round, but still, G2, they had everything going to start off strong with the pistol, and then nothing. They got nothing after that. 21-6.
Yeah, at 122 ADR, that's completely absurd.
That's an obscene half.
Shox obviously the very best that he could, and he's top fragging on his team with RPK, but Scream and Smiths are really mostly absent from the first half, and that will always be a problem. And even then, I think they needed even more than just, 13 kills on RPK and Shox. Shox needed to have a Glaive level performance here. He needed to be up at, 19, 20 kills. Mm-hmm. What a rough way to get started. They even won I think it's the heartbreaking part. They won the pistol. And they lost the next 3 rounds. Then they won, then they lost the next 7 rounds. Then the scoreline was 10-2. It's heartbreaking.
Oh. Kirby definitely feeling pretty good about it right now. He's not doing too shabby himself, up at 10 kills. And so now we go into the second half. Can Astralis just, basically drive the knife home and get that pistol round and end G2 suffering early on here? Or is G2 going to be able to pick up the pistol and continue to put up a fight? It is looking like that A split. Shoxy making a lot of noise over here towards B halls, but only 1. That's the thing. It should not bait a rotation out because Zipmix, who's holding close, only hears the 1 player moving around up here.
Wow.
Nice
what a shot from Kirby. Ugly will be going down. Smith to take the kill. Dupree with 1. Kirby with more headshots, making a double. There's a triple. All of them headshots. And that pretty much cancels the round. Device to take down Shox. Kirby, 2 rounds. And what? 7 kills across those 2 rounds? Out of the total of 13 that he has. That's not bad.
That's coming alive at the right time. And especially in a key round like this. Now, are G2 capable of doing to Astralis what Astralis did to them in the first half? Can they come back with a Force 9, Tech 9 buy? A Force 9?
Force 9. I was wondering.
Whatever. Force 9.
I let it go, Samurai. I thought it's alright.
Hey, coined a new term, Anders. Just accept. Just accept it. This is the Force 9 round.
Got 3 of them at least. And they've got the smokes to back them up. It would take winning a round like this and much more, but I mean, if you lose the next 2 rounds, then it's 14-4, and I'm not going to be a believer any longer. Dupree smoking off and walking into the other side, which I normally am fine with, but Glaive was already there, so I don't really know if that was necessary, but maybe he's just toying around. G2 obviously going to set up on the container for what must be a wall of smokes type play. At least that's usually the reason why people hang around the container like this. Waiting a lot.
Yeah, well, actually, they're very patient. I mean, they have so many smokes. They are looking for a full execute here. And this is going to be as standard as could be. Anders, every time, wipe the tear away because this is your strat.
Yeah. First introduced or used by Hellraisers in France.
Yep, Kenny still hasn't forgiven you for that.
No, that did knock him out of the tournament, tragically. Also slightly funny, but... mostly tragic. Shark's gonna truck Device now. He's running for the deadline, but he gets stopped just at the wrong time. He needed to get that kill. That would have bought time for his team to come in here. Sipnik's cleaning up with the triple. I mean, if he had made the breakthrough on C Connector, for sure Sip would have had to turn around and deal with that. And then now instead he could just focus on the ramp. 13-4. You got to give G2 credit for trying, but it's not working right now. It just is not working. 22 kills on Glaive. That's still just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, because then you still have the likes of Device, Dupree, you know, to go ham with. Device, you kind of expect this from Device as well, or like a better performance for Device. He dropped 29 versus Optic yesterday, so I mean, let's go, Device. You were 1 kill away from joining the 30 bomb club. You got 3 rounds to do it, so let's go. Back-to-back-to-back aces.
Still possible. This time they don't even have armor, so gotta be careful from the grenades, from the UMP, from everything here. A bomb plant, that would be all they need G2, just as a sort of a bit of a success in this round. Shox gives his life, and Body actually touches the ground before he dies, but that also drops the bomb, and you have to assume that's pretty much the end of it. Good shot there from Dupree to cancel the round. That's 14-4. Now G2 can finally buy in the second half. I don't know. I don't believe in it any longer, Semler. I don't think you can come back from this scoreline.
10 rounds, well, 12 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
On T side, Train.
It would be up there with the greatest comebacks of all time if it happened. That's the silver lining right there, Semler. They can make history. That's what we're looking for. UMP being kept by Glaive. Device with the AWP on the other side as well. He's alone in B. Full AKs on the G2 team. I feel like we've just seen not enough out of G2 here. And Astralis surely must be able to share in their pain, because this is exactly what happened to them when they were playing Godsent on this map.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. They both take and give in this scenario.
I think that they're enjoying this scenario more than the other one. That's just a guess.
I don't know. People like different things. I'm not gonna judge on that. It's Body and Smith who are hanging around down at Ivy, sort of in the middle of it. Can be risky because grenades can land there, but it can also definitely catch Kirby off guard. When he's not seen any action here for a bit, they're actually going to go and fight him here. Smith's going to go and check the corner. Kirby's still alive, and Spray takes too long. Kirby will win the fight. Body will get the refrag, but it's still now a 3-for-1 trade. Body needs to come out of the back line there and come out. He goes down to Dupree instead, and now Shots will be dropped next. They know that this is inches away. 15-4 here. Astralis now looking like a team that can go quite far. And you know what I like to imagine, Semler? I like to imagine that every round and every second that goes here, it's just like a pie that's slowly moving towards Moses' face. Just it's a long way out of the distance, or out of the dark still, in fact, you know? but it is coming. And it's gravitating toward that pretty face of his.
Well, I mean, head is kind of like a moon, isn't it? Might have its own gravitational pull.
Yeah, I think that, you know, a weird new force in physics that only attracts cream pies. Very strange. G2, what could they do here? RPK going to be going down. It's not even really worth pretending, is it? Trying to get closer with the pistol. Smith lands a nice headshot. Dropping Device low, and a quick bomb pump would be just what they need. Dupree's gone down as well. Body will fall in return, so still a 4-on-3. And G2, they need to hold on to this. The bomb is down and ticking. Kirby actually gonna go for a rotational win. No, he's just gonna fall back. I thought he was going into T-spawn. Sip will get a kill before he's down and out. And now it's a 2-on-2. Shox with a great Molotov, but he's gonna challenge it. Kirby runs into it and nearly goes down. Device on 4 health, and Scream tapping away. He gets one more frag. That's now a triple. And the bomb so far ticked right now. Kirby has to run in and find this kill, otherwise he's not going to have enough time for the defuse at all. And there's Scream, quad kill for him. And that will extend the series a bit longer. He even saves the AWP. In that one round, Scream doubled his kills from 4 to 8.
Yeah, right? Finally, the man comes alive. And Smith with some good pressure there at the beginning as well. But the looks of disappointment. Shattered dreams.
How disappointed can they be? I feel like they should know that this is it.
They only had a 10-round lead. I mean, it's still a bit of a stretch. I think. Still a bit of a stretch for Astralis to win this.
You never know. In the past, you know, it's not semi-finals though. If it had been, then that's where the real pressure kicks in, isn't it?
The real pain.
There was a point for this team, at least the core of it. Oh, Flickland's right between, where they actually had a sort of a record of winning just all the games in the group stage every single time, and whatever tournament it was, they would just not lose any maps at all in the group stage.
Yeah, they were a very safe bet. Smith walks into his demise, however. Kirby is there holding the angle already. Gonna get caught by shocks, but Dupree on high from Sniper. Trades it, takes down RPK, so man advantage here for Astralis, and just so much pressure being applied, but it's not going to be enough. Dupree is going to hold his ground and drop body, and Clave as well. So 16-5 at the end, and
Train again to that. All they've played in the group stage is train, and more train, and 2 times it's worked out, once it didn't. I don't know if people are going to continue to pick it against. It's certainly a big risk. We'll see. Look forward to the breakdown. Look forward to seeing Moses' face on that desk. Stay with us, and we'll be right back.
Yes, welcome back to the G Fuel Eleague arena. And Astralis have done it. They've overcome G2. Wasn't really a contest either, it's got to be said. And here's what I will say. I've seen some frustrating vetoes, you know, over the course.
That's the thing, Richard. I know what's going on here.
Yeah.
Okay. So what Astralis did was they purposely lost that first game on train to go like, oh, bloody hell, maybe our train's a bit dodgy. So all these other teams play them on train, and then they smash them.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be a bad strategy, but probably didn't happen.
That's
I must stress that.
strategy.
But listen, I mean, you know, why?
We already talk about things that happen.
G2 esports have had some notable results on Overpass, and maybe it's not their strongest map, but they can certainly play it. One map they've never really been able to master has been Train. I do not understand why you would want to play Astralis on this.
I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, outside of everything that occurred in this game, like, it didn't actually look that bad for G2, except they lost everything. I mean, if you remember, they had one pistol, lost the next round, and then they lose like two on fours, like a 3-on-5. They lose all these different scenarios because Glaive has the game of his life. So I mean, they put themselves in a lot of scenarios to have a very, very good first half, and just all the clutch situations. And Glaive completely outplays them. Device completely outplays them in some of these 2-on-X's situations. But regardless, definitely no reason why they should be winning that multitude of them.
Have you ever noticed, though, fans, how when Moses is about to predict against Optic, he never doesn't say, I'm definitely not going to lie now. But enough about Moses' treachery, yeah. Astralis, obviously, fantastic game. I mean, huge CT half. Was going to be easy at this point in time. But the interesting thing going further in the tournament is, if they can be this good on Train, I want to see where people go instead. Like, are people going to just ban Train against them? Because I think it's an obvious one you have to go and try and get out of the equation against them, because it is the clear, strong map. With that said, you're not really going to get a performance like that from Glaive in general, you know? Device, yeah, you can expect him to have a big game. Some of the others, this was a one-off for Glaive. You're not going to see this probably get in the major.
Yeah, maybe not at the major, but certainly this is what we always knew Astralis could do. That it's not that it is just a device show. All the players on that team are capable of carrying games in their own way. And you were right, Jason, that somebody else did have to really step up and kind of help device.
Just didn't expect it to be Glaive.
Yeah, Glaive might have been one of the lesser names down there with Zipnix. Just a few thoughts about G2 Esports then. I mean, you know, they've been very sort of hit and miss. Very competitive game that they lost against Virtus.Pro on Nuke. It's almost like they're trying all of these maps, you know, like just kind of winging it a little bit. It seems a bit directionless.
See, the weird thing about this is, one of the reasons why I said I think they're going to surprise at this tournament, and I don't think they're as down and out because of the whole French Shuffle thing coming, is that actually I looked at the field and I thought there's a bunch of teams out there might let through Dust2, might let through Cash. I thought actually Astralis would be one of them, but the guys from, if they're going to play maps like Nuke against Virtus.Pro and Train against Astralis, now that's not a recipe to go far in this tournament. You know, you can't be playing those teams on their specialist maps. So I feel like maybe a little bit of hubris in terms of the map veto for some of the G2 guys, thinking they can play maps better. And unfortunately, I think some people fall into the trap, like we heard from MSL earlier, where if they do well in practice, they think that's going to translate to the server, you know.
Yeah, and obviously I'm thinking about what could have been had Dust2 come up in the randometer.
Certainly, that would have been a very good game.
Well, I think that would have been really close. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the key matchups. Just a reminder that we've already had some. North in there, Hellraisers have gone home, and it's Virtus.Pro that are through already in that legend spot after beating Gambit. Coming up next after this commercial break, we are going to have SK Gaming versus Na'Vi. Always a classic game and just a tantalizing prospect, isn't it, gentlemen?
Yeah, especially considering you know, Na'Vi looking very, very good. And I mean, much like Astralis, they've only played the one map. They've only played Kabul, but I mean, at the moment, it looks like their bootcamp has got this team improved in a great way.
And I'm hoping that it's such a good game that we get a third installment in the trilogy, Simple the Undertaker.
Well, let's see. Referencing obscure YouTube videos. The Duncan Shield story. Anyway, we're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to deliver that awesome game, SK Gaming versus Na'Vi. Make sure you join us.
Simple.
Ukraine. My brother teach me to play Counter-Strike. I was 14.
For every pro player, it's just about winning a major.
It's the highest peak we can achieve, and you have to sacrifice time with your closest family, girlfriends, wives, and everything.
We just want to make our fans, our family, our countries proud.
Winning a major to me would mean my lifelong dream has been completed. Everything I put into the game, all the time I invested, all the money I've invested, all the opportunities that I've denied because of the game ended up being a success.
So welcome back. A classic match coming up. SK Gaming, Jason. We've said they've got a stand-in, the reigning champions, and they're getting it done here.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, it's
coldzera with the jumping AWP kills against Team Liquid. I don't think I've ever seen a play destroy a team's morale like that.
He was sitting on the B-bomb site by the car position at the end of the plant. There was a rush coming, and it was a pretty well-timed rush, actually, by the time that they first are appearing to rush him down. He should probably only get maximum 1 or 2 kills there. But what coldzera does, he jumps with the AWP, he fires, he somehow killed 2 players at once. And then kept going for more shots and ended up killing like 4 players. This is just not supposed to happen that you can get kills like that.
It's the look of disbelief on Team Liquid's face.
And Valve gave him a graffiti on the map, so they definitely appreciated that as well.
My favorite moment at the major, it's my double no-scope. I played for Team Liquid against Fnatic at ESL1 Cologne.
Double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. He's going to fall down again. What is this clap from Simple? Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
And every member of my team just was so happy. Here's like angel with wings, here's like his eye with no scope, and here's a bullet. Those shots I will never forget in my life.
2 players that have produced 2 incredible moments, about to go head-to-head. It's about to go live, guys, so I got to get your predictions.
I'm gonna take Na'Vi on this one. I think they're gonna be a little bit too much with SK having a stand-in for SK to handle.
Duncan.
Yeah, I have Na'Vi for this one. I feel like SK at the moment are winning on the system, on knowing how to win, but I feel like Na'Vi could blow them out the server.
Okay, well, we're going to find out if you're right. And now we're going to hand you over to James Bardolph and DDK.
Thank you, Richard. I hope you guys at home are not squeamish because this looks to be a bloodbath. Now, I think there's a fair chance at 4 AWPs. We saw triple AWP towards the end of the last match from SK, but this might be a good map for that as well, should they find an opportunity.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a map around summer last year where SK started to bring it into the map pool. And the crazy thing is that one of the reasons why it ended up being so cool is because that was when the team really started to understand how good they were as individuals. And that's what this map really allows you to display, is that individual skill. And any innovative individual plays you want to make, it's less restrictive in that way. And that was when he was really hitting his prime stride with the snipers. So I do wonder if we're going to see Fallen on the...
Great win on their side, Flame to the defuse kit, so often you'll see 2 people on the CT side with grenades. Perhaps a smoke, well, we'll see what they have in mind. Edward holding things down on short, nobody pushing top mid just yet. We see SK all bunched around A, anticipating maybe an overextension.
Yeah, this is a really fast response type play from Na'Vi. That mid-control players on either side is really cool. Edward will spot quite a few players there, and already a pop. This is really big. The early advantage is coming in. A quick response from SK Gaming as they return the kill. Perhaps Edward bit off more than he could chew there. We'll have to see now as the rest of Na'Vi start to shuffle back out of middle, but still keeping a good eye on things. And the player Seized, who is by catwalk, should be able to hear the running of the players on long, so they should have an understanding of what's happening, but do they have the positioning to deal with it?
Ninja conference on long, no CTs in sight. We see coldzera's got to hold the angle and on long if he can while his teammates move towards the site. Lots of flashes coming in. Guardian holding close. Will he be ready though? There's coldzera. That's one of the reasons why you leave one man on long. Taco coming in with a nice headshot there. Simple going for the jumping frags, but that may be a thing of the past now. Taco still holding the angle there. Can the bomb get planted? It's on the floor at the moment. Now it's coldzera all alone and he's in mid.
It's going to be a tough one for Cold. Yes. Coming in, he's going to be able to get the USP there, which is really good at ranges. So at least from that perspective, he's going to be on even footing. But time is really a big problem. Simple That jumping kill already taking the mick a little bit. Oh, wow! How did Cole connect that one?
Does he realize the time? He's got 12 seconds. Oh, he's got too many places to look. Had no idea where Flamey was, and that's going to be that Na'Vi with a strong pistol round, and you see what that means to them. Hear them shouting across the studio.
Dirty stuff there from Simple. Already on the first round between these two teams. Getting the jumping shot in there. Now, with that early advantage, getting all that cash in the bank, Na'Vi will be shipping in the UMPs. They've got FAMAS and Guardians going to be on these scouts. So this should be really fun because they're going to be up against Tech9s here. So SK Gaming are going to want to get, well, try to close the distance as soon as possible with this kind of a setup. And they have quite a few grenades here, 2 smokes. So there's actually a lot of utility to try to create a wall and obscure the vision, get that bomb planted, and maybe get a couple kills. So there's a lot of danger that Na'Vi have to look out for.
Interestingly, they're not using either smoke to land on Xbox, which would help them move towards shot, but no one's holding an angle here for Na'Vi. Again, Simple is in CT spawn, so he can hear any loud movements on shot, can give warning to his teammates. Guardian from the car position, putting as much range as possible between the Ts. And see, the Ts, they've made their presence known on shorts, but now they seem to be moving elsewhere, maybe trying to pull that player in mid. Possible B split?
Yeah, and I think the most common round you're going to see out of SK Gaming setup is a play straight into the A-bomb site. So indeed trying to play against expectation. In comes Flamey though, perfect counter flash from the CTs. Na'Vi looking absolutely fantastic with Simple on the finishing frag there of falling with the USP. Lovely reaction, because that was all designed to play against what Na'Vi expected a team with Tech9s and a couple grenades would do, which is almost always, once you get the cat control, just execute onto the A-bomb site, but this was not the case. But Na'Vi still, they only lost 1 player. That's pretty damn good to start things off with.
It's also promising from SK that they're showing some prowess cerebrally at the beginning of this match. Again, showing presence towards short, pulling a player from CT spawn towards A to try and bolster the defense, then abusing hole that was left, or at least trying to. This may be a better map for SK than we saw on Mirage. Do wonder how they will use Fox. Flaming going aggressive now, but he's too tagged to fall back. Sees has the range though, has the FAMAS as well. A good damage track comes in again. He will fall as well, and Simple just keep an eye on things. The bomb is firmly in CT possession, so he'll try and clean things up. Continuation spray will be enough. Cold Zero will just move straight back into it. 3-0 start from Na'Vi, and we'll see what SK have to offer on their first round. No AWPs available unless they want them with no armor.
And we just have to reiterate here, just the fact that we have 4 of the best AWPers in the world in the server at one time, and we're not, I mean, this is the group stages. How amazing is that? And it's Dust 2 of all maps as well. Such a brilliant AWP map, which is why James said, basically anyone who picks up an AWP, you should be watching them. And already Guardians at the shenanigans again with a scout. It won't connect this time. Looks pretty close, but no dice just yet. Keeping tabs on the action. And of course, Na'Vi are going to be playing very economically here, holding on to a lot of inferior weapons. They're going to realize that's the situation. But of course, they will have a big buy if they lose this round. So, but if they win the round, then SK Gaming start to get very behind economically in comparison to Na'Vi. So Na'Vi, they have the ability to take some risks here to mitigate that weapon disadvantage and try to catch SK off guard and maybe disrupt them before they get their plan going.
1 minute 15 on the clock. Taco got to short with almost 1 minute 45 on the clock, so very quickly indeed. Unable to capitalize though, maybe trying to catch someone out of position. Either way, they're still holding position on short. 4 of the 5 players there now. Fox looking out towards long, but he seems to be going to join his team, so it might be a 5-man push. And look at Na'Vi, they're expecting a B player. They've got 3 people inside the B bomb site, which means they've got no information as to what is going on. Sees staying in long for the time being. A Simple goes down, and Sees will probably have to stay towards long, but he's making his way towards A as well. Smoke's down, still no rotation. Fox looking towards B. Meanwhile, we've got these nades from SK. Do they have the right read? We've got a cat drop. Maybe they're going towards B as well, or is it a rat? Sees gets the first frag, no trade.
Yeah, looking quite good here somehow for Na'Vi. Both Season and Simple just having that big task, no support really to deal with this push, and they slowed it down enough really. We have Na'Vi coming in from that B side of the map here. Fox will be a problem, catches Edward off guard, and that's really going to make things difficult now, especially now Caesar's gone from the A site. No presence there. What damage can Guardian do? Because that's the question. They have a good boy coming in, another headshot there, and these players that remain, they're very tagged. This is actually a doable round now for Guardian. He just needs a couple of tags. There is a big damage drop-off at range, but here's the first one. Completely unknown position, Cold Zero with that off angle will take the frag. However, 3 players did go down, so a decent amount of damage there has been incurred onto the SK Gaming side. And now we start to see some ops.
Yeah, Na'Vi will have no issue buying in this round. You see Guardian continuing with the scout in the previous one, so again it was not just about winning the round at the end for trying to clutch there, but also about damage for the rounds to come. A bit scary towards the end there for SK, but you heard a roar from them. They're sitting next to our table, and you know what that means to them. They have fought very hard, very much a Rocky Balboa story in their previous match to get to this point. Fox smoking off the Xbox for his team. It seems he will spend most of his time on the T side, lurking outside A doors, while the main roster of SK get to work. Edward and Guardian towards long at present. Again, we've got Simple in CT spawn. Just biding his time. Can see he is in the boost spot.
Pretty wall-bangable though. A lot of teams starting to catch on to that. And it's amazing at dealing with B-splits. Also baiting B-splits if you don't show yourself. It feels like those 2 players are actually isolated on that B-bomb site and that there is 3 on A. That's kind of what they're trying to... They would be trying to trick the T side into thinking if the T side was to move into mid, try to gain some info, Simple wouldn't show himself, and seeing no traffic in CT spawn does indicate that perhaps it's a very vulnerable B-bomb site. However, they're not really poking around middle just yet. They're holding on to catwalk, so the default is kind of played out here. And now this is a time when we would expect SK to start making information plays, or maybe just to go for it with an execution of a set piece. But look at that beautiful timing on that smoke grenade. If they were to go for a rush here, that's going to delay them massively. Na'Vi seem to know the kind of pace that SK have.
The flashes as well. Na'Vi looking like a well-oiled machine, a unit. And here we go, Guardian, he's got 3 big angles. Simple holds down the CT spawn area, so that's no close range engagement for Guardian. He can still hold these ranges. Nice crash there, but he spots the head. Can the bomb go down? They've got a planter for sure.
Guardian, he knows what's going on, looking for the angle for the wall bang. However, not this time. His teammates, though, starting to shuffle into position for the retake. There's 5 of them in total, but with this flank, perhaps Fox can make the difference. Third takes down Guardian, though. Now Fox has all the distraction in the world to work from. 3 players left for Na'Vi, a triple face. Oh, poor Fox. That is not the situation he's going to ever be able to deal with, and that will be the round from Na'Vi. An explosive retake, and they read the play as well. That smoke timing, I mean, when that smoke drops there, you can't wait for it. And SK didn't have time to work any other parts of the map, so they basically just made SK's push weaker from the get-go. So really good read right now from Na'Vi. And again, this is a trend I think we've seen, James, from the 2 previous cobblestones of Na'Vi. They have been studying their opponent. They know the pace and the kinds of attacks that their opponents like to make, and every single game is tailored to their opponents.
At the beginning of this tournament, it was all eyes on Astralis, but Na'Vi continue to show us that they cannot be counted out of the potential to raise that trophy in the Fox Theatre this weekend. Surviving with 3 players will be a plus for their economy. Now they just need to weather the storm of SK, who've spent some money. Their loss bonus has been reset. They're not in a good spot. Gets worse with Fallen being naded. Simple's there for support as well. He can play around that smoke, looking away in case there's a flashbang. There it goes. Fox out first. There's Fur as well. Cold, last man standing with the bomb in that area. And now there's Taco to try and do what he can, but that won't be much. Easy round for Na'Vi.
Scary stuff too. I mean, look at how clinical that was from Simple. Really calm and confident there, just controlling all the bullets, finding the headshots in a timely manner. And here we go, we get to see it again. And just how, I mean, of course they're ecoing players, but this is just such beautiful execution from Simple, and that is something we're going to expect and look forward to in the future here. But there's a slight pause to the action as SK Gaming have decided to take a timeout, and it is in a timely manner because they're down 4 rounds. It's a 5-1 advantage for Na'Vi right now, and Na'Vi don't look like they're stopping anytime soon. And not only that, there is so much more up their sleeve that they haven't had to go to just yet.
I was going to say, SK needed money in the bank. It's a nice little, nice drawing, nice little toys and whatever. SK needed money in the bank, really. They need to get going and get those full buys in, but they're not going to wait for those full buys. Fallen is AWP, no armor. They're forcing it up. Coldzera with the FAMAS. Utility is extremely limited, so they're really going to be relying on Fallen to get some work done with this AWP. He hasn't got a great spawn to go for an early pick towards, long as you can see. Teammates well ahead of him. And you can see Na'Vi prepared with the double grenade. SK don't want to be facing more double grenades. Complete abandonment of the long area, the Ninja Conference once again. And Na'Vi again, I think they're just trying to play against what they think SK are trying to do. So we've got a three-man hold of the short area, SK though. They've taken long.
Yeah, this is a great opening here from Na'Vi. It's they're trying to predict SK, giving up long, and SK, they're running a strategy where they take long really fast, so this kind of works out much better, I would say, for SK, because they get some free map control, and they have enough time as well when they do this to understand that if there's nobody here, they have to have stacked long with 2 players, because usually there's 2 players around this area to defend this spot, and if there isn't, the only other place the A players can be is short, so they know what they're walking into right now, and they're choosing to just go for it, and they have that lurker Cold, who is in middle as well, so it's all about the shots and the timings of the grenades here. This is going to be very explosive from SK when they pull the trigger.
What if they peek with no grenades? Oh, there's a smoke down. Otherwise, that could have been absolute carnage. Na'Vi, though, they've got a player in Gandalf, but the trajectory of the grenade's been spotted. Guardians get taken down. Foxy knows where Simple is. He can hold this angle. They don't have the nades to flush him out, just the flash and smoke. They'll have to just bide their time, maybe have a crossfire. And there he goes. Fox getting planted. Here comes Simple, but they're ready for him. 3 players remain for Na'Vi. Edward holding down a short position, but it's a sticky situation. Can they even go for this?
That's a great flash. The beautiful read, they know that there's going to be a player on the flank here. It's so very standard, and that is going to be enough here. Just the presence of Cold, even if he stays alive, doesn't get any more kills, it just makes it impossible for Edward and Flamey to get anything done. So they're going to go into save mode here, and the Hunter is on to begin with here, but maybe SK don't want to overextend. They have nobody with over $500 in the bank. Everyone is super poor. They need to survive with all 5 players. So they're running a containment strategy here. Just trying to choke out the remainder of Na'Vi. And Cold will go down. They can't really afford to lose too much more than that, to be honest. Oh, gotta be careful here. Flamey and Edward able to get some extra damage done. Very crucial. Let's see how that impacts SK moving forwards. But great play from SK. They knew... SK knew what Na'Vi were doing, and Na'Vi should have worked out what SK were doing as well. And SK had the confidence to just run in there with a clean execution of the grenades.
Na'Vi, potentially, the way they bought a bit late, I was wondering if they were considering more than one op, but for now, they will continue with the one onto Guardian. Simple will be rifling, and now Fallen can afford some Kevlar. But again, they're not going for the early picks towards long, and those grenades will maybe ward them off a bit longer. Na'Vi with a very solid start in a long position. I don't know if Fallen would have seen Edward jump past the angle, but he will make his exit once again. Got a smoke so we can keep long shut down for a while. C's playing close to B tunnel.
And one key thing here is that we have to note straight away, Fallen is on the AWP on the T side. And one thing we have to expect here is that no matter how good Fox is with the AWP, he can't contend with the likes of Guardian or Simple. I think the only AWPers on SK that can is Fallen and Cold. So I'm very happy to see that Fallen is on the AWP right now.
SK have just deployed a wall of smoke in the long area, maybe trying to pull players again, trying to sell an A. It looks like they're going for a fake. You see the movement into the middle area. They won't see anybody on ramp, but will SK, will they realize that there's another stack on the short area? And how will they position for that? C's again pushing. It looks like he wanted to poke a bit earlier, and now he does. But what can they glean from this? They'll have no idea. Or maybe they will. Simple in a good position. Can he get the kill though? There's one running out of bullets, but Flamey will save him.
That's great work here. This strategy, this approach, we saw it last round from Na'Vi. This time it works out. Very good at blowing up a B play. That's exactly what's happening right now. Na'Vi had such a fast rotation, SK could not even pull the trigger on the other part of the split, which was from tunnels into that B bomb site. They have to abandon it. But can they even afford to? They have 30 seconds. The bomb, I don't know if it even made a full sprint to the A bomb site, if it could even plant in time. So now they're just in a spot where they just have to hang on to the AWP. And this is such bad timing. They just won a round. They lost a couple players at the end of that round. So they have no money at all. So if they survive with these 3 guns, they have to play with a force buy on Fur and Fox. And they have $100 and $200, James.
All the people that are alive are the people who, if they were dead, they could buy something with the loss bonus, but because they're alive, they'll get no loss bonus. So how weird is that? That is the worst spread of money for SK in that particular round. And we've got Simple saving the day for his team. Otherwise, who knows what happens in this situation? But it seems that they slowly realized what was going on, even though they had no vision of long.
I think this is actually a really cool strategy, and I think this is really nice, I think, for all the viewers as well, because you can see why, in a large extent, Na'Vi went with the approach where they kind of gamble and say, okay, we're going to give up long completely and play a bunch of focus around the catwalk area. Catwalk's very hard to defend against the T's if the T's actually go for a full-out push on it, because it's very hard to fall back from that position. So unless you get some crazy defense, it's not always very likely you do that. It's just an advantageous, much more advantageous for the T's. But what it is good at doing is if the T's are kind of baited into going for a B play, you have a very fast rotation time. Very, very fast. So if the T's never take catwalk away from the CTs, then any B play is much less likely to work. So here we see that both sides of the coin, where SK went long and just basically won the round because of that strategy, and this time the opposite, where SK did what Na'Vi wanted them to do, and it's a very timely win. And here is the buy. Not the best in the world, but it's something.
Cold's got a long spawn with the AWP. He's been thrown. Can he make a connection? No, the bunny hop hasn't really worked out from the nades. He's going to come in. He's got 40 HP, but he's got the kill. That's much more important. 2 players there for Na'Vi, and maybe they'll be entertained for a while now. They've been abandoning long early for the most part, but that pick may change things.
Yeah, it's a really big pick, that's for sure. And as a T side too, they have a lot of utility still to combine to try to make something of this. And look, this is the response. Push into upper dark, comes in from Na'Vi, decimated. Okay, I don't know where the response is now, James. They're 2 against 5.
They were so ready for that. We have to look back at that later on. The positioning of them for that position. Edward can't win the duel against the UMP on long. That leaves Guardian alone. There is an AWP to be collected. He is going to be hunted. We've got some Battle Royale business going on now. For having a look, Guardian spotted. I don't think Fox will have the range of the UMP, but he'll go for it. Doing some nice tagging. We'll see if, well, how many players for SK will survive as well. As money isn't spectacular for them. Oh, wow. Fallen finds a lovely angle. Can Fox reach the AWP? Not sure if he'll get there in time, but I mean, again, these players are trying to get inside each other's heads. But if you look at the position on long, on B halls, the player who's engaging first on the T side, Taco's position, once the CT's face here, like Cold Zero is in a perfect position to trade, they can't retreat from that position. So they put Na'Vi in no man's land. Still, there's a 3-round lead for Na'Vi. They're on the buy once again. Utilities low for them as well. But Guardian's on the AWP. That's one of the most important factors. That smoke towards the corner will make it hard for anybody to face. So long will be abandoned again by the CTs.
Oh, Cold is receiving an aggression in dark, and that's going to be won by Seized. Very good job to Seized there. Now full control, and the bomb's actually stuck in a sense because Fallen, his path could potentially be cut off, he could potentially be flanked, and the A bomb site is up for grabs here by SK. This is a little bit worrying right now. Fallen is just barely moving away from the T-spawn area to avoid being flanked just in the nick of time there.
Simple's heard him though.
It to A.
Simple's heard him, and the entire team are rotating now. They've got Seas to cover the long area, but they instantly move towards short, but they're stuck for the time being. Who will this favor? There's a man advantage, of course, for the CT side, but SK have got the bomb site and long.
And Na'Vi, they had 4 men standing on short for quite a while. It's not really, like, you never want to attack the A-bomb site with 4 guys on short, so it took them quite a while to reposition after all of that, which does give some post-bomb positioning here to some extent for SK. So the opening battles, very crucial, of course. There it is, Guardian, he gets the first entry here, looking for more, opening up the business here on the bomb site there for Flamey, taking down 2 at range. Flamey getting himself a triple, no additional help required. And that is the fuse coming in for Na'Vi.
That was so awkward for SK. Seized with 20 HP, was standing outside long for ages. And Fallen was just holding the angle in pit, just holding the angle. As soon as Seized moves through the doors, Fallen looks towards the site because his teammates are dropping, and he just sees the elbow of Seized, looks back at Seized, can't kill either one. That's horrible for him. 7 rounds for Na'Vi. Now we see the economic difficulties go back in the way of SK. Fer and Fallen on Tech 9s for this round. No AWPs left for the T side. 3 AKs on the remainder of the team. Again, Na'Vi forced away from the long area. Very early charge from SK, but will they pursue the site?
Yeah, it's really nice to take this chunk of map control really early on. And a lot of teams, what they would like to do from this position is take away Catwalk, because that's the only spot that the CTs can really operate from. They were forced away from long, so it's going to be Catwalk. And we can see on the mini-map that Edward is there. He's on his lonesome, although he does have some support from the double doors. So we'll have to see if SK can get a good attack onto that catwalk area to take it away. Because if they do, with already having Taco in long, then A becomes a very strong split possibility. And there's plenty of time to work towards that. And we can start to see that Na'Vi know this. They know how to play Dust 2. They know that they have to try to form a defense here, that SK will attack this position.
Lovely delay with the Molotov from Faze. Once the smoke goes down, Edward still holding short. This is awkward for SK. Less than a minute. One person remaining in long. Look at that re-smoke from the team. Na'Vi quite a solid unit, but Edward from out of nowhere, Fox shoots him through the smoke. That's a disaster. Can they capitalize? They've got long, they've got short. Can they get the bomb down?
Guardian, he needs to deliver big here if the charge is to come in. Oh, a speed spot for two. Oh, man! Oh, Guardian! That's some classic Guardian stuff right there. Somehow picking off Taco at distance, and now the rush has been abandoned. They know that Na'Vi be rotating. Can they catch him out of position? Yes, Cease is the first one to fall. Now it's Simple on the rotation. Again, he's got no direct support here. He's going to see everything. Gets the frag onto Cole. It is a mad dash for the B-bomb site.
15 seconds, and Simple's making his way in the site. Maybe the worst person you want in the site if you're SK right now. Goes for this break, can't get the connection. Gets the first one. Flamey cleans up the rest of it. These are such tight rounds. SK, they had all the guys through middle doors. They got the kill, but Cold Zero was the only person with a smoke, and he was behind everyone. They knew they couldn't cross. That was, oh, that's so awkward for SK. But now it's Na'Vi with a 5-round lead. Look at this shot from Guardian.
Wow.
That is absolutely disgusting.
And that's what stopped them from pushing the A-bomb site. And this is the crazy thing right now for me, is that both SK and Na'Vi are making these split-second adjustments in the mid-round when the other team basically kind of predicts what's going to happen. They play super well to basically dismantle the initial position of that team to give them a slight advantage on the defense. And then you have SK like, okay, we immediately understand here that we have to go for rotation, because at least we can have an advantage still, because now they think it's going to be A, so we can catch rotation. So they play it really well, and then Na'Vi has some awesome individual performance, and it's just crazy, James. This is some super high-level Counter-Strike we're seeing from both these teams right now, and Na'Vi, they're off to an 8-3 start out of that, so that must be giving them so much confidence.
Especially as SK's money's been broken. Just pistols for the mostly Brazilian side. Cold Zero and Taco with Kevlar as well. No utility whatsoever, no pop flashes through the doors, no way to make it easier to get those close quarters engagements. Simple again, a guy in CT holding down the doors. Might be doors to glory, might be doors to slaughter. Probably the latter in this situation. See if Guardian can deal with this run boost. One boost, the Glock Fallen is just a flying pinata. Has he done his job though?
Yeah, looking to gain some ground there to get the bomb down. That's really all it's about. A frag would be nice. There's one from Cold Zero, and the bomb will be planted on the short position. So this has actually worked out more or less. If another kill can be extracted, that'd be great. But Guardian, this is actually quite cool because Guardian is really good at knowing those angles. It's often very difficult to deal with, but we saw previously as well him looking for those wallbang shots. He was very close last time, and this time the bomb does go down, but we can see that he does very much know those wallbang angles on the boxes on the A site, which are really important if you're an AWPer, because it's one of the guns that can actually get the penetration on those positions for the...
Guardian defused the bomb. He was the closest to defuse the bomb. Always good for your AWPer to get the defuse bonus. That bit extra money for that bit more expensive weaponry. Speaking of which, Fallen again is AWP, no armor. SK can't quite get their money in the right place, as Na'Vi have now done. Guardian going for the cheeky peek. He'll see no one. What's he going to do with this information? Let's keep an eye on the rest of his team. 3 plays in long, standard stuff for the take there. Flamey and B on his own, so no one in a real position to do anything crazy, and he charges up mid. And they may not feel like it's necessary now with a 6-round lead. No need to overextend. Coming in here, Taco can't quite get the kill though. Sees suddenly there for support, but no one else is going to go for the push. Minute 20 on the clock for SK to try and claw their way back into this.
Yeah, at the very least did force a smoke out there, but for the cost of a player, not really a trade I would take every day. So SK now moving in towards catwalk position, and it's going to be tough from this point forward. They're going to have to really use these grenades very, very well to give themselves some advantages and to force some chaos here and to stop, ultimately, Guardian. Because if he is able to even see somebody for a second as they're making their way across to gain position onto the site, then it's very likely he's going to just nail that shot. He's been very consistent so far this tournament, which is just so good to see. Some of that old Guardian form coming back, and you can see the split is indeed being set up. So Na'Vi, 3 players against 4 for this defense.
Fallen's got himself 1 kill so far, so he's not having a good time. Fox walks to his death. Fallen with no armor will get the trade, but again, there's still a man down. 25 seconds left. The bomb has not yet been spotted. Edward playing the goose position. He may be the ace in the hole for the Na'Vi team, but Guardian is another ace. Maybe the deck is stacked. Bomb down, and now Fallen, 13 seconds left. Has to try and save, but Flamey is hunting him. So where will he hide? Tough times ahead for SK.
It's really cool how Guardian played that position with his teammate on the bomb site. I believe it's Simple and... matchmaking and whatever. If that usual situation where you lose long so quickly, Guardian, he has 2 choices. He either gives up short and then his player on Goose just gets rushed down and he dies anyway because he has a very bad position in the long term, or he tries to hold that position from an off angle from long, so the guy on long attacking has to go very deep, and that allows him to offset the timing so he can defend both positions. Even if he's only good for 1 or 2 frags, is probably better. So 10-3 is the score ultimately here, and SK with an AWP at the very least, but no Kevlar on Fallen, and Fer with a very fast Tech 9 push here up Catwalk. Can he get something out of this? At least there's some information.
Yeah, once he's there, if no one's trying to play close, then there's not so much he can do. So I think they're playing to try and get somebody, maybe trying to catch Guardian off if he wants to play the short roll, but that doesn't seem to be his style today. He is quite content towards the car. Na'Vi do not want to get exploited by SK. They'll do their best to play to their own advantages. Edward in the pit for this round. Simple once again in CT. Cold0 asking some questions, but no answers just yet. Look at this setup here from Na'Vi. Again, they are playing like such a solid unit. Now, with that smoke down, it is possible to, there are various ways to jump up on these boxes. Simple's demonstrating one. On those white boxes there is a corner you can jump up on. So a nice angle, playing delayed information there. Molotoving's trying to support his teammates in case of any fast reaction, any fast rotation, but SK fairly static still.
Yeah, the picking battle won by Simple. And now Fallen has to try to open things up with his AWP. He does have a bunch of grenades going into this position. Will Simple decide to push it? That's the question. Yeah, teammates coming in for flashing, but he goes in straight away. Gets himself a trade there with the help of Flamey. Although Fox is good for the trades himself. 3 versus 3 with just AC alone on the bomb site. Maybe that's enough, or maybe it's not. Taco at distance with the Deagle. Very nice pickoff, very fast pickoff, allowing a bomb plant. Perhaps, but no, Guardian is so swift. And with the AWP, he's going to just strike. And Taco will be now cold and dead on the floor of the B-bomb site, leaving that bomb not planted. There is no way Fallen can win this round at this point. All he can do is just survive. Once again, Na'Vi just, they look at James. I am surprised how much, as you said, how much of a unit they appear to be.
Credit to Fallen dropping that smoke on top of the white box as well, so the self-boost position is nullified, but Simple cares not for your smokes. Simple is real man, Dan, and he will run through the smoke and just try and shoot people in the face. I feel like there's a lot of small margins which simply haven't gone SK's way, or small situations, which is giving Na'Vi a very lopsided score in the first half. We're into the last round now of the first half. We'll see if SK can make it to 4. Again, I don't think Fallen's, I think he's had 1 round with AWP and armor. Once again, a light on utility. He's holding the angle where you jump on the ledge onto the platform. Once you're on there, if you stand up, you can be seen. It's that simple, so very awkward for the CTs if they're spotted by an AWPer. The bomb outside B tunnels, this tells the story, but it's still early days. But look at the setup on long. Na'Vi changing things up wildly. No Simple in CT spawn. You've got Edward facing the wall in case there's a flashbang, and Guardian holding the angle. So SK are going to be woefully unprepared for this. 3 people looking to go through mid doors. Is Flamey ready for them?
This is cool. This is a setup from Na'Vi that Astralis used to actually innovated very early on. They're very good at Dust 2. And Cole, he's just going to annihilate Edward that walks in with the Gamil. Brazen stuff. And speaking of brazen stuff, Flamey defending with a 2K there. That B bomb site is not to be penetrated whatsoever. Every single battle going the way of the Na'Vi defenders, leaving just Cole with 8 points of health. A stolen M4 and an incendiary I don't know how much he can get out of this. Na'Vi look to be storming ahead to a 12-3 first half here, unless Cold goes absolutely nuclear. But what a display. I don't know how many duels or opening duels we saw SK even win, if they had any at all in this T half of theirs.
20 seconds to kill 3 people who are all on the B-bomb side. The pre-fire's coming in. Sees doesn't need to peek again. He can be the trade fragger now. Simple's going to be facing first, and he'll steal a kill away. So indeed, it will be 12-3. But credit to Na'Vi, they're playing like such a unit. The way they're flashing for each other and putting each other, they're like almost baiting SK. Like the flash comes in here after the first kill, boom. He looks away, knows it's coming. Fox gets taken down for free. Lovely stuff from Na'Vi. That's a very hard team to play against. We see the stats here. Simple top fragging for his team with 19. Cold 0-13 for him, but it's only good for 3 rounds.
Yeah, and it is so cool that setup that they're using. We saw them actually go into that setup a couple times in this matchup, and generally speaking, across the cobblestones we saw, their CT setups, they were showing the ability to play so many different types, to always mix it up and always keep teams guessing. And that position we saw Flamey in by the boxes outside the B site, that's such a strong position, because in that 3-man setup, you don't normally expect there to be 3 men there. So you think that if you saw that, if you have the info there's 2 on the site, you just don't know, you just don't expect that guy to be there, especially if you've seen a guy in CT spawn as well. So crazy stuff coming in here. But that's the thing, like, he had a lot of AWPs though. He was able to get the AWPs out there. So it's a crazy situation. Wow.
This guy owns the cinema, so he's watching.
Boom.
I bet he's naked then.
You think?
No one's in there.
Yeah.
He has to be naked. He can only be naked. No proof required though, so chill out on the tweets. We'll see if SK can give you more of a game to watch in your cinema, sir or madam.
Do you wonder, James, that perhaps maybe because they've been practicing with Fox and he's been AWPing a lot more, that to some extent, when you get a matchup like this, it's just such a clear decision. Fallen has to AWP, and again, because he's been a bit out of practice in how the setups work, do you think that they were practicing like with Fallen AWPing, or do you think that's just because they're up against the likes of Simple and Guardian on the AWP?
Well, going back to Mirage, one of the guys in the green room said that Fallen's not too fond of AWPing on Mirage, which maybe is part of the reason Fox was AWPing primarily, but I think they were forced to adjust, which means that they're forced to play with strategies that they haven't been developing, which puts them in a very tough spot, basically. So, yeah, every game's going to be very difficult, I think, for SK, no matter who they're playing, what map, so on and so forth. Now it's their turn to defend. Now it's their turn to be at the mercy of their opponents. Fox will be the early warning system. The Shadow, will it play hot? He knows he's just coming, sees jump, but there we go. Fox ready for it. Simple there as well. 3 bullets left. Patient play, and Fox takes the second kill. What else can Na'Vi do?
That was great stuff from Fox. 2-man advantage. And with the Glocks too, I mean, you don't really have the ability to play ranges too well. So to already cut the numbers down, I mean, you can sacrifice some numbers just to close the ranges, but with already 2 players down, that now gives you a really awkward spot, because you have to kind of win picks against weapons that are superior at the ranges, those USPs. And SK Gaming are going to realize this. They're going to try to keep those battles to the long ranges, generally speaking. And SK, I wonder what they're expecting here, because they do have some bodies in the right places here.
Guardian just showed the bomb long. He shoulder peeked Fox. Fox was peeking. They know the bomb was just outside long. But there are 40 seconds left, so options are available to Na'Vi. And showing the bomb long, maybe they're going to try and capitalize on B, just as SK did in rounds on their T side. Fallen spots and plays moving. He'll have a look, but he'll stay on the site to play crossfire with Taco. They set up, but instant headshot for Taco. They're in trouble now. The bomb could go down here.
Oh, this is big. Beautiful entry there. That instant headshot, as you said, that stopped the peak on Plateau, made things really awkward. And now Fallen comes in with the likes of Cold Zera. This is looking very tough for both sides right now. There's no kit on these players of SK. They've got to get these frags quickly now, as Cold is the healthiest player of the 2. In fact, Fallen will fall at this point. Fox now coming in. He has to get the additional kills here to save the round. He's up against Flamey and Edward. Flamey very weak. In comes the mad spray, and Edward calmly takes him down. And oh my god, Edward with the 4K there. He is known for the pistols, but with that 2-man advantage, that is crazy that Na'Vi win this.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate for Seas that where he stood in the door just gave Fox loads of warning with his shadow there. And I think at the end there, I think there was a bit too much, bit too tense, bit too much panic. in that last duel. Fox should have definitely got one of those kills, but there we go. 10-round lead for Na'Vi. Opportunity has come and gone for SK. Force buy is here, fallen on the scout, the infamous scout that he wields. He leaves $800 in the bank. Other than that, no one's got any money left. Fallen trying to bait the players to come in and take him down. He has support, that smoke makes it harder, but Na'Vi not going to bite, moving towards a short position. A is somewhat empty as far as CTs are concerned. Fallen in an awkward spot, lovely shot that one to Edward.
Oh my god. That is nice. Even the wallbang, they're clipping the edge. And in comes the bomb plant, though. It's not going to amount for too much, perhaps. Although some of these players, the remainder of Na'Vi, they are indeed quite weak. So there is a chance. But again, lack of kit means that things have to speed up. Fur wins the battle against Seas with the UMP. And that's going to be an upgrade perhaps for him. In fact, no, this is UMP as well. Flavey's going to easily take him down. And now Flamey's up against two. The AK's good at these ranges, but he can't really take hits here. This is really problematic. Oh, Flamey catching Fox, and now looking for the shot on Cold. The ace, of course. Flamey steps it up. You can always rely on him. Crazy stuff, Na'Vi. They can do no wrong, it would seem.
2 rounds away from victory. This may be a brief map, but perhaps if it is, Swan SK can forget going into tomorrow's matches, but they're not out of this just yet. What will they choose to do? They haven't spent their money, so they may be looking to play against match point the rest of the way. It seems that is the case. They wouldn't have much to offer if they went to the force in this round, so they'll try to put their best foot forward when there's no more space to step back. Backing off to the A area. They have no choice but to play their close quarters positions. You saw what Flamey did on the ramp with his AK. Na'Vi starting slow, just making sure there's no push towards B. Nobody mid though at the moment. Bear in mind, if you're looking down mid from T-spawn, you can't see short. So when you get those fast boosts from CT, you need somebody in the suicide position. Otherwise, you could get caught off guard. And indeed, we see that push now in the middle area from SK, but there's no one in B.
Taco might find a good timing here. If he's on point, he can get some shots off. There's one! There's two! And that might be the difference here. They know what's going on. They can quickly rotate, but Na'Vi, they have a fast response of their own now, looking for the fraggers. They know that they can be beaten to the punch on the bomb site, but Fallen comes in, he's got the USP. There's the patient tapping, looking for that frag quickly on the Siege, the dancing. There, oh, Fallen's going to be flanked. And now it's a 2 versus 3. Taco's got himself 2 kills on the Eagle, but he's got to do a lot more for them to win the round now.
In the meantime, Flamey's holding down the A bomb site with 1 HP. Had an off angle on the barrel, and I think it was Fur he took down with the UMP. So he's in a difficult position, but now SK are on the wrong side of the site. Na'Vi don't know if long is clear, so they're going to be slow, and that's going to give time for SK to rotate towards A. And again, Flamey, he can't for Faze. He's got 1 HP. Down he goes. Taco with the scout as well can hold the cross. If there's any gap in the smoke, there's opportunity for SK.
And they have to go for it. They absolutely can't waste any time here. 10 seconds to plant the bomb. Can they get onto it in time? Yes. A good few seconds to spare for that plant. And in comes the rest of SK now. Fox and Taco. Oh, Fox picks up a headshot there. Dirty stuff long range with the UMP. Edward now in the 1 versus 2 as Taco and Fox try to coordinate here to make it impossible for Edward to do this. He's going to try to isolate these players with this AK, working around these boxes on the bomb site. Fox gets closer, taken down by Edward now. Just Taco left. Time is of the essence. There's no kit. Edward makes it happen. The clutch comes in 1 versus 2. And once again, Na'Vi with another clutch victory. 15-3.
Match points for Days. Lovely stuff. Target selection from Taco. Takes Guardian down first and then has enough cooldown to allow the kill on Simple, but it's not enough. Here's their buy. Double ops onto Fallen and Taco with the second one. He is AWP, no armor. That may be why he is holding onto it, as that gives him an advantage versus a rifle and the prospect of aim punch. He's holding the B sight down with his AWP. Guardian having a look, making sure no one's on what he can see of short, of the whole of shorts. 2 players around mid doors for the CT side. Fox will be left alone on long. We have Na'Vi taking their initial map control.
Really tense stuff here. Fur, the first man to face, but he's going to be flashed and taken down by Flame. He did get some damage in there, Dink, I think, with the rifle that he had, but that is a Flamey still alive, and it's all on Taco now. Not often the most common player to be handling the AWP on the team. Oh no, it's not even Guardian, is it? It's Simple with the one tap. Cold coming in for a quick response, but it's tough.
Fallen must know somebody's on the short area. They need to cross do Na'Vi in the B bomb site. Maybe that's something. Seas gets taken down. Fallen, he could commit to try and take the bomb blast down just above the head though. Not going to work out for him. But I respect the risk taken. Fallen taking all the pre-fire shots, doing as much as he can. They're against match point. Can they make any connections? Jump spot Simple. Oh, he's giving him a haircut, and it's Edward with the flank. This may shut things down. Fallen can't turn in time. 16-3, dominating score by Na'Vi.
Legend status renewed. Na'Vi, I believe it's fair to say they're the only team so far in the Swiss system group stages that have really looked untouchable.
So there you have it. You can see scenes of Na'Vi just packing away. They make it look easy. Well done, Guardian, mate. You all right? There he is, having a smile.
Knew him from Source Days.
Yeah, I do. We all do. And of course, look, he should smile because they have done it at a canter. Like, Na'Vi have come in, they've blown all the opposition away. They looked just incredible there against SK Gaming. And look, you can say what you want about SK Gaming using a stand-in. That's just a dominant performance from Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's actually unreal. It's a good reminder that for a good period of time, Flamey was in that group of like top 3 players in the world.
Yeah.
There was a point in time where he was just so incredibly dominant on his own. Now you add Simple to that. All of a sudden on each side of the map, they have 2 very good individual players. And we haven't even gotten to Guardian and Edward before, you know, at that point. The big thing is, you can see early in this half, SK tried. They wanted to do some kind of execution. They wanted to have some structure, and they just got blown away by Na'Vi's utility usage, by how good the rotations were. Na'Vi was able to retake bomb sites so clinically. I don't think SK ever strung 2 rounds together. Constantly in economic woes. So once the executions don't work, I mean, SK kind of switches and tries to be a little bit more loose, a little bit more individual, and that's when you run into plays like this from Guardian. That's where you're running into your Simples, you're running into your Flamies, and they just kind of stop them all across the map. It was brilliant seeing Simple play within this team system that they've obviously spent a lot of time on during this break.
Yeah, and we've made a lot of noise about the boot camp they went on, Duncan. The people who really seem to have benefited benefited from it, as Seized, who's looking like he's back to his old levels, and Flamey, because Flamey went missing for a long period of time when they were in that wilderness and not winning games.
Yeah, but he also seemed like he was kind of a man out of the system. Like, he didn't really fit into that pseudo Starix approach where they just had Seized trying to trigger it all. That clearly did not work. I mean, the whole reason why so many experts kept saying, you know, maybe this will be the tournament where Na'Vi gets it together, they make a deep run, and then they weren't, is because you looked at the players on paper, and Flamey and Simple, that right there, that's your duo. You don't even need more than that. Now, if you could get anything from Guardian, now you've got an insane level of skill in the team. So it was never that whole very simple but cliched storyline of like, oh, it's just because you removed Zeus and he was an in-game leader. No, it's that they didn't play a style that worked for this set of players, you know. You play a more loose style, you play a style that's based around star players, now you can get a performance like this from Flamey, whereas some of those stars, basically everyone except Simple, was looking a bit muted in the previous Na'Vi lineup.
Yeah, and I think they've actually kind of worked out some of the issues as well. You know, Simple was doing some stuff that wasn't typical of his game when we see him in other teams. You know, like kind of selfless play, playing defensively, not making as aggressive pushes. You'll see it often where he'll get one kill, he'll go for that second one. He was actually holding off and kind of like baiting for like his teammates. I mean, crazy stuff.
It was the understanding of when he could kind of trigger those kind of aggressive plays that he likes to do, which was really impressive because the timing of them, either to gain information, either, you know, just to increase a lead when he feels like he has the right moment. But, you know, when he joined Liquid and was playing in NA, even in the NA, he seemed to be mistiming that aggression and getting punished for it, and that would put his team behind. Here, his timings on when he decided to do that was incredible. On the other side of the coin, you have SK. I mean, this is just how destroyed they got. Now, Fallen had 35 ADR. Fur had 41 ADR. Those aren't numbers you see frequently out of those players. I mean, this was utter domination from start to finish.
Yeah, and that's actually something for this whole tournament I want to highlight is, yes, last year, yeah, Cold Zero was the revelation for their team. You know, he was the superstar, especially at the majors with insane numbers. But Fallen was so consistent, and he didn't always have to do it with numbers. Like, he's a guy where he could have like 16 kills, but you go watch the rounds he won and the kills he got and the calls he made, and he just won the whole game for you right there. You know, he made it so much easier to be that dominant team. At this major, he has massively suffered on an individual level, and you really have to start asking the question: is this something to do with trying to make Fox fit in a team, giving Fox the AWP at times, you know, because before, the difference is Cold Zero with secondary AWP. If you were in a position you wanted to double up, then you could give it to him. At the moment, you see Fallen giving up the AWP sometimes, and he has to have it. He's so effective with it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We're going to see what happens to SK a little bit later on. We'll see that tomorrow. But now, coming up after the break, it's going to be Team Liquid versus Faze. We'll see you soon.
Throwing smoke. That's copy. Flashbang. Smoke. Throwing grenade. Deploying flashbang. Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang. Grenade out. Molotov. I'm throwing the flashbang.
Thanks, gents. Indeed, I think this has got Faze written all over it, James. And actually, when this new edition of Faze came into being, I was actually really surprised to see how well they played Nuke. It looked really comfortable for them. So to see it come to Nuke like this, I'm scared for Liquid.
I think one of the issues from a spectator point of view of Liquid is we don't really know what to expect for them post-break. I think they're still yet to prove themselves and show us what potential they have in a post-simple era. For those of you on Go TV, I would recommend watching Alu on the CT side. Have to say Eleague based on performance so far in this tournament, and hopefully Hiko as well. So let's see if more of Team Liquid can deliver than the young ex-StarCraft player. His sensitivity is approximately 4,000.
And we actually see one kit and one grenade. Everybody else for Faze has Kevlar, and they're going to need it because here comes the Mandem. Here come the masses from Liquid all into the upper bomb site looking to get the fast headshots. JDM and Pimp starting off the proceedings, and it is a massacre at the moment. 3 players going down immediately. It's up to Rain, and a crippled Alu's got 4 HP at this point. Rain manages to get 2 frags back, but surely there's nothing Alu can get out of this. No.
He's going to get picked off. Hiko's tagged. Rain has opportunity. He's still got time. I don't know if there's a kit anywhere around this site, but first he needs to kill. Pimp has been hiding in the lobby this entire time. He's going to run distraction. Double peak comes in, and you hear a big noise from the North American side. That is a good start, but they can't rush every round. Or maybe they can, but that would be somewhat predictable. We'll see how things develop from here. We need to see Stratego, Dan. We need to see Stratego.
And this is a map where you can do loads of stuff. If this is a map where you decide we want to be really, really good on this, there are so many edges for you to take as far as the tactics and how to, the amount of grenades you can use and the types of upper rushes that are possible, especially now that you can blow open the door again, which is fantastic. So we'll have to see what Liquid have in the playbook for this one. We can see already with this AK advantage, or the rifle advantage that they have, they're going to be dominating the outside space, which is important. But Rain is actually on the scouts, and he is on the outside, so he's going to be looking for some cheeky shots. But he is going to have his face shot straight off by Nitro, and that's going to be just pistols now for Faze.
Yeah, the advantage here for Faze is that Team Liquid at some point will need to breach these bomb sites. However, the numbers are starting to run low for the Faze plan. So there we go. No answer yet. No kills for Faze. That could quickly change if they find Pimp or Eleague, both tagged players. With Faze taking the fight to Liquid. What remains of Faze anyway? Hiko keeping an eye while the rest of his team do work. Lurking like this will also help him bark the command to his team. I don't think he would realize exactly where he got shot from. Popping out now. There's the 5-7-1 kill, but the bomb's getting planted, and this should be the round for Liquid.
And they can try to save this UMP actually, and the Kevlars and 5.7s they have, because next round one of the players can drop the 5.7, like AZ could drop his 5.7 to a teammate, and their other 3 teammates could just fully eco as well. And they still have a dangerous potential into the next round. AZ even picks up another frag there, so additional damage done, some extra bonus cash made with the UMP as well. And that's kind of nice actually. And this map, it really does lend itself to pistols, because there's 2 things that make this map a little bit different. And one of them is very fast rotation times for the CTs because of the way the vents work. And not only that, it's great for the pistols because all the close range, the close corners like that you can find, all these corners that you can play off of, and all of a sudden, only 2 players survive and an AK's picked up. That is actually way too much given away there.
Yeah, so he's lost $3,900 to kill a guy with a 5.7.
Yep.
Where they're saving with another weapon as well. They can drop that 5.7, and now they've got an AK to wield. I'll let you decide what you think about that, but it is 2-0. We'll see what this AK can do. Kishima will be wielding the AK, AZ with the USP, and he's dropped the 5.7 to Alu or Karrigan. I guess Kishima and AZ both dropped their 5.7, so there we go. 4 players with significant weapons, not to be underestimated. Rain playing what might be known as a Smith's position these days. Nice angle for information, and you can maybe get a double dink from there. At some ranges, even with a USP, you might need to shoot someone in the head 3 times if you're far enough away when they have a helmet. We may find out if that's one of those ranges. I think Kishima's in hell at the moment with the AK. Off angles being held in A, trying to get him a little bit closer. Indeed, he is in hell.
And he's baiting them too. There is a player by the garage who, and they might be able to capitalize on distraction because Kyoshi is making noise. He's putting all the attraction of these players to the hell position, gets a frag. Now will they be even more invested in finding that kill? Looks like they're going to take Rain down. Rain did try to push out during that distraction and he doesn't get anything. But it is a 4 versus 4. And as you said, the 5.7 is incredibly dangerous in the right spots, and there's many of those spots on this map. And Kiyoshima can still do way more work, as can AZ. This position, this close to medium range with the UMP is very scary also, and they've taken away lobby, so now Faze actually have a fast rotation time down to lower, and they know where the players are going. Eco though, important kill for him, that's for sure.
Eco's in a good position when you're on an anti-eco, especially if the CTs decide to rush that area. He's got opportunity to back out, so that's a strong position on old and new. Kishima and AZ repositioning, and Kishima's in a position to put in some damage here. The smoke is down. 19 seconds and things are getting very awkward for Liquid. They've still got a 2-man advantage though. Might be too hard a task for Kishima at this point. Double peek comes in and the AK will be taken back for Liquid. That is a nice claim. Alu on the site. No kit though, no shenanigans to be had, but maybe he can find himself some kills.
Yeah, because his objective is not to get the bomb defused because it's impossible from this position. He can do some really sneaky things, and he might be able to find a flank here to get a kill. Or, I mean, the 2 kills would be really outrageously good, to be honest. And looks like he might do his best just to save a weapon, which is also a good outcome in this situation. But here's the running. There's the frag. A second one up for grabs there. Perhaps it is very low, and he's the aim punch there from that UMP will prevent Ali from connecting a bullet. However, still the frag. And if we consider the amount of damage that has been accrued on the Liquid side, that is not a good situation. Because they started that, I mean, before Alu had his shenanigans moment there, they had 4 players alive, which was awesome.
Alu starts the round with $4,900. A delay in buying while they decide whether he should be AWP naked or M4 half-clothed. And it will be the latter. No helmet on any of these players apart from Karrigan. 4 AKs in the AWP, so the helmets probably won't matter. Unless Karrigan gets shot through a wall, then maybe it will make the difference. Time will tell. Initial grenades for the CT side. No rush from Liquid. Maybe it will rear its head again a bit later on. Rain will be in the garage holding an angle on main.
Grenade out.
Karrigan on the ramp. Again, most of Liquid, if not all of Liquid, outside. And they have some grenades to deploy.
Smoke.
It's pretty tense stuff here right now. Faze just biding their time in their current positions, waiting for Liquid to make some kind of a push onto some position on the map, because they don't really have big outside presence just yet. There's a couple of players next to the silo. mini, or whatever you like to call it. Some call it marshmallow, whatever it is. They are now pushing that position outside. So starting to go for the wrap into the upper bomb site. Looking pretty good here with that main split. Couple opening kills from Pimp and Nitro. Kiyoshima, nice angle. There's one. There's another one for Kiyoshima. This is big damage. Can he get something extra? Looks like Hiko's the one to finally take him out. And now, because of that, able to look at the flank in the nick of time. And that will be 2 members surviving for Liquid. So even though they have been losing the round, winning the rounds and losing a lot of members, they are actually winning the rounds. So that's I guess that's a consolation.
Yeah, Liquid, they're pretty pumped at the moment. Seeing loud screams when they win these rounds. That grenade strategy almost reminded me of the, I think it was when they were on complexity with nothing. When they were deploying grenades and the Molotov was going above the hut and so on. Anyway, 4-0, great start for Liquid. Couldn't ask for much more. Faze down to the pistol once again, and these anti-ecos are always going to be dangerous for a T-side. Very awkward map with which to limit risk. Smoke into main. See Rain towards Secret. Also on the high and low grounds. That was an area which isn't really used that much anymore. Very vulnerable now. Used to be good for AWPers to get up there on old nuke, but new nuke, it's somewhat redundant. AZ will be the first to fall on the CT side. That gives Liquid control of the low ground towards A. There is Rain as well. We'll see if Faze can get any damage done in this round. Karrigan forced from his position, but he won't commit all the way. Despite JDM missing the shot, could have been awkward. She went a low ground towards main as well, but this should be a formality round for Liquid.
Yeah, a bit chaotic actually, but I do like the approach from Liquid to try to... I mean, if, let's say, FaZe were playing much more defensively, we might see a situation where Liquid actually they've claimed the outside catwalk, and they find themselves in that heaven position. And it's so good to eliminate all these kind of finicky spots you have to deal with when you can have that vantage point of playing from the rafters as the T's. And there's often a very common anti-eco, anti-force by type strategy to try to avoid all the problems that James was highlighting. And that 5-0 start, that's so good for Liquid. I mean, everybody on the desk was thinking, okay, FaZe are going to be, the ones that we're going to be predicting will win this one. Definitely for me, this has FaZe written all over it. But they're on a slow start right now. In fact, there is no start just yet.
Yep, they are stalling for the time being, but the weapons are out once again. This time, Ali's on the AWP. I think it was a bit awkward in the previous round. He was outside just with the M4, and I'm sure he would have liked a sniper rifle, making his way towards Secret now, I think. Again, Liquid with an early presence on the outside area. Big focus for them at the start. Map control is often king. As Ali will see if he can get anything done. Although he'll have to peek, look away, peek again. He wants to get those quick snapshots, but he's got to be... there's a few places he needs to be scared of. The silo, the left of T-Res, the right of T-Res, which is where Nitro is right now. Nitro, a man who needs to deliver for Liquid in this match.
These are really good nades though, and now he's going to be in a spot where he has to get the kills if he wants to survive. Oh, he's trying to take the most slim of shots that he possibly can to keep himself alive. But look at this, he can't fall back at all. Nitro straight in his face with the AK, and AZ is going to have to be rotating now, also forcing a response from Rain and Kiyoshima. That one frag has basically forced FaZe to rotate quite heavily, initially at least, thinking that, okay, you know what, control room is potentially up for grabs here. We don't know 100% if Liquid are going to go for that bomb rush into the B-bomb site. Liquid are slowing things down a little bit here. Hiko gets the kill in the meantime, and now Karrigan starts to sneak into the back. But these nades have used so well from Liquid.
The CTs have got reasonable spots. Rain with 2 kills. You see that positions of AZ and Karrigan as well. They had like a triangle of doom on the B bomb site. It's been broken somewhat. He thought the flank could be key. Karrigan looking for him. Not right angle though. He's tagged, and now he's in a position where he has to push one way or another. He needs an engagement. He's got nowhere to put his back. Nowhere safe. And down he will eventually go as Hiko starts to run out of bullets in the magazine. AZ alone now. Is he going to go for this? He knows he goes towards the ramp. How many on the side of down and goes Hiko? Can he get another 1 versus 1? Almost up a peak coming in. Pimp on a low ground. That grenade won't get far enough. The Molotov from Nitro as well, and that's going to be good. You hear them nice. From Liquid, it's 5-0, and indeed for Liquid, it's nice.
Big start, and the money sucks for FaZe. need to go for a half buy in this situation, and we have a timeout from them as they try to figure out where the leaks are at the moment. And perhaps if people are feeling a little bit down on their play or not in the best spirits, this is the time now to get everybody pumped up again to get back into, well, get into winning ways. There is nothing about getting back into winning ways. They're still on 0, which is, you know, very, very weird on the CT side to have a start like this. That's that big fat 0 is going to be very hard to recover from now that Liquid are starting to get a lot of money behind them. And I mean, Hiko's almost on $14,000. He's going to spend a chunk of that now, but he's down to 10K.
Zeus is giving lots of information to his team, being very vocal. It is the Faze tactical timeout, but Liquid will waste no opportunity. Lots of talking going on, keeping everybody focused, keeping his team in high spirits, pats on the back and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure if he'd have biscuits and tea, they'd be deployed as well. So we see a crap buy from Faze. They will hope this leads to a round win. Damage is not enough at this point. JDM taken down early by Rain. Seems to be a dab hand of a scout.
Yeah, very important to try to control that outside area if you can with the scout, because as we saw previously, and as we talked about previously, it is quite commonly a very nice area to get the maximum or advantages out of your AKs. That superior range can really be good for you, but that scout can dismantle it a little bit, and so far it's actually encouraged Liquid to go back towards lobby. It would be interesting if they decide to go straight into the upper bomb site. Another pick comes in though. Kyoshima offering himself up, going aggressive there, as we see also from Carrigan, but he's going to go down. Another frag outside made by Rain, so just as well that Liquid decided to go into lobby and have claimed the ramp area.
Spotting the information. There goes Hiko as well. 3K for Rain. Is he got an ace of a scout on an Eco? That would be somewhat hilarious. Nitro was around main. He was taken down 4-3, not looking in Rain's direction. And now Rain can run distraction. Maybe Alu can get a kill, but there's a nice angle from Pimp. Alu asking questions, opening and closing the door. Rain's upgraded to an AK, looking for Leash, spots him in the back. Do they realize where Pimp is, though? He could be the key player here.
So biding their time. They don't have a kit, but bomb is freshly planted. Rain finds himself the engagement. Eleague makes it happen though, and that positioning from Pimp is too strong against Alu. And that's the round again for Liquid. But Faze did give them some hope. 3K with the scout. Pretty awesome stuff there from Rain on the outside. But they are still staring down at a massive deficit. At least now the big buy comes in. Ooh, that is sexy stuff there from Rain.
7-0 for Liquid, one of the American hopes in the tournament. In the meantime, Optic are warming up to the left of Team Liquid. But it is Liquid with a 7-0 lead. And again, this would be a great boost for the confidence if they can close this out with a nice score. Faze may be in psychological turmoil, especially with the way their previous match ended. Alu missing the shot. Missed a few so far. He has a number of places to reposition. But every step back is more real estate for Liquid.
Alu, I wonder if we're going to see too many more misses from him. He's not commonly an inconsistent AWP player, but they need everything to connect right now. Hiko finding himself straight into the vents. That vent drop positioning starts to give the pieces of the puzzle away that they're going to be going towards that lower bomb site. Alu can't see a single thing. The smoke's covering all the players, but perhaps Rain can hear some jumping now. Alu catching JDM on the cross, and now surely Faze know they can start to rotate into the lower bomb site.
Yep, Alu's made his way to the ramp. He's focusing on radio ring, so I don't think they realize exactly what's going on. AZ spotting information, but he is somewhat trapped as well. Carrigan on the site, lots of awkward positions for the CTs. If Carrigan waits for the plant, if he gets the opportunity, maybe something can be done here. This could go either way. Smokes on the site, flashbang somehow blinds Carrigan. Bob's down. They still have no idea where he is, and AZ's creeping like down in the club. Eleague on the site, down he goes. Can they win this round? Can they get the first round on the board? Nitro gets taken down as well. Pimp and Hiko remain, and now it's down to the in-game leader of the team. Against White, might be bad damage at this point. Rain through the door, he'll get taken down. Nice angle on AZ, finds him as well. Headshots galore. 3 players left, 2 kits on the CC. Smokes down, threat through the hole. Faze finally on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that was looking really convincing until Hiko came in at the end there. Everyone on Faze chiming in with a frag apiece to get all 5 members eliminated of the Liquid side. And, this round was pretty awesome. I mean, we saw that Ali was able to get a lot of information, in fact, to pick off onto JDM as they made the cross in the yard. Rain was close and Garage got all the info that allowed the rotation to come into lower and allowed the CTs to have frankly just ridiculously strong positions as Liquid still committed onto that bomb site. So pretty nice for FaZe to get back into this, but they can't possibly afford to lose this one now. They had to spend quite a bit of money because 2 players did die, so they need to get the ball rolling in that sense and get the momentum going for themselves. And again, some are at the mercy of what rounds that Liquid decide to go for.
Liquid are quite short of money as well. In most rounds, they've only survived with 2 players. So this is a key round for both teams. If FaZe are to win by elimination here, for example, then maybe there is a catch-up to be had in this first half. Crucial time for both sides. And again, Liquid setting up the grenades into A. Normally they have Pimp lurking in the low area, and indeed he is in the hut, throwing grenades of his own, making sure the path to A is clear. But can FaZe hold?
Really a big push coming in onto that bomb site, in amongst the smoke grenades, in amongst the flashbangs. A couple frags a piece here as the trays come in. It looks very favorable with blue on the kill tracker there until nobody's left standing there for Liquid. That rush was telegraphed to an extent, but I mean, you just pray that the strength of the grenades gets you into the positions to make the frags, but FaZe, they were all over it. That's exactly the round they needed there.
Indeed, and Liquid have been broken. They've got average $3,000. Mere pistols being bought. If that set play is to fail here on in for Liquid, what else are they going to have in the bag? That's the question. Maybe they can show us in the next round, but for this one, they've got 3 smoke grenades. That could be a wall of smoke outside to get some up-down map control. We will have to see. They seem to be headed in the inside for the time being. FaZe will just have to wait and see what Liquid have in mind. Molotovs towards ramp, trying to shut down any early rushes. Probably Molly's in the A site as well. So here we go, Liquid. 3 smokes, no flashbangs. What do you have up your sleeve?
And biding their time by Radio Room at the moment. And Carrigan is indeed the first point of contact here. Alu with support as well. Oh, that flash, everybody blind. Alu now going to be lining up for him. There's one. The second one missed actually, but he does have Carrigan committing to support. And in comes AZ as well. Bomb on the floor. They know what's up to FaZe. And it is an easy cleanup there. The broomsticks are out. And Hiko is perhaps about to be swept away. But finding some additional damage here. There's Rain. And 4 members surviving again. Really nice couple rounds from FaZe to bring them back into this.
Now the deficit is 4. Liquid have got the money to buy. Pimp with 6750 can drop an AWP for JDM. And a timeout's been called by Team Liquid's use. Roaring off instructions already. As you can see him there talking to his team. He's very physically talking to his teammates as well. So we'll see if Liquid can change their recent fortunes. JDM's got the AWP. Everybody else should be good to wield the AKs. So indeed, this half could end up pretty tightly. I do not recommend bringing a TV into your bathroom. I don't recommend that. It reminds me of that picture of these guys having a barbecue in like a garden pool, and they've got the power cables in a sandal.
I think it's suspicious though, James, because that can't be a temporary thing. He's got the remote out there and everything. So that means that he's intends to switch channels at some point. Suspicious. Anyway, this is looking much better for FaZe. This is the resurgence they needed. And with that timeout from Liquid, you can see that they're starting to think, all right, guys, how do we switch it up? Ooh, push from Nitro. Oh, it just barely misses a shoulder there. The timing worked out really well. That position from Rain even is super good. If they don't expect this, that off angle could just decimate the entire team.
We used to see these kind of strats from NIP and Astralis on old Nuke. Lovely to see it on new Nuke as well. And getting things off to a good start. And that will be distraction 1. Will it be the 2-man spray down? No, the trade is there. But all of a sudden there are 2 Liquid players remaining. Pico forced to abandon his expedition. Bomb has to be collected by Pimp. What do they do in this situation?
And that outside hold was just glorious. AZ picks off Hiko as well, leaving Pimp against 4 players. He has the bomb, but that is small consolation in the face of a 1 versus 4 with no map control and very little damage done at all to the remaining 4 players of FaZe. In goes the play there with a flashbang into the ramp area. Already tagged up and finished off. Carrigan will be the one to deliver the honors, and 7 of 4 is the scoreline now as FaZe begin the climb.
Oh dear, that could have been more than 1 as well. They were bunched up like grapes. Easy popping out at the right time as well. Good positioning by FaZe, and again, they need consistency And not just for the score, just, again, psychologically, like the match they had with SK, how do you recover from that within 24 hours?
Yeah, I did like that they had that 3-man setup. I mean, Faze really committed to defending an outside push, and that was a great read there. I mean, that's exactly what Liquid were going for. So if Faze are really in Liquid's head and kind of see what's coming into the future, then there is definitely a lot of problems coming the way of Liquid. Here comes Liquid with all these Tech 9s. They're causing havoc. Eleague with a double, and now the AWP is in the hands of the Tees, perhaps.
Alu is missing so many shots. That was point-blank range, and he still managed to not hit the target there. That's quite worrying going forward. Anyway, let's see if Faze can recover from this situation. Just the rifle picks up onto Liquid at the moment. There is an AWP, but surely it's just around the corner from here.
JDM wants it bad, man. It is around here somewhere. Is it actually on one of the boxes, perhaps? Is that... Okay, this looks a little bit awkward. Where is the AWP? Carrigan finds himself a kill onto Pim. This gets a bit worrying now. Maybe they just can't find the AWP chains, because it feels like they're hanging around looking for it.
Yeah, I think they would. I don't know why they were boosting, but it was just on the floor around the corner where Alu died. You know, there's not many places it could go. Anyway, it's been collected. 45 seconds left on the clock, and this is an awkward hold for Faze. Kishima above Hut having a look. AZ focusing on main, and Carrigan is focusing on Heaven. So if Liquid are to go towards B, then it will be a retake situation for Faze. Best of a bad situation, perhaps. JDM. He can get past the angle here, but 25 seconds left. Carrigan's heard the scope. He's heard the scope. And at this point, Liquid can only go to A, I think, which is a mistake.
Yeah, it's going to be problematic. This is not really a position which is offensible. It's Carrigan's little fort there, and you're not allowed in unless you've got a membership card. He's not accepting new members. 7-5. Faze make the climb back. They were stuck with a big fat 0 for so long. Oh man!
If you saw that from Alu's perspective, honestly, it's hard to miss the shot. Like, so you know, we recommended for those of you in GoTV might be wincing at what's happening at the moment. So we'll see if he can get his head back into the game. Down at the bottom of the scoreboard. Should be higher, I think, with the opportunities afforded to him. But indeed, Faze is still catching up. And there's time for Alu to recover on the T side. Maybe he'll have a better time with things. Being boosted towards the ramp in the very weird angle. You kind of think this structure is here to stop people standing in the corner. But then you can boost on top of it and avoid flashbangs because of how much structure there is. So it's even more OP, if you ask me.
That's pretty good. It is pretty dirty, to be honest. I want to see if Liquid even set foot towards ramp. They haven't that often. They're going to go for the upper rush here. Already though, 2 kills, 3 in fact coming in immediately from the defense, and there's just nobody left standing for the Liquid side. They have really lost the idea, lost the plot a little bit as to how to attack this defense. Faze, it looked like such a struggle, and now it looks just super easy.
Yeah, I was wondering about this. You know, if the plan A doesn't work for Liquid, what is the plan B? We have the timeout once again, and Zeus is giving more instruction towards Hiko at the moment and the rest of the team. So we'll see if Liquid can change their fortune, because it's all Faze at the moment. And that's so important for Faze that right now, like, Alu's not performing outside, but they're still managing to win these rounds. Nice angles being found by Kishima. 2 kills, always better than 1. You see Zeus there with lots of information.
Man. He's rapping to Hiko.
Well, the countdown has begun. Second last round of the first half. Faze now 1 round behind. Will they take the lead once this has finished? We will soon find out. JDM. Does something lie on the floor for him? Or is he Tech 9? He appears to be Tech 9. No more AWP for him. 4 AKs for the rest of the side. Alu moving towards the ramp position, so maybe they're recognizing the lack of fortune outside and they'll change things up. Try and put him in a better spot. That would be quite good. Quite good adjustment.
Yeah, and it's been a while since Liquid really tried to pressure into from radio into ramps as well, so it could work out. But it's a slower pace from Liquid. Not committing too much outside just yet. Will they take all 3 players? That's the question. Reigns here with just the AK. Did such great work with the scout previous. There's 1 man spotted. Spray comes in. Critical damage done to Nitro, but not for finishing blows. Oh, More spray. All this damage done by Rain. He's done a great job there. Still alive and causing problems.
And he's got Ali for support as well. He can dance around these boxes with AZ in main as well. Big problems for Liquid. Down they go.
Look how smooth that is.
Yeah, they've run into a bear trap and their leg is firmly caught. Eco and Pimp remain. Familiar story. Pimp getting one pick. That's a bomb spotted as well, however. And now it's Pimp alone versus 4. Might be about damage. I'm not sure if it's relevant though. With 1 round remaining, no more damage to be done. 7-7. Faze have come all the way back to tie things up.
From 7-0 to 7-7, that is really awesome for Faze. And that outside play really reminded me of the combo on the defense on Mirage from Faze, where we saw Kiyoshima and Karrigan just playing off of each other, moving around constantly, like baiting for each other in like 3 different ways during one defense. And we saw that level of team play right there from Faze to just decimate that push. And that can't feel good from Liquid. They really must have lost a bit of morale after some of these rounds they've lost, because they haven't even been close, a lot of them. And now they're down to a little couple Tech 9s. Do they just rush it in and pray for the best? How do they go for the approach here? Because we still have Alu on the ramp. They still don't know that he's been... Or they still haven't really seen Alu at the ramp.
Yeah, he's starting on the ramp early in case there's a rush, boosting Karrigan and then moving back to a position outside Heaven. We have a wall of smoke being lined up and deployed by Liquid. Will they go for another play towards main as they have in the past? We failed last time. There's Karrigan with the boost. Can he get the kill though? No! He's going to go down immediately. That's a rifle to be collected as well, but it won't be. They're going to try and play the advantage of Russians and heavily tagged players though. AZ with an angle. He's going to get dinked as well. His bell has been rung, but now he can run distraction. Ali on the flank. Can the bomb go down?
And they're also weak here as well. Only Pimp with any help to call his own at the moment. He's taking some hits as well. This should be fine for FaZe. They should be able to find the finishing blows here. They've got a good surround on the bomb site. Not optimal positions here for the Liquid side on the defense. It's going to take something miraculous from them. Just JDM and Eleague the remainder now for Liquid with very low health. And one by one they're being discovered. JDM trying to go for the big play, but there's just nothing to be done. And FaZe are going to do it. 8 rounds in a row, coming back from 0-7 to 8-7 to finish the first half with a decisive amount of momentum.
It's been a while since we heard shouting in the Liquid camp. Things have gone from good to not so good. Opportunities for both teams at the beginning of the second half, so no need to mentally break down just yet. Both teams again in a difficult place psychologically for differing reasons. JDM did the best he could, but it was a horrible situation for him.
Yeah, that lower side is it's so tricky if you don't have time to get post-plant positions. And you can see here just the performance differential between Rain, who's been very dynamic. We see him on the scout, we see him in the AK in various positions, very dynamic player, and Hiko, who's been opening things up here or there, but take, like we saw against EnVyUs on Cash, a big clutch, something to really revitalize and rejuvenate them moving forwards to allow them to bring themselves to FaZe's level right now.
For the sake of competitiveness, I would hope Liquid have a better time of things on the CT side. It might end up being easier for them. Again, once Plan A was gone, Plan B proved difficult. So now they're defending, holding their angles and their territory and such. They may have a better time. They may have a worse time. We'll have to see what Karrigan has up his sleeve.
Karrigan's an interesting one as well, because he was mentioned on the desk with Thorin as to the performances he's had in the majors so far. This major so far with this team, it's glimpses of when he was in TSM, and you could see him having really big bperformances, big score lines in different maps across the entire map pool. We saw inconsistency here from him so far. I mean, he didn't really show up in a lot of situations, a lot of frags missed, and the same could be said for Alu too. I mean, you highlighted him missing a few shots we really expect him to hit, that the AWPer is supposed to hit.
Yeah.
So there is weakness in FaZe as well to be capitalized upon, unless that momentum has allowed them to be re-energized as well. So we'll see where this lands right now, because this is as even as you can get for a first half scoreline. And now we move into the pistol of the second half.
FaZe, 2 players on grenades. Will they be going for a charge into A as well? At least at the beginning, but will it be into A or will it be a vent dive? I don't know. Starting to slow down perhaps. Karrigan flash smoke. Eco Nitro grenades as well. There was a Molotov, which may be what has caused this rush to stop. Faze's already made his way down to the lower area. Pimp on the flank. Who's going to get a kill though? AZ taken down with ease, it seems. Pimp barely touched. Now the charge comes into A. Hiko is completely flying. Kishima hasn't checked the site. Down he goes. Instant trade though. We've got Legion on high ground. Can the bomb get planted in the situation? That makes things very awkward. Going to go for the plant anyway with cover from May. In the meantime, Paragon goes down towards the squeaky door. 2 players on the high ground now. Nope, make it 1. Pimp towards main. Crossfire situation. Rain on 20 HP. He's going to go for the slow peek. Oh wow, did not get killed. Tagged but not fragged. Nitro's still on the high ground. Got a kit. They can take their time. Very tough situation for Faze. They need these headshots. Pimp going for the hunt. He still can't get that final bullet. Ali dancing around as well. This is taking so long. Pimp having to go for the weapon. Oh my god, that's unbelievable. He's running out of bullets. Picks up the Glock, gets wrecked. Rain just running through bullets like a superhero character in a Marvel film then.
I can't believe that. That's crazy, isn't it? And Liquid needed that so badly to get things off to a good start and to get the ball rolling, but stolen away here. Oh, look at that. After such an extended period of time.
That is insane that Rain survived that. That's madness. Faze get off to a good start. That's crushing for Liquid. If only they knew how tagged he was. 4-5-7s in play for the Liquid side. JDM saving for an AWP ASAP. 1550 in the bank. He's not buying a thing.
And we see a similar approach here from Faze on the anti-force buy. Take control of the long ranges outside and get yourselves into the heaven area with the outer catwalk if you possibly can. It allows you to avoid a lot of problems on that upper bomb site, and generally speaking there's less problems on that upper bomb side than if you were to try to go for the lower one. There's too many corners to really worry about most of the time. So you see the T's like really building up this perimeter around this outside area. Ace is trying to secure space to allow the player, which is actually Alu, up on the outer catwalk to get into that upper catwalk position and then actually attack into heaven. And I don't know where Pimp just came from, but he just shot Rain straight in the face. That is a bit of a surprise, but Alu has the important position here, heaven.
Yeah, he crept through the smoke in secret. He's got a Legion tome. I'm not sure if Legion's position is known, but there are precautionary flashbangs. In the meantime, Nitro and Kiyashima are going to fall down. There goes Alu as well. Oh. This is just turning into a disaster for Faze.
Oh, God.
And the nice shouts are back for Liquid. 3 AKs collected. That's huge as well.
Yeah, so many crazy little situations here. This is the first one. We see Pimp just just gonna run through the smoke, and that's a brilliant timing to do it when the smoke just blooms. That's usually the instant where someone looks away to thinking they're safe, but perfect timing. And the other thing as well was we saw Ali on heaven, and he looked away from the ladder. Like, he didn't even check the ladder, and someone just walked up the ladder and killed him. He should never die in that position, generally speaking. Obviously, timing is always a thing in CS, but the stars really line for Liquid there to give them a second chance here, because they reset the economy of Faze.
What's crazy is that wasn't even a force buy from Liquid, it was a hard buy. A lot of them had about $700 to $900 in the bag. Faze trying to charge into the A site, maybe they'll get some real estate. Kill on the Pimp. Opportunities maybe for Faze. Grenades being deployed. Hiko's got a smack that might help him in the short term. Nitro on the high ground. Eleague getting picked off as well though. Can this fourth fight take the round again for Faze? What is Nitro doing? He's trying to hide. Not going to work out. Man advantage for Faze. 1 rifle onto Alu. The rest still on pistols. JDM still on the high ground, but a bomb's planted on B.
Alright, so Hiko and JDM. They got a kind of a crazy situation on their hands right now. They got to just charge through the vents and find some positioning here pretty fast. They do have kits at the very least, but there are so many spots to check. This ample time has been taken by Faze to position themselves into the best spots they can. Hiko's going to announce his presence with that door opening. Oh, the nade finds the mark straight away. Hot coming in from JDM, trusting in Hiko to hold the back. Hiko will die, but it's all good. JDM's got the defuse, and that's going to be that. They will save the round, but Faze actually got the bomb down, and 2 players survive with AKs. And so they're probably going to buy up fully here. Wouldn't expect anything else from them. So the pressure can still be kept up by Faze, and Liquid did go down to 1 player. So this is just madness.
Liquid made some cash from those 3 stolen AKs. Another timeout from Liquid, just calming the nerves, keeping everyone focused, making sure everybody's on the same plan. Good reason to use grenades, to use a timeout. Sorry, not grenades. No grenades during the timeout. JDM on the AWP.
Look, this is the conductor, man. He should be in the orchestra. He's leading the orchestra.
Orchestra of bullets. 9-9. Not much indication now as to which way this might go. Still early. The desk spoke about shotguns. And Hiko's picked up the auto shotty. Also Shotty again. Also Shotty's a gun that's slept on at the moment. Revolvo did improve the spray pattern, kept it a bit tighter, improved it. We'll see if Fico can get it working.
It's a lot of fun, I gotta say. It's such a fun weapon to use.
I love me some also shotgun. Of course, mine's called CS Office Survivor. Anyway, we'll see if Fico can get anything done with that.
There is a little bit of presence there in lobby, but look at this. AZ charging into Garage. Fast, very fast pace. This might catch Liquid off guard. Oh, AZ looking away just at the wrong moment, but that said, JDM was super fast there to pull the trigger. JDM is a very fast AWPer. Alu, though, he's found himself a position on the outer catwalk, and now he's dead. So, very fast positioning outside from Faze, but then immediately taken away. And if you consider what they have left and what they got out of the two-player sacrifice, it is a very bad situation for Faze.
Every auto shotgun should come with a first sticker on it. If you play auto shotgun on Mirage, then you crazy, man. Faze, 3 players remaining to try and stop Liquid from taking a lead here. Oh, Kiyashima! How did not get the kill? JDM a bit late there, but he escapes unscathed. Now Carrigan is alone. Position known. He's making his noises, running around. This is a great opportunity for Liquid to build some cash. Boom! From out of nowhere, he gets RKO'd by Eleague. Now, I do wonder if the T side is going to be problematic for both sides. Again, Liquid got off to a good start, but then it soon disappeared. So maybe it's advantage Liquid, not just because it's 10-9. Money broken for Faze. This will be an eco round. That is a weird situation.
Yeah, Liquid have found some really good engagements and have shown a bit of comfort here. I mean, to be fair, on their T side too, they had a lot of cool rounds. Despite losing a bunch in a row when they were winning, they showed a lot of understanding of how to play the map and good coordination with their utility and stuff. So definitely a well-versed team on this map. Let's see what the pistols can do here, damage-wise for the Faze clan. Liquid's giving up space on ramp to allow Faze to have whatever they want, just to maintain their advantageous positions. Ooh, this is a little bit scary. Oh, with the AWP as well. I would love to see that shot there from JDM. That was super fast.
Liquid have abandoned a lot. They're just playing in the sites. Eleague now going for a push towards Secret. We'll find somebody and get back to safer passages. Yeah, they started with 2 deep into the B bomb site, 2 and 8 in JDM, casually shooting people through the floor in the face, no less. 9 out of 10 times when you make this jump, it makes a sound, but that you can jump up there without making a sound, which I think Rain was going for. You see him try to do it a lot quieter. Most people do it with more velocity and tow. Something to try at home. And anyway, let's see if Nathan plant the bomb. 3 pistols left. No Kevlar, no grenades on these players. Down goes Rain. Nitro looking to tap, looking to play the piano on Kishima's face. No, Kishima is the last man standing, and he may be the last man to fall in this round. Eleague has a superior angle, and there it is, 11-9, and that's 2 rounds where Liquid have survived with all their players intact.
Oh my god, he didn't even scope, James. He didn't even scope. Where's the scope at? Those cold, steely eyes.
His mouth has just got one big red button on it, Dan. He presses that, and headshots are deployed. 11-9, Faze back on the buy. 5 AKs, lots of grenades. What can he do with them? Where is their plan A? Maybe we'll see it this round.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many
There's 5,400 in the bank, and I think he's forced to retreat.
Yeah, and this was exactly the kind of round I was wanting to see out of Faze. Just get that push down secret. Just try to get control room. You don't have to make it too complicated. Don't have to try to at first play any mind games. Just see if you can see what their setup's like, and if you can take it away. Because a lot of teams play their setups differently. Some teams don't put as much emphasis. Some teams don't even have a player where Eleague was standing, which was in the control room. Some teams try to defend it from vents, and they give it up. And if you're playing against a team like that, you should be encouraged to make the play into the B site. Because once you have control room, you can get the bomb down. You can fall back to cover, and then the CTs have to come out of vents. They're in disadvantageous positions attacking back into the bomb site against your hold. So that might be a bit of a clue now moving forwards for Faze as a way to convert extra rounds. And they have to convert this one because they don't have any money in the bank. They need to win this, otherwise they get reset.
JDM starting off in the garage, instantly smoked off, so he'll be forced to change position, or will he? He finds a gap, but look at the aggression. Eleague is over towards T-Red. Liquid. Offense, best form of defense perhaps. AZ could get taken off unawares, and you see Pimp, he can be the bait as well. Eleague can jump out once Pimp makes contact, but he's flashed off. Eleague has the face, he makes a sound, and AZ's got to wreck him immediately.
Smooth stuff from AZ, and that outside defense will give a bit of extra confidence moving into this round because that gives them the 5 versus 4. They reshuffle things a little bit and they start to move into that ramp area. Once the smoke dissipates, they can go for it. And with losing the player outside, the question becomes for Faze, how did the setup get adjusted by Liquid? How many players do they have here? Well, there is actually 2, but they're getting flashed away. The third one quickly oncoming there from the ladder. And here comes the drop. Oh, lovely timing there. But how much will Nitro find? Gets himself one, still challenging the triple Faze. What are you going to do there? Hiko comes in now, but there's only 2. He's only got 1 man to play off of to try to retake this lower site.
Bomb getting planted. Alu, he spotted 1 person on ramp. That is a huge smoke. And again, options are limited for Liquid. Do they go for this? Starting to back away from the ramp, and indeed, they will go tail between legs towards T-spawn, it seems. JDM going to try and hold a sneakier angle. But, yeah, that's a... Oh, man! AZ is nowhere and everywhere. And there is the AWP gone. Faze tying things up around Liquid. Could not afford to lose. JDM's got 7k in the bank, but most of his team are languishing around 2k.
And the cool thing too is that we saw here from Faze, they get that pick early on from AZ outside, and they decide, let's play the basics here. Let's actually try to stack up and now overwhelm a position, because once you get a kill against the CTs, they have to reposition the entire defense a little bit to try to cover for now the player that's gone. You can't cover extra spots, you can cover less spots. You kind of retract the defense, you go a bit tighter, which allows you to get through those more finicky choke points a little bit easier. Little did Faze know there's actually 2 players, and a third one quickly able to respond into ramp, but still, they were able to break it quite effectively. So, great basics in the last couple of rounds from Faze, and now they also have a few things to go to as far as, what they can think, okay, if we really need to get this round, what do we think is the most successful? Okay, we can run the round outside, we can, AZ's able to hit his shots there, the wall of smoke straight down, the control room plays, that's working out for us, so it's not looking too bad for Faze at the moment.
So apparently Nuke is a baby solution. Perhaps it is hypnotizing the baby, who knows?
I don't know what's to go with that. That's indeed...
There's not many places to go with that kind of picture. 11-11. This is, well, we just had Liquid's last tactical timeout for this game. Warps onto JDM and Alu. Nitro reduced to the UMP. Tie game so far.
Grenade out.
Eleague moving through the B site at the moment. Nitro on the ramp once again. See smokes being deployed by Faze. Early start, taking the outside area. Proven to be hard for the CTs to hold on to.
Yeah, they may have less confidence holding those positions and winning the 1 versus 1s there. So it's really cool to see Faze just trying to assert their dominance there, see what can they get out of it. Ooh, are they... I wonder if they're thinking about trying to set up a split onto the upper side here. But right now they're just taking control away. Oh, JDM's got a good position though. He's done some good work from this spot before. He's always in the open now. He's been spotted going across the CT. They're going to make the call for this as well. So what does he do? It's such an awkward spot to be in. Now, if Faze try to commit too early to that spot, it could go really wrong as well. And in comes the push from Lobby. 2-man push. Great response from Liquid to take the frag back.
There's JDM. AZ has served himself up. I don't know, he's all the way in CT spawn, and Rain can go past this angle crouching, but can he make it in to Hell, or is he looking for the duel himself? JDM maybe reading it. Oh, he spots it. Surely goes for the snap, not going to work out for him, trying to hide behind a post. Still alive for now, but what he can do for his team is currently limited. That said, that's a threat for FaZe. They can't really go towards heaven at the moment, not from the outside. Down goes Karrigan. Pimp's going to be traded though. Eco hears sound. Still he realizes where he is. Goes for the spray. Can't kill the bomb carrier. Will spot the bomb. And Eleague from out of nowhere. He's got the bullets to do it as well. And he can collect the AWP. Not going to do that though. He's got the AK. That was a bit crazy. Bit MacGyver.
It's the funny thing in that situation is that when JDM goes to that position, it becomes really interesting because you can kind of misplay it from there, potentially. Because if you put too much focus on trying to kill JDM, you can actually take loads of amazing one-on-ones from that spot from CT spawn. As we saw JDM doing it, an AWP no less, so he has a big advantage. But what he doesn't have, JDM, he doesn't have information of where it's safe to go, and it takes him ages to rotate out of that position. So it's a spot where you often just want to leave that guy alive in a terrible position, and then just quickly go into a side attack. And they, I think, obsessed a little bit there. And that's put them on double Tech 9 now, 3 AKs, good amount of utility. But they are round down, and this is where Liquid could really start to take control of the match at a late point as well. Both teams with no economy, this could be huge. And Eleague, oh no, loses that first engagement. AZ's so good for it. And now there's a chance here for FaZe to get that B-bomb site, perhaps.
That rifle can't quite be collected. No one anywhere near. JDM completely blind. So more difficulty here for Liquid. AZ just keeping an eye on things in the vent. Unbroken at the moment. He can on the high ground of the auto shotgun. Not the ideal range for that. And again, it might be about saving for Liquid. But in position to try and give them an opportunity for a retake. Alu, though, will take his head off. 2 versus 4 with the auto shotty. Hiko holding the wrong angle. Alu looking for him, but he can't get the kill. Again, that tight spray working out for Hiko.
So 2 players against 3 here on the retake. Definitely awkward. Oh, Karrigan is going to be in trouble here. Pimp had the sound cues there to get that advantage. And, oh, just like dominoes, one after the other, quickly falling to the remainder of FaZe. 12-12. And once again, AZ is able to open things up here because AZ getting that frag, even though his team is on the other side of the map, obviously if they're able to win ramp, even if they lose a player or 2, AZ's unlocked the control room, which means that there's multiple angles that the CT suddenly have to deal with because of that one fight. So that really gave FaZe a good... it really came together because of AZ there. So FaZe now, they've tied it up and they forced Liquid onto a shotgun and a few pistols. Nothing else that they've got going for themselves at the moment.
Hiko's got the big pop-up pump. He's got the Scott Steiner, but he hasn't had a lot of engagements with that around the A site with either of the shotguns. You spoke about the spread of the previous one. Long barrel means an even tighter spread with the Nova, so you've got to be pretty accurate. I want to shoot around the neck with that for the one shot. FaZe, we'll see what their anti-eco strategy is like. Nitro with the solitary flashbang for the team in this round. You see FaZe looking for the picks towards ramp.
Yeah, Ali the one to lead this. Looking for the very fast shot there. If there's to be any player spotted, Ali's there to be the executioner. Guillotine at the ready. However, JDM will fall back. AZ is going to open things up again, beating Eleague in the 1 versus 1 outside. Obviously, he had a bit of a weapon advantage and cover advantage this time, but still, AZ opening things up, and you can see that his presence is actually going to be eliminated. Pimp finds that one. And so the FaZe clan start to bring that offense onto that B-bomb site. Bomb trying to go down here, but actually there's problems.
Hiko may have spotted some. Oh, that was close. Careful now. Giving Pimp a haircut. Not sure if he needed one. Man advantage for FaZe, and obviously lots more advantages to boot. A lot of flashbangs as well, but they're in the site, so won't be so helpful right now. How much will they go for this, Liquid? Pimp's got an AK, and he may want to save that. In fact, he's gone to Garage, so he will hold on to that. Hiko can die, doesn't matter. Nitro can die, doesn't matter. They can try and steal some weapons or try and maim the economy. Either or will be fine. To contain at the moment. Hiko using the sounds. The glass won't help, though. Maybe it'll even be at the advantage of Kiyashima in that situation. No kills for Nitro either. Pimp should be far enough away from the bomb. So he will hold on to the AK for now. But it's FaZe to take the lead 13-12.
Yeah, Rain and AZ have really stepped things up to try to make up for perhaps Carrigan and Alu not having the best games that we've seen out from them on the major so far, and it's been enough to actually allow them to get the opportunities on the offense to start to play the mid round with forcing the CT setup to move around because they're a man down, or winning some position because of good grenades and so on, to have something to work off of. And all they have to do now is bring it home. 3 more rounds for Faze, and they're going to be able to win this one. And Liquid only with that saved AK to really defend themselves within this round before they can come into the next round with a bye. They do have 5-7s though, and 5-7s can do a lot of work here. And we can see Ali's looking for that angle through the door. And we get the push from Main and Squeaky. 5-7's coming into play. Couple frags coming in for the T side here on the offense. Looking pretty smooth, but Pimp, now he's been discovered. Oh, they line up. Now problems come in. Pimp with a triple all of a sudden. And what just happened? It's Alu against 2 players here for Liquid as Pimp guards over that bomb.
The longer Alu waits, the closer JDM gets to helping Pimp. He could even peek from Main and set up a crossfire, so life's going to get tough for Alu as long as it goes on. JDM just holding angle outside Main at the moment. He's not going to push in. They don't know where Alu's coming from. Pimp repositioning, the shoulder peek comes in. And here comes JDM, picks up an AK as well. Alu has no idea where JDM is, holding off angles at the moment. Alu being as careful as he can, picks up the AK, so that will help him in a 2 versus 1 situation. Doesn't want to get caught on the cooldown of the AWP by the train fragger. There's JDM spotted, going for the shoulder peek. He has to make sure Alu doesn't make his way through the door though. Alu playing the clock, 30 seconds, and there's JDM. He had to peek again, and now it's Pimp. He's playing an off angle, and he'll clutch around for his side, and they are way back into things, 13-13.
Oh man, the quad kill comes in. His team played at the distraction game. They were the sacrifice, and then the lineup. Pimp knocking them all down. Look at that, he goes just on the edge of his seat. They needed that so badly.
Faze, tactical timeout now. And EnVyUs will of course use this to talk to his team as well. And all of a sudden, Liquid are flush, at least for a bye. But so are Faze.
What a really weird match this has been, James. We had dominance from Liquid, then they kind of disappeared, and then dominance from Faze, and it's the back and forth that we're seeing here between these two teams. It becomes impossible to call.
Yeah, it's a real struggle for both sides. Now both teams have a reasonable bye for this round, and we are into the dying rounds of this match, at least in normal time. You see Faze were a heavy favourite as far as the pick'ems are concerned. I think they were a favourite on a desk as well, but really, who knows which way this will go.
So Faze are going to be up on the roof there, T-roof. This is, breaking the glass, the vandals that they are. And Alu fast into position here for a pick onto ramp. This would be pretty enormous if he picks a player off in this position. Nitro's not giving anything up though, which is important. So Faze just trying to iron out the situation a little bit, see if there's going to be any aggression. Flashing from Nitro, a little bit annoying, but Alu's back on the angle again. Often those flashes can be scary because those flashes can often mean that an AWP is going to, after the flash goes off, he's going to take the angle away from you, and then you peek into it, which can definitely be very painful. But there's a spot that's important now, and Alu hears the sound of the cues as well. But in the meantime, JDM picks off AZ outside. That's going to spring Faze into action.
And he's immediately rotating towards the vents on B. Now Faze have got the ramp area. He may still be a thorn in the side. He's opened the door. He's got angles. If they go in the left side of the vent, ramp, sorry, and you can see what might happen. But JDM has to be careful of secrets as well. AZ was up to his usual stuff, heading towards secret when he got picked off. Normally he's the first man, the only man to go down there early, but there are 35 seconds left, and Liquid have to be wondering which way Faze will rush, because it might be a rush at this point.
Yeah, they've got to go for it at some point, don't they? Nico's, oh my god, Carrigan is going to be able to take him down there. He wastes a lot of bullets in the spray through the hut, and now Faze got an advantage onto the bomb site. Can they get it planted? Carrigan's in a great position here, up high. The vantage point, it's very nice. But Liege is coming from the outside. Will Carrigan predict this? Has he got the sound cues? Does he know? He seems to know here. He's looking for the angle. And Liege is coming. Carrigan now moving forwards to a safer spot to take down Liege. Oh, the jump comes across. Liege, can he make the frag happen? Yes! Bringing it now into 1 versus 3. Alu, he's got to look in so many different spots. This is so difficult to deal with the sheer verticality as well. And it's JDM springing forwards with the the PT50 to do the job, and Liquid win the round. This is crazy.
I thought Liquid were screwed. If you saw what started that push into A, the guy who's above the hut sprays his entire magazine, and like, he's got no bullets left, he can't do anything. We're right here, let's move into the site. I thought they were done for. Somehow they bring things back. Another tactical timeout from Faze. Liquid in the lead. Faze with around $3,000 per person. Yeah, see Hiko running out of bullets, and immediately Karrigan's like, go, go, go. But do they play against match point now? That's the question Faze have to ask themselves because of the money they have in the bank. Tech9's being bought. Their loss bonus isn't spectacular, but they're spending a fair amount of cash here. Full armor on all but Karrigan. Tech9's, P250s, some smokes and flashes. Can Faze steal a round again?
At least on the T side, I'll say that. That's the only thing really going for them in that sense. At least they can focus all the Tech9s into one spot. That can often help.
It's mad, the chain of rounds for both teams in the first half, and then there's a mess of rounds for both teams in a second.
It's a good word, James. Mess. Well, looks like we have a bit of a hot mess here on the upper bomb site. Just the Tech9s raining in the damage. Rain takes down Hiko. Nitro comes in from up high, able to take down AZ there and control the bomb sites back here with Liquid. After this, Nitro easily dealing the damage, and Rain even taking down Karrigan with a grenade. Not the best look there for Faze. And now Liquid one away from taking this one. And again, you almost wouldn't have expected it after the dominance that Faze entered the second half with.
Faze spent so much money in that round without going for a full force buy that they can only afford 2 AKs in the last round.
Dear.
They've got loads of grenades, but they've got 2 rifles and 3 Tech9s to play against match point Liquid in a very strong position now. Very strong indeed.
Maybe that was the idea all along. Didn't want it to go to overtime, but that's what they're playing for right now. All the charge down into the vents. Does Pimp know that? I mean, you have to call that the risk is real for that kind of a play, that there could be a man down there, and it is Kiyoshima. AZ, he's trying to just get back to the usual shenanigans of winning those 1 versus 1s down towards the control room. And so there's positioning here for Faze to work off of, but can Karrigan move the pieces eloquently enough to allow them a bomb site take? They are starting to try to pincer in onto that ramp area, forcing Nitro back, and it's looking pretty good here positionally. Nitro's in a lot of trouble at the moment. JDM with a hip shot. Can he get more? No! This looks great here for Faze.
This positioning has turned out spectacularly so far for the Faze clan. Liquid, they've got a tough decision to make here because money's not great for the entire team. They may have to save these weapons to go for a full buy in the next round, but it seems they're going for it. Eleague goes down for free. It's Hiko remaining. Look, you can see he's got $900 in the bank. Pimp with 2,000. They're gonna get 1,400 for this. They have to save this.
What is this game, James? What is this?
There's a reasonable chance of overtime now because Faze, they started this run of 2 AKs. The charge, Kiyoshima's charge through Squeaky into the B area, and then AZ getting down puts Liquid in a very awkward spot where it's not really safe for them to hold in either direction, and Faze have managed to make that work. Really weird stuff going on.
Okay, so what do Liquid have to work with in this round? That's the question. I mean, we can see JDM's on almost $8,000 there. So he could potentially just drop a FAMAS for somebody, go for no armor or buy the M4 with some armor as well, and that would allow them to kit themselves out. And yet, indeed, there's the FAMAS dropped by JDM. He's going to go no armor. Oh, no, actually, he can afford it. He could just about afford Kevlar with it, but no utility, no kit, nothing like that. And so they have a fairly respectable buy. It's just the lack of utility that becomes problematic. That said, Faze aren't really a team that's going to be good at exploiting, I think. The lack of utility with a slow round.
JDM starting off in A. Maybe there's a read of a fast play in towards A by the T side, trying to crush what little Liquid have in this round. That's not the case. Being in heaven, JDM can move outside again. Unable to see AZ, though, who has made his way down secret already. We'll see if there's a challenge for him a bit later on. Eleague holding an off angle close to the vents. But again, we've seen some success and definitely seen some failure as well from this position. So tense stuff for Liquid. They don't want overtime.
It is really crazy that Faze have brought it to this position. Quick pop flash through the smoke there from Faze to start to move towards that ramp area. Nitro's in a committed position here behind the crate. Will they check this? Sometimes there's a little bit complacency when there's high pressure, but no, Kiroshima's on top of things. There is no complacency. There's just a very, very strong attack onto that B bomb site. That's all that there is for Faze. Oh my god, Carrigan just executing them. 2 kills for him. JDM has the 1 versus 5. He's done it against EnVyUs. Can he do it against Faze to deny the overtime? He's got 50 health to do it with as well.
He has a kit. Pretty much the only thing going for him in this situation. The door is open, but surely it will be closed by Faze in normal time. How do you win this round? That's probably a scientific question at this point. Kirishima in the door. 1 versus 4. That clock continues to tick. The door is open, and there we go. Almost inevitable at that point. Somehow, Faze take this overtime. What a bizarre end to this map, at least in normal time.
What is this game? That's insane. Just the perfect amount of the perfect kind of situations happening for both teams to just keep you thinking that one team's going to take it, and then it just gets stolen away in the most unlikely of fashions. Now, the question is, how do both, what is the mental state for both teams here? Because obviously FaZe is going to feel pretty amazing in the way that they came back. I don't know if Liquid can even be in a position where they feel like it was stolen away. This has just been, since that first half, just a very long slog, a close slog between both teams, just trading punches. It's a very dirty match so far, James, if I was to describe it in that way. But that said, FaZe do get to stick to the T side. That's nice for them.
Rain with 30 kills, the 30 bomb in normal time. Although the scoreboard in the game says 29, so maybe someone's lying. You can see Pip now with 20. Either way, it's not enough for either side, not to take this in normal time.
I think Rain got a team kill, so maybe that counts.
Ah.
maybe that's what counts.
Yeah.
The team kills.
Maybe it does. Rain, the would-be Bond villain, chose Counter-Strike instead. Game currently paused, should be starting soon. Very, very tense stuff. Zeus has not stopped talking this entire time. You can see him there. Lots of info for his team. Can both sides keep their mettle? Because whoever loses this is going to be crushed mentally. They're going to be cancelling. People will have to call their parents or fly them in, even worse.
All right, so the question is, what rounds FaZe want to attack this overtime with, to begin things with? Because they have they've actually selected the AWP right now, and it's on Alu, and so that definitely makes you think, okay, maybe a slow round, but at the same time, maybe they just want Alu to be in a spot where he can pick very quickly towards the ramp room, or maybe they want an outside focused play where they try to capitalize on any of the setups they've seen outside from Liquid. And they have been fairly successful winning these battles. We've seen specifically AZ's done some great work actually defeating that outside setup from the Liquid side. And one of the big things as well is that we haven't seen much or presence, generally speaking, on the outside. So that may be one of the focuses initially. JDM has been playing it fairly passively. We haven't really been seeing him taking deep positions in the garage or anything like that. So that could be the start here for FaZe.
Here we go. Now, most of the time when overtime starts, we talk about which team has momentum going into it, who has an advantage. I don't think either side really has momentum. It is carnage at the moment. Kishima lining up for some grenades. Maybe there's an A play, but everyone else is outside at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see that indeed JDM is playing outside with his AWP on the CT side from the heaven position. So it does allow a lot of map control for FaZe almost for free. And in fact, he's going to drop into the upper bomb side. So that's very interesting indeed. He's going to... FaZe is going to have a lot of opportunity here. Pimp needs to get something done from this.
We've got different grenades, but they are leaving. The T's exposed. Carrigan taken down for free. Pimp had support, but now they can rotate. They can reposition. Hiko with an angle which could provide information as well as kills. We'll see. AZ's creeping around, and now we've got two FaZe players moving into secret. So we'll see if they can get back into the game. A minute on the clock. Eleague admiring the smoke. Pimp, the last man to deploy smoke in this map. In this round, rather. So maybe that will delay / thwart the plans of FaZe. They're running out of time to execute.
The cool thing here, though, is that I like Liquid's approach, hyper-passive, try to keep this setup very tight. But what you have to do in this sense is you actually also have to understand what position you give up, and you need to have good rotation timing. And you can do that on Nuke. Another pick from JDM. That's kind of huge right now because FaZe have been moving into, or trying initially for that low play, but they're just getting dismantled all over the place. Rain and Kiyoshima's all that's left coming into this upper bomb site, and there is a flank in numbers coming their way. There's just nothing to be done here, surely, and JDM spinning around, finding an extra kill there to make it the double for the round. 16 to 15, and Liquid with the first round there in the first overtime.
Death by paper cuts in that round for FaZe. They didn't really get anything going in terms of kills. All 5 surviving for Liquid. Important on the first round. 3 rounds and a half in overtime. All players starting with $10,000. That money can disappear quickly, especially when you're on the CT side. Op continues on to JDM. Alu forced to go for an AK instead. He is very good with the AKs, and maybe that can make a difference instead of the AWP, which isn't necessarily working out for him on this particular map.
And now it's a very different setup. Before, Liquid hyper passive, gave loads of space for free outside. Now hyper aggressive. Eleague in a crazy off angle. Pimp's there to try to play the bait perhaps, to allow Eleague to just annihilate everybody. That said, we've got a different setup from FaZe as well. In fact, they're even looking for Eleague here. He's at risk from the guy above. Oh my god, Eleague, the verticality there just, I don't even know how he gets a headshot. Ray was straight above him, James. How does that make sense?
He's got 9 million sensitivity down, that's how. And I think Eleague is the bait, and actually Pimp is the trade fragger hiding behind. Eleague plays contact, and then Pimp will pop out for the crossfire. Liquid now with 2-man advantage. The clock continues to tick for FaZe. Didn't do much of the clock in the previous round. They've got possession of ramp, but it's going to be hard for them to split a site with only 3 players all in the ramp at the moment. You can see Hiko and JDM focusing on the A site, maybe looking to play retake on B. Even if FaZe get the bomb planted, they don't necessarily have the personnel to have a good post-plant setup.
And not only that, they don't have control room at all. So where do they go? After they take it, by the time the rotation comes in from the CTs, if they're quick enough, and they should be a bit faster than this, they shouldn't be able to get too many players in the control room. But that said, looks like they actually will. So they have something to play from in this. And this actually gives them a spot to work off of. Alu getting the first kill too. This could very well go to FaZe now that they have these positions.
Nitro on the ramp. Hiko on above the vent. He's just waiting for his team to position before he drops down. As much distraction as possible. Can weaken all the positions of FaZe. You see Pimp now flanking from Secret. JDM there as well. Close quarters with the pistol. May go to the off lane for Kishima in control room to go for a peek. Hiko taken it down. This is working for FaZe somehow. 3 versus 5.
Pretty interesting, right? Because the first round, Liquid played very, very passively, gave up outside, and I feel like FaZe almost made that a choice which is kind of questionable, where when the CTs play that setup, the idea is that you're going to have really strong control on upper because that's the source of your rotation, and what you need to do is just have that rotation through vents always available, control room always very quick to rotate towards, and if they do go upper, you just completely crush them because you've got almost the entire team there. And FaZe walked into upper side. This time FaZe made a better call. They went to the lower side, and Liquid played overly passive, never got the info to rotate in time. Gave up control room. Big problems there.
FaZe continue with 5 AKs. Again, the wall of smokes being deployed on the outside to deny information to the CTs. Again, we've had AZ going secret pretty much every round, but this time he'll go through the smoke. A change in approach from FaZe as well as Liquid. 1 round remains in the first half of overtime. Pimp denied information as well. If the vents pops, he doesn't know if anyone's made their way down towards B, and that puts his teammates down there in potential danger. But it seems there might be some action coming towards A.
Looking to go for the picks there, and so far JDM, he's not spotted a huge amount towards Rab. Is getting himself in position to deal with anybody dropping down the vents, so they don't quite know exactly what's going on. Oh, Alu taking the head off of Hiko as he drops from the hut there now, and it's going to be down to Karrigan and Kiyoshima down against the numbers. Karrigan, the last man standing, trying to lead by example, but all he can do is fall to the hail of bullets from Pimp. 17 to 16, the very back and forth again between these two teams, but Liquid come out with just a side edge.
It looks to me like there was some error in communication towards the end there from FaZe. After the first pick from A site on the ground, the rest of the players coming through squeaky were looking towards heaven, even though Pimp was on the floor. So, I mean, that can be the difference between winning and losing the rounds. Yeah, Kishima's looking on the high ground as well, and Pimp just finished everything else off. So it's Liquid to take a thin lead into the second half. Again, the start will be somewhat delayed. Alu picking up the AWP on the CT side. Stuff again, more than enough time to warm up, so maybe he will have a better time of things on this occasion. No one from Liquid has bought just yet. Again, ZU sparking tons of info about his team.
Yeah, and it's not the first time we've seen a huge amount of work done from him from that position as well in the upper defenses. But it's quite curious too now how we'll see Faze go for the defenses, because the approaches from both teams are quite different. I really liked the idea behind how Liquid were defending, where basically, I think it's really cool to do that, especially in very tense situations, to try to play very passively and to try to control the very important rotation spots, like in events, and making sure that you can hold on to control room for long enough that you can have the rotation, because you give up outside, right? So they can just get there very easily and quickly, perhaps. And that way you can have good communication. It's less likely that someone's going to die early, because as soon as someone dies early because you take aggressive picks or you want to get an early round advantage, that's when things in a pressure situation can start to be, can start to fall apart a little bit. But Liquid try to control all of that very well, and did work out for them, and Faze have to do better now.
What's good for Liquid in this situation is that the frags are pretty evenly spread across the team. Everyone's turned up today, which is great. Eleague is the smaller man in the team to have everyone on his shoulders. JDM picking up the AWP on the T side, of course. He knows nothing but AWP. That's not a bad thing.
It's a way of life, man. And this is cool, Rain, he was doing a lot of interesting things outside, and he's such a dynamic player, generally speaking. It's definitely one of the prime words that I would use to describe him. Good in a lot of different spots and situations, because he's a very smart player, and that versatility can be hard to play against. You see the wall of smokes. Now, this is something that we did see quite commonly. These grenades here from Liquid really show how drilled some of these strats are. This is a good default here. I love that Molotov to try to clear the space so that no one gets picked off from any pop flashes or any aggressions on the stairs there early on.
Hiko taking down an event. That's a nasty surprise for him. Rain with a nice angle to keep the main safe, but he's flashed off. Not sure if he can be seen. It seems he can. At least he's a shoulder, but he can't get the kill. Rain will get traded, however. Man advantage for Faze. Still time for Liquid to maneuver. 50 seconds. See Alu in the hell position. He may be in for a nasty surprise, though. Pimp on the high ground, and the CTs will have to go back up the ladder. There we go, Karrigan creeping, and he will be punished. And that makes the A site hold really weak. They've got to be really careful there. 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, how does AZ get out of the vent safely here? It's going to be tough. Obviously, he will be spotted as well on the way up. Oh, he gets a good angle, though, and it looks like he's the last, or he's a big hope here, and actually holding down this bomb position as well to work from, but Pimp gets the wall bang to secure the frag. Alu creeping around the side. He needs a good performance right now, and that's what he's going to deliver. Both kills coming in from Alu. Bit quiet, I think, in regular time, but now he strikes and wins the clutch here for Faze, bringing things 17-17.
Tied up once again. Either side needs both rounds to take this, otherwise it's overtime number 2. Alu delivering when it's crucial, when it's essential, when it's a must. JDM buying the AWP again, down to $150 now. So if Liquid are to lose this round, life may be tough in the last one, financially speaking. We'll see what happens. Alu making his way towards the ramp as per usual. Again, he's been boosting Karrigan up and then rotating towards the heaven position. Deep Molotov will force him away. Karrigan taking a different angle on the ramp. Often you can find things changing up in overtime, trying to keep things fresh and unexpected. Slow start from the T side. Waiting for the CTs to exhaust their grenades, perhaps, but a lot of grenades at the moment for Faze. AZ on top of the hut. Eco maybe just popping a hole in the squeaky door. Pimp focusing on the ramp for the time being. Nitro with an off angle on T-Red in case of an overextension from Faze. Minutes on the clock, and the onus is on Liquid to move here.
They have so many grenades left. It's kind of nuts. One thing, though, is that they've been using grenades really well on the T side. I think generally quite a bit better than Faze have. I mean, we saw that demonstrated clearly outside in the last round. Very efficient take using grenades. And now it's time to go. 45 seconds. Grenades coming in. Look at the timing there. Oh, no. That is going to be extinguished straight away there from Carrigan. Going for the spray down, straight away a trade. But Alu, has he woken up right now? Has to win the one-on-one against JDM, who tries to take the angle aggressively. Oh, manages to catch his elbow, but that will not finish Alu off. He's still got some life left in it. Problems here now as AZ tries to hold down the vents. It's dealt with, but still advantages here for the T side now that Nitro is in position here by the vents.
Nitro doing huge damage in the vent, but a bomb needs to get planted. There are 12 seconds left, and they're rotating to the A site as Ali rotates to the B side. What a master stroke by Liquid, getting planted for main. Alu not in position to get up the ladder in time. He realizes he's on the wrong site now. Oh, those wall bangs of old. Who remembers those ones?
Yeah.
27 HP for Alu. He's got a kit, but he's not making a secret about his rotation straight up the ladder. Being very careful, but Nitro's got a superior angle, and that's going to be match point for Liquid.
Oh man, how does this is crazy, isn't it? I thought that Faze had a great advantage, but just this position from Nitro, immediately getting 2 kills, shutting down the best rotation option. And then the presence of mind, the cognizance to just go for that rotation back onto the upper side. That was the checkmate right there. And can they do it, James? Can they do it? They have the advantage here. They're up against UMPs, a max 7. I suppose those weapons can be used very effectively on this map, but
this spy
advantage.
This spy is patchier than a $5 spray tan. And it might be very difficult for FaZe to bring this one back, but who knows? It was amazing we got to this point in the first place. Rain rotating to secret. That range will not be superior again. Liquid, they smell desperation, and they position themselves to capitalize on that. Rain's gone above the stairs. That might be a surprise. Again, well, if somebody pushes towards secret, but for now, Liquid using the time they have, but they can't be too careful. Again, the wall of smoke's outside, something that Stunner Dragons used to do every round on Nuke. Never knew where they were going. Down Alu goes. Good start from Liquid.
Yeah, that really does help. Do they realize, though, that there is still a man lurking? I mean, it's Rain. You never know where he's going to be and when he's going to pop out. Can he find the timing to try to dismantle this push outsiders? We see some positioning established by the Team Liquid side. There you go, he's going to find multitude of players here. This is where Carrigan gets back in there, takes Hiko down, didn't even need the support. And now it's going to be a 4 versus 4, but the positioning here is very nice. Heaven has been taken over by the T side of Liquid.
AZ is on the site, taking a leash down from Heaven. There's more players to be had, though. He's got Carrigan coming in for the flank, but he's not good for the kill. More spray coming in from AZ, and we are going to overtime number 2. We said it was a ropey buy, but it's worked out for the CT side. Who is going to win this match?
Is anyone going to win this match, James? at this point, these teams seem very evenly matched in many ways, and FaZe will get to stick to the CT side. I guess that's on.
Taxing because every round has such a slow start. All the grenades being deployed, the wall of smokes, the one man creeping into secret or not, and so on. They have to be focused for so long, especially the CTs on the defense. It's not easy for these teams. And again, EnVyUs was just full of info. Nice to see Alu in good spirits. We go round and round again. 28 kills for Pimp, leading the kills on Team Liquid. AZ and Rain both with 31. At the beginning of overtime, I think Rain had 29 kills, and now he's got 31, so we'll see how much that changes in this overtime. Here we go, FaZe continuing on the CT side. AWPs for both sides.
Okay, so at this point it starts to become a battle of just sheer mind games, because you've already thrown the book at them again. Just keep throwing the book at them and just seeing what sticks. And for both teams, what has been sticking is seemingly random. Sometimes this works, sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. It's just a little bit of a guessing game as to what is the best approach. And it's been coming down to so many clutch situations, and that's generally why that's been the case. Both teams are able to, in these very highly pressured spots, really capitalize on their advantages. But eventually, someone will. And the key moments to take it over the line. And once again, the wall of smokes to allow presence from Liquid. And I love these grenades. They are so good at clearing this space out safely.
Alu, will he be a nasty surprise? Will Nitro peak the angle? So many dodgy angles for the CT to be careful of. Alu, oh, he doesn't get the second frag. He can't re-peak though. They have an advantage. They can just hold on to that. He can move towards the ramp and still hold some semblance of an angle. Although you see he has to be careful of his left and his right. There we go. Safer positioning. He can raise the alarm for the time being if somebody tries to go up towards heaven. 45 seconds left for Liquid. Haven't done anything significant at the moment. 3 players remaining. You see Rain in main. So it's going to be a hard push for Liquid. 7 HP left on him. What can they do? 30 seconds left.
Yeah, very tough situation. Faze sitting back on that advantage as much and for as long as they can, and they're doing a good job in that sense, because even though Rain goes down, there's only 20 seconds to play off of for Liquid, so as much as Faze is their enemy, so is the clock. The time poses the greatest threat as they start to charge into these positions without the sufficient amount of time to really check them or grenade them off. A mad dash here for the bomb plant. 8 seconds to plant it. It starts to go down there. It's going to be just enough time. It's not enough time. He comes off it, and he will die in the planting attempts. That's all they could go for. Liquids, they get jumped. Faze come out with 4 men surviving. Beautiful opening there from the Faze team, and just really constricting Liquid out of options until there's no time to play with.
See the peak from Alu, yeah, that was lovely stuff. Through the gap of the stairs as well, not even a collision kill. 1 player down for Faze in that round. Only the 1 player. So let's see if Liquid can have a better time of things again. 3 rounds per half in overtime. All players starting with $10,000. You must declare if you have more than that. AZ moving very forward towards the outside area on the corner. Rain taken down early though. He has been decapitated, closed casket funeral for him. Alu's got to be careful. He's closer to the corner of engagement, which means JDM will see him before Alu sees JDM. Repositioning now, the smokes go down. The alternative wall of smokes. Precautionary flashbangs coming. That allows AZ to peek. He sees info, but needs back up. He's in a vulnerable position.
I was wondering if they would just give up outside completely after losing Rain, because it becomes such a clear option for Liquid, and they're just running straight into the lower side. And you can see Alu's late here to control room. And, oh no, he can't do anything. It's just too late. They tried to, they spent too much time outside perhaps, and Liquid realized that they punished them heavily by just keeping the pace high and just charging into that position. But Carrigan, speaking of 4 positions, able to do some damage there, but not for too long. Has he bought the time for his team to get back in? Perhaps he has. Kiyoshima makes his presence known with a double kill, and that bomb is on the floor. Problems for Liquid in this 2 versus 2. Big problems in the name of Kiyoshima, single-handedly perhaps. 3 for him. JDM against 2 now. Very tough situation.
Oh, that's brutal for him. Tried to get into the vent, and he failed. Made a noise, and now they know where he is. 20 seconds remain, and he does not have enough with which to do it. Kiyoshima going nuclear. What's really awkward for Liquid, you see the smoke. They threw the smoke too far. It needs to be much closer to that red line. Then they get the bomb down. But because it was too far, maybe they thought it was too risky to try and plant it there, especially trying to run across. Went for a safer play, and then everything fell apart. Everything in that round. And look at what they're left with.
Yeah, it's always so crazy, isn't it? When there's the rounds when you get the T side just going for the mad dash into lower, and it's all out the CTs can get into position in time. And that was like a bit of both there. Crazy brawl on the lower sites. Now, Liquid, they've got a UMP, a Tech 9 in this spy. It's just a little bit awkward. Oh, speaking of 1.6 wall bangs, back at 1.6, by the way, the walls of Nuke were actually made of paper, so you could basically shoot through everything in the map, which was fun. Most of the time, unless you're playing as wall hackers. But Faze, they have a real chance here to get 3 rounds in the first half of the second overtime.
JDM gone from the longest range weapon to the shortest, or one of the shortest. The Tech 9. He needs those close quarters. Minutes on the clock for Liquid. They've got smokes, they've got a lot of flashbangs. Where is the push coming? Trying to deny Faze information. Maybe trying to suggest NA play, but there's support on ramp for Carrigan. That red box of Karrigan's right. You can still spray through the corner of him, but he's not in position. Alu delivering one kill. Down goes Karrigan. And he's got to be careful to trade now. But JDM's facing with a grenade in his hand. Not going to work out for him. The CZ pulls out the smoke towards Hell. It's all advantage Faze here in terms of positioning, in terms of time. But it is 3 versus 3. It can change quickly. Nitro makes his way towards A. Faze out of position.
Yeah, they're trying to spend a lot of time working out what's going on. Rain's going to spot the players, though. He knows it's upper now. Great pick off there for the Faze side. Pimp in that position where he's done so much damage on the CT sides, but now he's on the T side, and now he is defending the bomb. And the CTs, oh, they're coming in. That's Pimp down straight away, leaving Nitro in a 1 versus 2. Somewhat quiet in spots recently, but now the clutch is asked of him to deny the 3-0. There's one frag, just 80 left as he makes his way forwards now onto the bomb site. Nitro with a quick pop flash there, not going to peek with it immediately. As AZ goes for the pressure play. Tapping the bomb now, waiting on the angle. Is Nitro going to peek? AZ finds himself that headshot, and that's the defuse there for him. Faze, they managed to get all the rounds on the second overtime, or rather, sorry, the first half of the second overtime. That's got to feel amazing. Liquid are under so much pressure right now.
AZ, one of the most promising prospects from his country now, of no fixed abode, playing in international waters, clutching around for his side, giving them 3 match points versus Liquid. Liquid are in the corner, they've got a bloody nose, and a towel may soon be thrown.
Is there a way back in here, James? I mean, it's Counter-Strike, there's always a chance. But Liquid, I mean, are FaZe going to allow that to happen?
I have no idea.
They're looking confident right now.
It's been such a back and forth. There's anything can happen. I mean, we saw clutch rounds 1 with, what was it, 2 AKs and 3 Tech 9s or 3 AKs? Whatever it was, it sucked, but it still works. Everyone starts with a clean $10,000. They've got bills in their pockets, but they may soon disappear. Freeze time has been unpaused. Again, the one open to each side. Nothing unusual there. Team Liquid can afford no error. Faze, they have victory in their hands. But then the same could have been said in yesterday's match. Is that in the back of their minds? Will that play a part?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, oh man, if it happens twice, James, that would be so bad for the poor FaZe players. But there is still a chance for redemption. Redemption is at hand, perhaps. Slow start, establishing basic pressure, basic presence, and map control on Nuke. And Liquid going back to similar setups as we have seen where they play fairly passively. We saw double set up on stairs at various times. Wow, that is a deep molly. And that is going to send Pimp and Eleague fairly far back. And that delay of Pimp and Eleague means that their info play into Yard will be much slower. And look how far Karrigan is. And the rest of his team are moving into the lobby room. So, or rather the radio room. So right now, Liquid might be a bit behind in their understanding.
This is a split, I think. Pimp and Eleague still in secret, out of position. No, they're making their way towards the ramp position. Nitro tries to get back as far as he can, but will the cavalry come in time? No, he's going to get completely wrecked. Karrigan coming on the high ground now with a very long strike. Kishima into position. Can he find the angle on Pimp? No. Pimp can buy time for his team. Ego taken down towards A. JDM taking Karrigan down in a trade. Pimp with control. Can he keep control? He can't. 3 versus 2 now. Faze with the advantage. JDM out of position. Alu holding an angle, and he will take JDM down. That should be the round done. And if that's the round done, that's the match done. Eleague has to clutch this. 1 versus 3.
That's going to be tough. He is able to get some blood onto Alu. But as you said, Jay's bloody noses. And there's the KO. Faze 22 to Liquid's 18. Oh my god, it was so impossible to call. And after the start that we saw from both teams, it was just impossible to guess who was going to win one. Do you feel like, I mean, Liquid must feel so incredibly disappointed with that after the start they had?
Well, I mean, it was a very difficult map for all concerned. But yes, 7-0 to 7-8. That's brutal stuff. And so is losing in such a slobber knocker. We will see what the desk think does at that after the break.
So there you have it. History repeating itself. An overtime loss again for Team Liquid. Faze up, though. They have done it. They have come back and won on Nuke. And now to tell you all about it, it's Carrigan who's with Smix.
Was an action-packed game, so much going on, and it all started with the 0-7 start. You were down that far, and you were able to come back 8 rounds in a row. So how are you able to break their streak on T side and adjust throughout the game, even in double overtime?
I think we started over very cold. We didn't hit our duels. We played bad. The communication was off, just like as Flipside. And they're a team that can abuse that more than Flipside did. So I think we just came down into a timeout at 6-0 and just come down, be more focused, win your duels. And we started rolling. And once we kept rolling, we knew like we have a good T side. So we felt confident going to T side. But it's a hard game in the end because, again, we lose an anti-ego in a crucial moment like yesterday. And hopefully, good that we today could come on top.
Well, the game yesterday against SK was also very, very difficult. A brutal loss where they were able to come back from being down 14-7. So after that game, what are the main things that the team took away to learn and come into today?
I think we have to look at that perspective that SK has top 2 players in the world. And when they get into the clutch moment, they're just good at abusing that. When we have bad communication, they're able to do it. I feel we had the same problem in a round today in overtime where we should have won the 4 versus 2. So I think just in the end, SK was better at abusing that, and we were not strong enough to hold them back. So let's hope that get fixed for the future.
Now, last but not least, I know that the end of 2016, Faze looked very promising as you joined the team. As you actually had time to practice with them over the year, what are the key areas that you felt the team should focus on as you prepare for the major?
I think we needed more structure. When I came in, I had 1 day practice, and basically the structure was built within mid-round calling, and that takes a lot of focus off my game, and it's pretty hard to help and contribute when you're sitting and talking 70% of the time. Now I have more time and I have more structure, and I feel very confident in the takes we have, and we can always play the more YOLO style when I feel it, when the team is confident, and that's what we tried to do today, and we went to the structure way instead in the end, and that paid out.
All right, well, congratulations again, Carrigan. Hopefully you'll get some rest after that intense game. Back to you, Richard.
Intense indeed. It was intense enough watching it. Can't imagine playing in it. So let's just talk a little bit about that man there as he walks off stage, Carrigan. I think we actually saw some of his strengths as an in-game leader here. And tell me if I'm wrong. Because, sure, he came with a playbook, didn't work out. But what he did was he was able to adapt, get his team back in the game tactically, and actually was a very, very good motivator, even though his individual level of performance wasn't up to what we've seen in other games.
Yeah, not only the adjustments in the first half to come back from the 7-0 deficit, which is crazy, but even his former teammate, good old Device, even said on Twitter that he's a master when it comes to late game adjustments. One of the big ones they did was eventually start abusing over towards ramp room. Liquid on the defense was leaving Nitro there alone. Sometimes they had JDM there alone, but in the mid round hitting that, they were able to really abuse that fact that he was the only one there and wasn't going to put up a fight. He was just going to drop down. They never really had anyone cheat over to help, so that's a good find by Carrigan. And more importantly, that also highlights the fact that there's no one on Liquid who can do that. This is a team famously who have struggled to find an in-game leader. It's gone from Nitro to Hiko to Nitro back to Hiko now. They've tried most of the players on their team, and you never saw that kind of adjustment out of Liquid, and you saw some of the classics out of them as well. I mean, they lost 2 5-on-3s in overtime. Like you're just not going to win games if you're doing that. And despite some of the heroics from Liquid, Faze had players to match it. AZ was a beast in overtime. Alu had some good clutches. I mean, Hiroshima had some very good rounds down the stretch. So you have the individual plays to match Liquid on Faze, and this is where you saw some of that communication struggles that Liquid has on their CT sides.
Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Deploying decoy. Yes. Flashbang. Throw a flashbang.
Thank you, Richard. All eyes on Optic, and I think that's good for Flipside. Flipside are a team people I don't think are going to favour to win this map, but that means there's no pressure on them. How do you feel about this, Dan?
Yeah, they can go under the radar somewhat at certain points, but I feel like Train is a great place for Optic to play. It's a map which, you know, they can play the fundamentals of very well, and it's where they actually originally became known and had very strong results, and it was a map they often went to. It's the map where we originally saw Mixwell really become a dominant player, and specifically a dominant AWPer. And even at some points we saw him say, oh, you know, don't necessarily think that I should be the main AWPer. We saw him actually go back to that, because how can you not? He's just so good with it. So let's see if they can get those performances rolling in off the back of those simple plays. That's what I'm expecting Optic to be able to do. But first, before they get to dictate the pace, they will be on the CT side. They are going to be defending against Flipside's strategy, and they are, as Tarek said, quite a slow team sometimes.
For those of you on GoTV, I would be looking at Nafly for Optic and Worldedit for Flipside. I think he's going to be integral to a victory here for Flipside, especially once they get to the CT side. For now, though, they are on a T. Slow start from Flipside. Wayland and Markelov having a look towards Ivy. Don't have the range advantage. All Glocks, no P250s for the T side. Ooh. Not much damage done from that. Must have clipped the wall. Worldedit and Blades with grenades. See Worldedit lining up his one towards the connector area. That would make it more difficult for the CTs to rotate, but the bomb's nowhere near B at the moment.
I like how the approach here is early on from Flipside Tactics, because they can catch aggression this way, and sometimes teams can be a little bit impatient, but you can see in the interview that Tarek actually, you know, it's quite clear that Optic know that Flipside can play very slow, so there's no play for info here. And that's what can really be abused by this setup from Flipside, that if you go for that info play, if you push Ali, oh, that's actually happening right now. Oh, look, there's a crossfire, and you've lost a man. So the impatience may be already starting to hurt Optic right from round one, because that's an early advantage.
And now we've got two men moving into the B-bomb site. Again, connector is smoked off, but there's no rotation just yet from Optic. Now we've got Stanislaw making his way towards B. They have not seen the bomb yet, I don't think. And it is rotating towards B, which makes sense with all the real estate they've got. Look how close Electronics is. That may be a nasty surprise, and it will be for Mixwell. How do they get into the B-bomb site now? Especially if Tarek loses his duel. He'll win it. That's crucial.
Yeah, we've got some good positioning here from Flipside Tactics. They've got players dug in the yard at the moment, so a lot of work to be done here, and they can't even take much tagging, just rush with full HP at this point. They've got to find those heads quickly. Worldedit still perhaps unknown in this position. Rush doing some damage there, but there it is, Worldedit. He will find Rush, finally announcing his position, and in doing so will close the round for Flipside. And I'm worried for Optic, actually. If Flipside can get so much value out of this slow play, then that, as Tarek said, that could end up really getting in their head and potentially paying off massively for a strong first half.
I look towards the buy round now of Optic. If Flipside are able to make it 3-0, following this forced buy from Optic Gaming, then the first buy round for Optic is going to be key. Otherwise, Flipside have a good chance to make somewhat of a cushion for themselves early on in this match. You see Tarek with the scout looking around. A fast play towards B from Optic. They see no one's there early, and they will move back. But again, playing a team such as Flipside, that only tells you so much information. You saw how slow they were in the pistol round. They don't want to lose any early advantages, so they will start passive. Their ultimate intentions, as yet unknown.
That tease from Blade, but Tarek never quite pulling the trigger. Another player spotted, a third player spotted. All the info now for Tarek and the rest of Optic Gaming as Flipside Tactics start to charge into the yard. Blade trying to close that distance with that Mach 10. It can be quite difficult in certain spots. Look how well Optic have actually held the front lines here. Flipside, they've disappeared. They're in B.
Yeah, it's a lie. It's a total lie. They've been let down the garden path, Dan. But there we go. We've got the pistol kills for the Optic side. Two-man advantage for them, and now there's no time for Flipside to lay back and wait for rotation. They need to hold down this bomb site before they get overwhelmed by the numbers here. Flashbang's coming in as well. Well, then 4 HP can't get it done. And it's Marcos. He's got a lot of people to kill. Only one for him. Blade with a Mach 10 has to take down 3 CTs charging into location. looks the wrong way. Stanislaw takes him down. That looked relatively painless for Optic. They all started from the wrong bomb site, flooded in, and Flipside got nothing going apart from the bomb plant.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd, isn't it? I think Optic, they didn't react, they didn't overreact necessarily to the pressure outside to some extent. And again, it's so much about playing Flipside tactics is really understanding how they like to play the game differently to a lot of teams, because they do tend to play a bit slower. When you see a smoke execution, like a set piece of smoke grenades, with a team like Flipside Tactics, it can mean a lot of things. And it's quite cool that they threw out the fake as the first one. A lot of teams tend to only do the fake after they've shown that, oh yeah, we are willing to throw those grenades, and that is going to be actually a straight up play. So the mind games there, really interesting, and obviously as said on the desk, Optic have a great amount of individual skill, and that can always end up saving them against Flipside.
Just a reminder, this game is on Eleague's game command, so you can look at all kinds of perspectives at the same time, should you have the screens and the CPU power. Round 3, Mixwell on the orb already. Optic winning that force buy is quite disastrous to Flipside. That is an early confidence boost for the North American side, one who are known to be very dangerous on train.
Just trying to get the bomb plant now, and are they going to be able to do it? It looks like they're getting onto the bomb site. Oh, they might actually make their way across for the plant. The bomb is making its way over. They kind of get it down. Oh no, they're not. That's so denied. So denied. It was close though. I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, I think the focus was damage for the most part in that round. Didn't manage to get much done, but the buy comes in anyway. The AK is being wielded by the Flipside team. Grenades won't be spectacular, and they are a team who like to use their grenades, so we'll see how that changes their approach for this round. Tarek gone from a scout to a Galil. Good armor penetration. If I'm not mistaken, the Galil's got better armor penetration, I think, than the normal M4. So we'll see if Flipside can right the ship after a good start and an early upset in that Optic Gaming force buy.
Yeah, lots of opportunity. They do have 5 smoke grenades and a handful of flashes. So a lot a team like Flipside can do with that. But the AWP being on Mixwell does definitely limit some certain picking possibilities. It makes you a bit more cautious when you go to the T main area or perhaps alley, because it might be hard for them to know exactly where Mixwell can be, because he's an AWP that can be all over the place. And right now he's actually playing very passively on the B-bomb side. So that in of itself can be very surprising. We can already see Horário starting to creep up into the upper position there on the secret area of B. I'll have to see if he goes for a deep peek at any point. And if Flipside play really slowly and they just don't have anything going for themselves, it might fall upon Horário to get the pick. And again, they throw the nades outside, and again, it looks like they're going B.
Vision is being obscured, but they won't hear much running, won't hear much flashbangs. Blaze making his way in. Horário taken down immediately. Now the game is up, but so is Stanislaw. He's been taken down. Mixwell delivering another kill. The trades continue. The grenade's too far away to do big damage. And now the post plant set up again. Waylander's been the forward man, trying to take real estate away from the CTs. You can see forward on the side. Doesn't get the kill onto Rush, though. That's a problem.
Yeah, oh, big comeback there from Marklov, though. The trade with that fast headshot. Can Marklov save the day here? Still playing from this train position is very annoying. Right next to the bot. Marklov pushing forwards, managing to take down Tarek, playing himself to space with that individual skill of his. Now it's just Blade left, but he is going to be able to easily take down Naf there. Really hard engagement to take in Naf's position. But I think, Marklov there, you got to hand it to him. In that really precious spot where you basically have nowhere to move, somehow created a lot of space and 2 frags out of it.
Bro fist. Optic's money is higgledy-piggledy. For the most part, around 3,000-ish. People will buy down to 2, or at least Mixwell will. I do wonder, a common theory is, people will say, buy down to 2k, you can buy in the next round. But it's always good to have more of a plan than that, because otherwise, that's just money you could have spent in future rounds. Optic Gaming have 3 players on Kevlar now. Bunch of pistols as well. Rush with a flashbang. 4 players in the A site. We'll see if they can do some big damage with these pistols. Stanislaw alone on the B bomb site. We saw a lot of B rushes on train recently. Again, a standard CT setup at the moment is to start with 1 person B and 4 in the A site, with 1 potential for a rotation around connector. So the rushes can be good. A good anti-eco so far. Stanislaw last man, and there's no kills just yet. Maybe Blade could be picked off if he's lucky with the P50. There goes Electronic, and there goes Blade as well. Now there's nice damage being done by Stanislaw for not a massive investment. Will finally get taken down. We'll see if that damage plays a part later on.
Now the interesting thing actually here is that Optic decided with this eco situation to take the, or half fight, to take the fight to actually to the T's. Oftentimes in the A side as well, is so many trains to play off of is actually very favorable. And then again, it does make me think that Optic perhaps feel like they can get more advantages, maybe catching a timing where Flipside are going to be throwing some grenades and going for that push of multiple players. I feel like Optic are trying to throw in a lot of reads here, and they've definitely done their homework. Obviously, this is such an important match. It's an elimination match. The team that loses this match is out. And Optic, they're a team which some people would think could actually even win the major with the performances they've had earlier in the year. So, or rather earlier, well, in the later portions of 2016, that is.
Well, then it tags Mixwell in the legs as he tries to reposition. He's gone to the high ground now, but his options may be somewhat limited. Started off in connector. Lots of angles for the CTs to look towards that main entrance into A. But they're known by both sides, of course. 1 minute 10, still lots of time to flip side to exhaust the minds of Optic. Electronic makes his way through. Maybe trying to go information seeking. Is he expendable for the side? There's Mixwell. There was Mixwell. There Mixwell live on the high ground now. Tarek takes him down though, but in the meantime, Waldo's got to pick onto Naflight. Blade up high, gets picked off as well. 3 versus 3. Still lots of time for flip side.
They're looking really good at the moment for Optic's defense, wasting that time, playing off these trains. Just comes down to the individual skill. Tarek already with a couple of kills. Can he go even more huge in this one? He looks like he will. A third one comes into play there, and that is forward presence removed from this A bomb site. When it comes into the fray now with the AWP, looking to work with the long channels, he might be able to catch somebody off guard here, but with 20 seconds to go to plant the bomb, and he's the guy that has to plant it, he's going to have to get close to the bomb site. This is just so many kinds of awkward here for Flipside, but still, well done with the frag. Rush, his timing is absolutely crucial here to be able to take this round. They have to go for the plant.
Oh so
my
close.
God. Markloff doesn't spot it. He must hear it though. Now he sees it. Rush takes him down. It's just well done, but he did get the bomb down.
He does not know where person 2 is. He will try to use the structures to his advantage. Oh, the timing is unreal. A clock continues to tick. Rush making noise, going up the ladder. Oh, that was so awkward, but the patient play pays off. Where's Stanislaw though? Did he hear him? Did Stanislaw make a step? Seems well that it might realize where Stanislaw is. That continues to tick. Stanislaw doesn't have a kit. There might be one nearby, but he needs to find Waldenet. Waldenet dancing around the structure. Will he find the right angle? Oh, the P250 just too far away. There's no time for Stanislaw unless he can find a kit. He can't find one. The round goes to flip side.
Oh my God, I don't know how Waldenet saves this. They were in such a weird spot. Waldenet had to run forwards to plant the bomb. With the orb, had to go close. Crazy business going on. Tarek, though, at least he's firing off here, gets himself a triple.
Such patient play from Yorpa. That's so awkward. Really nice and important kills for Waldenet. There was a moment as well where Markloff was almost walking under the heaven position, and Tarek's elbow was showing, at least to me. So I did wonder if he popped up on the radar. Eventually, Waldenet got the kill, so maybe, I don't know. Either way, it's 4-2. Mixwell on the orb, everybody else on pistols.
This could be deceptively strong though, especially if you have all the lemmings running in front, and it gives you, the AWP a lot of space to work with. But that said, it really depends on where Flipside attack, of course, and at the moment they are on the, most of them actually are very spread out, in fact. So it's kind of unclear as to what exactly Flipside are going to be after in the end game for this round. Initially, just trying to make sure they stay a little bit safe, as Optic are, we already saw that Optic in a round like this, they push Team main. So Optic have already said that they're willing to push in rounds like this, whereas a lot of teams would just sit back. And now the B stack from Optic.
Yeah, I like that Optic have plans and direction with the approaches they choose to take. Everybody on a B site. Now we have to wait to see what reaction they have once the bomb gets planted on A. You can see Mixwell's the first man to rotate. They're keeping the pistols together. The numbers game with weak weaponry, but they do risk losing the AWP. Although it's going to be harder to all hide on train than on other maps. It seems Optic, well, we've got Tarek in a forward position, but the rest of them still in CT spawn at the moment. The priority may change now to keeping Mixwell's AWP alive. You see, Optic have positioned themselves for every entrance in towards the B bomb site. So again, it's the early warning system to keep Mixwell alive, and that's a great reaction from Optic.
Oh, nice. Poor Tarek, unlucky not to find the finish of that one. 4 HP on Electronic left over. Good effort, though. Yeah, I definitely have to say, I very much like how Optic played this round. Trying to get a couple of sneaky frags at the end of it. Not really sacrificing all that much. Definitely keeping Mixwell alive on the AWP. It's only a 5-2 deficit for Optic Gaming at the moment, so there's plenty of space for them to come back into this one. Mixwell, of course, keeping that AWP in his hands, and the rest of his teammates on full rifles and a decent amount of grenades too. So Optic Gaming, what do they have to offer here? I mean, Flipside have indeed been playing very slow, and it does seem like they're getting under Optic's skin a little bit here and there.
Indeed, I think the sheer pace of Flipside will be irritating to the Optic side. Mixwell forced from his forward position. Flipside, one thing they do fast is take the upper B control. Electronic spamming, as is Waylander. Again, asking questions of Optic. Smoke will give some gaps a peek again. Worldelit getting a pick. Definitely a good map for Worldelit to get frags. The style of warfare he is, especially. Markelov keeping eyes on Ivy for the time being. Mixwell picking off Waylander as that smoke dissipates. Out to the 4 versus 4, but still time for Flipside. You can hear them shouting. They're sitting next to us at the moment. Is there going to be a push from Stanislaw? He's making his way through B. He's getting into the That puts 3 people on the CT side, on the A side. He picks off Markelov's, or Electronic rather, as Nav takes Markelov down. Stereo frags for the Optic side in a strong position now.
Yeah, they know exactly what's happening, and just isolating player after player from Flipside. What are they once again with the AWP and the bomb, and he's got 3 players to take down. This will be very, very difficult indeed. Perhaps it will be a fast finish here. Oh, Stanislaw is spotted a little bit late there. Does get a lot of tagging in, and there is the finishing shot. Looking to maybe get the second AWP, perhaps. Nope, just the single AWP. I have to say, I did find it was very humorous almost how Waylander was trying to make that play with the pop flashes, then sitting in the smoke and slowly creeping. I really was wondering if a play like that was actually going to work, but it seemed like Mixwell actually read that. So
I think Blade pounded the table when he got killed as well. I just had a massive push to my left. Definitely was that. So Flipside had advantages, and now the tables have turned. The UMP, Blade with the honest P250. Fast players, the X-Line pace from these players. The flashbangs in and rushes down.
This is a really fast push. That pace is insane, isn't it? After what we've seen, Waylander is in such a fast position all the way into the bomb site there. That's never going to have the cover for that one. Mixwell and Stanislaw now, last man standing. However, Stanislaw's found himself a sneaky position, traded immediately though. That makes life very hard for Mixwell now. He needs somebody. He needed someone to give him some distraction to work off of. But instead, it looks like he's probably going to just try to save this one. And that's the danger of a team like this. If they actually know how to use that pace and know the right moments to switch it up to go very fast. And the right moment here was when they had not the best weapons, not the best utility. Then they went super fast contact style. Because every other time they've announced their presence after playing slow, after announcing presence here or there across the different parts of the map. So Flipside, they can only do that so many times, but this was a very good time to do that.
Yeah, and it's not often, in the years we've followed teams such as Flipside, it's not often that we've seen such adjustment like that, and they've gone for those fast plays. It's just been slow play after slow play after slow play. So that is, it's a nice warning shot, if you will, to Optic Gaming as well. Mixwell holds on to the AWP. No one has spent any money just yet on the Optic side, so we'll see. He's dropped an M4 for a teammate, so they're going to buy around the AWP. As Henry alluded to in a previous match today, this may, the fact that he saves the AWP and they buy around it, may favour Flipside if they can win this round as well, because they will have ruined their economy. See Markelov moving towards Ivy passively. At the grenade there in case there was a fast push, but there isn't.
Naf did actually land that shot. Looks like Mixwell's going to land a shot as well, but because he has the AWP, it will be a one-shot kill. So good start here for the Optic boys, and looks like Flipside are going to be making a bit of a feel of the B bomb site very soon. And let's see if that mill is going to be consumed easily. It's going to go down very poorly. So far, it's looking like there's trades all over the place, and Tarek's coming in explosive fashion, leaving just Blade, the in-game leader, alone against 3 players. Indeed, it's not going all that well here for Flipside. However, there is actually a chance here. There's a minute for Blade to play off of this situation.
Yeah, but there's a Mixwell already and waiting for him. Flipside struggling with the consistency at the moment. It's interesting as well, while they're communicating during rounds, there's lots of shouting going on, which is something that you normally see from North American teams. So maybe they're feeling the stress at the moment. I mean, they strung 4 rounds together, but now it's just, they're just trading rounds. Optic, when they have crappy buys, they're winning the rounds, and that has to annoy Flipside. They have advantages, they had chances to put themselves in a great spot to extend those and abuse the weakness of Optic, but it's when Optic are weak, Flipside are failing.
And one cool thing too is that, Mixwell, who is the main AWPer here, he's actually getting some performances in, which is so crucial. That that one of those shots he hit towards Ali earlier was just really insanely quick. And if he's able to keep that up, then there's a real chance that Optic can actually even win the half. But what is the option for Flipside now? Stanislaus going aggressive, and as you mentioned previously, so often the Flipside have pushed this very fast. Again, this change of pace has perhaps thrown them off a little bit. Stanislaus' information play will be blown up entirely.
Yeah, Flipside quite spread out at the moment. 2 of them towards B, but they're not going to commit or overcommit, depending on how you look at it. 3 players in and around connector for Optic. They've got opportunity to rotate towards either site, but it may not be the most premium of positioning. Mixwell looking for frags towards A main at the moment. Well, then it's still biding his time there. Markelov sneaking forwards, but it's going to be a gamble once that smoke disappears if he stands in the middle of it. Could catch a player off guard. You see him just facing the wall in case of a flashbang. There he is up close, running distraction. There's a teammate. You see the shouting against the team. It's a 4 versus 2. They have advantages. Rush spotted on the high ground. He's got HP. Do they have the nade to finish him off? He can't find the bullets. There goes Tarek. There goes Rush as well. Flipside fights straight back and once again ruin the economy of Optic. But can they capitalize on this? Can they have consistency in the coming rounds of this half?
This is a really weird spot now because there's only like 3 rounds left in the half at the moment, and Optic are in a spot now, or 4 rather, where they have essentially, a lot of teams would force buy in this spot because your economy is so ruined that you essentially need 2 ecos anyway to have a decent buy. So that's what they're going to go with. The force buy comes in. This is just descended into madness between these 2 teams.
Well, wow. Here we go again. I think the CTs feel there's blood in the water when they're on the force by Flipside. They just can't deal with it. How is this happening again? They've got pistols.
God. Again, it's just crazy, isn't it? It has indeed descended into madness between these 2 teams. Electronics got to get an ace, a 1 versus 5. It's a decent start, and some of these players, 3 of them are insanely low now. James, he could actually make this work with how tagged up these Optic players are. He hasn't got the bomb though, and they do have a good understanding of his position, and then tag down to 32. His chances are diminishing rapidly, I think. And a lot of weapons can start to be picked up for free, especially now that they know his position. They can safely pick up some guns. And we can see there's 2 AKs on the side of Optic now, and they found the bomb too. So that's even more things stacked against Mr. Electronic now.
Looks like he's going to try and hold on to what he has, but again, the consistency is not there for Flipside. They cannot crush when they have the advantages. And that doesn't bode well. They've got many opportunities to extend their lead over Optic, and a team who are very dangerous on train. A team who are heavily favoured, I would say, in this matchup. But look at those. It's like ping pong on the scoreboard.
It's quite cool actually in some ways, because a map like this, the Flipside tactics, I think, Optic, one of the best ways they want to handle Flipside is how they're able to play when they have just pistols. When they just have pistols, they have the freedom to actually just go a bit aggressive. And ideally, that's kind of how you want to play against Flipside. You want to, if they have a slow pace, you kind of want to find that spot where you can go a bit aggressive and disrupt their plan. Because once you take that 1 player down, or force out some grenades that weren't supposed to be used, then they can't play they can't make their setup as well as they otherwise could. And that's where some of their strength comes from, and that's where some of the and that's where they can mitigate their disadvantage on individual skill, let's say, and beat that team that's got better individual skill. And so maybe that's the reason why we're seeing a bit of a struggle there when Flipside are up against pistols, because the aggression comes in and they don't handle it as well.
3 rounds remain. Optic still have opportunity to lead going into the second half. It's been a struggle, but they continue to find success when the chips are down, when the car keys are over the line. Markelov and Galil, Waylander in even worse shape. And again, we've got the slow start from Flipside. Optic Gaming, one trend that they often have is very forward positioning on A, as you see now. But that fly's moving towards Connector. Nafly, guy who doesn't say hello to many people. You should tweet him hello. Everybody watching, there's 500,000 people. You all tweet Nafly hello. I think you'll enjoy that. 2 people on the B bomb site, maybe anticipating something from Flipside. Sub 60 seconds. Wildernet and Markelov towards Ivy, looking for a pick. Mixwell's got a passive angle.
And this is the thing, that Flipside have been allowed a minute to basically set their play up without any interruption. And this is where they found a lot of success so far in this first half when they've done this. And you can see that this distraction on Ali, will this delay the rotation too much? Because that bomb is going to hit that B bomb site soon. The one good thing about the B site for the CTs is that they are playing a very passive setup, so they can delay the B players of the T side here. And well, maybe there's no delay because Nat dies immediately. You get a trade coming in from Sanders. Oh my god! The flames burn him down, and that bomb did it go down in time?
It did.
Looks like it's ticking. It is in fact ticking, but the sacrifice was alive.
They know Waylander's around these trains somewhere. While he's alive, he's a nuisance. He's slowing players down. That allows Wildernet to open people up. But there goes Waylander, and now it's Markelov on his own. The biggest name value on Flipside. He's been spotted, but he has the advantage. He can peek before. Rush has to touch the bomb, and it's another round for Flipside. But can they get the last ones? Again, the money for Optic is ruined, and I wouldn't be surprised if I saw another force buy.
Was Rush just trying to stick the defuse there without cover? Was that what he's doing there? That's kind of nuts. Oh man!
Be your hero, baby.
That was super close.
He did what he had to do.
Yeah, but right at the end there, that in that 2v1, it felt like the Optic Gaming should have been able to handle that a little bit better. But either way, we an 8-5 scoreline, only a 3-round deficit. But once again, they run pistols, so perhaps this is going to be where they find salvation once again, as they have been successful with these pistols previously by getting a little bit more aggressive and not allowing Flipside to get too much of a plan going. Wow, look how forward they are, and look how aggressive they are. It's so counter to what you can typically see.
They're on Bath Salts, Dan.
On this map.
Bath Salts level aggression from Optic at the moment. And again, Flipside struggle to cope in these situations. They're not easy by any means. That's for sure. We'll see where Optic choose to go. Mixwell alone on B for the time being. Rush with a scout towards A. You see Tarek rotating, Stanislaw rotating as well. Can they get in position in time? The bomb is firmly on the floor at present. Flipside still holding passive angles, but the problem with this is when you're against an eco or a force buy, you need enough time to clear wherever you decide to go. 50 seconds on the clock, and I'll start to be, scratching the back of my neck if I'm a Flipside fan.
Did they just do a full rotation because they had some AK shots towards B? I think that might be the case, James. A few AK shots, 5-man rotation to B. Can they get anything done here? That's a nice tag over the top there. Wow! Rush through the smoke finds himself an actual finishing shot there onto Electronic, and Tarek V drops in the right moment and just gets that shot off. Oh, so close, but can't land anything. And looks like the defense is starting to really find its footing, and Mixwell needs something big. He's going to get shut down though, and now it's starting to really diminish the chances here for Optic. As one by one they fall. There it is, 4 men survive. A 9-5 scoreline for Optic. A couple of chances there for them, but in reality, Optic, they don't even have much money right now to buy with. We've seen MP9 on NAF. That is pretty desperate.
Just a reminder, this is an elimination match. Somebody is going home. Waylander cleaning house. Last round of the first half. Well, that it continues with the AWP. And there's no answer from Mixwell in terms of weaponry. He's down to the FAMAS, the French gun. And we see aggression. Normally 1 on B, and they start with 3. Pushing very fast. Electronic, surely he hears the footsteps. Yeah, they realise what's going on. Oh, he's got a grenade in his hand! His teammate's going to cover him, and he's going to trade. That could have gone disastrously, but it works out for Flipside.
Yeah, are they going to take the bomb straight to B? Looks like they are thinking about it. There's the frag from what it is. Surely must convince them. There's only one there. Stan's always been spotted, and he'll be fragged. That makes it simple. 10-5 scoreline. And indeed, Optic, they're in a really bad spot right now. They've got to fight back from such a deficit. And again, as you said, if they lose, they're already 0-2. That means that they would be done. And Flipside would still survive on a slim lifeline, but they would survive, and Optic would be thrown out into the cold.
Again, this raises the question mark of a gatekeeper situation. Optic, you would say have more potential in the tournament overall. So if Flipside take them out, then who knows? We see the top fraggers for both sides. Electronic up there with 13 kills. Tarek, there have been question marks as his performance this tournament. He's doing well for his team at the moment, close to average actually. It's Mixwell, Stanislaw, and Rush, all with 11 frags on the T side. But he's not far behind. Anyway, if Optic lose this pistol, then people are going to start getting hot under the collar, Dan. So this is crucial. Blade, 2 flashes and a defuse kit. Stanislaw, the grenade man for Optic. Mixwell has been turned into the raid boss, by the way.
Oh, that's cool to see. I love that. All right, let's see if these USPs can get those long ranges working out for them. Well, not long ranges for too much longer. These T's are getting closer and closer to the bomb train. Mixwell, Mr. Raid Boss there. Oh, shut down by Markelov with the USP. 2 versus 2 now as this bomb site is occupied, but the bomb needs to be grabbed and planted. Nath is going to be going for that one. Very low he is, but no one can get to him before that bomb is set up on the floor and it starts ticking away. Can this 2-on-2 go in Optic's favor?
Oh, well, did it spot, but can he kill? That is the question. They're repositioning for a crossfire, but there are still 2 CTs. Well, then it gets the first kill. No trade possible for Stanislaw. There's Markelov. He's going to get the last kill. Has he got time to defuse the bomb? That's the question. Yep, he's picked up a kit. There's recent history where he didn't manage to find one, which may have cost him a match, but this time the kit's firmly in his hands. Now, Flipside have a great opportunity to have a humongous lead, but we know it is easier said than done.
It's always fun because like the Flipside tactics, because or rather, let's say, any team that's led by Blade can often be a big problem, just because they tend to be able to, under his leadership, play probably a different kind of Counter-Strike to a lot of other teams, because Blade is a very good in-game leader, great at the mid-round calls, he has a very tactical approach to the game. And it's hard to replicate that. There's not many people that can actually do that, that play at this level. So it's always one to watch out for. And P250s, that's all Optic have in this round. Flashbang and a smoke. Perhaps looking to get themselves onto a bomb plant to get some additional cash going into that first buy round of theirs. And of course, maybe some damage would be nice as well. The UMP is great for this though. Play some good mid-range combat.
By the way, production let us know that most of the shouting on the Flipside team is being done by Markelov at the moment. Although things seem to have calmed down for now. See the T's rotating. Stanislaw with that smoke and flash can throw that towards connector. It could help them get into B. Bomb plant would be a bonus. They want to do damage as they come out towards these AKs in the next round. There goes the smoke. Molotov on the low ground, but here they come on the high ground. Easy 3-man spray down for Waylander. He is making all kinds of cash. And there's another one for him. Anti-eco ace for Waylander. I don't even know how much money he just made.
Well, he's sitting on 7k, so decent enough chunk of cash for him. And Optic, they got to find something inside, because right now it's hard times. Astralis enjoying life there. Dinner and stream on the phones.
That is a lot of white people around one big table, Dan.
Is that some KBBQ I see?
7-round lead for Flipside. Optic on the AKs. The UMPs continue for Flipside. They're playing the conservative game. They have lots of grenades though, but of course, They might be, well, 2400 is not spectacular, so if they were to lose this round, then things would be a little bit awkward. We'll see if Optic can get back into the game. Playing the waiting game currently, but they are playing a CIS team. 4 players deep into A for Flipside. Waylander is point. Oh, ding dong! Mixwell down to 2 HP.
Oh dear.
Well, then it has a HE grenade as well, so they have to be really careful. He's got it. He's throwing it, and there it is.
No.
Mixwell has been disintegrated.
They have 2 smoke grenades, do Optic Gaming. They have almost no grenades to work with in this round. And they're very, very spread out. They've already lost 1 man. So you would expect that this position, this would be the time, combine your forces, get the smoke grenades down and try to attack a site with the numbers. But they're losing the numbers before they can even do that. And there's only 1 smoke grenade on the team at the moment. So they are losing options as time goes on. They're losing a lot of options. Oh, sorry, there's still 2 smoke grenades. My mistake. But still, how do they deploy these? There's one to block off the initial angles there as they make their way in. But the CTs here for Flipside Tactics on B, they have good angles. In fact, we get a bit of a fake action using those smokes to suggest this B when in fact they're going to A. Fast switch up there through Popdog. Is it going to work out? Entry is found by Rush, but there's still a ways to go.
There's a flank coming in from Waylander. No one covering the Popdog because they don't have the personnel. If he gets there in time, then there's nowhere to plant the bomb. Blading connector as well. Well, then he goes down. Waylander's got to move fast. Oh, there it goes. The bomb's down. So opportunities lost, but maybe opportunity knocks in terms of a retake. He can wait for his team to run distraction. Stanislaw, though, has made his way into main. He could trade later on. The crossfire almost here for the T's. Flipside biding their time. 2 of the 3 players of defuse kits. How do they get back into this bomb site?
Oh my man, Optic actually have amazing positions right now. Look at that crossfire. There's nothing you can do. They had so much time to set up there. As you said, I think it was Waylander or Welder. They're very slow from Popdog to get into the flanking position. And oh wow, bouncing off the side there. Very nice from Welder. But yeah, that's an amazing recovery from Optic. They had 2 smoke grenades and 3 players, and they run a very fast fake switcheroo there. And they make it work. That's nuts. And in fact, they survive all those 3 players.
Optic with half the score of Flipside at the moment. Flipside opting for an eco. Most of the money on their team is being held between 2 of the 5 players. So again, that they are taking a conservative route. There's no need for them to put themselves in a crappy situation with a 6-round lead. Though against a team like Optic, that could soon disappear. Waylander taking some risks, trying to catch them off guard, but he can't make the fatal connection. Pistols and a flashbang onto World-Edit. That CZ may be dangerous for Electronic if he can put himself in the right spot. Again, 4 in A for Flipside at the beginning of this round.
And they have to be careful, Flipside Tactics, because if Optic start to get the confidence rolling in, and they start to find a good groove when they start hitting outside with smoke grenades, or even as contact plays, there really could be some issues here, as Optic could start to overwhelm them with their skill. Let's see if that's something that comes into play in the next couple of rounds, but Optic still have to navigate this one cleanly, and they're starting to move into the to the A-bomb site right now. And there's 4 players here just hiding in all the corners, and there is 1 kill from Electronic. Starting things off well with the Flipside Tactics. They're starting to flank as well, and Play gets 1. Oh, there's some problems here for Optic Gaming, still even on the numbers, but still disaster could strike his way, and it comes in from the back. Oh, but he's going to get taken down here, so it looks pretty good there. Optic should be able to hold this.
But will they? Look at the damage on these 2 players. Oh, there we go. Mixwell manages to find the valley through to other space through the corner, but I mean, time was running low there, and so many options for Optic. But they managed to take it over the line. That's really good damage done by Flipside as they come in for their buy. Well did it. One of the ones to watch in GoTV and Game Command on the AWP now. As is Mixwell for the T's, who will take the early advantage.
And what Flipside did in that round, that's actually the more common way you'd try to hold with the pistol buyers, the CTs, as opposed to what Optic were doing, where they were going very aggressive through CT main. So you get to see both sides of the coin there, in that sense. And now Flipside with a very, very common setup to begin things with. Oh, well, it's playing the pixel angles there, waiting on that off angle to see if anyone's going to be pushing. It's quite safe to play like that. It's going to be interesting to see if he will get anything from it. Because the one thing is that you don't get much info from it. It would be nice to get a teammate to flash for a peek at some point, to see if you can get some info, and maybe even get a kill with it. But it can be difficult. Ooh, Tarek spots the player there with the shadow out. Bit of information from both teams, but not too much going here. Optic are going to be having to resort to just executing at some point soon.
The question is there a second player? With someone playing... There could be a second player towards B, as far as the T's are concerned. They could have an AWP around connector. There are a lot of things Flipside could be doing on the B bomb site where Optic are headed close to 40 seconds. So the rotation may be a problem for the CT side. Blade close to connector. Waylander deploying a Molotov. Only that on the high ground. This clock continues to tick. Just a HE grenade. Nothing else to stop a bomb plant from going down for Flipside other than the gun game. Again, still two in the B-bomb site. Waylander exposed up, no one covering his back. Advantages for Optic. Markelov going down as well, and this could fall apart for tactics.
It plays deep though, gets himself a second kill. Really a good damage done, but he will be eliminated before his teammates can get into position, and that is going to be very problematic. It's going to be hard for him to get too much now because, again, these T's, initially, they had Blade pressuring them off of positions, but now all they have to do is just sit and wait for World. So it's very unlikely he's going to be able to get any angles with this AWP, and that's a very sad reality for him. He might get one chance, but even if he does that, they can't really go in unless he gets a pick here. We have Electronics creeping up here, but as soon as the peek comes in, Tarek lops his head straight off. And Optic starting to feel like they're coming back into this one. It is their T-sides that can be particularly dangerous, especially when their pace starts to ramp up.
That's one of the advantages of having an AWP around the connector area to hold that high ground. You sort of smoke towards connector, which isolated Waylander, so that was well done by the Optic side, and now that 6-round lead is quickly disappearing for the Flipside team. There's been 3 rounds in a row for Optic, so the loss bonus is growing for Flipside, but they won't care about that, they want to win. Early smoke towards main by the CT side, who are on eco. 5 pistols, Electronic with a flash. We'll see if they can do as much damage as they did on their previous eco. Tarek with the UMP. There's money for AKs, but he knows the eco's coming, so he will be the point man, the investigation man. Now you see the CT push, but nothing doing. Markelov and Blade remain.
Yeah, really well handled here from Optic. Flipside trying to go in with the timing there on the aggression, and Optic hold that pretty smoothly. So, and all of the rounds that they're having like that, where they start to hold, convincingly, they build their money, and when your money builds, it adds a little bit of confidence too, because you feel like, you know what, if I do die in this spot, the implications are a little bit less because I can still rebuy and I won't be too taxing on my teammates' economy, and so it's all going to help and add to Optic gaining more confidence here in going for riskier plays, and I feel like that's where they could really start to unleash quite the comeback when we start to see them going a little bit ham on the outside and really testing that defense to Flipside. But we might have a push from Flipside here on the B side of things. It did look like Waylander wanted to get in there, but I think a flash came in. Oh, nice from Mixwell. Spots the feet, goes through the wooden board, and that is a very dead Waylander. But there's more. There's 3 men initially on that B setup. Oh man, he definitely got a bit overconfident there, James.
The bomb has been dropped, but I mean, they probably assumed that there was only one person towards B, as there commonly is, but no, Markelov in the right place at the right time as well, and now life is very awkward for the Optic gaming side. He's got to be careful though, in case they start spraying. And you have to feel like that pick from Mixwell was because Tarek saw Waylander playing close there in the previous round. It's not often you see peaks like that at the moment, but look what it's cost him.
And there's only one smoke to try to throw in front of that bomb. And that's on rush, and there is the smoke, and it's not even that forward of a smoke. So I perhaps aiming to try to pick the bomb up within the smoke. I think the bomb is in the smoke,
Yeah, but the Molotov has gone through, so that's going to delay them as well. But they have collected it.
Okay. What a weird situation at the start of the round. It's still a 4 versus 4, but the time now. They're going to be forced to hitting that A-bomb site.
Yeah, they've got no map control whatsoever. The only thing going in their favor at the moment is that there are 2 CTs per site, and the B plays are pretty deep, so it will be a long rotation, though. Markelov may come in for the flank. Blade on the high ground once again. He's got to be careful. He's quite exposed. They're going to be taken down as well, and so is Blade. The duels are not being won by Flipside. This may be a save.
Yeah, I don't know what they can do in this spot other than save. And Optic, they managed to turn an awkward situation that can actually get to some teams and maybe force misplays. And they turn it into a victory here, which is great to see for them and their confidence moving forward. They're starting to build that, as I mentioned previously. Now, flip side, the test starts to fall onto them as to how to tighten up their setup. Because as you said, they had a pretty cool idea there in the sense that they had 3 players almost baiting the B push, the overreaction, and baiting something greedy. And it kind of happened. It kind of worked almost even better than they perhaps intended as the bomb got dropped. But in the end, Optic were able to work their way out of that situation. 4 rounds in a row, soon to become 5. And as that max round loss bonus builds here for Flipside, I have to see if they're going to find a way in with having saved 2 guns, because we will get another buyout from them.
Yeah, you see Mixwell pre-firing, he's pre-aiming the angle where Waylander was standing when Tarek spotted him in the previous round. And that costs Flipside, at least briefly. I think one of the...
Oh my god.
I think one of... What does that word mean, Dan?
I don't...
I think one of the biggest issues for Flipside at the moment is the fragging power of Optic. Optic are just winning. They're winning the 1 versus 1s. Flipside are the recipients of numerous headshots, and they need to find a way to overcome that. They're on the CT side, so it's not even like they can execute their strats as they would on their T side.
We have a heated exchange here, James. Electronic, the young player against the old experienced.
I understand a bit of Russian.
I don't know about that.
I learned some Russian to play with Russians.
Okay, what is your translation, James? Please enlighten us.
I don't know. But if you ever need to tell someone to look behind them, you would say "Pozadi Tebya."
Oh,
that is behind you in Russian.
That one phrase you're looking for. Great. Great. Anyway.
Who knows? It could have come in handy.
Well,
3 pistols on the Flipside Tactics team. They need to keep cool heads. Maybe we need wet towels, Dan. They need to keep cool heads.
I'm going to call you the Rosetta Stone. James, the Rosetta Stone. Bardolph. Okay, well, I mean, this could actually be quite hard for Optic to deal with, because it depends on how they read the economy of Flipside, because Flipside haven't gone all the way in here. And they could have done. They saved 2 guns. If instead got some Kevlars and some pistols with this. So it's interesting, actually, that they decided to take that approach, and it's going to be quite cool to see whether Wilder can get some value out of the AWP. He is currently at the A-bomb site as well, and Optic are setting up the grenades for the set piece onto the A-bomb site.
Grenades are being deployed, but will they commit, Optic? I like the pop flash into main since they had no presence, while that it spots 1 repositioning because he's exposed to both sides, and he will have a counter flash of his own. So they've seen 1 player in main. Does that mean it's a fake? Is Tarek the man to flank? Is it a B play? They've got Waylander in a 4 position towards B, but still Markelov is yet to rotate. While they're missing the first shot, his teammate needs help. While Electronic gets a kill, but they get wiped out on the A side. Markelov pushes in late, and he's going to go down as well, leaving Waylander on his own with a 5-7. Nothing is working for Flipside.
Waylander with a big steal, though, able to take down Naf, stealing that AK-47 effectively. But indeed, this is what I always found a little bit scary from Optic, even though Flipside didn't have the best weapons to really deal with this push. It is quite hard to stop Optic when they get into the rhythm on their outside aggressions, because, as you know, Jason was saying on the desk earlier about the performances we're seeing out of Rush, when this team started to come into everybody's spotlight and started winning tournaments, it was because of these unexpected performances from the likes of Rush, Naf, and so on. And we started to realize that actually there was quite a significant amount of individual skill on this team. And the best ways to leverage that on this map is to get a good entrance through the choke points on that A-bomb site. Because once you do that, much like the same reason why G2 is scary on this map, once you get into these open spaces, it becomes almost like deathmatch mode in a very fast pace. And that's where the individual skill starts to shine. And we see a very fast takedown of everyone on the defense there from the Flipside Tactics team. So 1 round now, and Optic have tied things up. 1 round away.
And that would be their 7th round in a row. And you can see Flipside are mentally broken. They just can't get anything going. Bearing in mind, Flipside have won both pistol rounds in this game. They've only got 2 rounds to show for that in the second half, including the pistol round. Stanislaw moving quickly into the crosshair of Welder, but the rest of the team are towards B. And indeed, Waylander is alone. He's on his lonesome. No one to cover his high ground. Will Optic go for a fast player? That smoke may slow things down. And we see Markov has moved into B as well.
And right now it feels like Flipside really need a round here to just get a calming force, get some tranquility back onto the team, because as we saw there, you know, perhaps, I don't know how it works necessarily, but the new boy there, Electronic, giving that heated exchange with Blade, if the ranks start to go into disarray, James, then that is going to cause problems here. But that is a stunning pick-off from Mixer. What an angle he just found.
That is awesome. I think if Flipside win 1 round and lose the next one, Optic are going to win the game. That's what I feel about this.
It's quite possible. I don't know how close Flipside are to breaking point. They've been there in majors previously to that breaking point, and it gets to a point where it's unrecoverable from the state the team gets into. And they did start this off well, but with that equalizing frag, the question becomes now, Optic, they're going to hit that A side. Can they get through the choke points without a problem? Because if they do, then Flipside are in for a very hard time.
Welder is positioned towards Pop Dog, but there's only one player there for the T side, and he just runs out and takes his teammate down. No shot. I think this is the re-peak. Oh, this is falling apart for Flipside. It's like a paper house in a tornado. It's nowhere to be seen. Well, there was 1 kill, but surely he was going to go down. That is brutal. You've got a player in your crosshairs. He jumps out, kills your teammate, disappears again, and there's no response. There's no answer.
Yeah, it's getting bad now for Flipside Tactics, I think. And 12-12 it's not, you know, an impossible scoreline to fight back from, of course. I mean, in fact, in the majority of games, you know, this is totally even in many senses, although we have that big streak of rounds from Optic Gaming, but I'm more concerned about the mentality of Flipside right now.
It was 12-6. All they have tasted of late is defeat, is failure.
Lovely.
So how do you get refocused? How do you get your heads in the game, especially with all these you know, people raising their voices and so on? Like,
I mean, that's the thing. It's hard to know with some teams in the communication. Some teams, they can, you know, be fighting each other, shouting at each other, and it's just like this weird internal dynamic that can actually work and be fine. But I don't know. I don't know where Flipside are at right now. I feel like it's not that. I feel like that's not the case at the moment.
Flipside picking up some pistols. Oh! Stanislaw being absolutely wrecked, but they're going to need a lot more than that. Can the Bedlam favor Flipside? Blade getting taken down. We've got frags on both. What's going on? There's 2 Optic players left. But there's still a round to be won by both sides.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Get some momentum back here. A surprise round, perhaps. Well, it's down to Waylander now. He's got a surprise position, and he comes. Then the drive-by with the 5-7 allows him to pick up the AK-47 off the ground there as well, as turning it into a 1 versus 1. He has a kit as well as full Kevlar, a helmet, a smoke grenade. There are a lot of opportunities here for Waylander to play this. But who will be the one to be outplayed? Tarek gets the plant down. And he's got so much time to take a position. He doesn't necessarily know how much time he has to take a position, though. So he has to be somewhat conservative and be somewhat cautious here. But Waylander, oh, he might be coming in the perfect spot. Let's see if Tarek continues to back off. Looks like Tarek's found a spot to be static on. This will be hard for Waylander. What an angle that is.
That is an unflankable angle by Tarek in this situation, which is fantastic. Will he go for the hero defuse? I think he will. No, he's going to fake it. Going to try and draw Tarek out. Is Tarek going to believe it? He's coming out. Waylander looking the wrong way. Can't get the kill. Never know what the right play is. Got to take one of them. Waylander can't win the round there. But again, this was an eco round from the CT side. Good damage done. But again, they don't win the round. 7 rounds in a row for Optic.
That would have been such a good round. Oh my god, you can see the calming force there of the experienced Markelov. I mean, this is getting really emotional here for Flipside Tactics. That round would have meant so much for them to get their heads back into the game. But there's still a chance here. They've got a good buy going in for themselves. But look at this Optic. They see that there is a problem. They see the tension there on Flipside. They want to make it really hurt. Going in fast right now, but well done it. Able to sap some of the sting out of that one. Quick return from Rush though.
Well, they're getting grenades out. He's York man. He needs to stay scoped. Still a man advantage for Flipside with Nafly going down. CT's playing around the smokes. Everything slows down now. Optic Trunk, Shock and Awe. Now it's going to have to go down to Jules. You hear the calls from Flipside. They hear some sounds. They need to position themselves to keep control of this bomb site. Electronic in the smoke. Wayland, they're getting picked up towards Ivy. Markelov covering Electronics back. There goes Mixwell. Numbers running out for Optic. Can Flipside finally win a round? Blade's got 1 HP in AWP.
So tense at the moment as they make their way back into the site, trying to discover what's going on. There's so much time has passed. These T's could be anywhere. The bomb yet to be planted. Tarek very low as his Blade. Orbs in the hand by the player. There it is. Rush finds the first one. That's the weak Blade done and dusted, leaving Markelov alone. It's two. Tarek and Rush coming in. And there's the stepping and Rush. He's got the angle. He's got the engagement. He closes it down. And another round for Optic. Another close, very close round. It is so hard for Flipside right now. It's even hard to watch that they're in all these spots and they lose by the smallest of margins.
You have to wonder if it's worse for their temperament to get close and then lose as opposed to just getting battered in a round. They have another buy coming out. Well, that it's on the AWP once again.
Wow.
So the orbs are so crucial on a map such as Train as well. I really think Waddle just needs to keep his AWP out. You never know what's going to happen. Optic keep going for the fast plays. See Mixwell going for a peek. He will get smoked off eventually.
He actually hit Markelov as well.
Oh.
I don't know how, but he did. My goodness gracious me. It's looking very, very interesting now, isn't it? Flipside, and it's a mental battle for them. With so many rounds lost in a row, only defeats is what they know, as James mentioned. Oh, and it gets worse. Mixwell finds the player. Well,
they can't win the Jules down.
They can't.
It's tough for World at it because when a Molotov's down, it's really hard to see through the Molotov, in fairness. But, I mean, generally speaking, they're not winning the Jules 7 rounds in a row. 8 rounds in a row for Optic.
So Optic now just combining their forces. They know they have the 5 versus 3 advantage. And again, even if you have the 5 versus 4 advantage, or 4 versus 4, they take this around the same way. We saw it before. Electronic though, quick kill of Nap allows him an AK, covering himself with that Molotov, gets a perfect angle. Electronic with a triple kill, a much needed triple kill, leaving just Rush and Mixwell now to clutch their hearts out in this round. It's going to be tough. The bomb is in no man's land. Markelov finds Rush in the back now as Mixwell goes up against 3 alone on only 29 health, misses the shot, announces his position. There's surely nothing he can do, and Markelov will finally silence him for the first round in ages for Flipside Tactics.
2 of the Optic players with over $10,000 as well, so there is no respite from the carnage that Optic Gaming are bringing to the table. 1 round behind Flipside. Is that the round? I mean, where are they mentally? You have to wonder. So much stress in this half. Such a good lead they had. That is mere history now. AWP collected by Wellbennett. I was about to say, you do wonder if they would benefit from changing his position somewhat, and indeed he is. Nope, he's back to his usual spot. Waylander spotting some people. He might need some early help. Again, Markelov is rotating. Optic Gaming, they've often had some slow takes of the upper B area. This time it's fast and in numbers. But again, they've got 2 players towards Ivy. Oh man, just walking out, no warning. Waylander goes down, no response from Flipside.
If they started to believe because of the previous round, it might be taken away from them in dramatic fashion, as only 2 players are left here, moving back into the B-bomb site. But that's not where the bomb is. Once again, it's hard to predict exactly where that bomb is going to be going on a map like this. Mixwell will be setting it upon the A-bomb site, leaving Blade and Electronic in a position where perhaps they can't do anything. The positioning that Optic will have will simply be so incredibly strong, as is the numbers advantage as well. And I felt like Flipside, they had their moment perhaps in this round, but as you said, just walking out. Very smart play from Optic Gaming. They found a blind spot, and that blind spot has carried them forwards to a victory in round 28.
And that is the economic reset that Flipside didn't want, couldn't afford, cannot handle.
James, I don't think we should bring the scoreboard up on the...
Let's bring the scoreboard up.
Oh, no. Hide your kids. Hide your wife. That is not pretty. They have nothing, and Optic are now on match point, and this is an elimination match. How do you come back in this situation? What do you have to do? I don't even know how to begin to answer this question.
Ropey by incoming. Ropey by incoming.
Oh,
UMPs. Yeah, that's good. That well. In fairness, it's the one that's Blade saved.
True.
Yeah. No cash. No AWP for Wild at it. Going back to his normal position. Flipside at the mercy of Optic. Optic got a lot done on their T side, on their CT side rather, with not much. Can we expect the same from Flipside?
Always want to see this happen here for Flipside, just to have the story continue right now. So much turmoil on this one map of Train for both sides. Optic look really good for this, but they've lost one player trying to get that entry going onto the A side. It's not worked out too well for them. However, still, even though they've lost Blade, have Flipside, they can't actually recover the gun. Not just yet, at least. That was dropped by Optic, so still stuck on 2 pistols, still stuck on 2 UMPs as Optic re-strategized the round.
Flipside have good percentages in this situation with Russian Mixwell very tagged. Even that P250 on Markelov has got increased potential. Optic running the clock down. Going for the shock and awe play again. They're just literally relying on pure dueling. We are better than these guys. Let's just run and shoot them in the head. Different angles may be taken when you've got guns like UMPs and CZs and so on, which may change things. Stanislaus slowly walking in, 33 seconds left. Well, then it taken down. Slowly picked up in the meantime. There goes Markelov as well. 2 CTs remain to keep Flipside in this major.
Oh, doesn't look too good. Oh, though, maybe a free one, but no! Nap able to escape there, still alive. Electronic not alive for too much longer. 16-13. Such a struggle for both teams in this one. Flipside Tactics, they had this one. They were so far ahead. Optic came back so many rounds in a row. One of the most crushing defeats I have seen.
I think the individual skill was just too strong. Optic got on the T side, and it was, I think they realized at some point, let's just charge in. But they were paying good attention to detail. Again, Tarek spotting Waylander on the lower B area, and then Mixwell going in to punish that. Nice attention to detail there, but it's just about jewels for Optic that takes them, well, keeps them in the major, while Flipside will be eliminated. That's the end of the road for them.
And it's still a very hard road for Optic to walk. There's still a bunch more matches that they need to win. That's only their first win. That brings them to a 1-2 scoreline. They need 3 to qualify through to the playoffs, so still a hard line for them to walk. But it is time now for a break. We'll see you back here shortly.
so there you have it. Flipside are going to be going home. Optic cling to their tournament life. And Sue is about to get a rush.
Thank you very much for that one, Richard. Congratulations, Rush. I feel like one of the hardest things to do as still a relatively young team is to go from having a rough first half and then come back. So after that rough CT side, how are you guys able to come back and win 9 rounds in a row?
We've always had good T sides, especially on train. Like, we're a really good train team, I think. And everything was going wrong on CT side. Like, normally we have like a decent half, but it was a pretty bad half for us. We won, I think we equaled them after they won pistol, and then we started losing like a whole bunch of rounds. Our money was bad the whole time, and then on T side we just played our game and won basically.
Well, at the end of last year, every time I talked to Tarek about why Optic was suddenly doing so well, his only answer was that everything was just clicking. Now that the team has had a break and it's been a while since the last LAN, how do you feel the form of the team is now?
I think it's good, maybe even better than before. I mean, it sucks that we lost 2 games already to Virtus.Pro and Astralis, but obviously they're world-class teams. They're super strong, so we just came here to play, and I think we're the same, if not better than before.
And speaking of playing those world-class teams, now that you don't have to play those 2 teams again, out of the remaining teams, is there any particular team that worries you?
Definitely SK. Like, even though they have a stand-in, they're still a super strong team. Like, they're probably number 3, number 2 in the world still, so they're definitely scary.
All right, well, congratulations. I'm glad the Green Wall is still alive. Richard, back to you.
Yeah, so there you have it. An interesting game. Flipside looked to be in a commanding position. Optic slowly got into the game, and it wasn't really convincing by either team, and Optic edged it in the end just on kind of raw talent, I'd say.
Yeah, well, especially in the first half. I mean, imagine if they hadn't won this eco or some of the other, low econ buys that they had. I mean, they looked like they were just getting beat up across the map, which is surprising with the amount of skill they have, and obviously this being a good map for them. But I mean, this is also a big credit to Flipside, who still defy expectations in terms of what they can do with what they have. Every single major, it seems like it's a surprise. But still, when you go into the second half for Optic Gaming, that's when you really see them in Rush. They're just a very good T-sided team, and that's where they just kind of started the steamroll Flipside. It seemed like even the amount of pressure that they could apply at times when they're taking bomb sites made Flipside feel a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit disorganized. So overall, I mean, also, just to bring it up, because I talked about it in the pregame,
yeah,
Tarek's here. Tarek showed up in this match in a very, very big way for his team. He was very, very impactful. 100 ADR from him, so that's nice to see for Optic moving forward.
And what stood out for you, Dunk?
Well, I mean, first of all, you got to give some credit to Flipside. Like, by all accounts, they probably shouldn't even have been in such a lead and with such a chance to potentially win this game. With that said, though, I mean, what we've learned about Optic Gaming here is they have that same kind of flow as Virtus.Pro do. Doesn't matter if they don't have such a good CT side, they have a really solid, really reliable T side. And actually, one of the things I thought was quite impressive about this game was every time they got into a kind of mid-round that could have fractured and been like, oh, this 3v2, it's just a standard retake. Actually, they faked out Flipside guys so many times, and as a result, almost got 3 rounds off it. Once you have the bomb down and then you have the numbers advantage as well, that is almost round over. They have to kind of catch you off. So, as good as Flipside were, this is a deserved win for Optic. I mean, yeah, it was a comeback, but it was a comeback on what's reliable, which is the strong TR.
Yeah, and just an ongoing kind of assessment of their train performances. I mean, they are a good train side, but the scorelines haven't been dominant for Optic.
No, I mean, it's certainly in a game like this, you would think that this maybe even for Optic would be a little bit more widespread in the margin as well. But I mean, I don't think you can really take anything away and say because they weren't dominant over Flipside, this is a worrying sign. I think just the fact they get a win on the board, that's something they just put behind them, they move on. And as they said, I mean, the other 2 teams they played in this are some of the best teams in the world. So they've definitely had probably the toughest route in this major so far.
Yeah, so all smiles from the Optic guys. We get to see them tomorrow. Flipside, not so much. And obviously, we do want to remind you that, of course, we have an awesome CS community, and Faze would like you to get involved in a community cup. And they're dedicated to the Eleague major and, of course, the CSGO community at large. You can prove your skill, win pins, you like them, and get team official jerseys signed by the players and more. So go to faceit.com to have a look at those. And let's have a look at the standings. Well, you can see there's some familiar names up there at the top. It's Na'Vi, looking amazing, by the way. Only gave up 12 rounds in 3 matches. They're pretty good. 3-0, Virtus.Pro are there as well. And then down in the bottom, you can see confirmation that Hellraisers and Flipside are going to go. And there we have it. So final thoughts. What really stood out for you today?
I mean, the big takeaway is Na'Vi and how deadly they look at the moment, how crisp their CT sides were. And despite how good they looked, it also highlights the question that we really haven't seen them tested on their offensive side quite yet. So we don't know what they're going to be bringing to the table tactically, and those there's still another level we have to see from Na'Vi.
Yeah, Duncan.
Well, we had some good teams that almost went home. North, Optic now,
Yeah,
obviously
crazy.
almost taken out. And here's a key detail people might not think about when they're looking forward to the future. I alluded to this when Na'Vi won the SK game, because that means that, like, you know, they'll avoid Virtus.Pro, the way the seeding works. Well, here's a key detail. The teams that go 3-0 are going to be playing the people that get those 3-2 results. So people like Optic, people like North, they might get through to the playoffs still, but they're going to have very hard first-round matchups.
Surprise. So thanks a lot for that, guys. Always a pleasure working with you. You can see as well, yep, everyone's still loving it here in the G Fuel E-League arena. We want you to tune in tomorrow, of course. That's going to be it. That's when it's all going to kick off. We're going to find out who are going to be the legendary teams. It's all decided tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern on Twitch. And of course, you can get our schedule if you go over to eleague.com and some supplementary articles and all sorts of good stuff. So be sure to check that out as well. It really is awesome. So from everyone here at the desk, all of the crew, all of the people that make this show possible, thanks a lot for tuning in. Thanks for being with us. Take care, and we look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow morning.